A system prompt sounded ding. Detected the apocalypse breaking out, and over 70 of the global population had turned into zombies. To ensure the continuation of humanity and civilization, the fertility system has been bound successfully. The host only needs to contribute more to human reproduction, and the more descendants, the better the rewards. The host's strength will be directly proportional to the number of your descendants. Upon hearing this mechanical prompt, Liu Yang's face showed an expression of shock. As a student from Long Country studying in Yinghua Country, he usually earned his living by working part-time at a convenience store. Due to recent provocations by Yinghua Country, tensions between the two countries escalated, and Liu Yang faced discrimination and hostility everywhere, making his days increasingly difficult. He was often bullied at school, and even at the convenience store his boss assigned all the dirty and heavy work to him. But Liu Yang knew he was a foreign student with no connections or strength, so he could only swallow his pride. Today started as normal work, but unexpectedly he received this prompt. Before he could react, a loud crash suddenly came from outside the convenience store. A car crashed directly into a street lamp on the roadside, the front end completely deformed. Immediately chaos broke out on the street, some people's faces twisted with ferocity, baring their teeth as they lunged at passing pedestrians. The entire city descended into pandemonium. Only then did Liu Yang recall the system prompt. It wasn't a hallucination, it was real. At this moment Liu Yang was also stunned, not knowing what to do. Just then several young people rushed straight toward his convenience store. As soon as they entered they shouted, "Close the door. Close it quickly. Zombies everywhere." So terrifying. Liu Yang snapped back to action, shutting the glass door and hastily pulling down the security metal gate. Seeing the metal gate closed, the young people collapsed onto the floor like deflated balloons, panting heavily. With faces full of fear they said, "Dead. All dead. So terrible." A few girls were crying, trembling all over. Liu Yang observed the group, 4 women and 1 man. His eyes fixed on a particular young man and woman. The young man was Gu Teng, a classmate and the bully of the class. He usually led a gang of thugs and lorded it over the school. Liu Yang had been bullied by him several times. But back then Liu Yang could only feel anger without daring to speak up. The beautiful woman beside him was his sister Ying Kongtao, one of Dongjing University's foremost beautiful campus queens. Ying Kongtao had an enviable figure. She was hailed as the campus queen with the best figure. Ying Kongtao had countless admirers at school, which was precisely why Gu Teng dared to be so arrogant. After all, her admirers treated Gu Teng as their future brother-in-law, often showing him favor. They all hoped Gu Teng would put in a good word for them with his sister. Rumors on the school forum claimed that Ying Kongtao's figure reached a shocking cup size. Liu Yang had also seen her photos on the forum. The exaggerated proportions made everyone suspect they were photoshopped. Now observing her in person, he realized just how terrifyingly real she was. Not photoshopped. Ying Kongtao truly lived up to her reputation. That figure. It was like she had stolen 2 watermelons and tucked them into her chest. Coupled with her waist tiny enough to hold in one hand, the proportions were extremely exaggerated. Liu Yang couldn't help swallowing hard, thinking to himself, such a perfect beauty, I wonder which man will be lucky enough to have her in the future. Not to mention taking a bite, even a sniff, would prolong one's life. At that moment, Ying Kongtao noticed Liu Yang staring fixedly at her chest, as if he could see through her clothes. The greed on his face disgusted her. Her expression immediately turned displeased. Before Ying Kongtao could speak, Gu Teng, gripping his injured ankle, yelled fiercely at Liu Yang. "What are you looking at? Do you think my sister is someone for a worthless scum like you to stare at? A waste of a foreign student from Long Country. You're only fit for a lowly job as a convenience store clerk. Even back in Long Country, you're probably just a bottom-tier loser. You might never have a wife in your life. A loser like you deserves to look at my sister. She's a campus beauty. I think you haven't been taught a lesson these past few days. Your skin is itching, isn't it?" With that, he tried to get up and hit Liu Yang. But halfway up, he let out a painful groan and plopped back down, rubbing his swollen ankle continuously. It turned out he had twisted his ankle while fleeing from zombies earlier, and now it was hugely swollen, making it impossible for him to stand. Gu Teng sneered contemptuously and said, "You're lucky, kid. If I hadn't twisted my ankle, I'd have knocked your teeth out." After discovering the injury, Liu Yang's face displayed an amused expression. 4 women and 1 man. And the only man was a cripple. "Before, when you bullied me, I didn't fight back, because I knew I had no background, no status, and was targeted and discriminated against by everyone in Yinghua Country. If I had a conflict with the locals, even if the police came, they would side with their own people, so I endured silently. But now the apocalypse has erupted, order has collapsed. And you've become a cripple, yet you still dare to threaten me. If I don't strike back now, what was the point of the apocalypse?" Liu Yang stepped forward, directly approaching Gu Teng. Gu Teng thought Liu Yang was coming to bow and apologize, so his face instantly showed a smug expression. His sister excelled academically, was stunningly beautiful, and had an exceptional figure. It was no exaggeration to say she was the most popular girl in school. But he himself was just a good-for-nothing slacker who loafed around every day. He only came to school to get a diploma. Compared to his outstanding sister, he was like a pile of mud, utterly worthless. But now he finally could stand up for his sister. Being able to protect his excellent sister in this apocalypse, this feeling was so satisfying. Gu Teng instantly felt a surge of pride. Yet just as he was exulting, Liu Yang came beside him and kicked his swollen ankle. Gu Teng let out a scream and instantly grimaced in pain, his face contorting into a mask of agony, flushing red like a boiled crab. His lips trembling with pain, he called out to Lu Yang, You brat, what are you doing? Are you crazy? How dare you kick me? Gu Ting never imagined that the useless foreign student he had bullied like a dog would dare to lay hands on him now. He recalled the scenes of bullying Lu Yang in the past. He had shoved a trash can over Lu Yang's head, punched and kicked him, and left burned scars on his body with cigarette butts. Even then, Lu Yang didn't dare tell the teacher because he knew no teacher would care. Who would care about the life of a foreign student? Especially foreign students from Long Country. They deserve to be bullied. But now, before he even made a move, just a single threat, and Lu Yang actually came to kick him. Was he crazy? Hearing Gu Tang's words, Lu Yang revealed a contemptuous smile. Looking down from above, he said, Gu Tang, you may have been arrogant at school, but now in my convenience store you dare to be cocky. This is my territory. I have the right to throw you out. A cripple. To the zombies you're probably nothing but a piece of meat on the chopping block. Hearing this, Gu Tang trembled, shivering from the core of his heart. He remembered the horrifying scenes from the escape just now. His friends being tackled by zombies one by one, the zombies tearing their flesh with their teeth while they were still alive. The agonized screams, the bloody scenes, still lingering in his mind. He never wanted to experience such pain. But then he thought, what right did Lu Yang have to kick him out? He was just a foreign student from Long Country, and this was Yinghua Country's land. Did he deserve to? So Gu Tang instantly perked up again. He shouted at Lu Yang, You brat, what gives you the right to kick me out? You're just a worker? When did this convenience store become yours? Hearing this, Lu Yang just let out a cold laugh, then walked over to Gu Tang's front. He grabbed Gu Tang by the hair and lifted him directly. I used to be just a worker, but now that the apocalypse has broken out, I am the master of this convenience store. Seeing Lu Yang's dominance, Gu Tang was intimidated and quickly said, Lu Yang, what do you think you're doing? Let me go? Don't do anything stupid. This is murder, this is illegal. We can talk things out. But Lu Yang turned away from Gu Tang and looked at Ng Kong Tao, instead speaking to her directly. Miss Ng Kong Tao, your brother is an idiot. You on the other hand are not. You wouldn't want to see your brother thrown out to feed the zombies, would you? Miss Ng Kong Tao, your brother is an idiot. You on the other hand are not. You wouldn't want to see your brother thrown out to feed the zombies, would you? Hearing this, Gu Tang, who was being lifted by Lu Yang, immediately showed an expression of fury. He roared loudly, Brat, what are you talking about? How dare you threaten my sister? A goddess like her. In your past life, you wouldn't even have the right to speak a single word to her. And now you dare to threaten her. This is utterly outrageous. He then turned to his sister. Sis, don't listen to him. I don't believe he would actually do anything to me. He's just a cowardly, useless foreign student. People from Longhua are all cowards. Do you really think that just because the zombie outbreak happened he can turn the tables? Tossing me to the zombies. I don't believe he has the guts. Ng Kong Tao, upon hearing her brother's words, also thought it made sense. Although zombies were everywhere outside, she believed that the government of Yinghua Country would surely quell this disaster. Once the official security forces killed all the zombies, order would be restored immediately. And Lu Yang, this foreign student who tries to do whatever he wants during the disaster, would be dealt with later. If he really dared to throw her brother out, the Yinghua Country Security Bureau would not let him off. Thus, Ng Kong Tao also spoke to Lu Yang, trying to persuade him. Lu Yang, don't do anything foolish. My brother is your classmate. Zombies are everywhere outside. We should stick together. Maybe the zombies only appeared near here. Once the Security Bureau deals with those zombies, we can go home. You don't want to be arrested after the disaster ends, do you? Hearing this, Lu Yang suddenly laughed. They really didn't know how widespread the disaster was, but Lu Yang knew perfectly well. Over 70 of the global population instantly turned into zombies. The remaining survivors caught off guard were also bitten and killed by the newly turned zombies. Now it's hard to say if even 10 of normal people are still alive. For example, in a class of 50, 35 turn into zombies instantly. Can the remaining 15 escape the classroom in time? It would be lucky for even 1 or 2 survivors to make it out of a classroom. Only those who happened to be away from crowded places when the disaster struck might have a chance to live. And the Security Bureau and the Army, those are crowded places too. Imagine soldiers training when suddenly their comrades turn into zombies. Can anyone escape? So right now the officials of Yinghua Country can't even take care of themselves. How can they save civilians? It seems you have a lot of faith in your officials. But I never trust your officials. Now I'll give you 2 choices. Either I throw your brother out, or you submit to me and serve me well once. If you satisfy me, both you and your brother can stay in this convenience store. Hearing this, Ng Kong Tao's face instantly changed color. This guy, he was utterly shameless. How dare he say something so vulgar, so blatantly? Weren't people from Longhua supposed to be the most decent and image-conscious, influenced by Confucianism? But this Lu Yang was as perverted as people from Yinghua Country. Gu Ting instantly exploded too. He yelled loudly, Lu Yang, you're dreaming. A lowlife trash like you wants to touch my sister. Even I wouldn't dare to think about having a girlfriend as beautiful as my sister. Sis, don't listen to him. I don't believe he really dares to throw me out. Lu Yang said nothing, simply carried Gu Tang to the door and opened the glass door. Several zombies outside saw Lu Yang and Gu Tang and immediately rushed over, thrusting their blood-covered hands through the gaps of the iron gate, snarling desperately, trying to grab them. Gu Tang, terrified by the sight, never imagined Lu Yang would dare open the door. Ah, Lu Yang, are you crazy? You'll be bitten too. Close the door. Sis. Sis, save me, this guy is insane. He had thought Lu Yang was just bluffing, using him to threaten his sister. But who would have thought this guy actually opened the door, truly ready to throw him out? A madman. Absolutely a madman. Gu Teng was genuinely scared now. He was just an ordinary bully preying on the weak and fearing the strong. Faced with someone like Lu Yang who had no regard for his own life, he trembled in fear. Seeing this, Inkong Tao was also frightened. She quickly said, Lu Yang, put my brother down. Let's talk this over calmly, we can discuss anything. Close the door. Lu Yang smiled and said unhurriedly, first agree to my earlier proposal, then he'll close the door. Thinking of Lu Yang's words, a look of despair spread across Inkong Tao's stunning face. As a goddess surrounded by sycophants, she was extremely popular at school. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention. Those boys would do anything to win a glance from her, flattering her with all their might. If she said she wanted the moon, those men would help her pluck it from the sky. For men, Inkong Tao never gave them a second thought, because under her charm, no man had ever failed to fall at her feet. But this Lu Yang was completely different from those men. He didn't think about flattering her at all. Instead, he used her brother to threaten her. This guy was simply too much. Biting her white teeth, her beautiful face filled with grievance. When had she ever been treated like this before? Just as Inkong Tao was filled with grievance, her brother couldn't take it anymore. The zombies' reaching hands were almost touching his face. He could almost smell the stench of blood on their hands. Sis, save me. Make him close the door. Inkong Tao gritted her teeth and said helplessly, fine. I agree to your demand. Only then did Lu Yang show a satisfied expression. He closed the glass door, tossed Gu Teng to the ground, and said to Inkong Tao, see, that wasn't so hard. Why pretend to be so reserved? The women of Inghua country have the highest cheating rate in the world. Aren't you all pretty open about that sort of thing? I'm just going to have a bit of fun with you once. It's not like I'm going to kill you. Come on, let's go have a deep exchange right now. With that, Lu Yang directly grabbed Inkong Tao's hand and led her behind the counter. Gu Teng watched this scene, two clear tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. His face was filled with heart-wrenching grief. He felt unwilling, he felt shame, he felt rage. His sister was outstanding in studies and beautiful. She was always the pride of the family. Their parents and elders treasured her like a pearl in the palm of their hand. Her suitors were countless, including many wealthy second-generation heirs. But his sister never paid any attention to those men. Even billionaires couldn't catch his sister's eye. But who would have thought that such a perfect sister would end up being cheaply taken by a foreign student from Longhua? This feeling was like opening a long-cherished delicacy only to find it had been gnawed on by a rat. Damn it. Lu Yang deserved to die 10,000 times over. Gu Teng collapsed on the ground, staring at that high counter that seemed like an insurmountable mountain. He cried and said mournfully, whoa. Sister, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. I'm just a useless little brother. Whoa. An hour later, Gu Teng had already wept himself into a tearful mess. He loathed his own incompetence, despised his inability to protect his sister, and cursed the misfortune of twisting his ankle right after the apocalypse erupted, a weakness that allowed a worthless dragon countryman like Lu Yang to bully him. If not for himself, his sister would never have swallowed her pride and yielded to a waste like Lu Yang. Yet at the same time, a flicker of envy toward Lu Yang stirred within him. Even he himself had never experienced a woman as outstanding, as beautiful, or with a figure as perfect as his sister. What right did that brat Lu Yang have? That bastard must be having the time of his life by now, right? Behind the counter, Sakura Momo's long lashes still glistened with teardrops, her entire being steeped in grievance. Meanwhile, a satisfied expression spread across Lu Yang's face. Who would have thought that in a place as open as Sakura country, this stunning school beauty was still an untouched maiden? But then again, the more precious something is, the more it's held out for the highest bidder. Those ugly women, on the other hand, often played the wildest games. A peerless beauty like Sakura Momo would surely wait to find a man worthy enough before surrendering her first time. Yet in the apocalypse, women became as worthless as dirt. At that very moment, a notification echoed in Lu Yang's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Detected that Sakura Momo has fully submitted to you. She has become your woman. You have received the system's first kill reward. 1. System space. You now possess a 1000 cubic meter system space capable of storing all objects within a 10-meter radius. Time is frozen within the system space. Items stored there will never decay. Note: does not include living beings. 2. A great ability plunder. You can plunder attributes from enemies, including basic stats and abilities. Note: ordinary civilians are not considered enemies. Only attributes from those who intend to harm the host can be plundered. 3. Character attribute panel. The host can view the attribute panel of anyone. This includes their favorability toward the host. A negative favorability indicates an enemy. When it reaches 100, the target will never betray the host. Upon receiving this notification, Lu Yang's face lit up with excitement. Here it comes. The system rewards had finally arrived. And 3 of them at once. What a thrill. In the apocalypse, a system storage space was the most crucial asset. Moreover, this space could preserve things indefinitely with time frozen for everything stored inside. It was simply incredible. The second reward sent Lu Yang into even greater ecstasy, and a great ability. The power to plunder enemies' attributes and abilities. Didn't that mean the more enemies he eliminated, the stronger he became? With such growth, even achieving godhood through physical might was within reach. Unfortunately, the system added a condition. Only those who wished him harm counted as enemies. Otherwise, he could simply massacre everyone in Sakura country and become invincible. But thankfully, the third reward allowed him to directly view others' attribute panels and favorability, enabling him to instantly identify his foes. Liu Yang instinctively scanned Sakura Momo with the system. At that moment, she had adjusted her clothes, her exquisite face tinged with a flush of crimson. Her attribute panel appeared in Liu Yang's mind. Name Sakura Momo. Age 19. Figure hump. Height 1. 61 meters. Weight 45 kilograms. Appearance score 98. Figure score 100. Ability none. Favorability 15. Note: a stranger's base favorability is 50. Below 50 indicates aversion, below 0 indicates hostility. Above 50 indicates goodwill. Current state of Sakura Momo toward the host: intense aversion. Seeing this system evaluation, Liu Yang's face took on a playful expression. So Sakura Momo felt intense aversion toward him. She hadn't yet been won over by his power. But that was fine. There was plenty of time ahead. Liu Yang believed that sooner or later this Sakura Momo would prostrate herself before him. Then Liu Yang turned his gaze to Gutong. At that moment, Gutong glared at Liu Yang with eyes full of hatred. His face was twisted in a gnashing rage, making no effort to conceal his hostility toward Liu Yang. This bastard had defiled his sister. Once my foot heals, will kill him. Liu Yang also received a system prompt. Target's favorability toward host 30. Hostile state. Classified as an enemy. If given the chance, the target will not hesitate to harm the host, endangering your life. Recommendation: eliminate the target. Upon receiving this prompt, Liu Yang strode directly to Gutong. Seeing Liu Yang approaching with a menacing expression, Gutong suddenly felt a surge of fear. He stammered, "Liu Yang, don't come any closer. What do you want? My sister already served you once. Didn't you promise not to throw me out?" Sakura Momo also pleaded, "Liu Yang, don't hurt my brother. We had a deal. If I obeyed and served you, you wouldn't lay a hand on him. Are you going back on your word? I endured your abuse for an entire hour." But Liu Yang had already dragged Gutong to the door and declared, "What integrity is there to speak of with you Sakura country people? Your whole nation is a facade of hypocrisy. I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. I've already had my fun with you. You're of no further value to me. No matter how beautiful a woman is, in the end, it's all the same. And I said I wouldn't use my hands. I never said anything about my feet." With that, Liu Yang moved with lightning speed, yanking open the glass door and then the security gate. The zombies, just beginning to react, lunged toward the convenience store, but Liu Yang had already kicked Gutong squarely in the rear, sending him tumbling into the horde. The zombies, sensing living prey, instantly swarmed Gutong, while Liu Yang seized the chance to slam the doors shut. The girls inside were frozen in shock. They never imagined Liu Yang would actually follow through and toss someone into the zombie pack. Outside, Gutong let out a series of heart-wrenching screams. "Ah, help! Sister, save me! Liu Yang, you'll die a miserable death. You broke your word. They'll haunt you even as a ghost." His screams, far from saving him, only drew more zombies from the street to surround him. Sakura Momo rushed to the convenience store door, desperately trying to open it, sobbing and shouting, "Brother! Woo-woo! My brother!" But Gutong's screams grew weaker and weaker until they faded into silence. A few minutes later, the zombie horde dispersed. What remained on the ground was a gnawed clean skeleton. Ugh! One of the girls vomited at the sight. The other girls turned pale as ghosts. Even Sakura Momo, staring at her brother's skeletal remains, wore an expression of sheer terror. Horrifying. It was utterly horrifying. In the jaws of those zombies, a living person had been reduced to a pile of bones in mere minutes. He didn't even have a chance to turn into a zombie before being devoured entirely. In that moment, Sakura Momo truly grasped the brutal cruelty of the apocalypse. Yet the culprit Liu Yang wore a calm and relaxed expression. He gazed at the scene outside without a trace of fear. Was this man a demon? Sakura Momo's heart trembled incessantly. In principle, she should charge at Liu Yang and avenge her brother. But now it seemed that principle was in Liu Yang's hands. Sakura Momo lacked the courage to resist. She felt utterly powerless. "Oh, my poor brother. Forgive your weak sister. For now, your sister doesn't have the courage to avenge you." As the agonizing screams from the ancient city ceased, the system notification once again echoed in Liu Yang's mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating an enemy who intended you harm. Successfully plundered the target's basic attributes." Upon receiving this notification, Liu Yang instantly felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being, experiencing a transformative rebirth. He clenched his fists, sensing that his current strength was terrifyingly formidable. A delighted expression spread across his face as he quickly inspected his attribute panel. Name: Liu Yang. Age: 18 years. Height: 1. 85 meters. Weight: 80 kilograms. Speed: 20. Strength: 20. Spirit: 20. Stamina: 20. Ability: Plunder. Level: Tier 1. Ability: 1 type, Growth type. System: Space Level 1. Upon viewing this attribute panel, Liu Yang realized he had plundered Gutong's basic attributes. His current base stats had reached twice that of an ordinary person. An ordinary person's base attributes were around 10 points, while his were 20. Under these circumstances, his strength and speed had already surpassed normal human limits. Even in sprinting speed, no world champion could rival him. With stamina twice that of an average person, he could run faster and farther. Even zombies would never be able to catch him, and Lu Yong felt considerably relieved. He then turned his attention to the convenience store shelves, which were stocked with an assortment of food, beverages, and even some daily necessities. These were all crucial resources in the apocalypse. Without a second thought, Lu Yong waved his hand. Whoosh! In an instant, everything on the shelves vanished. Lu Yong had stored it all into his system space. The four girls witnessing this were utterly stunned. Sakura Kokoto froze, murmuring, "Gone. Vanished. How did those things disappear into thin air?" Though she had shared an intimate encounter with Lu Yong and knew his strength was terrifying, it still fell within the realm of ordinary human capability. But the power Lu Yong now displayed transcended the ordinary, making all items on the shelves vanish, leaving the entire convenience store empty. How was this supernatural feat accomplished? Moreover, with so much food in the store, they had felt reassured that even if official rescue arrived late, they would have sustenance. But now that Lu Yong had taken everything, what would they eat? Would they have to eat air? Panic began to set in. Prices in this small country had been soaring lately, and they could barely afford rice. They had been living frugally, eating only until half full. Seeing the food disappear left them feeling hollow, and their stomachs began to ache from the psychological effect. Lu Yong, however, looked smugly at the four women and declared, "Everything in this convenience store belongs to me, Lu Yong. I've already stored it away. If you want food, you'll have to perform well for me. Keep me satisfied, and I'll ensure you eat well and drink fine things. But if you dare defy my orders, you'll starve to death." Hearing this, Sakura Kokoto was immediately outraged. She had already harbored resentment after Lu Yong kicked her brother out of the store to be devoured by zombies. Restrained only by Lu Yang's ruthlessness, she had dared not speak. But now, seeing him take the food, she could no longer hold back. Stepping forward, Sakura Kokoto accused him. "Lu Yong, what right do you have to take all the food? You are just an employee here, not the owner. Furthermore, this is our Sakura Nation's land. Everything on this land belongs to us Sakura citizens. You are just a foreign exchange student. What gives you the authority to dispose of this convenience store's food? I demand you bring out the food. We must discuss its distribution together and decide through a vote." The other three girls nodded in agreement with Sakura Kokoto. They were all Sakura girls united on the same side. If the food's fate were decided by vote, they would surely have the absolute say. "That's right, we should do as Senior Sakuraku suggests. Vote on it. Lu Yong, be reasonable. Don't bully us with your power. You can't possibly eat all that food alone. There's enough here for 10 people. How can you be so selfish?" Hearing their words, Lu Yong smirked. He strode over to the outspoken Sakura Kokoto and without warning slapped her exquisite face. A sharp crack echoed as Sakura Kokoto was knocked to the ground. On her fair, delicate, and flawless cheek appeared a vivid red handprint. Sakura Kokoto's eyes reddened with pain. She stared up at Lu Yong in disbelief, never expecting him to strike her. Had he no regard for the intimacy they had just shared? Wasn't there a saying in the Dragon Kingdom, "One day as husband and wife, 100 days of kindness"? After she had endured over an hour of his rough treatment, he could strike her without a hint of chivalry. Before she could scramble up, Lu Yong stood over them, pointing accusingly. "You Sakura people are all dogs. For bitches. What right do you have to talk about human rights? Letting you stay here safe from zombies is already more than you deserve. And you dare to demand a share of my food. You mangy mutts aren't worthy. Believe me, I'll kick you out right now to feed the zombies, just like Gutong." These words sent a shiver through all four women. Aside from Sakura Kokoto, the other three were Lu Yang's classmates who had fled with Gutong. They had always dismissed Lu Yong in class, vividly remembering how Gutong and others bullied him, never taking him seriously. But who could have imagined that with the apocalypse, Lu Yong would become a completely different person, so unfamiliar, so resolute. Pampered as they were, they had never encountered a man as unreasonable as Lu Yong. Beautiful women always enjoyed privileges everywhere, and they had grown accustomed to such treatment. Now facing a man who wouldn't indulge them, they were at a loss. The four women trembled in silence, overwhelmed by despair. They realized that even if the zombies didn't get them, they would likely starve to death. Their eyes reddened, filled with hopelessness and grievance. Seeing that he had subdued them, Lu Yong continued. "However, since we're all acquaintances, I'm not saying I'll drive you to your death. Want food? It's simple. Just pay a small price, and I don't mind sharing a little." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared on their despairing faces as they quickly asked, "What? What price?" Lu Yong chuckled. "Just obey me completely. Do whatever I say, show absolute submission, and I'll provide you with food. Now, kneel down and bark like dogs. Whoever barks best gets to eat. Sakura dogs should act like dogs. Bark. Like a dog, yeah. Lu Yong, what do you take us for?" At these words, the four beautiful girls from Sakura country instantly wore expressions of fury. This exchange student from Dragon country had gone too far. Calling us Sakura country people dogs was one thing. Anyone could spout off in anger. But he actually treated us like dogs, making us kneel and bark. As Sakura country citizens, our dignity would never allow this. The four girls exchanged glances, each seeing the fury and unwavering resolve in the other's eyes. To reclaim food that was rightfully ours, we would have to sacrifice our dignity, even commit an act that dishonored our nation. How could that be possible? Sakura Momo spoke directly. Lu Yang, you're dreaming. Do you really see us as dogs? We Sakura country people have our pride. We will never debase ourselves or our nation for a bit of food. Give up that hope. Hearing this, Lu Yang smiled. You talk about dignity. Where was your dignity when I had you pinned beneath me just now? At these words, Sakura Momo recalled the scene of being ravaged by Lu Yang. Embarrassment instantly spread across her face. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She was rendered speechless, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Lu Yang had already pulled out a sausage, a meaningful smile playing on his lips as he addressed the four girls. Today, the only food I have for you is this single sausage. Which of you four gets it depends on your own skills. Remember, you're not allies on the same front now. You're rivals competing against each other. Don't think you're being tough. Maybe your companions are hoping you'll stay tough, so they have one less competitor. As expected, the four women exchanged glances again, but this time suspicion and wariness flickered in their eyes. Indeed, if there was only one sausage a day, if I ate it, the others would go without. Some would eat, and some would not. The four women fell silent, the air growing eerily still. It was as if everyone had frozen in place. Only their eyes betrayed the frantic workings of their minds. Suddenly, one of the women moved. No one expected it to be Sakura Momo who acted first. She had come to a realization. She had already been taken by Lu Yang, thoroughly known inside and out. What was the point of clinging to dignity now? If she cared about dignity, she should never have agreed to serve him. Now that she had paid the price of her chastity, would she let herself starve to death? Wouldn't that be the ultimate loss? So Sakura Momo was the first to kneel before Lu Yang. The other three women, seeing this, scrambled to kneel as well. Then Sakura Momo let out a bark. Woof! Her voice was soft, tinged with hesitation and grievance. But another girl's bark was startlingly loud. Woof! Her voice held nothing but a desperate craving for food devoid of any other thought. The remaining two girls, seeing this, joined in eagerly. Woof, woof, woof. Lu Yang stood before them, listening to the chorus of barks. His grin stretched nearly to his ears. He burst into loud laughter. Laughing, he said, "Ha ha, dogs. Every last one of you is a dog. All Sakura country people are dogs. Seeing you former high and mighty Sakura country folks kneeling before me barking like dogs, it's fucking exhilarating." With that, Lu Yang tossed the sausage in front of the four girls and added, "Furukawa Hitomi, your bark was good. This sausage is yours." Upon hearing this, the girl, named Furukawa Hitomi's face lit up with surprise. She quickly crawled to the sausage and clutched it tightly. She said to Lu Yang, "Thank you, Lu Yang, thank you. These people were like that. The more you indulged them, the more they took advantage. Only by breaking their spirit could you make them willingly become your dogs. See, for a sausage earned by barking like a dog, she still had to thank us." Lu Yang smiled and said, "Don't mention it. This is my reward to you. If any of you want a bigger sausage, you can come find me in the storage room. They'll show you my king of kings." With that, Lu Yang turned and walked toward the convenience store storage room. Inside, there were plenty of supplies not displayed on the shelves, usually accessed only for restocking. Once inside the storage room, Lu Yang waved his hand and swept all the contents into his system space. Then he began organizing the space. He laid out a simple bed ready to rest properly. At the same time, his mind started plotting his next moves. He had already received the beginner rewards from the system, gaining a system space and a plunder ability. His basic stats had doubled compared to an ordinary person, but that was far from enough. The apocalypse was fraught with dangers everywhere. He had to be cautious. Even with twice the basic attributes of a normal person, he still risked being trapped by a horde of zombies. If surrounded, even a scratch from a zombie could infect him, let alone a bite. So he couldn't leave yet. He had to stay here and continue growing stronger. Fortunately, there were still the three women. If he could subdue them all, he would become even more powerful. He hoped these women were sharp enough to grasp his earlier hints. He hoped they would come into the storage room soon to communicate with him. Lu Yang was also curious. Who would be the first to figure it out? With just one sausage, Lu Yang had trampled the dignity of all four women. He believed they would now serve him without any further psychological resistance. Outside the door, the three beautiful girls were staring at Furukawa Hitomi with undisguised disgust. They never expected Lu Yang to give the sausage to Furukawa Hitomi. They had knelt and barked like dogs too, but got nothing. This instantly filled them with jealousy toward Furukawa Hitomi. They watched her tear open the sausage wrapper and eat it with relish. The aroma of the sausage wafted into their nostrils, making their stomachs growl, loudly intensifying their torment. One of the girls even sneered. "Look at you eating like a starving ghost reborn. Does food earned by selling your dignity really taste that good?" Another girl chimed in. Exactly. Haven't you heard of refusing food offered in contempt? Especially when it's given after being trained like a dog. Yet you act as if you've received a blessing. Shameless. Furukawa Hitomi listened to their words and scoffed, firing back. "You were both kneeling and barking just now too. Now you're lecturing me. What makes you any nobler? If you ask me, you couldn't even outbark me. What else can you outdo me in? I tell you, I'm not stopping at this one sausage. They'll keep eating Lu Yang's. You can starve." With that, Furukawa Hitomi knocked on the storage room door. Seeing this, the other three girls' faces twisted with regret. Damn it, Furukawa Hitomi had beaten them to it again. Why didn't I think of that? Even if I lost at barking, I could still choose to truly become Liu Yang's dog and get food. Now even the chance to be a dog had been snatched by Furukawa Hitomi. Damn it. Liu Yang, who had just finished making his bed, suddenly heard a knock at the door. He walked over and opened it to find Furukawa Hitomi. He stepped aside slightly and said, "Come in. I didn't expect you to be the first to come around. What's the matter? Was that sausage not enough to eat?" Furukawa Hitomi was the class beauty, second only to Sakura Komomo in appearance and more beautiful than the other two girls. In terms of figure, she and Sakura Komomo each had their own merits. Furukawa Hitomi was the tallest girl in their class, blessed with a pair of enviably long legs. Gazing at the white stockings on her feet, Liu Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a pair of exquisite feet. He glanced at her twice, and the system scanned her information. Name: Furukawa Hitomi. Age: 18. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 53 kilograms. Plus-sized cup. Appearance score: 88. Figure score: 98. Affection level: 55 points, indicating mild liking. No wonder she was the tallest girl in their class. At 172 centimeters, as she was considered quite tall in this little country. Moreover, her legs were straight and slender, unlike the bow-leggedness of other Sakura girls. Her teeth were also perfectly aligned without any buck teeth. Her delicate cherry-like little lips looked incredibly enticing. Most crucially, her affection toward him had reached 55 points. Seeing this evaluation, Liu Yang's face showed a look of surprise. He hadn't expected such a result. After I just scolded you like a dog, you actually hold mild affection for me. Liu Yang felt that this Furukawa Hitomi before him was truly an extraordinary person. But on second thought, considering she was from Sakura country, it somehow made sense. After all, people from Sakura country admire the strong. Treat her like a human and she gets cocky, or treat her like a dog and she becomes obedient. They're used to being subservient, it can't be helped. People like her dog-like don't deserve a seat at the table. Hearing Liu Yang's words, Furukawa Hitomi blushed and said, "That tiny sausage wasn't nearly enough to eat. It couldn't even fill the gaps between my teeth. I want more food." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Liu Yang's nether region, her eyes full of implication. Her small eyes stared intently at Liu Yang, as if they could draw threads. She even swallowed her saliva, looking eager. In Furukawa Hitomi's eyes, Liu Yang was a real man. After the apocalypse broke out, he showed no fear of the zombies, and even dared to open the door and kick Furuto out. Though his methods were cruel, he was undeniably cool. Only a decisive, ruthless man like him could survive better in the apocalypse. Following such a man would allow her to live longer. Thus, Furukawa Hitomi had become utterly submissive to Liu Yang. She didn't care whether he was from Dragon Country or whether he treated her like a dog. She only wanted to survive. And the only way to survive now was to please Liu Yang. As for how to please him, she was confident. Though she had no sexual experience in a country like this with a thriving adult industry, she had watched plenty of tutorials. She believed she could serve a man better than Sakura Komomo. She might not excel at other things, but when it came to being a fawning sycophant, she was sure she could handle it. Ensuring Liu Yang was so thoroughly pampered, he couldn't take care of himself. Hearing Furukawa Hitomi's words, Liu Yang showed an interested expression. Though Sakura Komomo was beautiful when they had intimate interactions, she looked reluctant and unwilling, lying like a dead fish on a chopping board. It left Liu Yang feeling unsatisfied. Now this Furukawa Hitomi seemed quite proactive. Liu Yang had long heard that women from Sakura country were the best in skills, the gentlest, and most adept at caring for men. He had never experienced being taken care of by a woman. Now this Furukawa Hitomi was the perfect candidate to try out. So Liu Yang said to her, "Very well. Whatever food you want, to have it all here: sausages, milk, bread, everything you could ask for. But whether you get to eat depends on your skills. If you serve me well, I promise to fill you up to the brim." Hearing this, Furukawa Hitomi perked up instantly. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she took off the hair tie from her wrist, tying up her jet black hair, and said to Liu Yang with a seductive look, "Don't worry, Lord Liu Yang. As your dog, I guarantee it'll serve you well. Just enjoy yourself." As she spoke, she extended her pink tongue and licked the corner of her mouth. Soon sounds of conversation between Liu Yang and Furukawa Hitomi echoed from the warehouse. Outside the door, Sakura Komomo and the others listened, their faces filled with contempt. They began to complain. "This Furukawa Hitomi is utterly shameless. I never knew she was such a slut before. She actually called him Lord Liu Yang, said she would serve him well, and called herself his dog. She's disgraced our Sakura country." Exactly. She fawns over Liu Yang. Has she forgotten he's just an exchange student from China? Now he uses force to seize all the food and threatens us with what was originally ours. This is utterly unreasonable. Not only does Furukawa Hitomi not resist him, but she also stoops so low. It's disgusting. She says it out loud, but I can't bear to listen. She really sees herself as Liu Yang's servant. How embarrassing. As if she's never seen a man in her life. A born slut. The women outside kept mocking Furukawa Hitomi because her voice was far too cheerful. Listening, they felt both angry and jealous. It was infuriating. Furukawa Hitomi was having all the pleasure, and after the pleasure shed get food. Though they spoke with righteous indignation in their hearts, they deeply regretted not being the first to knock on Liu Yang's door. After more than an hour, tranquility was restored within the room. At that moment, Furukawa Hitomi lay on the bed, her gaze vacant, sweat beading on her face, her damp hair tangled and clinging to her skin. She was utterly immersed in a transcendent state. She had never imagined Lu Yong could be so formidable. He had nearly exhausted her to the point of collapse. Meanwhile, Lu Yong received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system reward has been issued. You have obtained a rank ability. Hardening. A look of exhilaration spread across Lu Yang's face as he quickly examined the ability's description. Ability name hardening. Ability rank a rank. Ability effect: the host can harden any part of their body, rendering it extremely tough to withstand physical attacks. Current ability level 1. After reading this description, Lu Yang's eyes lit up. He had just been lamenting that although his basic attributes were enhanced, he couldn't venture out freely due to the risk of zombie virus infection. But now he had been granted the hardening ability. If he hardened his skin, wouldn't zombies be unable to bite through it? Lu Yong immediately decided to test it. With a single thought, he channeled the hardening ability into his fist. His hand transformed instantly. The entire fist swelled, veins bulging prominently, and his skin turned a deep, heavy black resembling mystic iron. He drove that pitch-black fist into the wall with all his might. A thunderous roar erupted. His fist smashed a crater into the wall as if struck by a massive sledgehammer, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. This proved that his fist was harder than the concrete wall. The force of that punch could send a zombie's skull flying. Witnessing this, Lu Yong was ecstatic. So hard, so strong, so formidable. This was the ability of a true man. If a man wasn't tough, could he even be called a man? If he hardened his entire skin, then when he went outside, a zombie biting him would feel no different from a tickle. He would emerge unscathed and might even shatter the zombie's teeth. With this ability, he no longer had to fear zombie infection. At this thought, a wave of relief washed over Lu Yong. Meanwhile, Furukawa Hitomi, lying on the floor, was startled by the deafening impact of his punch. Already on the verge of collapse, she scrambled to her feet. When she saw Lu Yang's enormous black fist, she was even more astounded. His right fist was a full circle larger than his left, almost 1.5 times its size. The entire fist had taken on a rocky hue, exuding an intimidating hardness. Utterly incredulous, she asked Lu Yong. Lu Yong, what happened to your hand? Have you undergone some mutation too? Lu Yong flashed a grin. In an instant, he deactivated the hardening, then reactivated it. His fist alternated between large and small in rapid succession. It seemed to vibrate continuously. Then he said, "This isn't a mutation, it's my ability. So what do you think? Isn't my fist big and hard?" Witnessing this, Furukawa Hitomi's face flushed crimson. She lowered her head and answered shyly, "It's much bigger than other boys." Lu Yong burst into hearty laughter. Men from the land of cherry blossoms were all useless. How could they ever compare to him? Just then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Furukawa Hitomi asked Lu Yong, "Is this ability only usable on your fist?" Without a second thought, Lu Yong replied directly, "Of course not. My hardening ability can harden any part of my body, or even all parts simultaneously." Hearing this, a mischievous grin spread across Furukawa Hitomi's face. She chuckled slyly and said, "Hee hee. Then when the other sisters come to beg for food, they're in for a rough time, aren't they?" Lu Yong was already formidable, far surpassing other men. With this superpower, he became even more unstoppable, like a tiger with wings. Which woman wouldn't be utterly defeated at his hands? The thought of other sisters pleading for mercy before Lu Yong made Furukawa Hitomi want to laugh. Serves you right for putting on airs and refusing to submit. The later you come in, the stronger Lu Yong gets, and the more you'll suffer. You dared to mock me for losing my dignity. We'll see who laughs at whom in the end. Furukawa Hitomi knew the women outside the door wouldn't hold out much longer. After all, when hunger becomes unbearable, people would even eat human flesh or exchange children for food. What was mere dignity in the face of that? Starvation was the most unbearable torture. In the genes of all animals, the most fundamental code was survival. No animal would watch itself starve to death. Hearing her words, Lu Yong didn't catch on at first. A few seconds later, realization dawned on him. His mouth fell open, eyes wide, and he pointed at Furukawa Hitomi. "Oh, I hadn't even thought of using the ability that way." With that, he tossed another vacuum-packed chicken leg in front of her. He continued, "Here, this is your reward. As the first woman who willingly came to serve me, I won't treat you unfairly." At the sight of the chicken leg, Furukawa Hitomi's eyes sparkled. How could a starch sausage compare to chicken leg? Although the vacuum-packed chicken leg wasn't exactly health food, it was real meat. The protein content was double that of regular chicken. In this apocalypse, being able to supplement protein was an unimaginable luxury. Even though it was just a vacuum-packed chicken leg, under these circumstances, it would be priceless. Even $1 million might not buy it. Furukawa Hitomi quickly picked up the chicken leg and bowed deeply to Lu Yong. Then she thanked him. "Thank you, Master Lu Yong. No. From now on, Master Lu Yong is my master. I will devote my all to my master." Lu Yong let out a light chuckle and said nothing. A single chicken leg had tamed her so easily. These people from the island nation were indeed born to be dogs. Then he patted her head and said, Good girl. Although I don't like you people, I can accept those willing to be my dogs. The ones who love meat like you are the best." Hearing this, Furukawa Hitomi lowered her head again and said gratefully, "Thank you for your praise, master. From now on, I will do my utmost to satisfy any of your requests." Outside the door, Sakura Komomo and the others, hearing that the commotion inside had subsided into silence, began to whisper among themselves with caution. Senior Sakura Komomo, what do you think we should do next? Furukawa Hitomi knocked and went in to find Lu Yang. We have no idea when she'll come out. If Lu Yang doesn't come out, we'll have nothing to eat. Sakura Komomo was a year senior to them and was renowned as a campus belle at school. The other two beautiful girls trusted Sakura Komomo considerably, hoping she could come up with a plan. It was already afternoon, and since the apocalypse erupted that morning, they had eaten nothing. Everyone's stomach was growling with hunger. Although skipping one meal wouldn't cause major harm and was bearable, the lack of hope was something no one could endure. Because you never knew when the catastrophe would end or how much longer you'd go hungry. This uncertainty plunged them deeper into despair. Sakura Komomo asked, "Who among you brought a phone? Try calling the emergency number and see if it goes through." One of the girls replied, "I have one, but it's useless. I secretly tried calling the emergency line earlier and it wouldn't connect at all." That girl, upon witnessing Lu Yang kick Kotang out the door to be devoured alive by zombies, had stealthily dialed the emergency number, yet no one answered. Her hope for rescue was extinguished. Sakura Komomo said, "It's all right. The security bureau needs some time to respond. Let's first check the online information to understand the extent of this disaster." So the girl took out her phone and searched online, finding that major forums were flooded with discussions about the catastrophe and short video sites were filled with clips of the disaster. Some people had even uploaded videos of themselves being bitten by zombies. The heart-wrenching screams and the first-person scenes of being devoured left them utterly shaken. They even felt phantom pain on their own bodies. Unaware until now, they were stunned to discover that the disaster had engulfed the entire Sakura country. Chaos reigned everywhere with no place spared. After seeing this, the girls' faces were marked with despair. They had initially thought the virus outbreak was confined to their vicinity. Who could have imagined that not only had all of Tokyo fallen, but the entire Sakura country was in ruins? No wonder the emergency line was unreachable. Even the security bureau was likely in disarray, with fewer than 1 in 10 officers surviving. In such circumstances, hoping for rescue was nothing short of a fantasy. It's over. The whole Sakura country has fallen. Who can save us? Everyone is in despair. When will this disaster ever end? Could it be that we'll really die here? The three women were stunned. They had thought that if they held on, enduring a few days of hunger wouldn't be a big deal as long as they could wait for official rescue and survive. But the extent of the disaster far exceeded their imagination. The entire nation had collapsed. Official rescue forces wouldn't come for them. They couldn't rely on others as survival depended on themselves. Gazing at the empty convenience store, the three women gritted their teeth as if making a decision. They were all university students, not foolish. To survive now, they had to depend on Lu Yang. Lu Yang had plenty of food, controlled the entire convenience store, was exceptionally strong, decisive in action, and showed no fear of zombies. Only by following him could there be a chance to live. In that moment, the three beautiful girls fully resigned themselves, seeing Lu Yang as their last lifeline. They all turned their gaze toward Lu Yang's door, but it was eerily quiet inside. They had no idea what was happening. At that moment, Furukawa Hitomi had finished eating the vacuum-packed chicken leg. Lu Yang, having gained a new ability, wore a satisfied expression. He now possessed the capital to venture out. However, to be cautious, Lu Yang decided to continue growing stronger, since there were still two beautiful girls outside who hadn't talked to him. Those two girls seemed unwilling to set aside their pride and submit to him. But that was fine. Lu Yang believed that in the face of hunger, no one could hold out. Not women, not even strong men. So Lu Yang wasn't in a rush. Today he had conquered Sakura Komomo and Furukawa Hitomi. Feeling tired, he prepared to rest well and sleep to regain his energy. Moreover, Furukawa Hitomi's affection for him, boosted by that vacuum-packed chicken leg, had reached 65 points, a state of moderate goodwill. Lu Yang wasn't worried she would harm him, so he said to her, "All right, now that we've eaten, let's get some sleep. In the apocalypse, maintaining energy is crucial." With that, Lu Yang lay down on the bed. Furukawa Hitomi obediently nodded and slept beside him, her face full of contentment. Her mind began to wander. In the apocalypse, while the other girls outside suffered hunger, she was well fed and able to sleep soundly. Happiness came from comparison. This contrast made Furukawa Hitomi feel immensely fortunate. She thought to herself, why didn't I notice back in school how formidable this exchange student from Dragon Country was? Back then, Lu Yang was timid, humble, and bullied daily. Who would have thought that once the apocalypse erupted, he would transform, killing Kotang and bullying his sister? He vented all his past frustrations on Sakura Komomo. Now everything was under Lu Yang's control. Holding all the food meant holding the lifeline of everyone here. Given his temperament, she believed he would reach unimaginable heights in the apocalypse. After all, in this new world, what mattered wasn't whether you were a rich heir, a handsome man, or a top student. It was about who was ruthless and strong. Lu Yang happened to be both ruthless and strong. Thinking this way, Furukawa Hitomi felt that even being a dog for this exchange student from Dragon Country might not be so bad. Lu Yang woke up the next day. He glanced at his phone. 8 a.m. It seemed that spending time with stunning beauties like Sakura Momo and Furukawa Toko had drained his energy. He had slept from afternoon until the next morning. However, upon waking, he felt incredibly formidable. As an 18-year-old male college student, he was already in the prime of youth, tough as iron. Now with the boost from the system and enhanced attributes, his physical strength rivaled titanium alloy. Furukawa Toko was still sleeping, clearly exhausted from yesterday's ordeal with Lu Yang. He didn't bother her and simply got up and opened the door. It was time to put some pressure on the remaining two beauties. After a day and night without food, they must be close to breaking point, right? The moment Lu Yang opened the door, the beauties outside lit up with surprise. Lu Yang and Furukawa Toko had slept soundly, but the other three had been kept awake by hunger, their stomachs growling all night. As people from Sakura country, they usually ate only until half full with meager portions. Sometimes a single rice ball sufficed for a meal. Yesterday morning, when the zombie outbreak began, they had only grabbed a quick breakfast. They hadn't eaten since then. All three were starving, their stomachs pressed against their spines. After checking disaster news on their phones, they had pinned their last hopes on Lu Yang, so they had been eagerly waiting for him to come out. Now that he finally appeared, they rushed toward him. Seeing the three women charging at him aggressively, Lu Yang froze and instinctively clenched his fists, his face full of vigilance. He thought they had conspired overnight and formed a united front to force him. After all, people on the verge of starvation would do anything. But they might have overestimated themselves. Three women who hadn't eaten for a day were no match for him, even without the system's enhancement. He could easily take them down. The physical gap between men and women is insurmountable. Some women think they can beat a man, but that's only because the man isn't serious. Just as Lu Yang was on guard, the three women reached him and bowed in unison, speaking in one voice. Lord Lu Yang, we know we were wrong. Please forgive us for yesterday. From now on, we are willing to submit to you and become your women. We await any command you give. Please give us some food. Huh? Lu Yang was stunned, never expecting them to say such things. I thought you spent the night plotting against me, but instead you united to surrender. Realizing this, a smug smile spread across Lu Yang's face. Indeed, hunger was the most unbearable torture. After just one day and night without food, they couldn't take it anymore. Sakura Momo had already been conquered, but the remaining two beauties hadn't yet submitted. These two beauties were his capital for becoming stronger. So Lu Yang turned his gaze to them. Name Rinka Seiki. Age 18. Height 160 centimeters. Weight 45 kilograms. Bust cup. Appearance score 87. Physique score 91. Affection 45 points. Lu Yang then shifted his gaze to the other beauty. Name Inoue Kyoko. Age 18. Height 163 centimeters. Weight 46 kilograms. Bust cup. Appearance score 85. Physique score 88. Affection 35 points. Seeing their stats, Lu Yang noticed both had affection below 50, indicating they still harbored disgust toward him. Yet despite their disgust, they had to bow and submit. Their eyes were filled with flattery, forcibly suppressing their aversion. Clearly their submission wasn't heartfelt, merely a result of circumstances. But that was enough. Lu Yang loved this feeling of them wanting to resist, but being unable to. Both had appearance and physique scores above 80, meaning they were rare beauties. This was a good deal. So Lu Yang smiled and said to them, "Want something to eat? Today's food is still one sausage and only one. Who wants it?" At these words, the three women didn't hesitate and knelt before Lu Yang, scrambling to speak. Me. Lord Lu Yang. Choose me. I'm the thinnest, the hungriest. Lord Lu Yang. Pick me. I can satisfy any request you have, any position you want. Sakura Momo also spoke. Lord Lu Yang, choose me. Yesterday, I was ignorant and didn't serve you well. Today I'll mend my ways and won't be a dead fish. Hearing this, Lu Yang laughed and teased, "Oh, the lofty school beauty can say such things. Where's your aloofness as the school beauty? Where's your pride as a Sakura country citizen? Weren't you looking down on me, a dragon countryman, yesterday? Why not keep up the act?" Sakura Momo quickly replied, "If it's Lord Lu Yang, you can trample our dignity underfoot. People of Sakura country will always be dogs to dragon country people." Lu Yang nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "See, if only you'd been like this from the start. But today I've already chosen. Kyoko, you're it. Come with me, let me see what you've got." "Great." Inoue Kyoko's eyes lit up. She quickly got up and followed Lu Yang, while Sakura Momo showed a look of disappointment. As Inoue Kyoko followed Lu Yang into the warehouse, Sakura Momo seethed with envy outside. Wasn't she one of the four school beauties? Wasn't she the prettiest and most attractive girl here? Wasn't she the first to be intimate with Lu Yang? Why was she the only one without food? Her heart churned with resentment and bitterness. These women got food for serving Lu Yang once, while she got only protection for her brother in return. But Lu Yang had reneged, kicking her brother out of the convenience store to be devoured by zombies. She had gained nothing at all. Sakura Momo fumed. Why did misfortune always befall her? Wasn't beauty supposed to bring good luck? Where was her fortune? As Lu Yang and Inoue Kyoko entered the warehouse, Furukawa Hitomi, who had been sleeping inside, emerged. She looked in excellent condition. Well-fed and well-rested, unlike Sakura Momo, and another girl who had gone hungry all night, their stomachs growling, unable to sleep, and now listless in the morning. Furukawa Hitomi's complexion was radiant, making her even more beautiful than Sakura Momo. The other girl, seeing her, wore a fawning expression. She asked Furukawa Hitomi, Furukawa Hitomi, what food did Lu Yang give you? You look amazing." am so envious. Furukawa Hitomi glanced at Aika Ikazaki and replied, delicacies you can't even imagine. Aika, let me give you some advice. Once Kyoko comes out, go in immediately. If you miss your chance, you'll starve another day. Don't be like some who pretend to be tough only to regret it later. As she spoke, she cast a suggestive glance at Sakura Momo. This Sakura Momo was once the most beautiful woman here with the best figure, her curves the envy of all. What man could look away from her? But she had squandered her advantages. Instead of playing her strong hand, she had made a mess of things, leaving Furukawa Hitomi as Liu Yang's favorite. Now other women had to queue just to be his lackey. Aika nodded solemnly at this and said gratefully, yes. Thank you Furukawa Hitomi-senpai for the advice. He'll seize the opportunity. Sakura Momo, mocked again by Furukawa Hitomi, grew even angrier. She already felt like the most unlucky person, and now she was being taunted by a woman she wouldn't have deigned to notice before. It was too much. She recalled her glory days at school, surrounded by admirers, adored by all. Other girls weren't fit to tie her shoes. They could only envy and hate her. But now, Furukawa Hitomi dared to trample on her pride. Sakura Momo shot back. You're just selling your dignity and the honor of Sakura country for food. What's there to be proud of? You're a traitor, shameless. Furukawa Hitomi sneered. A traitor? Huh. Some would love to be one, but can't. Seeing Furukawa Hitomi's brazenness, Sakura Momo was speechless with fury. Just then, through the glass door, Sakura Momo spotted several people rushing toward the convenience store. Her face lit up with surprise. She hurried to the door and noticed the zombies outside had vanished. The newcomers carried blood-stained baseball bats and wore baseball uniforms, clearly true Sakura country natives. As they approached, she recognized one as Jiro Nakai, the captain of the school's baseball club. They were likely baseball club members who had survived the apocalypse by playing in the field armed with their bats. At the convenience store entrance, Jiro Nakai was thrilled to see several stunning beauties inside. He had come for food, but found women too. Recognizing Sakura Momo, one of the 4 school beauties, his joy multiplied. This was incredible. He had long admired Sakura Momo, even pursuing her ardently with gifts. But his efforts were in vain. She accepted the gifts, but only said, "You're a good person, but we're not meant to be." Heartbroken, he turned to another girl, Mei Shirajima, who became his girlfriend. Before they could grow closer, the zombie virus struck. Now with Mei and Sakura Momo both here, he could have his pick. As Jiro Nakai fantasized, his companion said, "Boss, great. This store must have plenty of food. We've hit the jackpot." Another companion, seeing the 3 beauties, exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, 3 girls. One for each of us. Worth the risk of luring the zombies away." This was totally worth it. Each girl was stunning enough to drive anyone wild. In the apocalypse, no one knew how long they'd live. Maybe a zombie would kill them next second. Seizing the moment was key. The 2 baseball club members grew eager at the sight of Sakura Momo and the others. Jiro Nakai nodded and approached the door. "Hey Sakura Momo, open up. Let us in. You 3 can't survive the apocalypse alone. We can protect you." Hearing this, Sakura Momo's eyes welled with tears. Sakurazora Momo spotted Nakai Jiro and his companions, instantly seeing them as a lifeline. Liu Yang, an international student from Dragon Country, had tormented them beyond recognition. He treated them like dogs, even kicking her younger brother out of the convenience store. Sakurazora Momo had long harbored a grudge. What infuriated her more was that Furukawa Hitomi had received food, and soon Kyoko might too. Yet she, the first woman Liu Yang had taken, got nothing at all. To make matters worse, Furukawa Hitomi mocked her. This made Sakurazora Momo feel targeted, and she could no longer bear it. Nakai Jiro used to be her devoted admirer, showering her with gifts and agreeing to even her most unreasonable demands. Now if she showed him just a hint of favor, she could easily manipulate him. Far easier than controlling that unyielding Dragon Country man Liu Yang. So Sakurazora Momo decisively approached the door, ready to open it. But at that moment, Furukawa Hitomi blocked her path. "Sakurazora Momo, what do you think you're doing? Have you lost your mind? The apocalypse has broken out, order has collapsed, and the law no longer exists. If you let those men in, do you think we'll be safe?" she shouted loudly. "Didn't you hear them just now? They plan to take one of us each. Do you think they're any better?" Sakurazora Momo, however, was unperturbed. "Even if they're bad, they're still from our Sakura country. Good fortune shouldn't flow to outsiders, don't you understand? Even if him to be bullied, I'd rather it be by someone from Sakura country than by that Dragon Country man Liu Yang. Move. Get out of my way." With that, Sakurazora Momo forcibly tried to shove Furukawa Hitomi aside. She then called out to Awaro Sayaka. "Sayaka, help me. Let those baseball club guys in, and we'll be saved. No more fear of Liu Yang. The baseball club has 3 strong men, while Liu Yang is just 1 person." Sayaka hesitated. Furukawa Hitomi, however, stood firmly on Liu Yang's side. She had witnessed Liu Yang punch a massive hole in the wall. His fists were large and hard, more formidable than a sledgehammer. One punch could smash the heads of those baseball club members. Even 30 men, not just 3, would be no match for Liu Yang. Yet Sakurazora Momo was unaware of Liu Yang's power, thinking him merely an ordinary international student. She placed her hopes on those 3 baseball club men. What a brainless fool with a big chest. "Sayaka, help me." Sakurazora Momo struggled with Furukawa Hitomi alone, their strength evenly matched, leaving them at a stalemate. But if Sayaka joined in, the scales would tip decisively. Furukawa Hitomi also said, Sayaka, don't listen to her. Don't do anything foolish. You saw it too. All the food in the convenience store has been taken by Lu Yang. If he doesn't bring it out, no one can find it. As for those baseball club guys, they can't even fill their own stomachs. How could they kindly share food with you? Hearing this, Sayaka found it very reasonable. Though the baseball club had 3 people, they only had a single baseball bat and carried no food. Lu Yang, on the other hand, had taken all the store's food, storing it somewhere unknown. This food could sustain them for a long time. Coupled with his supernatural ability to store things at will, it was clear he was no ordinary person. He was far more reliable than those 3 baseball club men. Outside, seeing the women arguing inside, the men dared not force their way in. The noise might attract zombies. Nakai Jiro encouraged Sakurazora Momo. Hang in there, Sakurazora Momo. Push that woman aside and open the door for us. If you let us in, I promise to protect your safety. Just then Lu Yang pushed open the door and stepped out. He had long heard the commotion outside. After system enhancement, he had absorbed all of Gutang's basic attributes, doubling his hearing compared to an ordinary person. He had stayed inside for so long to observe the 3 women's true intentions. Now he understood. Only Sakurazora Momo was a traitor, the other 2 had sided with him. It seemed his fierce storm hadn't completely conquered Sakurazora Momo. He would have to teach her a lesson with a tornado-level devastation. Seeing Lu Yang emerge, Sakurazora Momo and Furukawa Hitomi stopped their struggle. Furukawa Hitomi immediately went to Lu Yang's side, ingratiatingly tattling. Master, this woman wanted to open the door and let those outsiders in. Luckily, I stopped her. She flashed a smile, seeking approval. Lu Yang patted her head and nodded with satisfaction. I'm good. I know it was you who stopped her. Don't worry, I'll reward you later. Hearing this, Furukawa Hitomi burst into laughter. Master, it's my duty. Lu Yang then approached Sakurazora Momo, staring at her coldly. You foolish woman, you actually thought of letting others in to turn against me. How dare you? With that, he slapped her exquisite, delicate face. Slap. A sharp crack echoed as Sakurazora Momo was knocked to the ground. Witnessing this, Nakai Jiro was stunned. What the hell? This Dragon Country guy. How dare he lay a hand on the goddess Sakurazora Momo? Is a face this beautiful meant to be struck? It's meant to be admired. He shows no tenderness at all. Pointing his baseball bat at Lu Yang through the door, he shouted, Brat, stop right there. How dare you hit my goddess? Lu Yang fixed his gaze on Nakai Jiro, looking at him like a clown. Your goddess? Isn't the woman beside you your girlfriend? The girl next to Nakai Jiro was also quite beautiful, though not matching Sakurazora Momo's figure and looks. She was still a rare beauty. Yet this guy, already with a girlfriend, still coveted another. Nakai Jiro, unashamed, replied, A man as outstanding as me having multiple girlfriends is only natural, isn't it? My girlfriend has no problem with it, so why should you? What right does a Dragon Country international student have to bully us Sakura Country people? If you've got guts, open the door. They'll beat you until you can't find your teeth. Lu Yang glanced at Nakai Jiro's girlfriend. Hearing his arrogant words, she dared not voice any objection. In this apocalypse, this woman understood her situation well. Only by relying on a man could she survive. As for whether the man was faithful, she didn't care. After all, mere survival was now a luxury, though who cared about anything else? Thus, upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Mei did not fall for the provocation. Instead, she stood firmly by her boyfriend's side. Seeing that his girlfriend was not angry with him, Nakai Jiro grew even more arrogant. He pointed at Lu Yang and said, Brat, open the door quickly, or I'll smash it down with my baseball bat. When the zombies rush into your convenience store, you'll all die. Lu Yang replied with exaggerated sarcasm, Oh, I'm so scared. Fine, I'll open the door for you right now. With that, he actually opened the convenience store door. Seeing that Lu Yang dared not disobey his command, Nakai Jiro became even more insolent. This was more like it. As the captain of the baseball club, with his superb skills and muscular physique, he had won the favor of countless girls at school. The club members treated him with utmost respect. How could he not handle a foreign student? His only setback had been when he pursued Sakura Momo. But now he could finally get his revenge. Today he would take Sakura Momo, have his fun, and vent all his pent-up frustration. Back then you ignored me. Now I'll make you taste the bitter fruit of humiliation. So Nakai Jiro, along with his 2 lackeys and his girlfriend Shirahama, Mei strode into Lu Yang's convenience store. But the moment they entered, he and his lackeys were stunned. The store's shelves were completely empty, devoid of any merchandise. There was no food to be found anywhere. The apocalypse had only erupted yesterday. How could anyone have emptied the entire store in a single day? And the store's door was perfectly intact. It didn't look like it had been looted. Where had everything gone? He instantly concluded that Lu Yang was playing tricks and shouted at him, Brat, what's going on? Where's the stuff in this store? Where's the food? Where did you hide it? Hand it over to your master now, or we'll show you no mercy. Now that he was inside the store, he considered himself the new owner, and that Chinese exchange student was nothing but a useless fool. With no further use for him, he could be kicked out anytime. So naturally, he showed Lu Yang no courtesy. Yet to his surprise, Lu Yang faced his interrogation without a trace of panic or fear. Instead, Lu Yang's gaze kept sweeping over his girlfriend Shirahama Mei. His eyes seemed to pierce right through her clothes. Today his girlfriend was wearing a tight black athletic outfit. It accentuated her curvaceous figure perfectly, particularly her firm peach-shaped buttocks, only achievable by a woman who exercised regularly. were strikingly alluring. But for Lu Yong to blatantly stare at his girlfriend right in front of him, wasn't that a direct provocation, a complete disregard for his presence? Nakagi Jiro instantly flew into a rage. He bellowed, "Brat, what are you staring at? Didn't you hear me talking to you? How dare you look at my girlfriend? Is she someone you're worthy of gazing upon? I asked you where's the food?" Without a word, Lu Yong waved his hand, and a sausage appeared in his palm. Then he said to Nakagi Jiro, "You want food? I have some here. But getting it might come at a small price. One sausage for your girlfriend. What do you think?" At these words, Nakagi Jiro was stunned. He had expected Lu Yong to be drenched in sweat under his interrogation, bowing and apologizing, eagerly revealing where the food was hidden. But who could have imagined that the guy would offer a single sausage in exchange for his girlfriend? Wasn't that a blatant insult? Nakagi Jiro was instantly consumed by rage. Meanwhile, his two lackeys, upon hearing Lu Yang's words, broke into mocking grins. One of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha. Did I hear that right? What's that brat saying? Trading a sausage for our boss girlfriend. Has he lost his mind?" The other lackey chimed in, "No kidding. This guy must be insane. He still hasn't figured out the situation, daring to threaten our boss with food. Doesn't he realize that the moment we stepped into this convenience store, everything inside, food and women alike, already belongs to us? Boss, don't waste words on him. Just beat him up. I bet he won't stay stubborn for long." Nakagi Jiro found this very reasonable. He glared at Lu Yong with a sinister look and threatened, "Brat, your mouth is tough. I hope your head is just as tough. Get him, boys. Teach him a lesson." At their boss' command, the two lackeys immediately swung their baseball bats and charged at Lu Yong. They aimed a blow straight at his head. A professional baseball player can hit a ball at speeds of 180 kilometers per hour. The force behind a baseball bat is immense. They had already used those bats to bash in the heads of many zombies. If that blow landed solidly on Lu Yang's head, he would either die or end up a vegetable. Seeing this, Furukawa Hitomi shouted, "Stop it, you despicable thugs. What right do you have to barge in and attack people?" She knew her cries were useless, but she had to make her stance clear. Besides, she had already witnessed Lu Yang's power. He could make any part of his body thick, large, and hard. Even a baseball bat was no match for his hardness. So these baseball club members posed no threat to Lu Yong at all. Her shout wasn't meant for them. It was meant for Lu Yong. Deep in Sakura Komomo's eyes, a hint of glee flickered, and she was secretly delighted. Finally, someone could put that Lu Yong in his place. He was far too arrogant and had caused her brother's death. He deserved to die long ago. Ayaka looked on in utter confusion. She was simply afraid of the fight, worried about being caught in the crossfire. As for who would win, she couldn't care less. Yet Lu Yong, facing the baseball bat hurtling toward him, did not dodge or flinch. A dull metallic thud echoed. Thud. Then, everyone's jaws dropped, their faces frozen in shock. Silence. A deathly stillness. At this moment, the entire convenience store was eerily quiet. Everyone's jaws dropped as if they could fit an egg inside. Sakura Sora's originally proud expression froze completely. His strikingly beautiful eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, Nakai Jiro gripped his baseball bat, his face full of disbelief. The baseball club member who had struck Lu Yong was utterly stunned. His hands were dripping with blood, and his baseball bat had long been sent flying. He was dumbfounded. The bat in his hand was made of aluminum alloy, yet the entire rod had bent and deformed, and when he hit Lu Yang's head, it felt like striking a steel plate. The force, unable to dissipate, rebounded entirely into his hands. The violent vibration left his hands bloodied and completely numb, a tingling sensation like an electric shock. And as he stared at Lu Yang's perfectly intact forehead, he was even more bewildered. His own hands were bleeding from the impact, yet the other's head didn't even have a scratch. What is going on?" he asked Lu Yong incredulously. Who are you? Why is your head so hard?" Nakai Jiro was also stunned. He muttered, "Could this be the legendary Iron Head skill from the Dragon Kingdom? Does this guy know martial arts?" The second lackey chimed in. "That can't be. According to movies, the Iron Head skill is a secret art of the Shaolin Temple in the Dragon Kingdom and isn't taught to outsiders. He's not a monk." Even Nakai Jiro's girlfriend, Mei, said, "No, it can't be. Movies are all fake. How could Shaolin Kung Fu be real?" At that moment, Lu Yong received a prompt from the system. Ding. Detected that the target has attacked the host intending to kill. The system has designated the target as an enemy. Eliminate them to acquire their attributes. Lu Yang's face showed a satisfied expression. So being judged as an enemy doesn't require a negative favorability rating. Some people want to kill you, but don't necessarily hate you, like encountering a mentally ill person who randomly kills and targets you. If their favorability is neutral and the system can't judge them as an enemy, wouldn't that be absurd? Thus, although that baseball club lackey didn't hate him, he had already attacked, so the system designated him as an enemy. Since he was now an enemy, Lu Yong hesitated no longer. His gaze fell on the lackey, his murderous eyes startling the other. Seeing Lu Yong staring at him, the baseball club lackey felt his scalp tingle. He quickly placed his hands by his sides and bowed 90 degrees to Lu Yong. "Sorry, Lu Yong. I shouldn't have attacked you. Please forgive me." For these little bastards, bowing and apologizing seemed to solve everything, no matter what they did wrong. "I've already bowed and apologized. If you don't forgive me, it's your fault." But this trick didn't work on Lu Yong. He clenched his fist and walked step by step to the baseball club lackey. You hit me, so I hit you. Fair and square. You used a baseball bat, I'm using my fist. Seems like I'm at a disadvantage. Don't you think? Even the lackey found this reasoning reasonable. A single punch with a fist seemed bearable, at most a little broken skin. So he nodded. Yais. That's right. But as soon as he spoke, he saw Liu Yang's raised fist suddenly enlarge, its color turning black, like raw iron. Seeing this, he panicked and quickly said, Wait. Wait for your mother. I've been wanting to kill you for a long time. Liu Yang didn't waste words and punched the guy's head directly. Boom. A loud crash echoed as the baseball club lackey was sent flying several meters, slamming heavily into an empty shelf in the distance. His head caved in, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, dead beyond any doubt. Nakai Jiro and his remaining lackey were utterly shocked. A single punch killed a man. This guy's fists are stronger than Tyson's. And he killed someone. Murder. Murder. Mei screamed first. She was just a girl. A day ago, she was an ordinary college student. After the apocalypse, she followed these baseball club members. They had killed many zombies, but those bled black blood different from human blood. Now seeing a living companion die before her eyes, she was truly terrified. Nakai Jiro hadn't expected Liu Yang to act so decisively. We only hit you with a baseball bat, and you punch us, killing my lackey. Isn't that too ruthless? We already apologized. Was that necessary? After killing the lackey, Liu Yang immediately received a system prompt. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have plundered the target's attributes. Liu Yang clenched his fist, feeling his strength surge. He now possessed 3 times the attributes of an ordinary person. He could almost be called a superhuman now. His face lit up with excitement, which only frightened Nakai Jiro and the others more. Killing someone with 1 punch and looking excited. This guy is a psycho. As they trembled, Liu Yang turned his gaze to them. Using the system to scan their favorability toward him, he found both of them had scores around a dozen points, far from negative. They couldn't be judged as enemies, and seeing his strength, they likely wouldn't dare attack him. To acquire their attributes, he couldn't kill them yet. So Liu Yang set his sights on Mei. If I bully your girlfriend right in front of you, your favorability toward me should turn negative, shouldn't it? At that moment, Nakai Jiro felt his scalp crawl, as if being stared at by a demon from the depths of hell under Liu Yang's gaze. Every hair on his body seemed to stand on end. As the captain of the school's baseball club, he possessed a taller and more robust physique than ordinary students, along with superior strength. At school, he could strut around unchallenged. He had always been a little tyrant, never fearing anyone. But now in front of Liu Yang, he felt a profound terror. He longed to flee this place. After the apocalypse erupted, they had survived, armed themselves, slain numerous zombies, and now encountered Sakura Momo, the girl he had long pursued in vain. He had thought this chance would let him finally claim the goddess, living a life of unbridled pleasure and rescuing a few more female classmates. Forming a small survivor camp, perhaps he could build his own tribe in the apocalypse with everyone as his descendants. He would be the sovereign of that tribe with absolute power over life and death. Just imagining it thrilled him. Nakai Jiro believed his life had reached its peak. Yet reality was harsh. Who could have guessed that Liu Yang would be even more ruthless? His tribe seemed to be ending before it even began. Liu Yang spoke to Nakai Jiro with a sardonic smile. We Chinese have a saying, a wise man adapts to circumstances. Earlier when I offered sausages for your girlfriend, you seemed disdainful and sent your lackey after me. Now, I won't even give you a single sausage. Your girlfriend is quite appealing and I fancy her. Next, if your girlfriend serves me well, just once I'll spare you and your lackey beside you. I hope your girlfriend's skills are up to par and she satisfies me. If I'm not pleased, you'll both die. So what do you think? Any objections to my proposal? Hearing Liu Yang's question, Nakai Jiro felt instantly humiliated. This was his girlfriend. Though she was just a substitute for Sakura Momo, she was still his. Liu Yang showed no respect, demanding his girlfriend right in front of him. Who could endure that? Moreover, he had just started dating her, barely established the relationship. He hadn't even taken her first, so how could he let Liu Yang have her? Nakai Jiro shouted. Liu Yang, don't push us too far. You've already killed one of our companions. Well, let it go this time if you leave the convenience store now. From now on, we'll keep our distance and never cross paths again. But if you lay a hand on my girlfriend, I won't stand for it. As he spoke, he gripped his baseball bat so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his face set with determination. Mei, seeing Nakai Jiro stand up for her, felt a surge of emotion. Tears welling in her eyes, she said to her boyfriend, It's okay. For your safety, Jiriken, I can endure it once. Jiriken, just think of it as me learning a new skill. Since her boyfriend was willing to risk his life against the invincible Liu Yang to protect her, why couldn't she sacrifice her chastity for him? After all, it wasn't a one-time thing that disappeared after use. It could be washed and used again, almost like new. Their people were quite open-minded and didn't care much about such things. Hearing his girlfriend's words, Nakai Jiro became even more determined to protect her. It wasn't about usability, it was about dignity. If it were done in secret, maybe it wouldn't matter. But demanding it right in front of me, who could tolerate that? He was practically putting a green hat on my head. Should I just bow my head and let him? Nakai Jiro warned Liu Yang again. Liu Yang, what do you think of my proposal? We'll leave now and never bother each other again. If you insist on messing with my girlfriend, we'll both fight you and you might not win. 2 against 1. Can you really take us both? 2 against 1. Liu Yang let out a light chuckle. He stepped in front of Nakai Jiro and said, "You're mistaken. I'm not fighting just 2. I'm taking on your entire Sakura Nation, enslaving your whole country. I'll make everyone in your Sakura Nation my servants, starting with all of you here." Liu Yang's face brimmed with confidence. He held everyone present in contempt, and even the entire Sakura Nation. With his system, he was destined to reach the pinnacle of life. Not just the Sakura Nation, but the whole world would bow at his feet. Hearing this, Nakai Jiro yelled to his companion, "This is too much. Nagawa, attack." He planned to let Nagawa engage Liu Yang first, then strike when Liu Yang retaliated. Liu Yang might have an iron head, but surely he didn't have diamond-hard legs. He'll ambush and break his shin with a bat, and his iron head will be useless. But his plan was sound only in his mind. His companion thought differently. One had already been killed by Liu Yang's punch, now the boss wanted him to charge in. Wasn't that suicide? "Why don't you go first? Do you think him a fool?" Nagawa didn't move, he even took a step back. Nakai Jiro's face instantly darkened. He had built up his stance, projected his aura, and reached the right emotional pitch. Yet he couldn't even command a single lackey. Wasn't this making a fool of himself in front of the enemy? He felt deeply insulted and threatened Nagawa. "Nagawa, are you betraying me too? Don't forget who stood up for you when you were bullied at school. If you don't attack him, he'll turn on you." Nagawa said helplessly, "Boss, you're putting me in a tough spot. You're sending me to my death. Why don't you go first? If you lead, I'll follow." He watched his boss warily, ready to defend himself. Compared to Liu Yang, I'd rather deal with the boss. After all, Liu Yang has actually killed someone. "Hey, what's going on with you all? The fight hasn't even started yet, and you're already bickering among yourselves. What's the meaning of this?" "I must say, Nakai Jiro, as the leader, you should be the first to step up instead of sending your underlings to be cannon fodder. How can you command respect acting like this?" Liu Yang found the scene almost unbearable to watch. If they didn't attack him, how could the system designate them as enemies? He tucked one hand behind his back, his eyes provocatively fixed on Nakai Jiro as he spoke. "How about I give you a handicap and use only one hand? Come on, this is your golden opportunity." Witnessing this, Nakai Jiro remained frozen in place. He understood all too well the chasm between himself and Liu Yang. Apart from a sneak attack, no other method could possibly defeat him. Now that his underlings refused to move, he had no chance for a surprise assault. How could he dare to confront Liu Yang heated? Seeing Nakai Jiro still hesitant to strike, disappointment flickered across Liu Yang's face. "Seriously, I'm offering you a one-handed fight, and you still won't take it. Weren't you acting all cocky just now? What a useless waste of space." He decided to ignore the man entirely and strode directly over to Nakai Jiro's girlfriend Mei. Roughly, he grabbed her by the hair. He yanked her clothes, startling Mei as a sharp pain in her scalp made her wince involuntarily. A sinister grin crept across Liu Yang's face as he addressed Nakai Jiro. "Since you won't make a move, I suppose I'll have to. Your girlfriend is about to experience what I can offer. Don't worry, you'll train her to be perfectly obedient. After being baptized by Liu Yang, she'll never look at another man." Haha, what a pathetic fool. Watching your own woman frozen like a terrified mouse. How utterly tragic. Without another word, Liu Yang dragged Mei into the warehouse. Nakai Jiro could only watch helplessly as his girlfriend was taken away. He lacked the courage to stop it. Thud! The metal bat in his hand clattered to the ground. He was the captain of the baseball team, the best batter in the school. With that bat in hand, he felt like he could control everything. But now he didn't have the nerve to swing it at Liu Yang. Yet Liu Yang was about to swing at his girlfriend. The thought made Nakai Jiro feel as if his soul had been ripped from his body, plunging him into an abyss of endless loss and agony. The blow wasn't from any deep love for his girlfriend, but from the utter crushing of his dignity. Something he had prided himself on was being shattered underfoot. In that moment, he felt like a vulnerable little boy. Watching the tower he had painstakingly built kicked away by another, Nakai Jiro could no longer stand. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Tears of impotence streamed from his eyes. Nagawa, witnessing this scene, felt a profound sense of sorrow. His leader had once been an unyielding man, never bested by anyone at school. Who could have imagined that after the apocalypse erupted, a Chinese exchange student would humiliate him so thoroughly, dragging his girlfriend into a room to ravage her while he dared not intervene? Nagawa felt a pang of sympathy for his leader and also a sense of shared pain. What man could endure such torment? He walked over to his leader and patted him on the shoulder, offering comfort. "Cheer up, boss. Maybe that guy's just a weakling. Even if Mei gets roughed up, she might still be 90% new." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a scream erupted from the warehouse. This. Is that even human? No. Don't come any closer." Nakai Jiro could no longer hold himself together. He burst into sobs. He shouted at the warehouse door, "I'm sorry. Mei, I'm so sorry. I can't protect you. Hang in there. Liu Yang, you bastard. Be gentle with her." If Nakai Jiro had stayed silent, it might have been bearable, but his cry only fueled Liu Yang's fervor. Another man's girlfriend. Liu Yang wouldn't show any mercy. If he didn't have some real fun, he'd be doing her boyfriend a disservice. Hearing the sounds from outside, Nakai Jiro wept like rain. He silently made a resolve in his heart. He would find a chance to take revenge on Liu Yang. He would make Liu Yang watch his own woman be brutally tortured by him, and make Liu Yang feel a despair 100 times greater than his own. You may be strong, but he'll find a flaw in you eventually. From now on, stay on high alert. The moment you let your guard down, he'll strike back with a vengeance. Meanwhile, Sakura Momo and the others stood by dumbfounded. Was Mei screaming that horribly? When she had her own deep encounter with Lu Yang, she had found him impressive, but not to this extent. She had gritted her teeth and not uttered a single sound. In that moment, Sakura Momo felt a flicker of pride. Yet she didn't realize that the Lu Yang shed met was merely version 1.0. The current Lu Yang was already version 3.0. Not only had he achieved 3 times the basic attributes of an ordinary person, but he also possessed the superpower of hardening. Forget ordinary women. Even zombies might not withstand Lu Yang's onslaught. Furukawa Hitomi's face bore a hint of smugness. Her choice had been absolutely right. The sooner you submit to Lu Yang, the less torment you'll endure. You women who come later just wait to be ruthlessly ravaged by him. Over an hour later, the warehouse fell silent once more. Outside, Nakajiro had already dissolved into a flood of tears. He had initially thought that although Lu Yang was ruthless and formidable, he would surely be inferior in matters of manhood. Yet who could have imagined that this man would ravish his girlfriend for over an hour? He wondered how Mei had managed to endure such an ordeal. At that very moment, Lu Yang received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have been rewarded with a grade weapon, the infinite crossbow. A pitch-black crossbow materialized in Lu Yang's system inventory. Its matte finish exuded an air of exquisite sophistication. With a mere thought, the crossbow appeared in his hand. He weighed it, feeling its substantial heft of several kilograms. As his gaze fell upon the crossbow, the weapon's description flooded his mind. Weapon name: infinite crossbow. Weapon grade B. Weapon type: ranged. Weapon effect: possesses infinite bolts capable of unlimited firing with a maximum rate of 120 rounds per minute. Reading the crossbow's description, Lu Yang was utterly dumbfounded. A rate of 120 rounds per minute. Was this truly a crossbow? This was a machine gun. Truly, products from the system were nothing short of exquisite. Lu Yang raised his hand and fired a bolt. Whoosh! A single bolt instantly embedded itself deep into the concrete wall, leaving only its fletching visible. Lu Yang held the trigger down. Bolts poured forth like a torrential downpour. Each one struck the exact same spot as the first. In quick succession, they bore a hole straight through the wall, letting light stream in from the other side. Lu Yang was stunned by the sight. Fast, accurate, and steady. This crossbow was simply invincible. Though he had never wielded such a weapon before, he mastered it instantly. It was so intuitive that even a 3-year-old could dominate with it. If he charged into a horde of zombies with this crossbow, he would pop their heads like balloons. With a rate of 120 rounds per minute, he could take down 2 zombies per second, and with no cooldown and infinite bolts, it was truly unstoppable. Lu Yang found himself utterly captivated by the crossbow. What man could resist a finely crafted weapon? Even a straight branch picked up on the roadside could be fantasized into a legendary sword for hours on end. Meanwhile, Mei, who had just endured Lu Yang's onslaught, lay drenched in sweat, utterly spent. Her gaze grew vacant. She couldn't fathom how, despite merely lying there, she was on the verge of collapse. Yet Lu Yang was still bursting with energy, lively and spirited, now firing bolts at the wall. Had he not had enough? How could he be so vigorous? Was he even human? Yet upon reflection, Mei found herself admiring him. He was the most formidable man she had ever encountered, peerless in strength, stamina, and spirit. In this apocalypse, he remained so unrestrained, toying with one woman after another, showing no fear of zombies, and treating her boyfriend Nakajiro's threats as a mere joke. A man this fierce was undoubtedly a top-tier ally in the end times. If she could secure his protection, wouldn't her chances of survival be far greater than with Nakajiro? Mei's mind raced. She quickly realized that sticking with Nakajiro was a dead end. That man had stood by and watched as Lu Yang took her. Tomorrow he might watch as a 50-year-old man violated her. Being taken by Lu Yang was something she could accept, even endure. After all, Lu Yang was handsome and tall. Though he was a Dragon Kingdom man not from Sakura Kingdom, his sexual magnetism was undeniable. Compared to the short, frail weaklings of Sakura Kingdom, he seemed far more formidable. But what if next time it wasn't a young, handsome man like Lu Yang? If she were violated by an old man, she truly wouldn't be able to bear it. The mere thought sent chills down her spine. And what if the perpetrator wasn't even human? Even if they encountered zombies, Nakajiro might push her into the horde to save himself. How could she have a future with such a man? With this realization, Mei made up her mind. She had to cling to Lu Yang. Even if she had to serve him like a beast of burden, it would be better than staying with Nakajiro. Initially, she had admired Nakajiro, the star of the baseball field, believing him to be a true man. She thought only such a man was worthy of her. So when Lu Yang bullied her, she was even willing to sacrifice herself for her boyfriend. She had voluntarily walked to Lu Yang's side to be ravaged. But after enduring his tempestuous onslaught, she was utterly captivated by this man's raw masculinity. Previously, she considered Nakajiro a man. Now, compared to Lu Yang, what kind of man was Nakajiro? He was nothing but a fart. Only someone like Lu Yang could be called a man. Powerful, upright, resolute, as if he could conquer anything. It seemed everything was under his control. Such a man was the most charismatic. Mei mustered her strength despite the pain and exhaustion. Struggling to her feet, she said to Lu Yang, Lu Yang-kun. Since we have already been intimate, from now on can I become your woman and stay by your side? Rest assured I will cause you no trouble. I will be very obedient and do whatever you ask. I will be absolutely submissive as long as you protect me and let me survive the apocalypse. Liu Yang, who had been examining the hand crossbow, turned his gaze to Mei, a look of amusement spreading across his face. He asked bluntly, "Weren't you just crying and begging me to stop? Weren't you sacrificing yourself only to spare your boyfriend? You seemed so wronged. And now you're volunteering to be my woman. Have you grown addicted to my touch and can't bear to leave? If your boyfriend Nakajiro finds out, won't he weep with despair?" Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, a flicker of embarrassment did not cross Mei's face, but instead she spoke with unwavering resolve. How could Nakajiro even be compared to Liu Yang? Before Liu Yang, he is as insignificant as dust on the ground. He is nothing but a useless wretch, too weak to even protect his own girlfriend. Following him, I was forcibly taken by Liu Yang today, and tomorrow I might be seized by someone else. Moreover, I would go hungry for 3 days out of 9. I'm not even sure I'd survive this week. Only by staying with a powerful man like Liu Yang can one feel at ease. Seeing her determined eyes, Liu Yang couldn't help but smile. He hadn't managed to subdue Sakura, but he had won over Mei instead. Still thinking about it, he had to admit that his current self was 3 times stronger than the man he was yesterday. Yesterday, he was merely an ordinary person with a bit more strength, but today, he had transcended humanity, becoming a being that could be called a superhuman. It was only natural that Mei was impressed by him. In ancient times, a man named Lao Ai used his prowess in that area to win over the mother of the first emperor of Qin. So wasn't it equally natural for him to win over Mei? A man's ability in that regard is truly crucial. He once saw a news story about a woman who was beaten daily by her husband yet refused to divorce him. When a reporter asked her why, she stammered and refused to answer. Then a female reporter came and asked directly if it was because their marital life was very harmonious. The woman immediately nodded. You see, as long as a woman is satisfied in that way, she won't leave even if you beat her every day. If you lack that ability, no matter how rich, famous, or powerful you are, you'll still end up wearing a crown of green. After all, primal desires are hard to resist. Facing Mei, Liu Yang said with a smile, "Really? You'll do whatever I say? Obey my commands absolutely. Didn't you all used to say I was just a useless Dragon Country exchange student? No one respected me. So why is everyone now scrambling to cling to my coattails?" Mei quickly replied, "That's because we didn't know the greatness of Lord Liu Yang before. We were blind and short-sighted. Now I fully understand Lord Liu Yang. I realize that Lord Liu Yang is the most powerful man in this world. So I am willing to follow Lord Liu Yang and await your commands. Forever." With that, she knelt directly before Liu Yang, her face full of submission. She placed herself in the lowest possible position, so humble it was as if she had sunk into the earth. Though Mei wasn't a school-level beauty, she was at least a class beauty, otherwise Nakajiro, as the baseball club president, would never have chosen to date her. Yet now such a beautiful woman was kneeling before him, vowing to follow him forever and always await his commands. Liu Yang felt a wave of emotion. Was this the end of the world? In the past, he was like a steamed bun that even dogs wouldn't touch, unwelcome wherever he went among these people. They all targeted him, discriminated against him. But now one by one they knelt before him, actively throwing themselves at him. This gave Liu Yang a sudden feeling of turning the tables. The sensation of trampling on these once arrogant people was absolutely exhilarating. Remembering those past days filled him with frustration and anger. He grabbed Mei by the hair. He said to Mei, "I'm really pissed off right now." Half an hour later, Liu Yang walked out of the warehouse with Mei. At that moment, Nakajiro, seeing Liu Yang and Mei emerge, suddenly perked up from his dazed state and rushed to his girlfriend, grabbing her arm. He asked with concern, Mei, "Are you okay? That Liu Yang is an absolute monster. He showed no mercy to a beautiful young girl like you." But Mei shook off Nakajiro's hand and said coldly, "Take your filthy hand off me and stay away, or Lord Liu Yang might misunderstand." Seeing his hand shaken off, Nakajiro was stunned, his mouth agape, frozen in place. What was going on? Originally, Mei had volunteered to go with Liu Yang to ensure her own safety. At that time, Nakajiro had felt deeply moved. She was protecting her boyfriend by choosing to be brutally taken by a stranger. If that wasn't love, what was? Nakajiro had felt worthless at the time. He couldn't even protect a woman who loved him so much. He was filled with self-blame. And while Mei was being taken by Liu Yang, he had been outside the door listening to the sounds and made up his mind. Even if Mei had been changed by Liu Yang, he would never abandon her. He would never break up with his girlfriend. But who could have imagined that when Mei came out of the room, she seemed like a completely different person, not only shaking off his hand, but also treating him with such coldness. And she even said she feared Liu Yang would misunderstand. Misunderstand what? In the real boyfriend here. Nakajiro was instantly furious, having already accepted the green hat on his head, but now his girlfriend's words trampled on his already pitiful self-esteem. He demanded loudly, "Mei, what are you saying? I'm your boyfriend. That bastard Liu Yang is nothing but an immoral pervert. Don't let him fool you. Snap out of it." Slap. A sharp sound cut off Nakajiro's questioning. Mei said angrily, "You can insult me, but how dare you speak ill of Lord Liu Yang? You worthless piece of trash. You're not even fit to tie Lord Liu Yang's shoes. I won't allow you to say a single bad word about Lord Liu Yang." Upon hearing this, Nakai was utterly bewildered. My girlfriend actually hit me for another man. Nakai Jiro never expected that the one hitting him was his own girlfriend. As the president of the baseball club, he had countless girls who liked him. And as his girlfriend, Mei had always been obedient to him. Because of this, after he started dating Mei, he still wanted to pursue Sakura Kantama, dreaming of a life where he could have both. He was confident that Mei would not dare to oppose him. After all, he was so outstanding that even if she did, he could simply break up with her. In the apocalypse, who would be afraid of not finding a woman? But who could have imagined that everything seemed to have changed? The gentle and lovely Mei was no longer obedient to him, and even hit him directly. Was this still the delicate and tender beautiful girl who wouldn't even crush an ant? He couldn't believe it as he covered his face and questioned Mei. Are you insane? Mei, how could you hit me for some wild man? What does he have that's so good? He's just an international student from the Dragon Nation. A stray dog wandering in our Sakura country. You actually hit me for him. Mei was enraged when she saw this guy still insulting Lord Liu Yang. She pointed at Nakai Jiro's nose and shouted, "You are the stray dog. You are even worse than a dog. How dare you speak ill of Lord Liu Yang? In front of Lord Liu Yang you are nothing. Oh, I'll kill you, you stinking girl. How dare you betray me?" Nakai Jiro felt humiliated, and his anger completely clouded his judgment. He raised his baseball bat and prepared to charge at Mei. As a citizen of Sakura country, how could he willingly become a dog for a Chinese person? This was simply intolerable. Today, Nakai Jiro would rid the world of this menace. Defending the dignity of the nation. Seeing this scene, Mei finally showed a look of fear. After all, if it came down to a fight, she was certainly no match for Nakai Jiro. The opponent was strong, and also the president of the baseball club. If he struck her with the bat, it would likely shatter her skull. Mei stepped back a few paces and quickly hid beside Liu Yang. Only this man could give her a sense of security. Even Nakai Jiro could never be his match. Mei's thoughts were not wrong. Just as Nakai Jiro swung the baseball bat and charged over, Liu Yang made his move. He threw a punch directly at Nakai Jiro's face, and before the bat could reach him, Nakai Jiro's body was already flying out. Boom! A loud crash echoed as Nakai Jiro slammed into a distant shelf. His nose was completely crushed in. Blood began to gush from his mouth and nose. Liu Yang's punch felt like a massive iron hammer smashing into his face, instantly making his head spin. At this moment, Liu Yang saw that Nakai Jiro's feelings for him had already plummeted to negative numbers after his girlfriend betrayed him. Any normal man would feel this way. After all, the hatred of a stolen wife is as deep as the hatred for a murdered father. It is a feud that cannot be shared. If he played with his girlfriend in front of him, as long as he wasn't a cuckold, he could not help but hate him. Now that the time had come to reap the rewards, he would definitely not let his enemy live. After being sent flying by Liu Yang, Nakai Jiro was filled with both fear and anger. Of course, he hoped Liu Yang would die without a burial place, but he knew his strength was not enough, which is why he only dared to attack Mei and not Liu Yang. They were naturally inclined to bully the weak and fear the strong. After being knocked down by Liu Yang, Nakai Jiro did not get up to retaliate, but instead spoke to Liu Yang. "You little brat, what are you doing? I never intended to hit you. Isn't it enough that you stole my girlfriend? Now you're hitting people too. Do you still have any reason?" Liu Yang chuckled and replied, "Even if Mei is a dog, she is still my dog, Liu Yang. What right do you have to touch her? How could you still think of her as your girlfriend? How dare you hit my dog without asking for my permission?" Upon hearing this, Nakai Jiro was furious but dared not speak out and shouted at Mei. "Did you hear that? He only sees you as a dog. Are you still going to side with him? Mei, wake up. This person from the Dragon Nation is not one of us at all. Only those from Sakura country can help each other and support one another." Mei, however, remained unconvinced and replied, "So what if that's the case? Even if I have to be a dog for Lord Liu Yang, it's better than being your girlfriend. I willingly serve as Lord Liu Yang's dog." Upon hearing this, Nakai Jiro was utterly despairing. He cursed loudly, "You worthless, shameless woman. I never expected you to be this kind of person. You've completely disgraced our Sakura country. How could I have thought of you as my girlfriend all this time? Now I truly feel ashamed. I want to sever ties with you from now on. We will have no relation from this point forward." After saying this, he turned to Liu Yang. "Liu Yang, you won. Mei is yours. I don't want this kind of woman. I don't want to see her again." Humph. After that, he coldly snorted, got up from the ground, and angrily prepared to leave the convenience store. The little brother Chanha beside him saw this scene and hurriedly followed suit. This was a good opportunity to escape. The boss's words, "You won," instantly marked the end of this farce. Now that Liu Yang had gained a woman, it was a huge advantage for him. Surely he wouldn't be embarrassed to stop us from leaving, right? What more could he want from us? If it came down to a life or death struggle, it would also be disadvantageous for him. However, they thought too well and underestimated Liu Yang's determination to grow stronger. In their eyes, they had nothing Liu Yang wanted, but to Liu Yang they represented the base attributes of ordinary people. They were the capital for his strengthening. How could he let them go? So Liu Yang directly spoke up. "Who allowed you to leave? Is this convenience store somewhere you can come and go as you please?" As soon as these words were spoken, Nakai Jiro and his little brother instantly stiffened and stood still. Their eyes were filled with despair. This guy? How could he not let us leave? Nakai Jiro turned around to look at Liu Yang and said, "I've already lost my girlfriend to you. I have no objections. Isn't that enough? What else do you want?" Lu Yong looked at the two men with indifference and said to them, "You came to my convenience store with such aggression, intending to attack me right away. You want to make a move against me immediately even when your strength is inferior to mine. I sent you flying, but if I were the one at a disadvantage, wouldn't I be dead by now? Now that you attempted to strike me and realized you cannot win, you want to leave. Do you really think Lu Yong is an easy target, someone you can squeeze without consequences?" This is how the mindset of small nations operates. Historically, they have acted this way. They have a strong inclination to invade other countries. Once they perceive weakness, they invade, and if they conquer, they seize resources. If they cannot win, they retreat to their island nation. Their homeland has never experienced war because other nations look down upon their small territory. This has fostered a habitual way of thinking. I can hit you 100 times. Even if I lose 99 times, we can always retreat to our island. But as long as I win once, your territory will be ours. The same applies to Lu Yong. They can come to rob my convenience store and prepare to kill me. Now that they cannot win, they are preparing to escape. And Lu Yong cannot hold them accountable. If he does, he would appear petty. However, Lu Yong is not fooled by their tricks. If you dare to attack me, you must pay the price in blood. Don't think you can just escape after a single strike. I will not show mercy. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, Nakagawa Jiro said to him, "Lu Yong, do not be too arrogant. Even though you are powerful, facing both of us at once doesn't guarantee you will remain unscathed. If you push us too hard, we might just go desperate. Besides, I've already sent my girlfriend to you as a dog. Oh, what else do you want?" Hearing this, Chong, he felt his mind racing. What if Lu Yong made some excessive demands on him later? Would he have to grit his teeth and agree? Even singing a sorrowful tune would be better than dying outright. Lu Yong waved his hand and stepped forward, saying, "Don't worry, I have no interest in you men. All I want is to either kill you both or be killed by you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yong moved. He dashed toward Nakagawa Jiro at lightning speed, who felt a chill run down his spine. Seeing Lu Yang's speed was like a tiger charging toward its prey, he felt like the hunted. For the first time, he sensed the threat of death. He finally encountered the murderous intent that only appears in comics. At that moment, he understood Lu Yong truly wanted to kill him. Kneeling and begging for mercy would be useless. The other party clearly wanted his life, leaving him no choice but to fight back. You little brat, I'll fight you to the end." Nakagawa Jiro swung his baseball bat with all his might, directly aiming it at Lu Yong. However, Lu Yong did not dodge. He punched the bat. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Nakagawa Jiro's bat was instantly knocked away, a fist imprint appearing on the aluminum bat. His hands trembled from the impact. Following that, another fist struck Nakagawa Jiro's head. Boom! Nakagawa Jiro was sent flying several meters away, his face caving in. With high damage from his left and right fists, Lu Yong dealt a significant blow, causing Nakagawa Jiro to fall to the ground, gasping for breath and bleeding from his mouth. He felt as if he were shrouded in death. Lu Yong walked step by step toward him. Nakagawa Jiro begged Lu Yong for mercy. "Please, spare me. I realize my mistake. I shouldn't have troubled you. Please allow me to live. I promise I will never appear before you again." Lu Yong shook his head, saying, "In this end of the world, the weak deserve to die." Upon finishing, he wasted no words and forcefully stomped on Nakagawa Jiro's head. Bang! Nakagawa Jiro's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood poured everywhere. Witnessing this scene, Chong, he felt his legs weaken and collapse to the ground. To crush a man's head with a foot, what immense power that must be. One must know that the human skull is the hardest bone in the body. After taking down Nakagawa Jiro, Lu Yong walked toward the stunned Chong He. Seeing Lu Yang's ruthlessness, Chong, he understood his plea for mercy was futile. He had to resist. He suddenly picked up Nakagawa Jiro's baseball bat and hurled it at Lu Yang's face. Then, gripping his own baseball bat, he aimed a strike at Lu Yang's lower body. He had seen his fair share of martial arts films from the Dragon Nation. Lu Yong must have trained in some iron head technique or the like, but no matter how hard a man trains, he cannot harden that particular area, which is a man's weakness. Even with the strongest defenses, there is always a vital point. Thus, he aimed his bat at Lu Yang's lower body instead of his head. Using Nakagawa Jiro's bat for cover, he directly attacked Lu Yang's vital areas. If Lu Yong didn't die, he would be severely injured. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Chong He hit his target perfectly. His face lit up with excitement. He felt a phantom pain from the strike and couldn't believe Lu Yong would withstand it. He looked up to gauge Lu Yang's reaction, but found him still relaxed. Chong He was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Are you made of iron? Did you train your physique to be harder than iron? He then turned his gaze to Mei, looking at her in disbelief. What kind of torment did the boss's girlfriend endure in the warehouse? How did she survive? The next moment, Lu Yong had already kicked toward Chong He's chest. Boom! Chong He was instantly sent flying, his chest caving in. After struggling a few times, he lost consciousness. Having eliminated 2 enemies in one go, Lu Yong received a notification from the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating 2 enemies who sought to harm you. You have plundered their basic attributes. Lu Yong instantly felt his body brimming with power. He had grown stronger. These petty lives were merely nourishment for his ascension. They all deserve to die. He checked his attribute panel. Name Lu Yong. Age 18 years old. Height 185 centimeters. Weight 85 kilograms. Strength, 50 points. Agility, 50 points. Stamina, 50 points. Spirit, 50 points. Abilities 1. Plunder. 2. Hardening. System spatial level 1. Seeing this description, an excited expression bloomed on Liu Yang's face. 50 points in basic attributes meant he now possessed 5 times the base attributes of an ordinary person. 5-fold strength and speed. Combined with fists hardened like steel, he could now punch a person's head clean off. At this moment, Liu Yang felt terrifyingly powerful. It was time to head out. He pulled out a bread roll, tossed it to Mei and said, "I'm quite satisfied with your performance earlier. Your boyfriend died a most humiliating death. He couldn't beat me in a fight, and I took his girlfriend. In the end, he couldn't even escape. Truly died with his eyes wide open." Seeing the bread, Mei's eyes lit up. She was indeed very hungry and desperately needed food. But her excitement wasn't just for the bread itself, it was more because Liu Yang offering her food signified his acceptance of her. Having gained the recognition of this powerful man, her chances of survival had dramatically increased. Mei took the bread, her face brimming with excitement. "Thank you, Lord Liu Yang. It was my duty. That Nakajiro dared to insult one of Lord Liu Yang's people, which is an insult to my master. Was that trash even worthy? He deserved to die. The biggest mistake of my life was becoming his girlfriend. Thankfully, he was killed by Lord Liu Yang's people before we had any intimate contact otherwise. I would regret it for the rest of my life. Only someone as handsome and powerful as Lord Liu Yang is the ultimate choice for all women." She showered Liu Yang with more flattery. Liu Yang patted her delicate cheek. "All right, enough flattery. Hurry up and eat, we need to head out soon." "Head out?" Hearing those words, a look of shock spread across every woman's face. They had barely managed to reach the safety of this convenience store. Now the outside was teeming with zombies. Going out would be like willingly walking into the tiger's mouth. Terror flickered in all their eyes. Going out now was suicide. Furukawa Torai spoke first. "Go out. Isn't that too dangerous, Liu Yang? Even though you're strong, we're just ordinary girls." In no way, Kyoko chimed in. "Yeah, Liu Yang, it's terrifying out there. Zombies are everywhere. If we go out, we'll be courting disaster." Hayashishida, Aoki said. "Compared to going out, I think hiding in the convenience store and waiting for rescue is the best choice." Sakura Komomo remained silent, knowing her words carried no weight. Liu Yang wouldn't listen anyway. Still, she cast a look of affirmation at the other girls, agreeing with them. They had endured so much hardship. Amidst fear and despair, they had barely escaped to this convenience store. Now, just a day later, Liu Yang wanted to abandon this safe haven. No one could stomach that. Liu Yang had anticipated their objections. He replied with a smile. "There are 5 of you women now. 6 of us in total. How long do you think the food in this store will last? And as time passes, food outside will spoil or be taken by others. What's left for us won't be much. So we must get a head start and gather supplies as soon as possible. Staying in this store will eventually run out of food and water. Besides, don't you want to have our deep conversations somewhere other than the warehouse? Don't you want to sleep in a warm, big, soft bed?" Sakura Kumomo, Furukawa Torai, and Mei. "Let me ask you, did it feel good in that warehouse just now?" The 3 women immediately shook their heads. "No, not at all. If it had been good, would they have been begging for mercy?" Liu Yang chuckled. "See, even in the apocalypse, we should have some standards. Wouldn't living in a nice house be great? All right, we're setting out now. Of course, those who want to come with me can come, those who don't can stay. But I must warn you, there's no food or water here. In a few days, you'll starve or die of thirst." Hearing this, fear again crept onto every woman's face, mingled with hesitation. If they stayed, just as Liu Yang said, they would eventually starve or die of thirst in a few days, since Liu Yang had taken all the food from the convenience store. But if they left, encountering zombies on the road would likely mean death in their jaws. After all, they were women, physically weaker to begin with, and hadn't eaten properly. They had no strength to run. While all the beauties were hesitating, Mei spoke up first. "I choose to go with Lord Liu Yang. Wherever Lord Liu Yang goes, I go. Lord Liu Yang is my master, and I will serve him forever. And staying by Lord Liu Yang's side is much safer than in this store. I believe that as long as Lord Liu Yang is here, no zombie can threaten me. Lord Liu Yang will protect me." By choosing Liu Yang over Nakajiro, Mei had already bet all her chips. Now she had no other choice but to stick with Liu Yang, so she was the first to declare she would follow him. Not wanting to be outdone, Furukawa Torai stepped forward. This woman only arrived this morning, while she had been with Lord Liu Yang since last night. Was she going to let that Mei steal the spotlight? She was the senior here. Besides, the woman was right. Only by sticking with Lord Liu Yang was safety guaranteed. Hadn't she already decided to cling to his coattails? Now was not the time to hesitate. So Furukawa Torai declared with resolve, "I've decided to leave with Lord Liu Yang. Wherever Lord Liu Yang goes, I go. No matter how dangerous, I'm not afraid." Seeing that both Mei and Furukawa Toko had already declared their intention to leave with Liu Yang, Kyoko and Aoki realized that if they didn't speak up, now they might truly be left behind. They had yet to share any intimate relations with Liu Yang, and their bond with him remained fragile. If they continued to hesitate, there might no longer be a place for them. The 2 beautiful girls quickly chimed in. "We are also willing to go with Liu Yang. We believe Liu Yang is right. Hiding in this convenience store leads nowhere. Only by following Liu Yang can we be truly safe." Now only Sakura Momo remained. Sakura Momo had already been claimed by Lu Yong, and she was the first one he had taken. However, because Lu Yong had kicked her younger brother out of the convenience store, leaving him to be devoured by zombies, she still felt a deep resentment in her heart. She harbored a profound hatred for Lu Yong. Yet despite her resentment, she understood the situation. Everyone else was leaving. If she stayed alone in the convenience store, her chances of survival were non-existent. She would either starve to death or be bitten to death. Even if by some stroke of luck she was discovered by others scavenging for food, she would inevitably be brutally violated. After all, she was just a weak woman alone in that convenience store, without a single friend or companion by her side. If a man found her given her stunning beauty, she would surely be violently assaulted. The thought filled Sakura Momo with terror. At the same time, she felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Though she loathed the man who had caused her brother's death, she had no choice but to stay by his side to survive. This feeling left her helpless and bitter about her own powerlessness. Before she could speak, Lu Yong had already declared, "Good, very good. Since everyone has unanimously agreed, let's set off now." With that, he opened the convenience store door and stepped out. Sakura Momo was stunned. What did he mean by unanimously agreed? Hadn't she not yet voted? Lu Yong clearly didn't consider her a person. Sakura Momo felt a pang of bitterness. He was the one who had caused her brother's death, yet it seemed as though she owed him something, and he was the one angry at her. This wasn't right, was it? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't she be the one angry, and he the one trying to appease her? Wasn't that how men and women usually interacted? Why did it feel like he was the woman, and she the man, and she had to soothe him? Sakura Momo had no idea that Lu Yong was a true Sigma male. He never fell into women's traps, and would never become a woman's simp. Moreover, Lu Yong had never regarded these Japanese women as human beings. To him, they were merely his dogs. Had anyone ever seen a person coax their dog? If he tossed you a sausage, you should be grateful, expecting him to coddle you. Dream on. Lu Yong led the beautiful girl straight out of the convenience store. Sakura Momo found herself utterly invisible. No one paid her any attention. Not only Lu Yong ignored her, but even her former companions Furukawa Toko, Inoue Kyoko, and Hayashishida Aoki pretended she didn't exist. These women had realized that Lu Yong held no favor for Sakura Momo, so they naturally distanced themselves from her. Moreover, they were no longer allies, but rivals, all vying for Lu Yang's affection. Whoever won his favor would gain more food. Sakura Momo, with her perfect figure and exquisite face, was the greatest threat to them all. If not for her brother's incident, Sakura Momo, with her alluring physique and stunning beauty, would have become Lu Yang's most favored one. Where would that leave the rest of them? Now that Lu Yong was ignoring her, they naturally had to kick her while she was down. Seeing everyone leave the convenience store, Sakura Momo had no choice but to steel herself and follow behind, clinging on shamelessly if necessary. It was better to be shameless than dead. Stepping out of the store, she passed a skeleton with not a shred of flesh on its bones. The stark, white bones were exposed to the air, marked with the teeth of zombies. Sakura Momo knew it was her brother's skeleton. Just yesterday, he had been a living, breathing person, and now he was reduced to this. And she had to follow the man who had killed him. A flicker of deep sorrow appeared in her eyes, and her eyes reddened. At that moment, there were no zombies nearby, because Nakai Jiro and his underlings had lured them away before arriving at the convenience store. From this, Lu Yong observed that these zombies had very low intelligence. Any slight noise would send them charging madly. Once their prey vanished from sight, they would immediately lose their target. For instance, if you closed a door, they wouldn't think to break it down, they would simply forget about you. Now that Lu Yong had been enhanced by the system, facing these low-intelligence zombies was like killing chickens to him. Walking down the street, Lu Yong was brimming with confidence. The street was in chaos, littered with abandoned wrecked cars. Some cars had crashed into utility poles, some were overturned on the roadside, and others had exploded, leaving behind charred remains. The entire road was completely blocked, making vehicular travel impossible. It was evident that during the apocalypse's outbreak, many drivers had been infected and turned into zombies, causing accidents. In the chain of collisions, the city's traffic had ground to a halt, especially in a densely populated city like Tokyo. In such chaos, fleeing by car was nearly impossible. Countless people had perished on the roads. Gazing upon this desolate and terrifying scene, the beautiful young women trembled with fear. Although they had been incredibly fortunate to survive after the apocalypse, they had lived every second in constant dread. Now, seeing the tragic fate of those on the road, countless survivors perishing in their flight, they felt a pang of empathy. If not for their luck in hiding inside Lu Yang's convenience store, would they not have ended up like these people, torn apart by zombies? Thinking this, they considered themselves incredibly lucky, though now threatened by Lu Yong, bullied by him, and left hungry. Compared to those who had already perished, they were still far more fortunate. At that moment, a sound suddenly came from one of the vehicles, startling everyone instantly. Sakurazaka Momo and the others immediately fixed their gaze on that car. It was a white Land Rover. That Land Rover had rear-ended the car in front and was now trapped, unable to move. Could the sound mean there was a survivor? Lu Yong raised his repeating crossbow and walked over. Peering through the car window, he saw it was a female driver who had already turned into a zombie. Seeing Lu Yong approach, the female zombie let out a furious roar at him, but she was firmly bound by her seatbelt. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free or leave her seat. All she could do was gnash her teeth in the air, clicking them together. Her craving for human flesh was palpable. Sakura Momo and the others were startled. They had thought a survivor was inside the car, making the sound. But upon looking, it turned out to be a female zombie, ceaselessly writhing, trying to break her bonds. If she got out, wouldn't we all be bitten to death? The women immediately stepped back, hiding behind Lu Yang. Seeing this, Lu Yang found it amusing. This zombie's intelligence was far too low. It couldn't even figure out how to unbuckle its seatbelt. This female driver must have been infected by the virus while driving on the road. She hadn't been bitten. She was likely contaminated by airborne transmission from the very beginning. After turning into a zombie, her intelligence plummeted, leaving her trapped in the car. But judging by her clothes and demeanor, her family seemed well off. Her flowing black hair accentuated her perfect features. Her skin was as white as snow. Even as a zombie, her delicate beauty was still evident. Though she wore only a simple t-shirt, it still highlighted her voluptuous and alluring figure. Both her figure and her looks were top tier. Lu Yang felt a pang of regret. If this woman hadn't turned into a zombie and had fallen into his hands, he would have certainly instilled in her a deep patriotic fervor. What a waste. Roar. The female zombie roared at Lu Yang again. She had no idea that Lu Yang was lamenting her transformation into a zombie. All she wanted was to break free, kill Lu Yang, and devour his flesh. Unfortunately, the more she struggled, the tighter the seatbelt became. Her chest was deeply constricted by the belt. Seeing this, Lu Yang raised his crossbow and said, "What a pity. It seems I need to speed up and save more women. Otherwise, it's truly a waste for a beauty like you to become a zombie. Let me send you off." With that, Lu Yang pulled the trigger without hesitation. Swoosh. A crossbow bolt struck the female zombie right in the head, piercing through. This unfortunate zombie finally ceased its struggles. She had found release. If Lu Yang hadn't put her down, she would have been trapped in that car for who knows how long. She would probably have starved to death without ever unbuckling her seatbelt. Seeing Lu Yang kill the zombie without even flinching, Sakura Momo and the others instantly felt even more admiration for him. This was the first time they had seen Lu Yang kill a zombie. Although he had taken out those baseball club members, those were humans, not zombies. Some people bully the weak and fear the strong. They might dare to harm their own kind, but not necessarily zombies. Now, watching Lu Yang dispatch zombies even more effortlessly than humans, they felt he was indeed a reliable pillar of strength. The most terrifying thing in the apocalypse was zombies, but Lu Yang showed no fear at all. Didn't this prove that following him meant survival? Furukawa, Hitomi, and Mice faces lit up with barely concealed excitement. They were the first to submit to Lu Yang and acknowledge him as their master. Seeing Lu Yang so powerful, they were overjoyed. They had made the right bet. This time they had truly gambled correctly. Good thing they hadn't put on airs like Sakura Momo, or they would have missed this chance to latch onto a powerful patron. After killing the female zombie, Lu Yang said to the women, "Let's go. We need to hurry." Furukawa Hitomi asked curiously, "Lord Lu Yang, where are we going?" Lu Yang smiled and replied, "We're heading to the Motomuraba district, not far ahead. My convenience store boss lives there. I'm going to see if he's still alive. If he is, I'll have a nice chat with him to catch up." Back then, when he worked at the convenience store, the boss gave him all the dirty, tiring jobs, and his salary was only half of what his Japanese colleagues earned. The boss even said, "Take it or leave it. If you don't want the job, there are plenty of others who do." At the time, Lu Yang had to swallow his pride to make a living. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, if the boss was still alive, he'd certainly have a heartfelt reunion with him. And most importantly, his boss had a daughter, just turned 18, fresh as a dewdrop. She was very beautiful and had visited the convenience store before. He wondered if she was still alive. If she was, Lu Yang wouldn't mind taking her under his wing. Furukawa Hitomi asked with some concern. The Motomuraba district is a high-end area in Tokyo. The people living there are all high class. The security there should be quite good. After the disaster struck, the people inside should be relatively safe, right? Can we even get in? After the apocalypse, no place is safe. Even the most exclusive districts have been breached by the virus. Even the security guards have turned into zombies. What good is good security? And even if the guards were still there, could they stop me from entering? Lu Yang flashed a smile and began walking forward. Hearing his words, Furukawa Hitomi and the others nodded. Yes, given Lu Yang's current strength. How could an ordinary security guard stand a chance against him? Even if that district hadn't fallen, yet if Lu Yang wanted to force his way in, no one could stop him. Moreover, that district was very upscale. It had all kinds of facilities. If they could really get inside, it would certainly be much more comfortable than hiding in the convenience store. So they quickly followed Lu Yang's lead. Along the way, Lu Yang dispatched several more zombies. Before the undead could even reach him, they were felled by bolts from his repeating crossbow, each shot striking true between their eyes. They all perished without a sound, collapsing by the roadside without drawing more of their kind. Yet even if they had, Lu Yang remained undaunted. His infinite hand crossbow could fire 120 rounds per minute. Even 1,000 zombies would fall within minutes. Soon the group arrived at the entrance of the residential compound. The gate was tightly shut, and an eerie silence blanketed the entire complex. Lu Yang approached the security booth and peered inside. It was empty. He strode to the iron gate, placed both hands on it, and pushed with all his might. With a sharp crack, the electromagnetic lock gave way under the force of his five-fold human strength, and the gate swung open. Lu Yang stepped through without hesitation, followed closely by Hitomi, Furukawa, and the others. They could hardly believe their fortune. encountering so few zombies on the way, and now Lu Yong had forced the gate open with such ease, as if nothing could stand in their path. This streak of luck felt almost surreal. Once inside the compound, Lu Yong headed straight for the building where his boss lived, guided by memory. His boss had once called him to move things in this very complex. He had even made Lu Yong replace a broken faucet in his bathroom. Though Lu Yong was merely a convenience store employee, his boss treated him like a servant. Back then, Lu Yong swallowed his pride for the sake of earning a living. Whatever his boss demanded, Lu Yong carried out reluctantly, but obediently. It was through these errands that he had memorized the boss address, the layout of his home, and even the face of his daughter. Back then, Lu Yong had silently vowed that one day, when he made something of himself, he would live in a mansion as grand as his boss. He would also possess a beauty as exquisite as his boss daughter. Even the boss wife at 38 still retained her charm and allure. She exuded the gentle warmth of a kind mother. Now that the apocalypse had erupted, Lu Yong finally had the chance to claim his boss home. He hurried toward it with eager anticipation. The women followed behind Lu Yong, silent and obedient, sticking close to him. Along the roadside within the compound, bleached bones lay scattered here and there. The corpses of slain zombies were also strewn about, rotting and emitting a foul stench that could be detected from dozens of meters away. Lu Yong gazed at the zombie, remains a contemplative expression crossing his face. There must still be quite a few survivors in this compound. Whoever had taken down several zombies likely had a sizable group, probably composed of able-bodied men. He just didn't know where they were hiding within the complex. But Lu Yong didn't dwell on it. Even if they outnumbered him, they were no match for his strength. He would find them when he had time and drive them out. From now on, this compound belongs to me, Lu Yong. He soon arrived at Building 2, recalling that his boss lived on the 5th floor. Entering the building, he found the elevator out of service, leaving only the stairs. Fortunately, 5 floors weren't too high, but at the first landing, several zombies appeared, likely victims of the initial outbreak. When the elevator failed, many fleeing residents took the stairs only to encounter zombies in the stairwell and become infected themselves. Now spotting Lu Yong and his group, the zombies charged at once. With guttural roars, they lunged like rabid beasts driven by the sight of human prey. Hitomi and the others froze in terror, clamping their hands over their mouths to stifle any sound, knowing that a scream would summon more of the undead. Without hesitation, Lu Yong raised his repeating crossbow. With a series of sharp whooshes, 5 bolts flew and 5 zombies crumpled to the ground. Thick black blood trickled down the stairs, and a putrid stench filled the entire stairwell. Hitomi and the others covered their mouths, retching uncontrollably. The foul odor was especially nauseating in the confined space. Even Lu Yong wrinkled his brow at the sight. If these corpses rotted here, the whole building would reek. He would need to find time to clear them out. But first he had to check on his boss and see if that bastard was still alive. Lu Yong spoke to the women. "Let's go. This is no time to be sick." The women nodded hastily. Let's get out of here. I don't want to stay a second longer. It's disgusting. Makes me want to throw up." Complaining under their breath, they followed Lu Yang's lead. After he dispatched over a dozen more zombies, they finally reached the 5th floor. The hallway was clear of zombies. Lu Yong walked straight to his boss' door and pressed the doorbell. Yamamoto Taro had been peering through the curtains by the window, secretly observing the outside world. Compared to the first day of the apocalypse, the compound was now terrifyingly silent. Yamamoto Taro even wondered if any other survivors remained. The food at home would eventually run out, and he had no idea how to survive afterward. When the outbreak first struck, he had immediately tried to call his employee, intending to order him to deliver supplies from the convenience store. Anyone else might refuse, but that young man wouldn't dare. After all, he needed the job to pay his bills. As a foreign student from China, it was nearly impossible for him to find work in Sakura country. Offering him a part-time job was a tremendous favor, so asking him to bring some food was only reasonable. But Yamamoto found that his phone had no signal. So he began rationing his food, eating only a small fixed amount each day. Today, as he observed the outside again, the doorbell suddenly rang. Yamamoto Taro jolted, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. Had a rescue team arrived? Was a neighbor begging for food? Or had a zombie pressed the button? With a pounding heart, he approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw Lu Yong, and his face lit up with excitement. Ha ha ha. Excellent. This kid didn't disappoint me. I didn't even call him, and he's already come to deliver food. Yamamoto Taro never imagined that the person ringing his doorbell would be none other than Lu Yong, an employee from his own convenience store. His convenience store employed 4 people. Among them, the most easily manipulated was this international student Lu Yong. Whenever there were dirty or strenuous tasks, assigning them to other employees would invite complaints and slack. But Lu Yong would complete any task given to him without a single complaint. He would even come to clean Yamamoto's toilet if asked. It could be said that Yamamoto Taro regarded Lu Yong as a complete pushover, someone he could manipulate at will. When the apocalypse broke out, he remembered that Lu Yong was on shift at that moment, so his first thought was to call him and instruct him to guard the store supplies from looters. If possible, it would be even better if Lu Yong could deliver some resources to him. Unfortunately, the phone had no signal, and he couldn't reach Lu Yong. After being trapped for a day, he never expected Lu Yong to show up on his own. This was exactly what he wanted, a loyal dog. Without a second thought, Yamamoto Taro opened the door. He looked at Lu Yang with great surprise, and upon seeing the beautiful young women beside him, an even more excited expression spread across his face. Good heavens! Not only does he come, but he brings beauties with him. Won't this old man be utterly delighted? I wonder if my old back can handle it. Yamamoto Taro was no saint. Although his wife was very beautiful with a perfect figure and lingering charm. She was nearing 40, and after nearly 20 years of marriage he had grown tired of her. Though an old Audi was still an Audi, driving it for too long made one yearn for a new electric car. Thus Yamamoto Taro had been keeping a college student on the side, meeting her several times a week. However, that college student in terms of looks and figure couldn't compare to the ones Lu Yang had brought. Especially one of them, her figure. It was like she had stolen 2 watermelons. Which man wouldn't be ecstatic to be intimate with her? And not only was her figure explosive, but her face was also flawless with delicate features like an angel's. Her skin was as white as a baby's. Her exquisite face with a hint of baby fat was even more beautiful than a top celebrity. A rare beauty like this. Even with 4,000 yen a month, one might not be able to keep such a girl. And Lu Yang brought such a treasure to honor me. Yamamoto Taro suddenly felt he had treated Lu Yang unfairly before. Had he known Lu Yang would be so good to him, he wouldn't have made him clean the toilet. This was definitely a talent. It was a waste to have him clean toilets. Yamamoto Taro stared at Sakura Momo beside Lu Yang for several seconds. He looked her up and down, then reluctantly withdrew his gaze and asked Lu Yang, why are you here? Lu Yang noticed his boss gaze, but didn't mind much. After all, a beauty like Sakura Momo would attract any normal man wherever she went. It was only human nature. Moreover, the fact that his boss could only look but not touch while Lu Yang could enjoy her anytime gave him a sense of superiority. Hearing his boss question, Lu Yang replied calmly, the apocalypse broke out, so I came to see if you were still alive. Of course I'm alive. Quick, come in. It wouldn't be good if zombies show up. The boss urged Lu Yang and the others to enter. The beauties walked in, and then Yamamoto Taro closed the door. Upon entering, Lu Yang noticed a beautiful young woman standing nearby holding a kitchen knife. Clearly, when he rang the doorbell, Yamamoto Taro's daughter had thought it was an intruder and grabbed a weapon. Seeing it was Lu Yang, she relaxed. Lu Yang had worked at their house before, so she remembered him as her father's most obedient employee. He was essentially harmless. Lu Yang, upon seeing Yamamoto Taro's daughter, also wore a satisfied expression. Not bad. He had had his eye on this woman for a while. Back when Yamamoto Taro called him to work at the house. She had always acted aloof and superior, her eyes filled with undisguised contempt and disdain for him. As if she were a high and mighty superior, and he was her family's slave. Back then, looking at her expression, Lu Yang felt extremely displeased and thought to himself, what are you so proud of? One day I'll have you beneath me and punish you severely. Now that he found her alive, the opportunity had finally come. How could Lu Yang not be happy? The once lofty young lady now to be subdued by an employee she once looked down upon. That feeling must be utterly despairing for her, right? After Yamamoto Taro closed the door and saw that Lu Yang carried nothing, his face immediately turned displeased. He said coldly to Lu Yang, you were on duty at the convenience store when the apocalypse broke out, right? Is my store okay? Nothing was looted, was it? Without a word, Lu Yang sat directly on the sofa, crossed his legs, picked up the remote, and turned on the TV. Finding no signal, the screen remained blue. He then replied, of course not. With me there, who would dare to steal? Seeing this, Yamamoto Taro grew even more displeased. This kid. He just sat down. Back when he called Lu Yang to work, Lu Yang was as nervous as a country bumpkin in the city. He dared not touch anything, stood awkwardly as if he didn't know where to put his hands or feet. Back then, seeing Lu Yang's unsophisticated manner gave Yamamoto Taro a great sense of superiority. He thought to himself, country bumpkin, never seen such a luxurious house, have you? Today I'll graciously let you have a look. But today Lu Yang was completely different. His face no longer showed nervousness or awkwardness. He even sat on the sofa without permission. Wasn't he afraid his dirty bottom would soil his top grain leather luxury sofa? But he couldn't say that directly, or it would make him seem petty, especially with the beauties around. In front of them, he had to appear generous. So he found another excuse and said sternly to Lu Yang, since you came from the convenience store, didn't you bring any food? It's rude to visit empty-handed. And with all the food in the store, you didn't bring anything. Are you stupid? In the past, when Lu Yang was subjected to such restrictions by him, he would have bowed his head, not daring to speak, not even daring to meet his gaze. He could only endlessly admit his mistakes and apologize. Yamamoto Taro precisely wished to witness such a scene unfold, for it would allow him to show off in front of the several beautiful girls beside Lu Yang. After all, by humiliating Lu Yang in front of the beauties, would it not clearly demonstrate that he was the dominant figure here, Lu Yang's direct superior, the one wielding authority? While Lu Yang was nothing but a reckless fool, a worthless piece who dared not even look him in the eye. However, Yamamoto Taro was overthinking entirely. Trying to establish dominance by rebuking Lu Yang was akin to kicking an iron wall. Lu Yang's purpose in coming to his home was to occupy it, to live in his house and enjoy his daughter's company. He was not here to be a submissive lackey. Upon hearing Yamamoto Taro's words, Lu Yang stood up directly. Seeing Lu Yang's action, a smug expression instantly spread across Yamamoto Taro's face as he believed Lu Yang was rising to bow and apologize. He even thought to himself, how dare you sit on my sofa the moment you arrive, without considering your station. Now you finally stand, don't you? Is a lowly servant like you worthy of sitting on my family's sofa? Yet he soon realized he had been gravely mistaken, for after standing up, Lu Yong did not bow or apologize, but instead walked straight over to him. Lu Yong originally stood at a height of 185 meters, but previously he had exuded no sense of oppression because he was always hunched and subservient. Never having stood upright now, as he strode toward him with his chest puffed out, Yamamoto Taro felt as though a towering mountain was bearing down upon him. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, he still struggled to lift his head, meeting Lu Yang's gaze directly, trying to discern what Lu Yong intended to do. He feigned composure and asked Lu Yong, "What do you think you're doing? Did I say something wrong?" Lu Yong did not reply, instead delivering a backhanded slap across Yamamoto Taro's face. A resounding crack echoed as Yamamoto Taro, standing barely 1.7 meters tall, was instantly sent flying by Lu Yang's slap, crashing heavily onto the ground. A red, swollen handprint immediately appeared on his face, and he felt dizzy, his mind spinning incessantly. After a few seconds, he recovered from his stupor, and an expression of disbelief surfaced on his face. That disbelief quickly transformed into fury. He could understand anyone else striking him, but this employee whom he had always bullied, oppressed, and exploited had suddenly dared to hit him. He found it utterly incomprehensible. It felt like an act of insubordination, a sensation that deeply wounded his pride. He scrambled to his feet and charged at Lu Yong, pointing a finger at him while shouting, "Kid, do you have any idea what you're doing? You dare hit me? I am your boss. Have you forgotten who pays your wages every month? If it weren't for me providing you with a job, could you even survive in our Sakura country? You, a foreign student with no background, no backing, no foundation. What gives you the right? Have you lost your mind? Offending me, do you think you can still stay in our Sakura country?" Beside them, Yamamoto Taro's daughter was also stunned. She never imagined that this timid, cowardly, and spineless foreign student would dare to strike her esteemed father. Had he truly gone mad? At that moment, she too was startled, unsure of what to do. Fortunately, she still clutched the kitchen knife in her hand. Now she could only grip it tightly to gain some sense of security. Watching his boss storm toward him in fury, an even broader smile spread across Lu Yang's face. When the man reached him, Lu Yong delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. With a thunderous crash, Yamamoto Taro was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground once more. He clutched his stomach, his face instantly turning deathly pale from the pain. He could not even speak. He extended a trembling finger toward Lu Yong. Lu Yong approached him and stomped down on that hand. A sickening crunch sounded as the fingers were crushed under Lu Yang's foot bones, mercilessly broken. Yamamoto Taro let out a blood-curdling scream. The pain of broken fingers connecting to the heart left his face drenched in cold sweat. The look in his eyes when he gazed at Lu Yong no longer held the initial contempt or the subsequent rage, but instead was replaced by sheer, utter terror. He never imagined that the foreign student employee he had once treated like a dog could now be so ferocious. This transformation left him momentarily unable to process. Lu Yong looked down at him from a height, like a cat eyeing a mouse, a mocking expression on his face, before he spoke at a time like this. "Who gave you permission to speak to me like that? I was indeed your employee before. You had me do this and that, and I didn't complain. But now the apocalypse has erupted and 3 of you wouldn't be a match for me. What should you be calling me now?" Yamamoto Taro's voice trembled as he addressed Lu Yong. Lu Yong, don't be rash. I admit I was wrong before I gave you too much work. I apologize. I can give you a raise, triple your salary. What do you think? Lu Yong burst into laughter and said to him, "A raise? Old man, you still haven't figured out the situation. The apocalypse is here. What use is money to me now, eh? So you admit you were wrong before?" "That's right. By all rights, even if I killed you now, it would be perfectly justified. But I'm still willing to give you a chance. If you want to live, I have a proposal. Let your daughter spend some time with me. If she pleases me well enough, we'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll throw you out the window right now and let you experience what it's like to be a flying man." At these words, the color drained from the face of Yamamoto Taro's daughter, who stood nearby. She never expected Lu Yong to make such a request. In the past, when Lu Yong came to her house to help, he didn't even dare to look at her. He was completely written all over with awkwardness and inferiority. It was as if he was from an entirely different world. But now as he stepped through her door, Lu Yong held his head high, utterly disregarding her. He even made such an outrageous request to her father. He dared to threaten her father, saying he would throw him down. This was simply too much. Yamamoto Myo took a step forward, standing right in front of Lu Yong, angrily pointing at him. "You bastard, do you really think you can act with impunity? What you are doing is against the laws of Sakura country. As long as we report you, you will be deported back to Long country and never set foot in Sakura country again. What are you so arrogant about? You think you can have any improper thoughts about me? You think you deserve that?" In Yamamoto Myo's eyes, Lu Yong was completely on a different level. She was the proud young lady from a well-off family, a native born of Tokyo. Lu Yong, on the other hand, was just an outsider, a student from Long country. He had no money, no power. Even the ladies in the local establishments didn't want to entertain someone from Long country, let alone someone as high and mighty as herself. How could she possibly have any relationship with such a person? This was truly a dream. If she had to be involved with Lu Yong, it would be more painful than dying. Looking at Yamamoto Mio's high and mighty expression, a faint smile appeared on Liu Yang's face. Exactly right. That expression was just perfect, full of pride, with a face full of reluctance. A proud young lady like her, when she was thoroughly ravaged and begging for mercy later, would definitely show a stark contrast. Looking at the exquisite beauty before him, Liu Yang felt a rush of blood to his head. He had thought about this before when he visited his boss house. If he could have a chance to play with a woman as beautiful as Yamamoto Mio, he would gladly live in a mansion and drive luxury cars. Now that opportunity had finally arrived. How could Liu Yang not seize it with both hands? He gazed at her flawless skin. Such a beautiful girl would a slap make her cry for a long time. Without a second thought, he swung his hand back and slapped her. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. Yamamoto Mio was instantly knocked to the ground. A red handprint appeared on her fair face. It covered her entire face. Truly a small face, it was just that big. The vivid red imprint stood out starkly against her pale skin. Yamamoto Mio covered her face, feeling a sharp pain. Tears began to well up in her eyes. She never expected Liu Yang to strike without a word. A wave of suffocating, furious disbelief surged within her. This was an affront. How dare this lowly employee treat her this way? If it weren't for her father taking him in and giving him a job, he might have starved. As a foreign student, his survival in Sakura country depended solely on working for them. And yet this mere worker dared to hit her. It was simply too outrageous. Yamamoto Taro cried out in concern. Mio, oh, how dare you? Liu Yang, you despicable guy, how dare you hit my daughter? I'll fight you. He shouted and charged at Liu Yang. However, before he could get close, Liu Yang had already reached out and firmly locked his hand around Taro's neck. His grip was like a vice, tightly clamping down on Yamamoto Taro, and then he lifted him up effortlessly. Yamamoto Taro never expected that he would be lifted up, his height being dwarfed by Liu Yang. He stared hard at his legs, desperately trying to bat Liu Yang's hands away. But Liu Yang's grip remained unwavering, tighter than a vice. Then Liu Yang walked over to the window, opened it, and pressed Taro's head out. The foul wind blew across Yamamoto Taro's face. Below, several twisted figures of zombies were wandering aimlessly. Upon hearing the window open, they immediately looked up. Then they began to wave their arms, incessantly jumping in place, letting out heart-stopping roars. Yamamoto Taro was instantly paralyzed with fear at this sight. If he were truly thrown down, even if he didn't die from the fall, he would be devoured alive by the zombies. Quick, let me down. Liu Yang, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive, or we can talk this out. Liu Yang smiled and said, didn't I already say? Either you get thrown down, or you have your daughter accompany me for one time. I suggest you talk to your daughter. She seems very hostile toward me. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Mio stood up again. Pointing at Liu Yang, she said, in your dreams, I would never agree to that. You don't deserve me. A beautiful girl like me deserves only the best. I will never agree to this. After hearing Yamamoto Mio's words, Liu Yang wasn't angry, but directly spoke to Yamamoto Taro. I'm not wrong, right? If that's the case, I have no choice but to throw you down. It's not that I don't want you to live, it's that your daughter doesn't want you to live. Saying this, Liu Yang pressed Yamamoto Taro's head down while lifting his legs. In that moment, Yamamoto Taro found himself in an inverted position. Head down, feet up. He could be thrown down at any moment. Yamamoto Taro suddenly felt dizzy. Blood surged to his head, and the veins on his forehead began to bulge. The inverted position made him feel as if the world was spinning. Intense fear caused his body to tremble. He was going to die. He would definitely die. As soon as Liu Yang let go, he would die. This couldn't happen. Yamamoto Taro felt himself breaking down. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. Even in this apocalyptic world, which was already in ruins, he still wanted to live. In this situation, he could only compromise his daughter. Yamamoto Taro shed 2 tears and shouted at his daughter. Mio, please, just agree to him once, save your father. Upon hearing these words, Yamamoto Miyu was utterly dumbfounded. She never imagined that her own father would ask her to submit to a lowly foreign student working part-time jobs. This Liu Yang used to be an employee in our household. He had to do whatever we asked. Fixing faucets, unclogging toilets, repairing air conditioners, and washing machines, working as a mover. All of those were the most menial tasks. Her man ought to be in finance, law, or a government official. At the very least, a teacher or a doctor would do. How could she end up with a convenience store clerk? Though Liu Yang was handsome, his status was utterly beneath her. Moreover, without any affection between them, Yamamoto Miyu felt she was being treated as a tool for release. How could this be acceptable? She shook her head and said to her father, Father, I cannot do this. We of Sakura country should uphold the spirit of Bushido. We must face death without fear. You cannot sell your daughter just to survive. As she spoke, helpless tears streamed down Yamamoto Miyu's face. Yamamoto Taro grew frantic, never expecting his daughter to say such a thing. Is it just one time with this Liu Yang? What harm could it do? Can he break you in a single use? Even if he defiles you, can't you just wash it off and be as good as new? Yamamoto Taro shouted. Do you want to see your father die before your eyes? Do you wish for my death so much? Ungrateful daughter. You are truly an unfilial child. Hearing her father say this, Yamamoto Miyu felt a surge of guilt, as if she were not human. But as the only daughter of a wealthy family, she had grown up with an arrogant attitude, never deigning to notice someone like Liu Yang. Now having to submit to Liu Yang was utterly unbearable. Yet watching her father die before her eyes was also something she could not do. Wasn't she a young mistress only because she had a wealthy father? Without him, what would she have left? Seeing her father utterly powerless and Liu Yang's hands trembling in fear, his face etched with the terror of death, Yamamoto Miyu felt a deep ache in her heart. She harbored intense resentment toward Liu Yang. If not for his appearance, she would never have faced such a choice. Should she choose her dignity or her father? She felt Liu Yang was a demon of the highest order, plunging her into utter despair. After a few seconds of thought and struggle, Yamamoto Mayu's eyes finally grew resolute as she spoke to Liu Yang. I accept your terms. Please release my father. Hearing this, Liu Yang wasted no time in dropping Yamamoto Taro to the floor, then said mockingly to him, "Your daughter is a good daughter, but you are not a good father. To save your own skin, you would ask your daughter to serve a stranger. How laughable. Is this your little life?" Hearing Liu Yang's words, Yamamoto Taro's already guilty heart grew even more burdened with shame. Yes, he was truly too disgraceful. Blinded by fear, he had made such a demand of his daughter. In his mind, scenes flashed like a lantern show. The first sight of his daughter when the doctor held her out on the day of her birth, her first smile, her first tooth, her first time calling him father. Her first day of elementary school, middle school, high school, university. Countless images played ceaselessly in his mind. A tiny cherubic infant had slowly grown into a graceful and stunning beauty. And now this alluring young woman, matured over 18 years, was about to be brutally defiled by a student from Dragon Country. The pain. It was too much. Yamamoto Taro felt his heart shatter. Yet he could not resist the threat of death. That fear made his entire body tremble. Oh, every cell seemed to cry out for mercy. In the end, he chose to sacrifice his daughter's chastity. Now reflecting on his actions, Yamamoto Taro felt he was nothing but a beast, a cowardly waste who had betrayed his daughter's trust. Especially since his daughter, despite her extreme reluctance, had agreed to Liu Yang's demands to protect him. This made him feel even more like a beast failing her love. How useless he was. Yamamoto Taro was instantly overwhelmed with tears and mucus, hating his own cowardice and fear, yet powerless to change the outcome. Liu Yang leaned down, staring into Yamamoto Taro's eyes, and said, "Now you know this deep sense of powerlessness. Back then, for a meager wage, I was ordered around by you. Do you think I felt no resentment? But what use was it? Without power, you must endure. As for your daughter, Liu Yang will thoroughly experience her. Let's see how enjoyable it is." With that, Liu Yang strode over to Yamamoto Miyu, grabbed her hair roughly, and dragged her into the room. Watching his daughter being dragged away, powerless to intervene, Yamamoto Taro collapsed onto the floor, his body limp, and burst into hysterical sobs. "Wah. My poor daughter. I'm sorry. Father is useless. I couldn't protect you. Wah." Liu Yang directly pulled Yamamoto Miyu into her boudoir. As soon as he entered the room, a faint, fragrant scent assailed his nostrils, and the decor was dominated by pink tones. Everything was in soft, delicate shades of pink, exuding an overwhelmingly girlish charm. This was also the first time Liu Yang had ever stepped into a beautiful girl's room. Compared to his own messy, chaotic den, the difference was truly stark. Especially for a beautiful girl from a wealthy family like Yamamoto Miyu. The room's decorations and furnishings were all top-notch. Liu Yang plopped himself down heavily onto that soft pink bed. Instantly, his bottom sank deep into it. It felt incredibly soft and bouncy. He bounced up and down vigorously a few times, finding it exceptionally pleasant. Doing that sort of thing on this bed would surely save a lot of effort. These rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. Liu Yang couldn't help but sigh. Because he had been poor before, he had missed out on experiencing so many wonderful things. Now that the apocalypse had erupted, he was determined to make up for it all. To enjoy the most beautiful women, eat the finest food, and wield the greatest power. To ascend to the very pinnacle. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Miyu was filled with terror at this moment. Being alone in a room with a strange man, especially one she had previously looked down upon completely. Thinking about what might happen next, she felt nothing but embarrassment and resistance. Why should she, a lofty young lady, be humiliated by one of her own family's employees? She wanted to resist, but remembering the stinging pain on her face, she dared not. This Liu Yang was not a man of reason. He would actually use his hands, and he would use real force. Even her own father had nearly been thrown out the window by him. If she resisted, would she also be thrown out the window? Although Yamamoto Miyu felt that dignity was important, she believed life was far more so. Just as she was in this state of anxious uncertainty, Liu Yang spoke. "Get over here quickly. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come serve me. Don't tell me you don't know how. Haven't you had a boyfriend before?" A beauty as stunning as Yamamoto Miyu must have had countless suitors. Besides, people from this country were known to be quite liberal. Usually a beautiful girl her age would have had enough men to form a football team by now. She would have been trained to know everything. But Yamamoto Miyu's behavior was indeed that of a clueless novice, completely ignorant and innocent. This took Liu Yang by surprise. Yamamoto Miyu stammered, "I really haven't had a boyfriend. I don't know how to serve you. Besides, we don't know each other well. Don't you think doing that kind of thing would be awkward? How about we wait? Or maybe I could dance for you. I'm a dance major." Liu Yang's expression instantly darkened, and he snarled fiercely. "Awkward my ass. I called you in here to ravish you thoroughly, not to watch a dance. Wait for what? But a dance major has its advantages. You dancers must have excellent flexibility, right? Show me a split first. He didn't care for dancing any kind of dance. But a dance student should be able to unlock many high-difficulty positions, and he liked that. So he wanted to test her flexibility first. Then he could think about what high-difficulty postures to use for their communication. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Yamamoto Mayu's face showed an even more troubled expression. She was wearing a JK uniform with a short skirt. Doing a split in that would expose everything. Just thinking about it was mortifying. Seeing her not move, Liu Yang instantly became enraged. Get moving. Didn't you hear me? If you don't obey, I'll throw your father out first, then you. Hearing this, Yamamoto Miyu was startled into action. She slowly began to raise one of her beautiful legs. She stood barefoot on the cold floor, her right leg straight and firm like a white pine rooted to the ground. Her left leg, however, lifted gently. At an almost impossible angle, her instep arched into a crescent moon. Then her left leg rose past her head, her upper body leaning to one side, her legs forming the shape of a drawn bow. Watching this, Liu Yang couldn't help but clap in approval. Others could only manage 180 degrees, but this Yamamoto Miyu exceeded it. Her flexibility was truly impressive, worthy of an excellent dance student. A bold idea suddenly formed in his mind, one he was eager to put into action. Yamamoto Mayu's face was flushed as she held the pose. Although it was just a basic dance move, demonstrating it right now in front of a strange man, seeing his wicked expression. She still felt so embarrassed she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Looks like your dance fundamentals are pretty good. So now let me teach you some other fundamentals. I'm really hot under the collar right now, you need to cool me down first. With that, Liu Yang stood up from the bed and walked towards Yamamoto Miyu. Outside the door, Yamamoto Taro, upon hearing the commotion, had already dissolved into a mess of tears. He wailed loudly, "Wah! Damn you, Liu Yang. If you've got the guts, don't bully my daughter. Take it out on me instead. Bullying a weak woman, what kind of skill is that? Wah! Let my daughter go, or I won't let you get away with it." Furukawa Hitomi heard Yamamoto Taro's cries and instantly laughed. She said directly to this lecherous old man, "Hey, old man, stop shouting. Don't ruin your daughter's good fortune. Becoming Lord Liu Yang's woman is something countless beautiful girls dream of. I'm telling you, for your daughter to survive the apocalypse, following Lord Liu Yang is the only way. Only a man as powerful as Lord Liu Yang can protect the women by his side. Stop yelling and ruining Lord Liu Yang's mood." Mei also spoke. "Exactly. You think your daughter is being bullied and wronged, but she's actually hit the jackpot. Being by Lord Liu Yang's side is the safest place. Once she becomes his woman, Lord Liu Yang will give her endless food and protect her safety. And you as her father might even be treated well by Lord Liu Yang." Yamamoto Taro said angrily. "Bah, he's just a damn foreign student who got lucky. You women, how can you all side with an outsider? Aren't you citizens of Sakura country? You are disgraceful. Singing girls know not the grief of a lost kingdom across the river, they still sing the song of rear courtyard flowers. You women are truly the most unreliable in a time of national crisis." Furukawa Hitomi and Mei had kindly tried to persuade him, only to be verbally attacked. They too showed angry expressions and snorted coldly. "Humph, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Just wait and see what's in store for you." Over an hour later, the room fell into stillness. At this moment, Yamamoto Miyu was utterly dazed, completely overwhelmed. She had no idea what she had endured during that hour, nor did she understand how she had managed to survive it. But at last it was over. Several times she thought she might die, yet thankfully she did not. Now her body felt as if it were falling apart with aches and pains everywhere. Though she had studied dance and possessed excellent flexibility, she could not withstand Liu Yang's torment. Did he truly think she was a boneless rubber doll? Liu Yang looked at Yamamoto Miyu with a satisfied expression. Not bad at all. This beautiful girl's flexibility had earned his approval. Even the moves that Sakura, Momo, Furukawa Hitomi, and Mei could not perform, this Yamamoto Miyu managed effortlessly. He immediately switched her to spectator mode. At that moment, a notification echoed in Liu Yang's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a system reward strength ability, mind reading. The host can now concentrate to see the target's thoughts. The target's thoughts will appear as text above their head." A look of shock spread across Liu Yang's face. Holy shit. And strength ability. His growth type ability Plunder and his defensive ability Hardening were both below strength. Yet their effects were already terrifyingly powerful. Now that he had obtained in strength ability, would he not be invincible? He quickly checked the ability's description. Ability name mind reading. Ability level 1. Ability rarity strength. Ability category control type. Ability effect concentrate to see the target's thoughts. Duration 5 minutes. After reading the description, Liu Yang's face lit up with joy, and he immediately used the ability on Yamamoto Miyu. Instantly, several lines of text appeared above her head. "This despicable man is just too powerful. He nearly wore me out. But he did let me experience sensations I had never felt before. And several times at that. What should I do next? Will I have to endure this every day from now on? No, I need to find a way to escape with my father." Still thinking of escaping, Liu Yang chuckled to himself. This mind-reading ability was truly excellent. He looked at Yamamoto Miyu, whose face was pale and covered in sweat, and said, "Get up. Stop playing dead on the bed. Since we're done, it's time to go out. I heard your father shouting outside saying he won't let me off. Let's see how he plans to do that. Hearing this, Yamamoto Mayu's expression tensed instantly. She hurriedly said to Lu Yang, what do you mean? I already agreed to your demands and served you once. I gave it my all, exhausting every effort to satisfy you. I was nearly tortured to death. Are you going back on your word and planning to harm my father? Lu Yang replied, what do you mean by tortured to death? Didn't you enjoy yourself several times? Besides, that time just now was compensation for your father's past mistreatment of me. The past is settled, but if he tries to harm me again, I won't let him off. With that, Lu Yang opened the door and walked out. Yamamoto Miyu followed behind him, her hair disheveled and her gait awkward. After being ravaged by Lu Yang for over an hour, a certain part of her body was extremely uncomfortable. Seeing Lu Yang emerge and his daughter in disarray, Yamamoto Taro immediately stood up and charged at Lu Yang in a burst of rage. He grabbed Lu Yang by the collar and said, you bastard. What did you do to my daughter? My daughter begged for mercy, yet you still wouldn't let her out. You damn scoundrel. Lu Yang shoved him, sending Yamamoto Taro sprawling to the ground. He then scanned the man with the system, seeing that his favorability had dropped to -15 points, indicating a state of hatred. Using mind reading, he glanced at the man's thoughts. A line of text appeared above his head. Now that he slept with my daughter, the deed is done. Technically, I'm his father-in-law now. He'll act extra angry, first to make him feel guilty. These Dragon Country people value filial piety and respect for elders above all. He'll have to win me over. When he apologizes, I'll reluctantly forgive him. He'll keep him calm for a few days. Then when he lets his guard down, I'll find a way to kill him. His women will all be mine, and everything he did to my daughter, I'll repay to his women. He'll make his women suffer even more than my daughter did. Seeing these thoughts, Lu Yang burst into laughter. This dog really had some imagination. Just because I slept with your daughter, you think you're my father-in-law. Screw that. Which one of you little Japs is worthy of me, Lu Yang? You're all just tools for my pleasure. And you expect me to feel guilty. You want me to be filial. Screw your mother. Lu Yang smirked at Yamamoto Taro and said, Mr. Yamamoto, it seems you're quite furious that I've become your daughter's man. Hearing this, Yamamoto Taro felt his moment had arrived. Just as he expected, the other's tone had softened considerably. My plan is working perfectly. I've got him right where I want him. Yamamoto Taro stood up, straightened his clothes, and said, You brat, I only have this one daughter, and you've defiled her like this. Is this any way to start a relationship with her? Even if it's the apocalypse, if you're serious about her, shouldn't you show some respect? And you dare to push me? I'm your elder now. Lu Yang nodded in agreement and said, You're right. Since your daughter is now mine, I should give you a gift. Hearing this, although Yamamoto Taro's face still showed anger, a hint of smugness gleamed deep in his eyes. Everything was going according to his plan. Lu Yang had already placed himself in the role of a junior. He was slowly gaining the upper hand. Just as he was feeling pleased, Lu Yang's tone shifted abruptly, and he said coldly, But I don't have anything valuable to give you right now. So we'll just have to send you on your way. At these words, Yamamoto Taro's face instantly changed color. He never expected that Lu Yang would actually strike at him. Am I not his father-in-law? Does he have no respect for his elders at all? Aren't the people of Dragon Country supposed to honor their elders and cherish the young? Yamamoto Taro shouted loudly. Lu Yang, stop. I am Mayu's father. Since you two have already consummated your relationship, I am technically your father too. You actually want to kill me. This is utter rebellion. Hearing this, Lu Yang grew even angrier. Damn it. A little Jap wants to be my father. I am your grandfather. Lu Yang yelled, throwing a punch straight at Yamamoto Taro's mouth. Boom. Yamamoto Taro was sent flying by Lu Yang's blow, his mouth instantly filled with blood. He spat out a bloody wad, among which were 6 teeth. His head was buzzing. But Lu Yang showed no intention of stopping, walking toward him step by step. Seeing Lu Yang's furious expression, Yamamoto Taro had no idea which words had offended him. The look in his eyes was murderous. This aura of killing intent was enough to frighten anyone to death. Yamamoto Taro quickly clasped his hands together and begged for mercy. Please, don't hit me anymore. I know I was wrong. You're right, you are my grandfather. From now on, let's just address each other separately, okay? Seeing her father knocked to the ground by Lu Yang, Yamamoto Miyu rushed over and grabbed Lu Yang's arm. She pleaded with Lu Yang. Lu Yang, stop. What are you trying to do to my father? Didn't we agree? As long as I serve you well, you would spare him. Lu Yang ignored Yamamoto Miyu and flung her away with a single sweep of his hand. Then he approached Yamamoto Taro and kicked him in the head. Boom. Yamamoto Taro's head slammed heavily against the ground, instantly bleeding profusely. The fear of death enveloped him. This once arrogant big boss owner of several convenience store chains had lost all his previous swagger. He trembled in fear before his former employee. He saw the killing intent in Lu Yang's eyes and knew that if this continued, he would be beaten to death. So he struggled to get up, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed to Lu Yang, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please, don't hit me anymore. He'll do whatever you want. My daughter is yours to do with as you please. I won't have any objections. I know I was wrong, Lu Yang. I know I was wrong. Please spare me. The blood from Yamamoto Taro's head stained the ground red. He kept kowtowing, desperate to survive. Begging Lu Yang for mercy was his only way out. But Lu Yang had no intention of letting him go. He walked up to Yamamoto Taro, grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, then strode to the window and opened it. Seeing this, terror filled Yamamoto Taro's eyes, and he screamed, No. Don't throw me out. I know I was wrong. Spare me. But Liu Yang paid him no heed and simply exerted force with his hand. Yamamoto Taro was tossed out of the window by Liu Yang like a little chick performing an aerial stunt right before his daughter Yamamoto Mayu's eyes. Ah! Boom! A loud crash rang out, and Yamamoto Taro's screams abruptly ceased. The surrounding zombies, seeing this windfall from the sky, swarmed over and began feasting on his corpse. Father! Ah! Yamamoto Miyu screamed and rushed to the window looking down. Seeing the zombies devouring her father's flesh, she burst into hopeless sobs. What? Father! No! Don't die! Her cries attracted even more zombies to join the feast. The zombies were like vultures discovering a carcass on the prairie, scrambling and pushing to get inside, instantly burying Yamamoto Taro's body. A few minutes later, the zombies calmed down and dispersed. What remained on the ground was a stark, white skeleton. Seeing this, Yamamoto Miyu was utterly devastated. Around her, Furukawa, Hitomi, Sakura, Momo, Mei, Kyoko, and Aoki all cast sympathetic glances at her. Watching one's father being thrown out like that must be an unbearable feeling, wasn't it? But there was no helping it. Who told Yamamoto Taro to be so clueless? She had already warned him that his daughter being favored by Liu Yang was his blessing. She told him to be more open-minded, and maybe Liu Yang would even provide him with some food. Who knew that after Liu Yang came out of the room, this guy would be so defiant and arrogant, pointing at Liu Yang and cursing him? Wasn't that just asking for death? Looking at the skeleton downstairs, Liu Yang received a notification from the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating an enemy who held a grudge against you. You have plundered all of their basic attributes. Upon receiving this notification, Liu Yang was overjoyed. Another set of basic attributes equal to an ordinary person. Now he possessed 6 times the basic attributes of an ordinary person. Invincible. He glanced at the still sobbing Yamamoto Miyu and ignored her. It was normal to cry after just losing one's father. But if he hadn't killed her father would have found a chance to kill him. In the apocalypse, it was always a matter of kill or be killed. Yamamoto Taro had harbored thoughts of eliminating him and taking his women. If it weren't for his own strength, the moment he gave the other party any opening, he might have been schemed against and killed. So Yamamoto Taro's death was well-deserved. If that bastard had my strength, he'd probably be 100 times more twisted than me. Liu Yang clenched his fists, feeling his power surge once more. At this moment, he felt exhilarated. Suddenly, as if something occurred to him, he turned to Yamamoto Miyu and said, "Stop your damn crying. If you cry again, I'll throw you down to keep him company." At these words, Yamamoto Miyu instantly covered her mouth. She choked back her tears. Her whole body trembled. Liu Yang was a man of his word. He wasn't joking. Thinking of how miserable her father looked when he fell, Yamamoto Mayu's skin crawled. She didn't want to end up like her father. What made it even more infuriating was that with her looks and figure, a single glance could drive countless men wild. If she offered a sweet kiss, they would probably die for her willingly. But this Liu Yang, after having his way with her inside and out, not only did he not fall under her spell, but he also threw her father out of the window right in front of her. This guy was a demon. Just as Yamamoto Miyu was trembling in fear, Liu Yang spoke again. "When I came to your house to help with chores a few times before, that charming landlady even offered me some sweet soup, didn't she? She was quite flirtatious. Why didn't I see her today?" Hearing this, Yamamoto Miyu froze on the spot. Pervert. You absolute pervert. Liu Yang had just finished ravaging her moments ago, and now he was setting his sights on her mother. After all, Liu Yang was roughly the same age as her. Her own mother was old enough to be his mother too. This despicable wretch even harbored improper thoughts about her mother. What an insatiable appetite. Seeing Yamamoto Miyu frozen in place, Liu Yang asked impatiently, "I'm asking you a question. What are you standing there for? Where's your mother?" Hearing Liu Yang's question, a flicker of venom flashed deep within Yamamoto Mayu's eyes. What a detestable man. He wanted to have his cake and eat it too. Was my 18-year-old youthful body not enough to satisfy him? Now he wanted a woman in her 30s. She pointed to a bedroom door in the distance and said, "In that room." Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction. The landlady was probably too frightened to come out. He had always been impressed by her with her aura of a kind-hearted mother. Today he would have a good chat with her. He would see if she was still as aloof as before. So Liu Yang followed the direction Yamamoto Miyu had pointed and arrived at the door. Without even knocking, he pushed it open and walked straight in. The moment he entered, a graceful figure flashed before his eyes as she lunged at him. Liu Yang's mind went blank, instinctively thinking the landlady had mistaken him for her husband. But the next second, he heard a furious roar. Roar! Then he saw her eyes rolling back, teeth bared, her face covered in black veins. He finally understood. The landlady had turned into a zombie. He reached out, grabbing her directly by the throat. With one hand, he lifted her until her feet dangled off the ground. The zombified landlady clawed frantically at Liu Yang's arm, but her nails scraped against his blackened skin as if against solid rock, all of them snapping off. Liu Yang's hand remained completely unscathed. With the enhancement of his hardened skin, not even a zombie could break it. Bullets couldn't even penetrate it. At that moment, Yamamoto Miyu had no idea what was happening inside the room. She clenched her fists tightly, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. That pervert Liu Yang actually dared to covet her mother. Little did he know her mother had already turned into a zombie. Now that he had barged into the room, he would surely be attacked by her mother. While they were struggling, it would be the perfect opportunity for her to escape. and Lu Yang, caught completely off guard, would most likely be bitten several times by her mother and become infected. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't be immune to the zombie virus. Then she would escape the tiger's den, and Lu Yang would receive his punishment, turning into a mindless walking corpse. This was karma, the karma that pervert deserved. From the room came her mother's furious roar. Yamamoto Miyu knew now was the time. If she didn't flee now, there might be 2 zombies here soon. She shot up and dashed towards the front door, ready to open it and escape. But just as her hand touched the doorknob, Lu Yang's mocking voice came from behind her. "You little bitch, where do you think you're going? Your old lady turned into a zombie, and you didn't tell me. You wanted her to bite me to death, didn't you? Have you forgotten how wonderful our deep connection felt just now? A single day as husband and wife creates 100 days of affection. Are you trying to murder your own man?" Yamamoto Miyu froze in place, her movements stiff. She turned her head in disbelief, only to see Lu Yang carrying the landlady with one hand as he walked into the living room. The landlady was still struggling, incessantly clawing at Lu Yang's arm. Dark black blood smeared across his skin. Seeing this, Yamamoto Miyu was utterly stunned. She never imagined Lu Yang was this strong. He was carrying her zombified mother out like a little chick. Was he not afraid at all? Then she noticed Lu Yang's arm. His skin was black like rock. It looked exactly like he had just been infected by the virus. And her mother must have scratched many wounds on Lu Yang's arm. He was already infected. Yamamoto Miyu shouted, "Lu Yang, you're infected. Look at your arm. It's covered in zombie blood. If you have even the tiniest scratch, the virus will invade your body. You're finished. In a few minutes, you'll turn into a zombie. What are you being so arrogant about?" Then she turned to Sakura Momo and the others and said, "Sisters, let's escape together. There's strength in numbers. That guy is already infected with the zombie virus. Don't follow him anymore. Escape with me. Even if Lu Yang wants to chase us, he won't know who to go after. The more chaotic the scene, the higher my chances of survival." But the women remained unmoved. After everything they had been through, they had long witnessed Lu Yang's power. A man who could punch someone's head off without a scratch on his fist, whose skin was as hard as stone. How could a zombie possibly scratch him? So they all looked at Yamamoto Miyu as if she were a clown. Not a single one was swayed by her words. Meanwhile, Lu Yang carried the landlady. His gaze swept over her body. What a pity. She was a charming, mature beauty. How could she have turned into a zombie? Such a woman. Turned into a zombie, now useless. What a pity, what a pity. The proprietress, now a zombie, still possessed a graceful figure, yet her skin was pale and bloodless, covered in black veins. Her face was hideous, and she kept opening her gaping maw. If he dared to let her quench his desires, she would likely bite him clean off. Even if she was beautiful in life as a zombie, she held no appeal at all. If only there were a prettier zombie. Lu Yang shook his head. He carried the zombie of the beautiful middle-aged woman over to the window. Without hesitation, he opened the window and tossed her out. Boom! The zombie proprietress crashed to the ground, instantly shattering into pieces. Her arms and legs bent at grotesque angles. Everything was broken, but she was not dead. Instead, she struggled relentlessly to get up, still roaring from her mouth. Yamamoto Miyu quickly rushed to the window. Seeing her mother's pitiful state on the ground and the skeleton of her father beside it, she completely collapsed. Tears of sorrow streamed down her face. She slumped to the floor, pale, and drained her eyes vacant, as if struck by an immense blow. Losing both parents in a single day, no one could bear that. Her mother had been infected by the airborne virus and turned into a zombie on the very first day of the apocalypse. Back then, she and her father heard the commotion outside and tried to call her mother out, but there was no response from her room. When they pushed the door open, they found her mother had already become a zombie. Fortunately, Yamamoto Taro was quick-witted and slammed the door shut, trapping her inside. But at that time, Yamamoto Miyu still believed that as long as her mother was home, there was hope. She just had to wait for the authorities to quell the chaos. Once the rescue team found their house and took her mother to the hospital for treatment, she would surely be cured. Back then, she still held on to that hope. But Lu Yang's appearance shattered all her hopes. Her seemingly invincible father was thrown out the window and killed on impact. Her mother, though a zombie, had caused no harm to Lu Yang, yet he still threw her out. And as a young lady, she herself had been brutally humiliated by Lu Yang for over an hour. Everything Yamamoto Miyu experienced today felt like a walk through hell. But Lu Yang paid no heed to her state and directly addressed the women. There are 4 rooms in this house. Divide them among yourselves. Some rooms may need 2 people. Find your own roommates. As for Yamamoto Miyu's room, it's mine. As a tough guy, I love pink decorations. Hearing this, all the women's faces lit up with joy. Finally, a room to sleep in. This was far more comfortable than sleeping on the floor in the convenience store. Mei was the first to approach Furukawa Hitomi and said, "Sister Furukawa Hitomi, let's share a room. I feel an instant connection with you. You seem so kind and am sure we'll get along wonderfully." Mei was not foolish. Though she had joined Lu Yang's group later, she had already figured things out. Among everyone here, the one Lu Yang valued most was Furukawa Hitomi, as she was the first to choose to follow and submit to him. In a sense, Furukawa Hitomi was likely the smartest woman among them. As for Sakura Momo, although she was the most beautiful and had the best figure, she was not favored by Lu Yang at all. The reason was probably her inability to let go of her pride and maintain her aloof demeanor. Relying on her past status as one of the schools for beauties, she assumed every man would grovel at her feet. She hadn't grasped the situation. In the apocalypse, women were as worthless as dirt. What did being a school beauty matter? Let alone a mere school beauty. Even the prime minister of Sakura country would have to kneel before Liu Yang if she met him. She would bow in submission. Perhaps she would even try every means to climb into Liu Yang's bed. But Liu Yang probably wouldn't fancy someone who looked like a cart titan. Thus Mei decided to build a good relationship with Furukawa Hitomi. Together, they would form a powerful alliance within the group and their status would be unshakable. Hearing Mei's words, Furukawa Hitomi nodded. She too saw that Mei was very perceptive and could clearly identify who held the real power. Even in front of her ex-boyfriend, the baseball club captain, she had shown strong support for Liu Yang. She liked making friends with such clever people. Together they could coordinate and surely win Liu Yang's favor. So Furukawa Hitomi said to Mei, "All right, sister, let's share a room. We can chat about how to better serve Lord Liu Yang in the future. Maybe we can even come up with some combination techniques to give Lord Liu Yang new experiences." The two held hands and walked toward a guest room. The remaining Aoki and Kyoko also headed to a guest room. Finally, only Sakura Momo and Yamamoto Miyu were left. They had no choice but to either stay in the living room or take the room Yamamoto Mayu's mother had occupied. That room was filled with the foul smell left by the zombie. The bedsheets even had some black stains that looked like zombie drool. Just looking at it was nauseating. Sakura Momo was about to protest, but she saw that the other four had already left. They went to inspect their chosen rooms. Sakura Momo had no choice but to steel herself and enter the room where Yamamoto Miyu and her mother had stayed. She began cleaning, tossing out all the old bedsheets. She rummaged through the closet for new sheets. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Miyu remained frozen on the floor, dazed and seemingly lost her mind. At that moment, Liu Yang took out some noodles, eggs, rice, dried seaweed, nori, peanut butter, and other items from his system space. He placed them in the kitchen and then asked the women, "Now that you've chosen your rooms, come out. Who knows how to cook? There are some noodles and eggs here. Let's make some egg noodle soup." Hearing this, the women all rushed out. The mention of food perked them up. Over the past few days, though, they were with Liu Yang and got some food each day, sometimes a bread roll, sometimes a sausage. It was just enough to stave off hunger, never enough to fill them. They were always hungry. Now, hearing that they could have freshly cooked egg noodle soup, a hot meal they had long craved, they could barely remember the taste of freshly cooked food. All four women came to the kitchen, and even Sakura Momo followed along. Seeing the items Liu Yang had placed on the kitchen counter, they were overjoyed. So many noodles, so much rice, so many eggs, and plenty of nori and seaweed. Not only could they cook noodles, but they could also make sushi. Furukawa Hitomi was the first to speak. "I can cook. I can make rice balls." Mei also said, "I can make sushi." Kyoko added, "I can boil noodles." Aoki said, "Then I'll help out and fry some eggs." Sakura Momo felt she couldn't fit in with the group. Yet she couldn't bring herself to lower her pride, caught in a state of extreme indecision. The four women ignored her as if they had already formed their own clique, and she couldn't find a way in. Sakura Momo felt deeply frustrated. At that moment, Sakura Momo felt as though she was being ostracized. A trace of resentment toward her brother welled up within her. If he hadn't provoked Liu Yang, how could he have been tossed out of the convenience store by him? It was all because her brother had always been a bully at school, picking on everyone he could. Eventually, he targeted Liu Yang. When the apocalypse erupted, Liu Yang exacted his revenge. Thinking about it, it seemed only reasonable. Now she no longer harbored much hatred toward Liu Yang for killing her brother. But Liu Yang still seemed to think she resented him. Under these circumstances, even if she wanted to humble herself and curry favor with him, it seemed there was no opportunity. Sakura Momo felt both helpless and regretful, wishing she had submitted as early as Furukawa Hitomi. Now, watching them busily bustling in the kitchen filled with the warmth of domestic life, it was as if they had returned to the days before the apocalypse. Yet she felt trapped within her own internal apocalypse. The women were all bustling about in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Liu Yang returned to his room. He quickly checked his attribute panel, and his stats instantly appeared in his mind. Name: Liu Yang. Age: 18. Height: 1.85 meters. Weight: 85 kilograms. Strength: 60. Speed: 60. Stamina: 60. Spirit: 60. Abilities: 1. Plunder. Level 1 type, growth type. 2. Hardening. Level 1 type, defensive type. 3. Mind reading. Level 1 type, control type. System space. Level 1. Weapon: infinite repeating crossbow. Liu Yang was quite satisfied as he gazed upon his attribute panel. It had only been 2 days since the apocalypse erupted, yet he already possessed 6 times the basic attributes of an ordinary person, 3 superpowers, and the infinite repeating crossbow. He could easily dominate this world. It was also time to search for supplies. As time passed, the hunger of the survivors would only grow. Hunger would drive them to take risks. Venturing out might mean death by zombies, but staying put meant certain starvation. Hunger would slowly consume their bodies. That gnawing hunger would push them to fight. Supplies had to be gathered early, delay, and everything would be picked clean. After the apocalypse, survivor groups would likely form. With an organizer at the helm like the baseball club president, he had eliminated. If not for encountering him, that man might have become the leader of a survivor group. Under a leader's command, such groups could be formidable. As long as they avoided a zombie horde, they could gather supplies without much danger. Zombies lacked organization and intelligence. In the early stages, they could catch humans off guard, but Once humans regained their composure and organized a planned resistance, the tide would turn. As he pondered his next moves, Furukawa Hitomi's voice came from outside the door. Lord Liu Yang. Lunch is ready, please come out and eat. Hearing this, Liu Yang pushed open the door and stepped out. As soon as he left the room, an enticing aroma wafted over. Though Liu Yang had access to all the convenience store supplies, he hadn't had a hot meal. The scent of sushi made his stomach growl. He had to admit these women from the land of cherry blossoms had some culinary skills. Even as college students, they had learned to cook and manage household chores. After all, most women in this country became homemakers after marriage, staying home to care for their family's daily needs. For them, cooking was a vital skill. Of course, there was a downside. When women had too much free time at home, problems could arise. Plumbers, air conditioner repairmen, neighbors, a husband's colleagues, or superiors. Any of them could become a temptation for a housewife to stray. Therefore, if you married a woman from this country, you must never allow repairmen to visit when you're away, nor invite colleagues or superiors home for drinks. It was also best not to let your wife ride the train alone. Liu Yang shook his head, casting aside these thoughts, and sat down at the dining table. At that moment, Mei Kyoko Aoki and Furukawa Hitomi all rose to their feet, their eyes fixed on Liu Yang's face. They resembled four maids attending to his meal. As for Sakura Momo, she had yet to earn the privilege of sitting at the table. Liu Yang nodded approvingly at the exquisitely arranged, fragrant dishes. Not bad skills. It looks very appetizing. Don't just stand there, sit down and eat with me. Hearing this, the four women's faces instantly lit up with gratitude. Bowing repeatedly, they said to Liu Yang, wonderful. Thank you, Lord Liu Yang. It is our honor to share a meal with you. Gazing at the sumptuous feast laid upon the table, none of the women present dared to lift their chopsticks first, nor even to take a seat. Only after Liu Yang gave the word did they joyfully settle around the table. As they beheld the fragrant dishes, each face bloomed with an expression of bliss. To enjoy such a meal in the apocalypse was a luxury beyond imagination. Yet now, under Liu Yang's protection, they not only dared to dream of it, but had made it a reality. Having spoken, Liu Yang picked up a sushi roll and placed it directly into his mouth. A tantalizing aroma carrying a hint of charcoal warmth was the first to greet his senses. Upon entry, the tangy freshness of vinegar blossomed upon his tongue, soft glutinous with a perfect bite utterly free of stickiness. Though lacking salmon sashimi, the roll contained a pan-fried egg whose fragrance surged straight to his nostrils. Despite being but ordinary ingredients in this post-apocalyptic world, they tasted to Liu Yang like a delicacy beyond compare. After taking a bite, Liu Yang nodded and remarked, not bad. Quite palatable. Who made this? Hearing his question and seeing the satisfaction on his face, Mei burst with delight. She quickly smiled and replied, I made this sushi. I'm truly glad you enjoy it. Whenever you crave it, I can prepare it for you at any time. Liu Yang nodded. Not bad. Don't just stand there. Join me. Yes. Thank you, Lord Liu Yang. Having finally received his command, they hurriedly picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Nearby, Sakura Momo and Yamamoto Myo, realizing Liu Yang had no intention of inviting them to dine, felt a pang of deep discomfort. Sakura Momo in particular had been starving for an entire day and night. Her stomach was hollow. Watching Furukawa Hitomi and the others devouring their meal with expressions of utter contentment. The drifting aromas only sharpened her hunger. She felt she could devour an entire ox right now, her stomach even cramped with pain. Gurgle, gurgle. A sound like a frog's croak escaped Sakura Momo's stomach. She quickly pressed a hand to it, her face flushing with embarrassment. None of those women were as beautiful or as shapely as she was. Yet here they were feasting on delicious food, while she couldn't even get a seat at the table. It was unfair. Liu Yang and the others heard the sound too. Their eating paused momentarily. At first they thought it was an animal's cry. Turning to see Sakura Momo clutching her stomach, they realized it was her stomach growling. A smug smile curled at the corner of her lips. She didn't need to say or do anything more. Hunger alone would break Sakura Momo. That woman wouldn't hold out much longer before she knelt and submitted to him. Liu Yang was in no hurry, especially with a woman had already had. He was even more patient. Only the unattainable stirs restless desire. Once possessed, it's just ordinary. No matter how beautiful a woman, overindulgence breeds boredom. Behind every goddess is a man tired of her. Women are the last things that should be deified. After finishing lunch with the women, Liu Yang waved his hand and said, stay put at home. I'm going to deal with things in this compound. I don't know how many zombies are still lurking here, nor how many survivors remain. I need to clean this place up so we can live safely. While I'm away, you'd better get along and avoid quarrels. Furukawa Hitomi. May you two are in charge of maintaining order here. Hearing this, Furukawa Hitomi and Mai's faces lit up with surprise. Lord Liu Yang entrusted us with the task of keeping order at home. That means among everyone here, he trusts us the most. Their efforts had paid off. Having been the first to pledge allegiance to Lord Liu Yang, the first to submit and become his servants, they now earned his trust. They quickly knelt and said to Liu Yang, thank you for your trust, Lord Liu Yang. We will not disappoint your expectations. We guarantee no chaos will arise in your absence. I'm good. With your words, I am reassured. With that, Liu Yang nodded, opened the door, and stepped out. Upon entering the compound, he had noticed numerous zombie corpses along the roadside, indicating that someone had been able to kill them. At the onset of the apocalypse, everyone fled from zombies in terror. Those with the courage to slay them were certainly no ordinary people. At the very least, they belonged to a small group of several individuals. The larger the group, the bolder they grew. If left unchecked, this group would only expand within the compound, potentially causing trouble for him later. So Lu Yang decided to act preemptively. Among the survivors in the compound, if there were beautiful women, he could keep them. As for the rest, men or ugly women, he would simply drive them all out of the compound. If they refused to leave, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them first and then toss their bodies out. These petty people didn't deserve to live in the same compound as him. Sakura Momo rose from the corner, a hesitant expression on her face. She said to Furukawa Hitomi, "Dear sister, now that Lu Yang is gone, could you give me some of your leftovers? I saw there's still some noodles in the pot. Give me the rest, and I'll wash the dishes for you." After speaking, she took a deep breath to steady herself. That single sentence had drained all her courage. As a top-tier school beauty with an exquisite face and figure, Sakura Momo had never known hunger. Nor had she ever been so cold-shouldered. Even under a scorching 38-degree noon sun, a single word from her would send countless simps running miles to buy her favorite milk tea. Whenever she claimed to be hungry, dozens of takeout orders would be delivered to her dormitory door for her to choose from. Every man who laid eyes on her would fall at her feet. With just a subtle glance, she could reap the eager attentions of countless men. Yet today she was reduced to begging for scraps. How was that any different from a beggar? How pathetic. Truly pathetic. After uttering those words, Sakura Momo wished she could disappear into the ground. After all, women like Furukawa Hitomi and Mei had never been worthy to stand on the same level as her before. The number of her simps was at least 10 times theirs. If fighting prowess were measured by the number of simps, she alone could take on all of them combined. Unfortunately, now she had no simps around, nor any fighting ability. Hearing Sakura Momo's plea, Furukawa Hitomi's face broke into a smug grin. Haha, the once lofty school beauty, now begging her for leftovers. Absolutely hilarious. This feeling was exhilarating, worth kneeling before Lu Yang and calling him master. Totally worth it. She had said before that even becoming Lu Yang's dog was a privilege some couldn't attain. And wasn't Sakura Momo exactly one of those who couldn't? Sakura Momo had originally assumed that her humble plea would surely receive a response. After all, she had once held considerable prestige in school, and many had treated her with utmost deference. Now lowering her head, she begged Furukawa Hitomi to share a portion of their food, merely the leftovers, which would cost them nothing. She thought she wouldn't be refused. Yet Furukawa Hitomi replied directly, "I'm sorry, Miss Sakura Momo. Without Master Lu Yang's orders, we dare not distribute food to others. Even our leftovers can be saved for the next meal reheated. In the apocalypse, every grain is precious. I'm not throwing them away. As for washing dishes, we can handle such simple chores. This bowl of noodles might not be worth even $1 million now. You think washing dishes earns you that? Miss School Beauty, don't you think it's too simple? Still living in the past when a single word could bring countless sycophants bearing food. Now your sycophants have turned into zombies. Want food? Then figure it out yourself." Hearing this, Sakura Momo's face instantly changed. She had already swallowed her pride, discarding her dignity to make such a humiliating request. Bearing immense psychological pressure, she had uttered words nearly begging for alms. Yet to her shock, her self-abasing act met no positive response. Instead, she was lectured and humiliated. This was utterly intolerable. Sakura Momo erupted in fury, rising to her feet and pointing at Furukawa Hitomi. "Furukawa Hitomi, don't go too far. Lu Yang isn't here, and he won't know if you finish the food. Even if you share a little, hell never find out. Why be so stingy? We're all citizens of Sakura Nation, while Lu Yang is from Dragon Nation. We should unite against outsiders." Furukawa Hitomi retorted with a sneer. "Don't talk nonsense. Master Lu Yang is the most powerful man in the world, the most perfect. As for his nationality, we couldn't care less. As long as we follow Master Lu Yang, we can survive. Don't preach national duty to me. I don't understand such things. I only want to live. If people of Sakura Nation should truly help each other, why haven't any officials come to rescue us? I only know that without Master Lu Yang, we'd starve to death. Waiting for official rescue would take forever. Sakura Momo, I advise you. If you want food, go beg Master Lu Yang yourself. Getting any food from me is impossible. I've promised Master Lu Yang to guard the household affairs. Anything he disapproves of must not happen." With that, Furukawa Hitomi turned to look at Mei. "Don't you agree, Mei?" "That's right. As long as we're here, we'll help Master Lu Yang protect his food and ensure his interests suffer no loss." Aoki and Kyoko also chimed in. "We feel the same." Seeing these four women unite to help Lu Yang, an outsider, oppress their fellow Sakura Nation compatriots, Sakura Momo felt a surge of indignation. Yet she could only fume in silence. With 4 against 1, provoking them might lead to a beating. Having eaten nothing and lacking strength, how could she match 4 opponents? If they scratched her face and ruined her looks, her only remaining advantage would vanish. With this thought, Sakura Momo fell silent, saying no more. Meanwhile, Lu Yang had already descended to the ground floor. A female zombie lying on the ground snarled at Lu Yang. "Roar!" This zombie was the landlady he had thrown from upstairs. Lu Yang hadn't expected her to be so tenacious and spirited, her roar full of vigor. It was a pity she had turned into a zombie otherwise. She might have been quite vocal in bed. The roar of an A8 engine is nothing like a mere Altos. Lu Yong approached. The landlady let out several more furious roars, baring her teeth at him, her eyes burning with a craving for his flesh. She longed to lunge forward and devour him alive. But her limbs were all broken from the fall, and no matter how she struggled, she couldn't rise. Lu Yong raised his hand crossbow and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Swish! A bolt struck the landlady squarely between the eyes. The arrowhead pierced through the back of her skull. The roars ceased abruptly. The once charming landlady had finally lost her vitality. Yet her cries had attracted numerous zombies from afar, charging toward Lu Yong. At the sight, no fear crossed his face. He raised his crossbow and fired relentlessly. Swish, swish, swish. Each bolt felled a zombie on impact. With a rate of fire of 120 rounds per minute, such suppressive fire prevented any zombie from getting within 20 meters of Lu Yong before being eliminated. Lu Yong advanced while shooting. He had intended to clear the zombies in the compound anyway, and this was a perfect opportunity to eliminate a portion of them. At that moment, on the second floor of a residential building, a man stood by the window and casually glanced outside. He happened to witness Lu Yong slaughtering the zombies in the neighborhood. Holy crap, boss, how did such a fierce guy appear over there? He's too brutal. Dozens of zombie corpses lie around him. They couldn't even get close before he took them down. Hearing this, a burly man with a thick beard, built like a bear, walked over. He also came to the window and looked outside. When he saw Lu Yong continuously killing zombies with a hand crossbow, a look of shock spread across his face. The burly man curled his lips, his eyes filled with jealousy, and said irritably, "Damn it. Where did that bastard get such a fine weapon? It's way better than us hacking zombies with axes." The man beside him nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's a great weapon. If our boss had that weapon, snatching Kitagawa Yui from Kudo would be a piece of cake. That old Kudo would probably kneel and beg for mercy when he saw you, boss Kimura. What's a mere security guard so cocky about? It's the apocalypse, and he's still trying to protect women. What a waste of the famous star Kitagawa Yui. If she fell into our hands, would have our way with her inside and out. A lecherous grin spread across his face as he spoke. A disheveled woman trembled in fear upon hearing his words. The bearded man nodded after listening to his subordinate. He said, "Brothers, grab your weapons. Let's go have a word with that kid." Hearing this, the subordinate's lecherous face instantly turned cautious. "Boss Kimura, he doesn't seem weak. With so many zombies unable to touch him, we might not be his match. Would get shot before even getting close. If we lose someone to him, our strength won't match Kudo's." They had formed a 5-man core team here. During this time, they had also found 3 survivors, 1 woman and 2 men. 1 man was a passerby, and the other pair were a couple. The 5 men had forcibly taken the woman. Her boyfriend resisted desperately, but was beaten down, forced to watch his girlfriend being violated. The other male passerby, though not resisting, had yet to earn their trust. Thus, only 5 in their group were combat-capable, matching Kudo's team of 5 security guards. Kudo's group had also found 4 survivors, including Japan's top actress Kitagawa Yui. Kimura had long coveted her. Unfortunately, with both sides equally matched, he couldn't snatch her from Kudo. The 2 factions were now in a stalemate. If either side suffered a casualty, it would be a huge blow to their combat power, leaving them vulnerable to the other. The bearded Kimura chuckled. He dares to kill zombies, but that doesn't mean he dares to kill people. You don't understand. Killing people is different from killing zombies. When you killed your first person yesterday, weren't you vomiting like crazy? To kill a person, you first have to overcome a psychological barrier. Unless it's a life or death situation, few choose to kill their own kind. That kid is indeed skilled and well-armed. But there's one thing he can't beat me at. The subordinate asked curiously, "Oh, what's that, boss?" Kimura smirked proudly. "He's not as ruthless as I am. I've already killed 3 people. I can kill without blinking now. He's just a greenhorn. Follow me. Don't speak or attack. Just stay behind me, take my orders, and adapt on the fly." "Got it, boss." The 5 of them grabbed their weapons and headed out. Opening the door, the bearded leader Kimura glanced back at the remaining 3 and said to the male passerby, "Keep an eye on those 2 for me. Don't let them escape. If anyone's missing when I get back, you all die." "Keep an eye on those 2 for me. Don't let them escape. If anyone's missing when I get back, you all die." Terrified, the passerby nodded hastily. "Yes, boss. They'll watch them well. They'll prove myself. Then you'll let me join you, right?" Depends on your performance," Kimura said, walking out directly. Once outside, they locked the door from the outside, making it impossible to open from within. He didn't trust any of the 3. Seeing the 5 men leave, the woman rushed to her boyfriend. He was covered in blood, his face swollen and bruised, barely alive. Though she was exhausted from being tormented by the 5 men, her injuries were lighter than his. She shook him urgently. Xiaobo, are you okay? Wake up." Her voice choked with tears. Hearing her boyfriend slowly opened one eye. The other eye was too swollen to open, leaving only a slit. In his blurry vision, he saw his girlfriend's pale, delicate face. Xiaobo's face twisted in despair. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. Monsters. They're all monsters." As he spoke, he let out a scream. "Ah." The passerby had stomped on Xiaobo's fingers. Looking down at them coldly, he said, Hey, can't you 2 be more careful? How dare you badmouth the boss behind his back? When he gets back, he'll tell him everything." Hey, can't you 2 be more careful? How dare you badmouth the boss behind his back? When he gets back, I'll tell him everything." Enraged, the woman pounded her fists on his foot and screamed, "Take your foot off. You despicable bastard. You won't help us, and you even aid the tyrant. They haven't given you anything, yet you bully us for them. Take your foot off. You despicable bastard. You won't help us, and you even aid the tyrant. They haven't given you anything, yet you bully us for them." Slap. The passerby backhanded the girl across the face, then leered, "What benefit do I need? Surviving the apocalypse is the greatest benefit. If I keep you two in check, I can join Boss Yamamoto's team. Then Boss Yamamoto surely won't refuse my request to have a go at you. I've been dying to since I saw him with you yesterday. With such smooth skin and a great figure. Even if you've been shaped by them, I don't mind. It's fine." He had long wanted to indulge like Kimura's crew, but without their trust, he couldn't join them. But this was his chance. Boss Kimura entrusted me with watching these two. That means he's starting to trust me. When they return, it'll be the perfect time to join them. From then on, any women they catch after they're done, it'll get a turn too. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. After hearing the words of this passerby, the girl trembled with rage. It reminded her once again of the humiliation she suffered yesterday at the hands of those strange men. Despicable, shameless pervert. Huh. The girl spat in his face. Yet unexpectedly, this did not enrage him. Instead, an excited expression appeared on his face. The passerby wiped the saliva from his face with his hand, then placed that finger into his mouth and sucked it vigorously. A lecherous grin spread across his face as he murmured to himself, "Thank you for the reward, beauty. When I play with you tonight, it'll be even more energetic. I promise to make you ride the waves of ecstasy." The passerby was an old bachelor. He was ugly and poor. Bald at a young age, though barely in his 30s, he looked no different from a man in his 40s. No girl would ever like him. Therefore, the mere thought of soon being able to toy with such a young and beautiful woman instantly excited him. Even if she had been used by Kimura and his men, he didn't mind at all. We folks never care about such things. The battered Xiao Bo heard the passerby's lewd words and instantly flew into a rage, shouting from the ground, "You damned bastard. If you dare bully my girlfriend, I won't let you off. You'll all die a miserable death." Hearing Xiao Bo curse him, the passerby was not angered and directly retorted, "You'd better worry about yourself. When they come back, you'll be the first to die. Your girlfriend can at least relieve their urges. But you're utterly useless. Oh wait. Without you as a witness, what fun would there be in bullying your girlfriend? Haha, you're just an accelerator." The passerby burst into lewd laughter, infuriating Xiao Bo and his girlfriend. Unfortunately, both of them were physically weak at that moment. One beaten half to death, the other tormented for an entire day and night. They had no strength to resist the lecherous man. All they could do was hurl curses, but those insults held no power over him. Instead, they only fueled his excitement. Meanwhile, Kimura and his men had already walked out of that residential building. At this moment, all the surrounding zombies, stirred by the commotion Liu Yang was making, rushed toward him. Thus, they encountered no zombies along the way. As they approached Liu Yang, he had nearly finished off all the nearby zombies. The more distant zombies, unable to hear the noise, naturally were not attracted. Just as Liu Yang killed the last zombie, Kimura and his men emerged at the perfect moment. Liu Yang instantly raised his hand crossbow and aimed it at them. A smile appeared on Kimura's face as he quickly said, "Friend, we're not zombies. We saw from home that you were surrounded by zombies. Many of them were charging at you, so we came out specifically to help. Who would have thought you'd be so fierce, taking down all the zombies yourself? Truly astonishing." As he spoke, he tossed his axe to the subordinate behind him and walked toward Liu Yang with empty hands. While Liu Yang kept the crossbow aimed at him, he used his mind-reading ability to probe the man's thoughts. This kid is fooled, isn't he? He's lucky to have a good weapon and is indeed skilled at killing zombies. But unfortunately, he's too young. How can he compete with me, Kimura? Once I kill him and take his weapon, Kimura will be the king of this area. Seeing the man's thoughts and his beaming face, Liu Yang let out a faint sneer. This guy played the part well, burly as a bear and smiling like a simpleton. He gave off the illusion of being brawny but brainless. If not for his mind-reading ability, he might have been fooled. Liu Yang did not lower his crossbow, but said to the man, "Stop right there. Kneel down and put your hands behind your head. He'll grant you a whole corpse." Hearing this, Kimura froze, his body stiffening. This guy wasn't acting as he had expected. There's a saying, a smiling face invites no fists. He had already handed his weapon to his subordinate, walked toward him alone, and wore a broad smile. Why was he so hostile? Kimura instinctively touched his waist with his arm. Feeling the hard object there, his unease subsided slightly. A dagger was tucked into his belt. Originally, he planned to get close to Liu Yang, and while talking, catch him off guard and kill him. Who would have thought the guy wouldn't let him get near, and instead ordered him to kneel with his hands behind his head. This unexpected turn ruined his plan, and now Kimura was at a loss. In those 2 seconds, his mind raced. Then an even more amiable smile spread across his face. "Huh. Friend, you must be joking. We're from the same neighborhood. We should help each other. We came out because we wanted to help you. Let's just be friends. Why be like this?" As he spoke, he moved closer to Liu Yang. His bearded face, coupled with a genial expression, had his eyes crinkled into a slit. He looked just like a bear from Chengdu, utterly harmless. Yet as he approached, Liu Yang pulled the trigger without hesitation. With a sharp whoosh, a crossbow bolt struck the man's knee. The bearded man let out a cry of agony and dropped to one knee. His gaze shifted from warmth to blazing fury. He roared at Lu Yong, "Damn it, what do you think you're doing? We came to help you, and you attack us without a word." Lu Yong remained silent, firing another bolt that struck the man's abdomen. "Arg, brothers attack," the bearded man bellowed, but his 4 underlings stood frozen in shock. "Boss, didn't you say he wouldn't dare hurt humans despite having a weapon? Weren't we supposed to wait and watch your show? This isn't right. He shot you without a second thought, one bolt in the knee, another in the gut. That's fatal, isn't it? If you were our leader alive now, you're just a corpse." The 4 men exchanged glances, none moving. The bearded man grew even more enraged seeing his lackeys disobey him. Since the apocalypse began, his brute strength and ruthless methods had made him their leader, and they had always obeyed without question. Not once had an order failed. Yet now no one listened. He shouted again, "What are you waiting for? Charge together and take him down. If you all attack at once, he can't handle it. Otherwise, he'll pick you off one by one, and you'll all die." The words finally shook the 4 underlings. Their leader was right. Charging together gave them a sliver of hope, while going solo meant certain death. One of them screamed, raised a fire axe, and rushed at Lu Yong. "Charge, brothers." The other 3 followed suit. As they ran, they deliberately spread out to make aiming harder for Lu Yong, weaving in serpentine patterns instead of running straight. Clearly they were experienced, probably learned from movies. Unfortunately, Lu Yang's bolts could down even birds in flight, let alone running men. Lu Yong smiled faintly and pulled the trigger without hesitation. 4 bolts whizzed through the air. They struck the 4 men's thighs. Their legs gave way, and they crashed to the ground, skidding forward from the momentum. They slid a good 2 meters before stopping, clutching their legs and wailing in agony. My leg. My leg. Ah, it's bleeding. So much blood. It hurts so much. Damn it. Wah. Don't kill me. I'm sorry. Someone help me. Mom." Watching the scene, fear finally crept into Mukin's face. This man was brutal, taking down zombies with 1 bolt each and humans just the same. Still, his initial guess, though partly wrong, wasn't entirely off. The attacker hadn't aimed for heads, only legs to incapacitate, showing a reluctance to kill. There was still a chance. Kneeling and clutching his stomach, Mutsuin addressed Lu Yong, "Brother. There must be a misunderstanding, right? We genuinely came to befriend you. Attacking us without cause isn't fair. In this apocalypse, there are so few survivors left. We should help each other. We've already aided several others." The 4 underlings chimed in, yes. We never meant to harm you. We've helped many survivors, gave them shelter, food, and protection. We saw you surrounded by zombies and wanted to protect you." Lu Yong couldn't help but laugh at this. The system had marked all 5 as enemies, meaning they'd planned to kill him. Now they spoke so nobly, claiming they came to help fight zombies. Why wait until had taken down all the zombies to show up? Did they take him for a child? Without a word, Lu Yong aimed his crossbow at their leader's head. "You said you've helped several survivors. Where are they? Any women?" Hearing this, Mutsuin sensed a chance for negotiation. He quickly replied, "Yes. There's a woman. Very pretty, great figure. Curvy, voluptuous, amazing to touch. We'll give her to you if you spare us." Yes. Spare us, and she's yours. She's a rare beauty, unattainable before the apocalypse." Hearing this, Lu Yong looked pleased. A woman was exactly what he needed for his system of many offspring. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. With a sharp whoosh, a bolt struck Mukin's head, his fawning smile frozen on his face as he toppled backward. The 4 underlings were petrified, but Lu Yong gave them no time to fear. 3 more bolts flew. 3 men fell instantly. The last survivor, trembling with terror, kept kowtowing. "Please, sir, don't kill me. I don't want to die. They forced me to come. I never did anything wrong. I didn't want to kill you either. They made me. Wah. Mom. Someone save me. Mom." He kowtowed and cried for his mother. The ground beneath him was wet with urine. Lu Yong had scared him senseless. Lu Yong spared him because he was the most cowardly of the group. Lu Yong lowered his crossbow and said, "You saw your buddies die. If you don't want to join them in the afterlife, you'll do exactly as I say." The man looked up, nodding frantically. "I will. They'll do anything you want, just don't kill me." Lu Yong nodded. "Good. Now tell me, what was your purpose here? Were you trying to kill me?" The question made the man break out in a cold sweat once more. Confronted by Lu Yang's question, the man broke out in a cold sweat. Yet he steeled himself and replied, "As for me, it was that bastard Kimura who sent us here. He saw you killing zombies by the window and took a liking to the weapon in your hand. So he wants to kill you and take it for himself. I tried to talk them out of it, but they wouldn't listen. I didn't dare defy his orders, so I had no choice but to come along. But I never intended to harm you, sir." Hearing this, Lu Yong was unsurprised. In the apocalypse, a weapon like his infinite repeater crossbow could change one's destiny. Even Lu Yong, if he saw someone else with such a weapon, would scheme to obtain it. Seeing Lu Yang's silence, the man feared he was angered. He added hastily, "Sir, Kimura wants your weapon to snatch Kitagawa Yui from Kudo. Kitagawa Yui is the most beautiful woman in our compound. If you're interested, sir, I could even lead the way. I know which building Kudo is hiding in." This underling had discerned that Lu Yong seemed only interested in women given his earlier inquiry about female survivors. There was indeed one, but she had been abused beyond recognition, likely unappealing to this lord. Better to offer up Kitagawa Yui instead. Surely this man would go to Kudo to seize the woman. A conflict would erupt between the two sides, and regardless of the outcome it would benefit him. Perhaps both sides would perish and Kitagawa Yui would fall into his hands. Kitagawa Yui. At the name, Liu Yang's eyes lit up instantly. She was a renowned top-tier actress in Sakura country. Rising from a girl group, her stunning beauty catapulted her to fame, leading to numerous hit TV dramas and films. Her status soared from idol to leading actress. Even Liu Yang had inadvertently watched a drama she starred in. Her acting was not exceptional, but her beauty was undeniable. She was once hailed as the nation's goddess. Yet he never expected the famous Kitagawa Yui to live in this compound. Liu Yang asked directly, why would Kitagawa Yui live here? The underling dared not conceal the truth. She was filming nearby, so the entire crew was staying in our compound. When the virus broke out, she was rescued by the security captain Kudo. Hearing this, Liu Yang wore a satisfied expression. Excellent. Kitagawa Yui was his to enjoy. Though he had many campus beauties around him, he had never tasted a true celebrity, especially a top-tier star. In the past, such a figure was utterly unattainable. Some people might only ever see Kitagawa Yui on television, never in person. But he would not only see her, but also possess her. And every day, he would have her play a role she once portrayed on screen. The very thought was thrilling. Liu Yang declared, good. I am pleased with the information you've provided. They'll spare your life for now. Now take me to your quarters. Let me see if this female survivor is truly as beautiful as you claim. Yes, sir, right this way. The man struggled to his feet. The crossbow bolt Liu Yang had fired was still embedded in his thigh, the tip protruding from the other side. Every movement sent excruciating pain through his leg. He could only pick up a nearby fire axe to use as a makeshift crutch. Liu Yang was unconcerned. Even if the man wielded a fire axe, or even an AK rifle, he was no match for him. Following the limping underling, they finally arrived at the residential building occupied by Kimura. However, they had only secured the first and second floors. The upper floors were overrun with zombies too dangerous to clear. They moved with extreme caution, fearing any sound would lure the zombies down. 3 figures came into view. One held a kitchen knife. The other 2, a man and a woman with pallid faces, slumped against the wall. The man was battered and swollen, his face almost like a pig's head. The woman was disheveled, her clothes in disarray. Her body bore bruises, cigarette burns, and even teeth marks. Though the woman had a decent figure, her face was dirty and unkempt. Her delicate features were present, but her eyes were vacant. She looked filthy, evoking no interest. Clearly, these 2 survivors were not rescued, but forcibly taken and brutally tortured. The one with the knife was likely the underling left to guard them. So this is what you call mutual aid. The 3 fixed their gazes on Liu Yang as he and the underling returned. This stranger hadn't been seen before. The man with the kitchen knife asked the underling, brother, where's boss Kimura? Why are you back alone? He then pointed at Liu Yang. And who's this punk? The limping underling quickly winked at the man. He had a knife and was so close. He should charge and cut him down. But the man was confused and asked directly, brother, why do you keep winking at me? The limping underling was speechless. Liu Yang laughed and said, he's winking to tell you to attack me. Kimura is dead. Avenge your boss. Hearing this, the man was stunned. He must be joking, right? How could the invincible Kimura, who dominated all before him, have been killed by this man? Just thinking of Kimura's methods made this passerby tremble with fear. Not only was he brutishly built, standing over 9 meters tall and weighing more than 200 pounds. He was as robust as a bear. But the most crucial part was this. He was ruthless, killing without blinking. Any survivor who dared defy him would be eliminated. Even those who submitted to him suffered his tyranny. Take Xiao Bo, for example. Back then, he was fleeing with his girlfriend when they ran into Kimura. At first, Xiao Bo was quite polite to Kimura. He had no intention of going against him. Yet Kimura and his underlings still beat him up and forcibly took his girlfriend. So Kimura was an absolute brute. The passerby refused to believe that Liu Yang had actually killed him. This young man, though tall, was still far inferior compared to Kimura. And he was too young, clearly lacking worldly experience. How could he possibly match the cunning Kimura? This must be the boss testing me. The passerby instantly confirmed his suspicion in his mind. He had always wanted to join Kimura's crew to do as he pleased under Kimura's leadership. If so, he could do things he never dared before and enjoy women he could never have. But unfortunately, he had never earned Kimura's trust. Today, he finally got an assignment to keep an eye on Xiao Bo and his girlfriend. If he did well, he might just join their team. And this current situation might be the final test for him. At this thought, the passerby's mind grew lively. Since he had already seen through it, he must act cautiously and pass the test. If it were Kimura, what choice would he want me to make? Without trust, I must show my loyalty. Though the opponent held a crossbow, and he only had a cleaver, putting him at a disadvantage in weapons, it was just a test. They wouldn't really kill him. So he had to appear fierce, pretend to be fooled, and angrily avenge Kimura. That way he would surely earn their approval. With that decision, the passerby wasted no more time. He charged at Liu Yang with his cleaver, shouting loudly, "You brat, you dared kill boss Kimura. I'll avenge him. Even if it costs me my life today, I'll make you pay." At that moment, a system prompt echoed in Liu Yang's mind. Ding! Detected the target attempting to harm the host. Marked as an enemy. Hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across Liu Yang's face. This was exactly what he wanted. Liu Yang raised his finger, aimed at the man's forehead, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The passerby charging at him was momentarily stunned, his mind racing. At that instant, time seemed to slow down 100-fold. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. What's happening? Why did he pull the trigger? Wasn't this just a test of my loyalty? The bolt is flying toward me so fast. No, this is just a test. It can't be a real arrow, it must be blunt. No, not only is there a tip, but it's gleaming. It must be made of plastic, right? Thud. The crossbow bolt struck him square in the forehead, piercing through his skull instantly. The passerby crashed heavily backward, the cleaver clattering to the ground. His eyes were wide open, staring in disbelief, even in death. To his last breath, he couldn't fathom why the man had actually killed him. He had done so well. He thought he had earned approval, that he would join the team, and that tonight he could do whatever he wanted with Xiaoba's girlfriend. But who could have guessed that the man would truly kill him? Seeing the passerby fall, one of the underlings stared at his corpse, as if looking at a fool. I gave you a signal to ambush him, but you just stood there even asking why I kept blinking. He already said he killed Kimura, and yet you attacked. Even Kimura couldn't face him, Hedon. You were just courting death. After eliminating this passerby, Liu Yang received another system prompt. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have plundered all of the target's basic attributes. Another set of average human attributes gained. What a thrill. Then Liu Yang turned his gaze to Xiao Bo and his girlfriend. Pointing at Xiao Bo's girlfriend, he asked the underling, "Is this the fair-skinned sexy beauty you were talking about?" From Liu Yang's tone, it was clear he was dissatisfied. The underling quickly replied, "Sir, don't judge by her current state. Dirty, messy hair, tattered clothes. But she's actually quite pretty and has a great figure. At least at cup. And she's young, so soft and tender. Smooth and supple like shed drip water at a touch. Once she's cleaned up, she's a real beauty. Perfect for relieving your urges." Hearing this, Xiao Bo's face twisted with rage. These people were demons. Each one had abused his girlfriend. And now they brought another stranger to torment her. What did they take his girlfriend for? Just a tool for pleasure. He shouted at the underling and Liu Yang, "You despicable scum. You're all demons. You all deserve to die. You'll meet a gruesome end. Even as a ghost, he'll never forgive you." He mistook Liu Yang for one of the underlings. So he cursed Liu Yang as well. Glaring at Liu Yang with hatred, he said, "If you dare touch my girlfriend, he'll make you pay. He'll kill you. He'll tear out your sinews, flay your skin, and drink your blood." Seeing the man's eyes bulging with fury, Liu Yang wore a pleased expression. "I like that look. Good. A man needs some spirit. Your hatred for me pleases me. So we'll grant you a quick death." With that, Liu Yang raised his crossbow without hesitation. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Xiao Bo's girlfriend dropped to her knees. She cried out loudly, "No, please, don't kill him. Don't hurt him. He'll agree to anything you want. You just want to use me, right? Come on, do whatever you want, just don't kill my boyfriend." She had already been tormented by the 5 men from Mumu village. She endured unbearable despair and agony. She suffered unimaginable humiliation and abuse. Both her body and dignity had been utterly shattered. She felt that living in this world was meaningless. She had long lost the will to live. The only reason she hadn't taken her own life was that she couldn't bear to leave her boyfriend behind. Now, seeing Liu Yang aiming a crossbow at her boyfriend's head, the woman could only kneel and beg for mercy. Witnessing this, Xiaobo was instantly overwhelmed with tears. He felt both moved and anguished. What had he done to deserve a girlfriend who loved him so deeply, willing to submit to a stranger to protect him? She would agree to any demand from that man. Yet he himself was utterly useless, unable to do anything, beaten until he couldn't fight back. Damn it. I'm such a damned fool. I'm not even a man. Xiaobo shouted loudly. "Get up, don't kneel. What's the point of me living? Let him kill me. I've long stopped wanting to live." But his girlfriend kept shaking her head, crying and shouting loudly. "No, I don't want you to die. For you I can give everything." Seeing this scene, even Liu Yang was almost moved. Truly a couple deeply in love, lost in each other's affections. Liu Yang asked the woman, "Are you serious? If I don't kill your boyfriend, you'll do whatever I say, right?" Xiaobo's girlfriend quickly replied, "Yes. I mean every word. You can do whatever you want with me, just don't kill my boyfriend." She had already been violated by 5 men. In her eyes, her body was already defiled. What was there left to cherish? If using her broken body could save her boyfriend's life, it was entirely worth it. What difference was there between 5 men and 6? It was just the same. Endure a couple of minutes, and it would be over. Hearing the woman's words, Liu Yang smiled. "Too bad. You're too dirty. I have no interest in you. And your boyfriend just cursed me, so he has to die." After saying this, Liu Yang's face still bore a smile. Then he pulled the trigger. Swish. Xiaobo, lying on the ground, was instantly pierced through the head by the crossbow bolt, completely lifeless. Xiaobo's girlfriend was stunned. She never imagined her boyfriend would be killed like this. After a few seconds, she realized her boyfriend was truly dead. She frantically crawled toward him, screaming loudly. "Ah, Xiaobo, wake up, Xiaobo, don't die." Sob. "I don't want you to die. I don't want you to die." She wept hysterically, shaking her boyfriend's body incessantly, but he gave no response. She watched helplessly as her boyfriend was killed right before her eyes. She had already agreed to let the man do as he pleased, anything to spare her boyfriend. Yet he still killed Xiaobo without hesitation. Why? Why was this happening? In this apocalypse, she and her boyfriend had clung to each other, surviving against zombies. Why did they have to encounter such a demon? They were more terrifying than zombies. Why? 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 Ah, Xiaobo's girlfriend screamed madly. Then she picked up the cleaver dropped by the passerby on the ground and charged at Lu Yong without hesitation. She raised the cleaver high above her head and swung it at Lu Yong. Swish! Before her raised hand could even strike, a crossbow bolt had already pierced her head. Then her already weakened body, exhausted from abuse, crashed heavily to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating 2 enemies who sought your life. You have seized all their basic attributes. Upon receiving this attribute prompt, Lu Yong wore a satisfied expression. Not bad, not bad. Killing this woman also granted me a full set of basic attributes from an ordinary person, although she was indeed attractive. And humiliating her in front of her boyfriend would have been thrilling to imagine. But Lu Yong couldn't bring himself to touch a dirty woman who had been used by others. What if he didn't get infected by zombies, but caught something from this woman instead? That would be a loss. So killing her outright and seizing her attributes was a good choice. Besides, both she and her boyfriend wanted to kill him. Killing them wasn't unjust. Moreover, they were from Sakura country. They all deserved to die. Their deaths, allowing him to gain attribute boosts, was a form of accumulating some virtue for them. Maybe they'd suffer less in hell. One of Kimura's underlings, witnessing Lu Yang's actions, was utterly shocked. He never expected Lu Yong to kill 3 people as soon as he arrived. Not only did he kill the passerby who tried to attack him with a cleaver, but he also killed Xiaobo and his girlfriend. And they were the victims. Xiaobo was covered in injuries from the beating, and his girlfriend was exhausted from abuse. They posed absolutely no threat. Although Xiaobo had said he wouldn't let Lu Yong off, it was just talk. He had no ability to retaliate. Yet Lu Yong killed him without a second thought. His ruthless methods surpassed even Kimura's. This underling finally understood what a true ruthless person was. Someone like Lu Yong who seemed gentle, with a sunny and handsome appearance, but killing without hesitation. Decisive and swift. That was the real ruthless person. At this rate, his own chances of survival were slim. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Yang's gaze fell on him. He asked, "Where's that female star you mentioned earlier?" "Which building?" Upon hearing Lu Yang's question, the henchman's face immediately twisted into an ingratiating smirk. Lu Yong had already killed 3 men since his arrival, and he had no desire to die. Compared to boss Kimura, this young Lu Yong, though seemingly youthful, was far more ruthless and merciless. He dared not refuse any demand or question from Lu Yong, so he hastened to reply, "Sir, that female celebrity is in Building 4, Unit 3, but she's guarded by the security captain Kudo along with his 4 men. I can lead the way for you, sir, and even lend a hand. Even as cannon fodder, I'd be honored." Lu Yong nodded and said to him, "Building 4, Unit 3. Very well, I understand. As for cannon fodder, that won't be necessary. You can go find your boss." Upon hearing this, the henchman froze in shock. "Ah, but my boss is already dead, isn't he?" "Exactly so, I'm sending you to join him now." With that, Lu Yong shot an arrow straight through his head. The henchman crumpled to the ground. Even in his final moments, he never imagined he'd be dispatched so easily. Lu Yong gazed at the corpse and chuckled. "Now that I know the location, why would I need a useless waste like you to guide me?" After speaking, he surveyed the room. The entire living room was in utter disarray. Everywhere lay discarded food wrappers left by Kimura and his men, empty cans, cigarette butts, and ash on the floor, along with traces of blood and unidentified fluids. Those fluids were likely left by Xiaobo and his girlfriend. Lu Yong approached the refrigerator, opened it, and found some food and a few bottles of drinks inside. He unhesitatingly stashed them all into his system space. A small gain, but still a gain. In the apocalypse, even a single can might buy a woman's first time. After collecting the items, Lu Yong left directly, heading toward Building 4, Unit 3. He intended to clear the entire complex. But he had to start with Building 4, Unit 3, since that female celebrity might fall prey to the security team at any moment. He had no desire to touch what others had already defiled, like Xiaobo's girlfriend. Pretty and well-built, but dirted and battered all over, utterly unappealing. By now, Lu Yong had only just left the Sanbin residence, and had already killed 8 people, boosting his physical attributes by 8 times that of an ordinary man. He now possessed physical abilities 14 times greater than a normal person. With this power, he could harden his fist and punch through even a concrete wall. With such strength, he feared not even a security team, let alone a U.S. garrison. After taking the food, Lu Yong departed, humming a tune as he walked. "Wipe them out. Wipe them out. Swing the broadsword at the devil's heads." Soon he arrived at Building 4, Unit 3. Along the way, he had taken down numerous zombies. Now he no longer needed to skulk. He strode openly down the street, deliberately making noise to attract zombies. With power came indulgence. Those zombies were no more than weeds before him. Killing them was easier than mowing grass. As Lu Yong reached the entrance of Building 4, Unit 3A, before he could step inside, several burly men rushed out. Though he had made little noise while slaughtering zombies, their roars had already drawn many eyes. Not only Kudo and his men, but other survivors hiding in the complex had witnessed Lu Yang's deeds. They simply dared not show themselves. But when Kudo's group saw Lu Yong heading straight for Building 4, Unit 3, about to enter, likely to scavenge supplies, they naturally came out to confront him. After all, Building 4, Unit 3 was now the stronghold of Kudo's small faction. It was their turf, and Lu Yang's actions amounted to an intrusion. They couldn't allow that. The security captain wielded a fire axe, its blade caked with black zombie blood. His underlings carried a steel fork of baton, and one even held a shield. Clearly this team was far more organized than Kimura's rabble. Otherwise the bear-like Kimura wouldn't have failed to gain an advantage over Kudo. After all, Kudo seemed like an ordinary Japanese man. He stood about 1.7 meters tall, around 30 years old. Possibly a veteran of the self-defense forces, his stature was unremarkable, but upright, with a resolute gaze. He exuded a soldier's bearing. Approaching Liu Yang, he said, "Sir, please stop. Building 4, Unit 3 is our temporary shelter. If you're looking for supplies, try another building." Though his words were polite, his tone carried an unyielding firmness, and his eyes fixed on the hand crossbow in Liu Yang's grip. He knew that weapon was formidable, having felled many zombies along the way. The henchman with the transparent shield stood beside him, ready to block any attack from Liu Yang. The moment Liu Yang raised his hand, he would lift the shield to protect the captain. Though the shield was merely tempered glass, they believed it could easily withstand the bolts from Liu Yang's small crossbow. The more delicate the crossbow, the weaker its power. Judging by its size, they estimated its effective range at no more than 20 meters. But they had no idea that Liu Yang's crossbow was a system item. Far from 20 meters, it could blow your head off from over 100 meters away. In response to the security captain's words, Liu Yang simply smiled. Their hostility toward him wasn't enough to classify them as enemies yet, and killing them would yield no benefit. So Liu Yang said, "I'm not here to scavenge supplies from your place. I'm here to find someone. I heard a celebrity named Kitagawa Yui lives in this building, right? I'm here for her. Hand her over, and he'll leave immediately without setting foot inside. Otherwise all of you will die." Upon hearing this, the security captain Kudo did not show any sign of surprise on his face, as he had already anticipated this. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, many survivors have been eyeing Kitagawa Yui. After all, she is a top-tier female celebrity. Both her figure and appearance are exquisite. Before the apocalypse, these people might not have had the right to even speak to Kitagawa Yui. Now with the apocalypse having erupted, they certainly want to seize this opportunity. Many would risk their lives just for a chance to have her, especially a guy named Kimura. Kimura has launched several attacks on their building Unit 3, but each time he was repelled by the security captain Kudo. Although Kudo is not as tall or as heavy as Kimura, as a retired officer of the self-defense forces, his strength is not something ordinary people can match. In an unknown fight, Kimura might not even be his opponent. Let alone that they are a whole security team working together, while Kimura's lackeys are just a bunch of rabble gathered randomly after the apocalypse. Therefore, Kimura is fundamentally powerless against them. However, Kudo did not expect that after having sent Kimura away, another reckless kid would show up. The opponent seems even more arrogant than Kimura. Kimura had at least brought 4 lackeys to form a team of 5 to seize Kitagawa Yui. And this time this reckless lad has come alone, truly fearless. Kudo completely disregarded Liu Yang. Even if the opponent had ranged weapons, he was not afraid. A reckless kid like Liu Yang, if he were to join the self-defense forces, would be easily dealt with by the veterans. How many arrows can a hand crossbow shoot at once? 1. As long as the first attack is blocked by a shield, the time for the next arrow to be shot is enough for him to close in. And once he closes in, that kid would undoubtedly die. Kudo warned Liu Yang, "You must be joking, kid. Kitagawa Yui is a resident of our community, and I am the security captain tasked with protecting her. Additionally, I am also a fan of Kitagawa Yui. Do you think I would allow my idol to be harmed? I advise you not to play with fire. Leave immediately, and we'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise you won't be able to leave later." Saying this, he stepped forward, gripping his axe tightly, ready to launch an attack on Liu Yang, who also sensed the threat. However, the system would still classify the opponent as an enemy. This indicates that deep down the opponent does not want to kill him just to scare him away. "That won't do. I need to escalate the situation further," Liu Yang continued. "Since you are also a fan of hers, you must want to play with her too. No worries, just let me have my turn first. After I'm done, I'll return her to you. Once I'm bored, she'll be yours. It's already the apocalypse, why worry about these things? Women are just for fun, right? What big stars? What idols? Once in bed, they're just like dogs." Upon hearing this, the security captain Kudo was completely enraged. "You can insult me, but not my idol." Not to mention that at this moment Kitagawa Yui was secretly observing the situation from behind the window, hearing every word spoken. This Liu Yang was basically insulting his goddess in front of her. How could he tolerate that? The security captain raised his axe and shouted at Liu Yang, "You vile bastard spouting nonsense. You're asking for death. If you refuse to leave, then don't think about escaping. Brothers, let's go. Watch out for his crossbow bolts. Always be ready to block with your shields. The shooter fears close combat the most. Oh, as long as we approach him, he's dead." After saying this, he and a few others charged towards Liu Yang. This time Kudo truly had murderous intent. He initially thought of letting the kid go, but since the opponent insisted on pushing his luck, he would let him know how formidable Kudo truly is. 5 people rushed towards Liu Yang in a group. The one holding the shield charged at the front, preparing to close in and surround Liu Yang. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang smiled and said, "You're working together quite well, resembling a coordinated assault. Too bad the shield in your hand is not a bulletproof one." The security shields are made of regular tempered glass or acrylic panels, usually used to defend against knives from rioters. They are absolutely ineffective against bullets, and even more so against the hand crossbow provided by the system. Liu Yang raised his hand and shot an arrow. Bang! The bolt struck the shield, but contrary to their expectations, it did not get blocked instead. It pierced through the shield and struck the chest of one of the security guards. The guard immediately displayed an expression of disbelief. How? How is this possible? It completely penetrated. How could it have such power? Blood gushed from his chest. The arrow had pierced his heart, and within mere seconds he collapsed to the ground. A pool of blood was left on the ground. Seeing this, Kudo was stunned as one arrow had taken down his shield guard. The shield was utterly useless. But Kudo quickly regained his composure and commanded his remaining 3 team members. Quick, spread out, surround him. Now he was only 5 or 6 meters away from Liu Yang, and everyone dispersed waiting to see whom he would attack. As long as he could dodge Liu Yang's arrow, or if Liu Yang's first target was not himself, he would be confident in advancing and then bringing down his axe to decapitate him. Seeing this, Liu Yang merely smiled and remained silent. He simply lowered his hand crossbow, waiting for Kudo and the others to close in. Kudo's face revealed a hint of smugness at this sight. He spoke loudly, so he only had 1 arrow left earlier. Now he has none. That kid is dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Kudo was already at Liu Yang's side, swinging an axe towards his head. The axe swung in a wide arc, striking down heavily, leaving a trail in the air. Axes are weapons designed to break armor. Even a general in plated armor would not withstand such a blow. However, Liu Yang merely lifted his hand gently. Bang! A loud sound erupted. The sharp blade of the axe was firmly grasped by Liu Yang. Seeing this, Kudo was left stunned, catching a blade with bare hands. How is this possible? Just as he finished speaking, Liu Yang's other hand was already clenched into a fist, striking towards Kudo's abdomen. With a single punch, Kudo's body flew back like a rag doll. Boom! He crashed heavily to the ground, feeling unbearable pain in his stomach, as if it were churning violently. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Kudo's face turned pale to the extreme as he glanced at Liu Yang, only to find that his lackeys had also been sent flying by Liu Yang's fists. All of them lay on the ground completely silent. One punch, and they were all knocked out. Liu Yang stepped forward, looking down at Kudo as he spoke. Who told you that having a crossbow makes me a shooter? Even Garen can use light's whisper. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Kudo's face showed fear for the first time. He never imagined this young man could be so ferocious. At first he saw Liu Yang as young and merely appearing to be a college student. He completely dismissed Liu Yang, even believing that Liu Yang's hand crossbow posed no real threat, for Kudo was a veteran who had spent years in the Japan self-defense forces. Though lacking combat experience, his regular training far exceeded that of ordinary men. With his skills, taking down 10 greenhorns like Liu Yang would be effortless. But who could have predicted the opponent would be so formidable? Not only did he catch a blade barehanded, but he could also kill with a single punch. Had his hand mastered the legendary Iron Sand Palm. Rumors had long circulated that everyone in the Dragon Kingdom knew Kung Fu, but Kudo never believed them, until witnessing Liu Yang's prowess, which convinced him otherwise. Even a college student mastered martial arts, let alone the older masters. Just as terror consumed Kudo's heart, Liu Yang bent down, seized his neck with one hand, and lifted him off the ground. Kudo felt his feet dangling, his throat tightly gripped, unable to breathe. Then Liu Yang carried Kudo toward Building 4, Unit 3A, asking as he walked, "Which floor does that legendary actress Kitagawa Yui live on?" Kudo gritted his teeth and forced out, "Dream on. He'll never tell. My idol must never be harmed by any man." In his heart, he vowed to die before revealing the floor where Miss Yui resided. "We live on the 4th floor. The zombies on the 2nd and 3rd floors haven't been cleared yet. If he searches floor by floor, he might get bitten and die. Then Miss First will be safe." But he didn't know his thoughts materialized as subtitles above his head visible to Liu Yang. Liu Yang chuckled, "Tough bones, eh? But before me, no amount of toughness matters." With that, he carried Kudo straight to the 4th floor. Seeing Liu Yang bypass the 2nd floor without searching any rooms and heading directly to the 3rd, Kudo grew anxious. What was this guy up to? He skipped the 2nd floor. Does he have precognition? No, I must do something to stop him from finding Miss Yui. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Kudo immediately wore a tense expression, occasionally stealing glances at the door of apartment 302. He deliberately tried to mislead Liu Yang into thinking Miss Yui was in apartment 302. But Liu Yang saw through his little tricks. Liu Yang almost burst out laughing. "Did you think such petty tricks could fool me? Don't you realize I've seen right through you down to your very underpants?" Ignoring Kudo's cleverness, Liu Yang carried him directly to the 4th floor. Seeing this, Kudo panicked and struggled violently. He blurted out, "Let me go. Let me go. Kitagawa Yui lives on the 3rd floor, apartment 302. Go find her. I've told you, now release me." Hearing this, Liu Yang replied, "I no longer want to find Kitagawa Yui. I feel like visiting the 4th floor for some fun. Your goddess is safe now, aren't you happy?" At these words, Kudo completely broke down. "Happy? Like hell I am. This guy is truly haunted. How can he not be deceived by anything? How does he know Miss Kitagawa Yui is on the 4th floor?" Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Kudo's eyes hardened again. "No, there's still a chance. This isn't over yet. There are 5 apartments on the 4th floor. 4 of them are filled with zombies. If he opens them one by one, he might be attacked by the zombies inside. He'll get infected. I don't believe he can guess the floor and also know Miss Yui is in apartment 403. Seeing the subtitles above Kudo's head change again, Liu Yang couldn't hold back. I truly didn't know it was apartment 403 before, but now I do. Excellent, thanks to you I can find your goddess so quickly. When I have my way with her later, it'll be even more vigorous. And he'll let you listen outside the door. Lu Yang strode straight to apartment 403, and with each step closer Kudo's heart tightened. He had fantasized that Lu Yang would pick the wrong door and end up in another apartment attacked by zombies. But who could have guessed he got it right again? What ability does this guy possess? Can he truly foresee the future? When Lu Yang placed his hand on the doorknob of apartment 403, Kudo completely collapsed. A burly man in his 30s actually burst into tears. No, please don't. Don't open the door. Damn you. You despicable fiend. That's my goddess. If you touch her, you'll die a miserable death. Wah. Don't. Annoyed by his cries, Lu Yang tightened his grip on Kudo's neck, silencing him instantly. Then he twisted the doorknob only to find it locked from inside. The door wouldn't budge. Without a word, Lu Yang stepped back and kicked the door, with his base attributes over 10 times that of an ordinary man. A mere regular door was shattered by his kick, the lock clattering to the floor. The person inside was terrified. Before him stood a trembling woman clutching a fruit knife. She appeared around 25 with a curvaceous figure. Her features were indeed delicate, but utterly unlike the famous star Kitagawa Yui. Though Lu Yang wasn't a fan, he recognized top actresses. He had seen her on TV before. Kitagawa Yui didn't look like this. Could it be? After removing makeup, she transformed completely. The woman shouted at Lu Yang, "Don't come near me. If you do, I'll stab you." Her voice trembled with fear, the fruit knife shaking in her hand. Seeing this, Lu Yang laughed. He said to the woman, "All right, let's reciprocate. You stab me now, and I'll stab you later. We'll take turns." What joy that would be. Upon hearing Lu Yang's words, the woman grew even more terrified. She was Kitagawa Yui's female assistant, always staying by Kitagawa Yui's side. After the apocalypse broke out, the people around them turned into zombies. She escaped her home along with Kitagawa Yui. Then they encountered the security captain Kudo. As it happened, Kudo was a fan of Kitagawa Yui. Under his protection, they arrived here. They had been living quite well during this time. Kudo and his security team went out to gather supplies, ensuring their safety. They lacked neither food nor drink. The only thing that made them feel a sense of crisis was that yesterday Kimura came with his underlings demanding to take Kitagawa Yui away. Fortunately, that group was driven off by Captain Kudo and his security team. For a moment, they felt reassured, believing they were safe under the protection of the security team. Yet who would have thought that today a young man would arrive completely different from yesterday's Kimura? He came alone, but his strength far surpassed Kimura and his 4 underlings combined. From behind, she witnessed Lu Yang kill a security guard with a single punch. She also saw the invincible Captain Kudo, who had shown no fear against Kimura, being beaten to the ground by Lu Yang. At that moment, the two of them trembled in their room. Yet deep down they clung to a sliver of hope that Lu Yang wouldn't find their room. But who could have imagined that within just 2 minutes Lu Yang would come knocking, directly smashing the door with a single kick, clean, decisive, and without a trace of hesitation. The assistant told Kitagawa Yui to hide in the bedroom while she faced the enemy in the living room with a fruit knife in hand. That was the scene Lu Yang first witnessed. Little did the assistant know Lu Yang had already read her thoughts and sensed her terror. He stepped forward, walking toward her as he spoke. "So you're not Kitagawa Yui, just her little assistant. Kitagawa Yui is in the room behind you, isn't she? You're quite the assistant, daring to stand in front of your boss, even in a situation like this. It's just a pity this fruit knife is too shabby. Can't kill anyone. Come on, stab me. If you don't stab me, I'll stab you later." Yet facing Lu Yang's relentless advance, the assistant kept retreating. She lacked the courage to actually stab him. She was just an ordinary girl. Killing someone, she couldn't do it at all. She could only wave the fruit knife, frantically warning Lu Yang, "Don't. Stop. Don't move. He'll really stab you." However, Lu Yang didn't stop. He walked right up to her and grabbed the fruit knife in her hand. He squeezed hard. Crack, crack, crack. The fruit knife emitted a cracking sound. When Lu Yang opened his hand again, the blade was twisted into a spiral. Seeing this, the assistant was utterly stunned. She stumbled backward and fell onto the floor. Fortunately, her plump figure cushioned the fall, or her tailbone might have cracked. Without her weapon, the assistant grew even more panicked. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she screamed, "Ah! No, don't come any closer." Yet Lu Yang simply walked past her and arrived at the bedroom door behind her. He turned back to look at the assistant and said, "I like to eat the good stuff first and leave the not so good for later. He'll play with your big star first, then come back to play with you." With that, he prepared to open the bedroom door. Watching this, Kudo completely lost his mind. He would never allow anyone to bully his goddess. Even if it cost him his life, he had to protect Kitagawa Yui's safety. Clenching his fists, Kudo charged at Lu Yang, shouting, "Brat'll fight you to the death. Miss Yui is not someone you can humiliate." Admirable courage. Lu Yang grinned, then kicked Kudo squarely in the chest. Boom. With a loud crash, Kudo flew back several meters, slamming heavily against the far wall before collapsing to the ground. Cough. A mouthful of blood gushed from his lips as his entire chest caved in. All his ribs were broken. His vision began to blur, but he still reached out, crawling toward Lu Yang's position, calling out weakly, Don't bully Miss Kitagawa Yui. Come at me if you dare." "Whoa, my goddess. Lu Yong didn't spare him another glance. He directly opened the bedroom door. As soon as he entered, he saw a petite, yet exquisitely beautiful figure. Her form was delicate and graceful, her waist so slender it seemed it could snap with a single grasp. The calves exposed beneath her skirt were fair and well-proportioned, and she wore high heels that accentuated the breathtaking curves of her waist and hips. Though not tall, her figure was voluptuous and balanced. Every curve was exquisitely refined to perfection. Lu Yang's gaze traveled from her pristine ankles to her straight calves, then to her firm thighs, followed by her full pert buttocks down to her waist that seemed too slender to hold, and finally over the hills to rest on her delicate face. Beautiful. Utterly beautiful. No wonder she could bewitch a man in his 30s like Kudo. Even standing still, Kitagawa Yui exuded an enchanting allure. Her features were exquisitely refined. The corners of her eyes tilted slightly upward, and her gaze shimmered with a seductive charm. Her temperament was cool yet tinged with a hint of coquettishness. Seeing Lu Yong burst into the room, her expression didn't show too much panic. However, Lu Yong caught the flicker of fear in her eyes. Lu Yong smiled and said to her, truly worthy of a top-tier actress. You're even more beautiful in person than on TV. This was the first time Lu Yong faced a real female star in person, and he finally understood. Some people become stars because of their extraordinary beauty. Up close, every inch of Kitagawa Yui's skin appeared frighteningly delicate and white. One could even vaguely see the veins beneath her skin. Her body proportions were perfectly exquisite. Her face could be described as a stunning beauty from every angle, captivating all who gazed upon it. This was definitely not comparable to the beauty-enhanced female streamers found online. She could be said to possess a celestial aura exuding an ethereal charm. Lu Yong was curious about how this ethereal female star would behave in bed. As Kitagawa Yui saw Lu Yong gradually approaching her, she kept retreating. Eventually, she backed herself into a corner. Her hands clenched into fists, her entire body trembling with nervousness. As Lu Yong walked closer, he smiled and said, "You don't need to be too nervous. I'll be gentle. Considering you are a female star, I'll just reluctantly show some tenderness." And at that moment, a military helicopter was rapidly flying through the sky, several kilometers away from the neighborhood. There were 4 people in the helicopter besides the pilot. One of them, a burly man with dark skin, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Captain, our 5th squad is actually sent out for just 1 civilian. It's simply unfair to think about it. Those politicians have never done anything good, and now that the apocalypse has broken out." The leader, a stunningly beautiful female captain in a specially tailored black bodysuit with a curvy figure, replied with a cold demeanor. "Less complaining, Sentai. We only need to follow orders. The matters of the higher-ups are not for us to question. Whatever the commander tells us to do, we will do." "Do you really think she's a civilian? How could a mere civilian possibly mobilize our 5th squad? From what I've heard, that woman is the illegitimate daughter of the Self-Defense Forces regiment leader. So the regiment leader found our commander, and our commander sent us. A word from the higher-ups means we the lower ranks have to run around. I heard different rumors. I heard that she might be the goddaughter of a high-ranking official in the Self-Defense Forces. Even after the apocalypse began, her godfather still remembers her and wants to bring her clothes, caring for her every day. I think we don't need to listen to those officials anymore now that the apocalypse has started. Given our strength, they should be listening to us. In peacetime, they are officials. After the apocalypse, they are just refugees. Why should they command us?" The female captain's expression changed upon hearing this, and she sternly scolded, "Shut up, Miyazo Arena. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you out of the helicopter. If the higher-ups hear such words, I assure you it will be the end for you." The heavily made-up female team member pouted. Even though her attire and appearance were rebellious and provocative, giving off a "don't mess with me" vibe, she dared not rebut the captain's scolding. Miyazo Arena could only lower her head and say, "Understood, Captain Yuko. I was just joking privately. We were all just having fun, not being serious." As they spoke, they had already arrived at their destination. Hovering above, the enormous noise instantly attracted countless zombies on the ground who began to swarm towards the helicopter, all looking up at it. Miyazo Arena directly approached the machine gun on the armed helicopter. Then she began to pull the trigger downwards. Bang, 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 bang. 12. 7mm heavy machine gun bullets rained down, shredding the zombies below and causing them to explode. With each shot, a hole the size of a basin appeared. It could blow zombies into the air, separating their upper and lower halves. A shot to the head would turn it into a mist of blood. The hard concrete ground was pocked with deep craters from the bullets. Miyazo Arena, while firing, was shouting excitedly, "Oh wow, this is so relieving, so exhilarating. I love shooting zombies. I've long had a grudge against these civilians. I wanted to take action against them before, but was always restrained by the organization. Now that they've turned into zombies, I can kill them without restraint." The sound of the helicopter's rotor blades combined with the gunfire attracted all the zombies around. These mindless zombies could only scream beneath the helicopter, even trying to jump up to reach the helicopter hovering dozens of meters above. Miyazo Arena was like a reaper, continuously harvesting the lives of these zombies. The 2 male team members looked at her with strange expressions. What a crazy woman. Only Captain Yuko can keep her in check. This woman is beautiful and has an enticing figure, yet so far she has no boyfriend, or probably because she's too wild, no one dares to approach her. Anyone who becomes her boyfriend might end up being killed by her if they don't perform well. Men may be lecherous, but they're also afraid of death. There's no need to risk their lives for a crazy woman. At this moment, Lu Yong, watching the scene outside the window, also revealed a shocked expression. What's happening? Someone is actually flying an armed helicopter to our neighborhood to fight zombies. The official forces here haven't been wiped out and have organized a rescue so quickly. Kitagawa Yui's face showed a joyful expression. She knew it. She wouldn't be abandoned. When she came here to film, her itinerary was all public. As long as the officials have rescue forces, they will definitely come to save her at the first moment. Fortunately, they arrived in time, otherwise she would have been bullied by that despicable guy. Watching the bullets raining down from the machine gun on that helicopter as zombies were shattered into pieces, Lu Yong couldn't help but show a curious expression towards the helicopter. Is this the power of modern weapons? In front of the machine gun, the zombies were no different from watermelons exploding with a single shot. Lu Yong stretched out his hand, using 2 fingers to gesture at the helicopter in the sky. Seeing this scene, Kitagawa Yui was somewhat curious. Now that help had arrived, she was no longer so afraid of Lu Yong. Seeing Lu Yang's strange gesture, she directly asked, "What are you gesturing about?" "That's a military-armed helicopter." The people on that helicopter were likely elite members of the self-defense forces or even possibly special forces. She didn't finish her sentence, knowing those people were coming to rescue her. She was afraid that if she told Lu Yong, he might give up altogether. It was better this way. Before those people found her, she could take care of herself. Now with the outside world attracting Lu Yang's attention, he should no longer turn against her, and when those people found her, that guy would surely die. Hearing Kitagawa Yui's words, Lu Yong was not surprised. He just smiled and said, "I was estimating the size of that helicopter. If its length does not exceed 10 meters, I could store it." Lu Yang's system space was 1,000 cubic meters, a cubic space of 10 meters by 10 meters by 10 meters. If the helicopter's length did not exceed 10 meters, he could easily store it in his space and take it out when needed, which was extremely convenient. Unfortunately, Lu Yong estimated and found that the helicopter's length was at least 15 meters. It seemed he would not be able to store it in his space. In the community, the zombies that could move freely had basically been taken care of by the machine guns on the helicopter. Even the zombies trapped in their homes were attracted by the loud noise directly crashing through the windows. Some from the higher floors jumped down and instantly met their demise. The remaining zombies, those with security bars, were continuously yelling at the outside through the windows. Below the helicopter was a scene of carnage. Everywhere were dismembered zombie limbs and flesh. In just a few minutes, not a single zombie was left standing. At that moment, the helicopter's door opened. Following that, a figure leaped directly from the helicopter. A loud crash followed as the person landed steadily on the ground. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang's eyes instantly widened. What the hell? Jumping down from dozens of meters high, without a parachute, and landing safely. This guy is definitely not an ordinary person. Ordinary people would have died falling from this height. Could he also have powers? Lu Yong leaned closer to the window to take a look, finally seeing the person's appearance. Tall and dark-skinned, wearing a specially made combat suit, he carried no weapons. At that moment, a zombie with its upper body blown off noticed someone had appeared and crawled towards the person, who jumped down wanting to launch an attack. However, he did not expect that the other party merely glanced at it, then kicked the zombie's head. With a tremendous force, the zombie's head was instantly smashed. Its remaining body was sent flying several meters away due to the sheer power. At this moment, the helicopter slowly descended. Following that, 3 people, 2 women, and 1 man walked down from the aircraft. Captain Yuko addressed the burly man. "Oh no, Takomi, even though you have a body-enhancing ability, do you always have to jump straight from the helicopter? Do you think that's cool, eh?" The burly man stroked his chin and replied, "Captain, was I not cool just now? If I were to walk down from the helicopter like you guys, that would be so mundane." Miyazu Arena rolled her eyes and disdainfully said, "Humph. With that face of yours, don't even think about being cool jumping from a plane." Ono Takumi retorted, "What's the use of having a handsome face? Look at Kitagawa. Although he's a pretty boy, he looks like he has low vitality. Good looks, but no substance." The thick-fringed Okawa, who appeared to have a Korean beauty vibe, felt targeted by the insult despite just minding his own business. He shot back, "Takumi, are you jealous of my good looks? Are you intentionally targeting me? With those muscles? Strength-based abilities are at the bottom of the hierarchy of powers, aren't they, eh?" Takumi said, "What do you know? A body trained to perfection can withstand any attack. Strength-based abilities are the most straightforward and reliable. Unlike you pretty boys looking good, but weak. You wouldn't last a second without your powers." Okawa burst out laughing at that moment. This guy was indeed a strength-based ability user. His strength was several times that of others. When comparing himself to Takumi, he was being asked to only compare strength. What a comparison. Even Captain Yuko could not stand it anymore. She turned to them and said, "Enough, you two. Focus on saving people. Our rescue target is just an ordinary person. Every second counts, and she is in greater danger. Now let's move." "Yes, Captain Yuko." The 3 of them became serious. According to the intel, their rescue target was located in Building 6, Unit 1. Just as they were about to head towards Building 6, Kitagawa Yui took the opportunity, when Lu Yong wasn't paying attention, opened the window and shouted loudly, "I'm over here. I am Kitagawa Yui." Captain Yuko heard Kitagawa Yui's shout. A look of relief appeared on her face. Moreover, she seemed quite clever knowing we were here to rescue her. That's great. This task looks like it can be completed easily. As Liu Yang heard Kitagawa Yui's shout, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He turned to her and asked, "Such a grand affair is actually to rescue you?" Kitagawa Yui no longer pretended. Seeing the burly man jump down from dozens of meters without a scratch, she already knew that those coming to rescue her were definitely not ordinary people. Even Liu Yang, no matter how fierce, would definitely not be able to contend with those people. Therefore, she was no longer afraid of Liu Yang and directly replied, "Yes, they are here to rescue me. You should hurry and run now, otherwise when they arrive you won't be able to escape. You also saw it just now jumping down from dozens of meters high without a scratch. Those people are not ordinary." She thought that after hearing her words Liu Yang would immediately be frightened and flee. However, unexpectedly Liu Yang just smiled slightly and said, "If they are not ordinary, then that's perfect. I am very interested in them." His plundering had always been targeting the basic attributes of ordinary people. But Liu Yang had not forgotten the other explanation of his plundering. Besides basic attributes, he could also plunder abilities. If those four were ability users, then he would have struck gold. This was the first time Liu Yang had ever witnessed an ability user in action. He had originally assumed he was the first awakened individual after the apocalypse broke out. Yet unexpectedly, the people of Sakura country had already managed to organize an ability user squad. From this, it was clear that ability users must have existed before the apocalypse, otherwise forming an organization in just a few days would have been impossible. It was just that the authorities had likely suppressed all information about ability users, leaving ordinary people completely unaware and never having heard of them. After all, the authorities always prioritized maintaining stability. If anyone discovered the existence of ability users, it could throw society into chaos. Once ability users turned to evil, ordinary people would have no means to resist them. If ordinary people learned of the existence of ability users, it would likely trigger massive panic. Thus, for the rulers, keeping the public in ignorance was the best course of action. At that moment, Liu Yang watched as those four individuals approached his building. An excited expression spread across his face, and his body began to tremble slightly from the thrill. Seeing this, Kitagawa Yui assumed Liu Yang was frightened. A hint of smugness crept onto her face as she regained the haughty demeanor befitting a top-tier actress. After all, in the past, a nobody like Liu Yang wouldn't even have been worthy to stand before Kitagawa Yui, let alone exchange a single word with her. But today, this man had barged into her room. Now he refused to flee, and when the military unit arrived, they would surely teach him a harsh lesson. They already know him here. You can't escape now. Your biggest mistake was provoking me. You're indeed quite powerful. You killed a few of those security guards without a second thought. In this apocalypse, you could have thrived. What a pity that you chose the wrong path by trying to bully me. Have you ever wondered why among all the beautiful girls in the idol group, I alone became a top-tier star? Kitagawa Yui spoke with a trace of pride. The entertainment industry was a cesspool. No matter how talented, beautiful, or skilled you were to rise to the top, you needed a backer. It could be said that 99% of actresses in the industry had to sleep with powerful figures to climb the ladder. The remaining 1% either had connections or came from influential families. For instance, some female heiresses entered the entertainment circle just for fun, bringing their own investments and making any movie they desired. Even with terrible acting skills, they could still land leading roles. Rumor had it that a wealthy heiress once set her sights on Edison Chun, investing $20 million to co-star in a film with him where she played the female lead and he the male lead. Back then, a young and proud Edison Chun wanted to refuse, but his agency pressured him into accepting the role. After all, $20 million was no small sum over 2 decades ago. In those days, Edison Chun didn't even carry a camera when he checked into hotels. Despite the female lead's less than pleasant appearance, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and act. After the movie was finished, they even forced all students in the city to watch it and write a 400-word review. This was a ploy to inflate the box office. If not for a student's parent filing a complaint, the film's earnings might have been substantial. Such was the advantage of wealth and power. Actresses like these would never fall victim to exploitation. They were the financiers themselves. It would be a blessing if they didn't exploit the director. Another type was the second-generation star, leveraging their parents' connections to secure an endless stream of roles. Kitagawa Yui belonged to this category, though no one knew her true background. Upon hearing Kitagawa Yui's words, Liu Yang showed no surprise and replied, "In just a few days since the apocalypse, you've managed to organize a squad led by an ability user to rescue you. Your identity is certainly no ordinary one, likely more than just wealth. After all, in this apocalypse, money has become useless. The only thing capable of achieving this is power. Let me guess. You're actually the child of a high-ranking official with your background kept hidden. You entered the entertainment circle just for fun, am I right?" Caught off guard by Liu Yang's accurate guess, the smug expression on Kitagawa Yui's face froze. She hadn't expected this man to be so sharp. As she stood there stunned, Liu Yang revealed a sinister grin and continued, "But then again, you Sakura country officials' children. Liu Yang will play with you all the same." Hearing this, Kitagawa Yui thought Liu Yang had truly lost his mind. The special forces were already at the door, yet he dared to be so arrogant. She instinctively showed a tense expression. It would take those men a few dozen seconds to enter, time enough for some fast men to finish the deed. She wondered if Liu Yang was that kind of quickie. And so, She suddenly regretted provoking and angering this Lu Yang. She had thought he would be scared, but instead he had gone mad to the point of fearing nothing. Seeing her retreat in fear, Lu Yang waved his hand and said, "Don't panic. Rest assured I won't bully you before they arrive. That little time isn't even enough for my foreplay. Once I've beaten them down, I'll bully you right in front of them. Then you'll know what true despair feels like." Rich kid. Official's child. So what? You people of Sakura country are nothing but dogs before me, Lu Yang. Even your prime minister would have to kneel like a dog before me. Hearing Lu Yang's words, Kitagawa Yui was utterly stunned. Was this man insane? How dare he show such disrespect to their prime minister? He was definitely a madman, and she must not provoke him. Adhering to the principle that loose lips sink ships, Kitagawa Yui chose not to respond to his words, simply waiting for the rescue team to arrive. Soon a knock came at the door. Outside, Kudo had also witnessed the helicopter's massacre of the zombies and heard his idol Kitagawa Yui's cries for help. Knowing they had come to rescue her, he didn't hesitate to open the door. Captain Yuko looked at Kudo with a wary expression. A strange man. This was not a good sign. In the apocalypse stripped of morality and law, what could happen when a strange man and a stunning woman shared a room? The thought was obvious. Captain Yuko asked in an icy tone, "Where is Kitagawa Yui?" Beside him, Takumi and Dukawa also wore vigilant expressions. If Kudo uttered a single wrong word, they would kill him without hesitation. Kudo could tell these people were no ordinary men. The mere sight of them jumping from the helicopter had already left him deeply awestruck. Now facing them in person, he could feel the terrifying aura emanating from them. Kudo was a veteran of the self-defense forces, but these individuals were far more formidable and fearsome than any soldier. Just a single glance from them made his hair stand on end. He quickly replied, "I'm the head of security for this complex. Miss Kitagawa Yui is in her room. A man has broken in and likely means her harm. I'm no match for him and couldn't stop him." After speaking, he pointed toward Kitagawa Yui's room. Seeing Kudo covered in blood with a sunken chest, Yuko believed he wasn't lying. Following his gesture, Yuko fixed his gaze on the door. Takumi and Ukawa had already rushed forward. With the mission so close to success, they couldn't afford any mistakes at this final step. Whoever intended to harm Kitagawa Yui, they would eliminate without mercy. Tawahai strode directly to the door, his large hand thudding against it. A deafening crash echoed as the door trembled violently, as if it might be blasted off its hinges. Then Tuhai's voice boomed like a resonant bell. "Open the door. Brat, don't move. Stay away from Miss Kitagawa. Open up now. Hand over Miss Kitagawa, and we might go easy on you. Otherwise you'll die without a burial place." Kudo, witnessing this, wore a faintly gloating expression. Clutching his sunken chest, he fixed his gaze on the room. Lu Yang had nearly beaten him to death. Now it was time for that bastard to taste some hardship. He refused to believe Lu Yang could overpower a brute who leaped from an aircraft. Jumping from tens of meters unscathed, what did that mean? Calculating from 50 meters, the freefall speed was about 31.3 meters per second. The impact force upon landing far exceeded 10 tons. With legs that could withstand that, the opponent's bone and muscle strength had reached an absurd level. The strength of those legs could probably endure a sledgehammer blow without damage. Even being hit by a car at 50 kilometers per hour would leave him unharmed. Even a bullet from an ordinary pistol would bounce off without causing a scratch. As for Lu Yang, Kudo didn't believe he could reach such a level. That guy was doomed. Kudo could already envision Lu Yang's miserable fate. By now the bastard was probably trembling in the room, too scared to open the door. When the helicopter shot the zombies, Lu Yang must have seen it. He also saw the man jump from the plane. He must have wet his pants in terror. Haha. Just thinking of Lu Yang, who had been so arrogant before him, now cowering in fear before a true powerhouse, made Kudo want to laugh. Evil must be repaid with evil. But just as Kudo was lost in thought, Lu Yang's voice came from inside the room. "The door's unlocked. Come in. I've been expecting you." His voice carried a lazy, relaxed, and indifferent tone. Hearing this, Kudo was stunned. What was going on? Why wasn't it like he imagined? Shouldn't the bastard be wetting his pants, hiding under the bed, too scared to make a sound, until those burly men dragged him out like a rat, beat him mercilessly, and forced him to his knees begging for mercy? Then they'd throw him off the building, smashing his brains out. Lu Yang's voice shattered Kudo's fantasy. Who would have thought the guy wasn't afraid at all? Was he crazy? Did he think his attacks were stronger than bullets? Hearing Lu Yang's voice, Tohai, who was pounding on the door, paused in surprise. He hadn't expected such calmness. The man didn't even lock the door. Tohai had thought he'd resist stubbornly, yet he was gracefully inviting them in. Was this confidence or ignorance? Ever since awakening his supernatural ability, Tohai had never regarded ordinary people as equals. He always believed that superhumans were the pinnacle of human evolution, a superior existence to common humans. They were the future of humanity, while ordinary people were mere consumables fit only for menial labor to support, admire, and worship the superhumans. Superhumans would inevitably rule the world. The only reason they hadn't yet was their scarce numbers. If they had engaged in class struggle with ordinary humans before, the armed forces of common people could have overwhelmed them with sheer numbers. After all, superhumans, though powerful, were not gods. Except for those with physical enhancements, most superhumans couldn't withstand bullets. And even if they could, there were cannons, missiles, and even nuclear bombs. So in the past, superhumans hadn't gained an overwhelming advantage over ordinary humans, allowing for peaceful coexistence. Superhumans were even recruited into a special official unit. But this apocalypse was the perfect opportunity. Ordinary humans were infected by the zombie virus with over 80 dead in just a few days. Yet superhumans had a natural immunity. None were infected. The numerical gap between superhumans and ordinary humans was no longer so vast. That was why from the start Tuahai and Daichun believed they should no longer submit to politicians' rule. But now an ordinary person dared to be unafraid, even leaving the door unlocked and inviting him in. Tuahai felt slighted, like a commoner being rude to a high official. Tuahai gritted his teeth, fury etching his face. He resolved to make that bastard beg for mercy. He twisted the doorknob and stepped inside. Before him stood their target, Kitagawa Yui. Beside her was a tall, sturdy young man with firm features looking very youthful. Tuahai glared furiously at Lu Yong while Daichun sized him up, a flicker of inferiority flashing in his eyes. Damn it, in terms of handsomeness, he seemed to lose to this guy. Just then the exquisite-featured, perfectly proportioned, and aloof Captain Yuko spoke. Kitagawa Yui, are you alright? Did he do anything to you? Kitagawa Yui, seeing her rescuers had arrived, no longer felt afraid and said directly, he forced himself on me. Don't let him go. Upon hearing Kitagawa Yui's words, Captain Yuko narrowed her eyes. How audacious this fellow was, daring to harbor improper thoughts toward the national idol Kitagawa Yui. Courting death, she turned to her companion Miyazawa Rina and said, stay behind and eliminate him. He'll take Kitagawa Yui to the helicopter first and wait for you there. Don't waste too much time. As a captain, she prioritized the mission's overall success. Only by escorting the target to the aircraft could she ensure safety, so she had no intention of staying to deal with Lu Yong herself. Moreover, in her eyes, Lu Yong was merely an ordinary man. There was no need for a powerful esper like her to intervene. Rina, Takumi, and Okawa, the three of them together would be more than enough to annihilate him instantly. Thus she chose to leave with Kitagawa Yui, first partly for safety, and partly to spare the ordinary actress from witnessing the bloody scene. After all, she was just a celebrity unaccustomed to violence and bloodshed. If she saw Lu Yong being pounded into a pulp by Takumi or Okawa, it would surely leave a psychological scar, haunting her with nightmares night after night. Miyazawa Rina licked her black-painted lips, a maniacal tone creeping into her voice. All right, boss, leave him to us. He'll make sure he thoroughly understands the consequences of trying to bully women. She was a deranged woman at heart, and she had always harbored a disdain for men. She never believed that women should be confined to the roles of homemakers, cooking, cleaning, and staying at home all day without working. She believed women were no different from men. In fact, even superior. Wasn't their captain a woman? And she herself was a woman no less capable than Takumi or Okawa. In short, Miyazawa Rina was a raving feminist. Now seeing Lu Yong attempt to assault a female celebrity, her fury knew no bounds. She resolved to personally dismember him into 8 pieces. She would tear off his legs and shove them up his own backside. Captain Yuko nodded and said, keep it down. Don't cause too much of a commotion. Then she prepared to leave with Kitagawa Yui, who kept glancing back reluctantly, as if she wanted to stay and witness Lu Yong begging for mercy. Captain Yuko said to Kitagawa Yui, come on, don't look. The scene will be too gruesome for you. You might end up traumatized. But no sooner had she spoken than a thunderous crash echoed. A dark figure hurtled through the air and slammed into the wall of the room. The wall buckled inward from the impact. Captain Yuko frowned instantly. Didn't I tell you not to make such a racket? What are you? Before she could finish, she realized the person who had been sent flying was none other than her own teammate Takumi, the strength-type esper. Stunned by the sight, Captain Yuko was dumbfounded. What was going on? How did Takumi get thrown? Her first thought wasn't that Lu Yong had done it, but that Okawa had started another quarrel and ambushed Takumi. After all, Takumi was the only strength-type esper in their team, boasting top-tier physical attributes in strength, speed, and defense. No esper of the same level could knock Takumi down in a fair fight, unless it was a surprise attack catching him off guard. Before she could ask Okawa what had happened, she saw Okawa also flying through the air. Then came a scream from Miyazawa Rina. Miyazawa Rina didn't get thrown, but instead found herself pinned by the throat, lifted off the ground by Lu Yang's iron grip. He hadn't kicked her because she was a female esper with a decent face despite her somewhat eccentric appearance. Her heavy smoky eye makeup and black lipstick were definitely not to Lu Yang's taste. Yet even under that off-putting makeup, her delicate features and alluring figure were undeniable. He could always have her remove the makeup before having his way with her. Women didn't need fists, they needed discipline of a different sort. So instead of striking her, Lu Yong simply grabbed her neck and subdued her. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Captain Yuko reacted, her teammates were already down. Okawa was spitting blood, his face contorted in pain. Takumi, being a strength-type esper, managed to stand up, brushing the dust off his chest. He forced a nonchalant tone and said through gritted teeth, brat. Not bad strength. Are you a strength-type esper too? But sneaking up on me like that, that's hardly honorable. Let Rina go and let's have a fair duel. Ignoring Takumi, Lu Yong smiled at Rina and asked, vicious woman, weren't you just now planning to cut me into 8 pieces and shove my legs up my own backside? If I had actually been defeated by you, my fate would have been truly horrific. But as luck would have it, it's you who's been beaten by me. So now I'll return the favor in kind. Don't worry, I won't cut you into 8 pieces. nor will I use your legs. Instead, damn it, brat, you think we're not worth your attention. Bloodthirsty battle intent. Activate. Takumi roared, his muscles suddenly swelling. His clothes burst apart, revealing a network of bulging veins that writhed like serpents beneath the skin. His face twisted into a ferocious snarl, teeth, bared eyes blazing with terror. He seemed to descend into utter madness. His strength multiplied several-fold, and the hardness of his muscles surpassed all limits. Even bullets from a pistol couldn't pierce them. In this state, he charged straight at Lu Yang. With each step, the entire building trembled violently under his weight, producing thunderous booms. This was his ability, bloodthirsty battle intent. In this mode, his physical capabilities were pushed to the extreme. His strength, speed, and defense tripled compared to an ordinary level 1 Esper. But his rationality also began to slip into a frenzied state, leaving only the instinct to fight devoid of thought. He became a war machine. He would not stop until the enemy was destroyed. Even Captain Yuko's expression turned grim at the sight. At this moment, even if she stood in Takumi's way, she would be sent flying by a single punch. So this was the state he had entered. During normal missions, Takumi never needed to activate his active bloodthirsty battle intent. His passive enhancement was more than sufficient. But once he triggered this state, he descended into complete frenzy. Under these circumstances, even if Lu Yang were an Esper, Takumi would crush him into a meat patty. Yuko now has only one worry: whether Takumi will hurt Miyazawa. However, they have been teammates for a long time, and Miyazawa should know how to protect herself at this moment. Takumi charged towards Lu Yang at an incredible speed. He was now moving at 6 times the speed of an ordinary person, 3 times that of a level 1 ability user. Although this state cannot be sustained for long, lasting only a few minutes under such overwhelming power, no enemy could withstand it. A few minutes is more than enough. The fallen Okawa spat out a mouthful of blood, a hint of mockery in his eyes as he said, "This guy, although I usually love to argue with him, every time I see him in this state, I still get scared and shiver. Sometimes I really envy those powerful ability users. There's no technique involved, just sheer numerical dominance." All the sweat and pressure were on the enemy's face. Okawa sighed. In his view, Takumi was bound to win. As for Lu Yang, he saw the muscular man charging towards him, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. This was his first time fighting an ability user, and the feeling was exhilarating. The opponent's ability seemed easy to discern. It was a forced enhancement of his physical qualities for a short period, greatly boosting his strength, speed, and defense. This ability was very useful for him. Lu Yang already possessed a foundation that was 10 times that of an ordinary person. If he could enhance it several more times, wouldn't that turn into a foundation that is 100 times that of an ordinary person? It's simply invincible. Just as Lu Yang was getting excited, Takumi arrived in front of him, raising his fist, which was larger than a basin, and swung it at Lu Yang. Lu Yang was not to be outdone. He clenched his fist, which was of normal size, and struck back at Takumi. Their fists collided in midair. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as if the air had exploded. A violent shockwave surged through the room, causing everyone to squint their eyes. Takumi's fist, larger than a basin, instantly exploded, sending a mist of blood flying like a watermelon shot by a bullet. Is an ordinary person's 6-fold basic attribute strong? Lu Yang possessed a full 17 times. The force behind my punch already exceeds several tons. Combined with hardening, it's like a cannonball. What can you use to withstand that? Takumi stared at his shattered fist in disbelief. Although he felt no pain at that moment, his ability to think had faded. Yet even as he was on the brink of losing his sanity, that shock still surged in his mind. Yuko and Okawa, however, were utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? The notoriously strong Takumi was actually defeated with a single punch. Remember when Takumi was on a mission, he once flattened an armored vehicle with a single punch, crushing everyone inside into meat paste. Who would have thought that his punch would be obliterated by another person's smaller fist? Unbelievable. Neither Captain Yuko nor Kitagawa could believe their eyes. Blood flowed incessantly from Takumi's hand. Yet he did not give up his assault on Lu Yang, nor did he show any signs of fear. After a brief moment of shock, he swung his other intact fist directly at Lu Yang. Lu Yang shook his head calmly, saying, "Really? You never learn." Then he swiftly dodged Takumi's punch, which slammed into the wall behind Lu Yang. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the concrete wall was shattered. Takumi's fist broke through to the next room. Meanwhile, Lu Yang had vanished from the spot and leaped upward. He threw a punch. However, this time, he did not aim at Takumi's fist. After the first strike, he had gauged Takumi's strength, and this time, he aimed for a decisive kill. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as Takumi's head exploded in an instant. Following that, his massive body, inflated to over 3 meters due to his ability, fell heavily backward. Lu Yang also received a notification from the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating an enemy who sought to harm you. You have absorbed the opponent's physical attributes and abilities. Upon receiving this notification, Lu Yang's face instantly lit up with excitement. He hurriedly checked what he had acquired. All basic attribute points increased by 20. Additionally, he gained a clever ability, Bloodlust Battle Intent. Lu Yang checked the description of this ability. Upon using this ability, your mind will be enveloped by battle intent. Your cognitive abilities will be diminished. All your basic attributes will increase 3-fold. Originally, Liu Yang's basic attributes were 170 points, but now they had reached 190 points. If he used Bloodlust Battle Intent, it would triple to 510 points. This means achieving a basic attribute that is 51 times that of an ordinary person. Wow, that's simply invincible. At this rate, isn't he on the verge of becoming a physical saint? Upon seeing Takumi defeated by Liu Yang, Captain Yuko shouted, "Takumi!" Okawa was also left dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with rage. How is this possible? The physically strong Takumi was instantly killed by the opponent with a single punch. This is outrageous. You little brat, I will make you pay for this. Although Okawa and Takumi often bickered and fought, they were in fact very close friends. If it weren't for their close relationship, he wouldn't argue with anyone else. Now seeing his good friend die right before him, Kitagawa went completely insane. Although he had been ambushed by Liu Yang and lost half his life, he had forgotten the pain and crawled back up. Covered in blood, Okawa gritted his teeth and said, "Damn. I will ensure you have no place to be buried." In the next moment, he suddenly vanished from the spot. If Tawahai was the tank of the team, the warrior standing at the forefront absorbing damage and breaking through enemy lines, then Dachuan was the team's assassin. He always managed to catch the enemy off guard and deliver a fatal blow. His attacks were perpetually unexpected. Dachuan vanished from his spot. Even Liu Yang couldn't perceive how he disappeared despite possessing 17 times the basic attributes of an ordinary person, granting him 17 times the dynamic vision. Even a bullet seemed to crawl before his eyes. Yet he still couldn't see how Dachuan had vanished. The next second, he felt a chill at the back of his head. A cold gleam flashed in the periphery of his vision. In an instant, a dagger thrust straight towards his neck. It turned out that Dachuan had somehow already flashed behind Liu Yang. An excited grin spread across Dachuan's face as he yelled, "Got him!" In his mind, this strike would surely graze Liu Yang's artery. Blood would spurt a full yard high. Within 10 seconds, Liu Yang would lose his life. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out. The dagger in Dachuan's hand snapped instantly. His hand was numbed by the impact. The excitement and smugness on his face morphed into shock and disbelief. How could this be? His dagger was specially made, not only extremely sharp, but also coated with poison. Even if the first strike didn't kill the target, the poison would ensure they wouldn't live for another half hour. As an assassin, his sneak attacks had never failed. But today, when his dagger struck Liu Yang's neck, it felt like stabbing into solid steel. The entire blade snapped cleanly in half. Dachuan was usually on good terms with Tawahai, and they often sparred. From those sessions, Dachuan understood that while a strength-type awakener's body was incredibly tough like forged iron, there were certain areas they couldn't train. Stabbing their heart might not pierce their thick chest muscles, and stabbing their belly might not cut through their abs. But stabbing their neck, that would surely go through. The neck muscles are hard to train, but Liu Yang's neck felt as hard as forged iron. Just as Dachuan was reeling in shock, a pair of massive hands shot towards him, gripping tightly. Crunch! Liu Yang's hand clamped around Dachuan's neck like a steel vise. Dachuan flailed his arms, pounding desperately against Liu Yang's arm, but it was like hammering an iron pillar. A dull thud echoed. Dachuan immediately found it hard to breathe. He struggled to force out a fragmented sentence. "You? Damn you. What method did you use to make your body so hard? Even your neck is trained." Liu Yang didn't answer his question. Instead, he asked with great interest, "What is your ability? How did you vanish right before my eyes and appear behind me?" Facing Liu Yang's question, Dachuan remained defiant. "You think I'm afraid of you? Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. Long live the great Sakura Empire. The great Sakura Empire shall rule the war." Crunch! Liu Yang tightened his grip. Dachuan's voice was cut short. His neck twisted to the side, and his head drooped limply. "Long live the Sakura Empire. Forgive my bluntness. Go fuck your mother." At the same time, a notification appeared in Liu Yang's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have eliminated an enemy who wished you harm. You have plundered 20 points of their base attributes and seized their crank ability, Shadow Step. Oh, so his ability was called Shadow Step. Liu Yang promptly checked the ability's description. Ability name: Shadow Step. Ability rarity: Crank. Ability level 1. Ability effect allows the user to teleport into the shadow of any person within 50 meters. Reading this description, excitement lit up Liu Yang's face. Damn, this is incredible. It's teleportation. Though it has a specific requirement, you can only teleport into an enemy's shadow. This limits your arrival point to being near the enemy. If your strength isn't sufficient, teleporting in is just delivering yourself to them. Like Dachuan, he teleported behind Liu Yang, thinking his ambush would succeed, only to deliver himself to Liu Yang. But Liu Yang had no such worries. With his current base attributes, he could crush any opponent. After taking down 2 Awakener, Liu Yang finally understood just how far ahead his strength was. It was a complete dimensional crushing. Both Awakener had 20 base attributes, twice that of an ordinary person. For a normal human, they were indeed unbeatable. But for Liu Yang, they were as weak as newborn babies before him, because Liu Yang's base attributes were several times higher than a normal person's. It's like playing a game. Landing at level 1 comes down to stats. Why are the top 5 champions so strong? Isn't it just because their stats are slightly higher? Even a small stat advantage is enough to dominate, let alone Liu Yang's several-fold advantage. It's like a level 18-0 full build champion against a level 1 who just left base. A complete stomp. Seeing Dachuan die at Liu Yang's hands, Yuko's eyes flew wide open, her gaze fierce as she screamed. Dachuan. Damn it. With 2 male team members dead, only she and Lina remained. Lina was nearly incapacitated, severely injured from being slammed to the ground, clutching her full chest with a pale face. So the task of avenging her teammates fell on her shoulders. Despite this, Yuko didn't let anger cloud her judgment. As the captain, she had to maintain a broader perspective. She lowered her head and whispered quietly to Kitagawa Yui. When I engage him, slip away unnoticed to the ground floor. Once you're on the helicopter, no matter how strong he is, he can't chase you into the sky. Kitagawa Yui nodded. She was already trembling in fear after seeing Liu Yang kill 2 people. She had thought these people would come to rescue her, and that Liu Yang would be terrified into begging for mercy. But who could have guessed things would turn out this way? Now even escaping safely seemed like a luxury. She could only wait for a chance to slip away. She hoped this beautiful captain in the tight black leather suit with her impressive cleavage could hold out long enough. She had to hold out until I get on that plane. With a casual flick, Liu Yang hurled Dachuan's corpse to the ground like a dead dog, producing a resounding thud. His face remained serene and unruffled, as if killing 2 people weighed nothing on his conscience. Merely a trivial act. Witnessing this, Captain Yuko's expression turned grave. Their squad had undertaken numerous missions before the apocalypse, including assassinating spies, rescuing hostages, hunting fugitives, and even eliminating foreign dignitaries. They had endured countless life-and-death battles. Yet Captain Yuko had never seen anyone remain so composed after taking a life. Even a bloodthirsty killer would feel a surge of excitement or satisfaction after a murder. But this young man displayed no emotion whatsoever. He wasn't exhilarated by killing. It wasn't born of some morbid pleasure. It seemed merely a matter of convenience. Captain Yuko felt a chill crawl up her spine. She had assumed this was a routine rescue mission, one where they could effortlessly retrieve their target. Yet who could have foreseen such an outcome? Was she truly about to stumble in this insignificant ditch? No. I must pull myself together and avenge Dachuan and Taobao. Captain Yuko suddenly spread her arms wide as if to embrace something. Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback. What's this? Can't beat me, so you're trying to warm me with an embrace. Though that curvaceous bosom does look rather inviting. Admittedly, Captain Yuko, despite her slender figure, was exquisitely proportioned. She certainly didn't lack in the places that mattered. Her tight leather suit was stretched taut, exuding the aura of a beautiful female inspector. Especially her ample bosom, spacious and luminous. Even if she bore quintuplets, the children would never go hungry. She was truly a fine candidate for perpetuating the family line. And as an Esper, her genes were likely far superior to an ordinary woman's. Just as Liu Yang was admiring her figure, Captain Yuko shouted, "Brat, what are you staring at? Now I'll be your opponent." Her arms shot out, instantly snaking toward Liu Yang like 2 serpents. Caught off guard, he felt a shiver run down his spine. What the hell? How can arms stretch out? Is this some horror movie with a vengeful spirit? It's giving me the creeps. As Liu Yang reeled in shock, the arms coiled around him. The moment they touched his body, they slithered like snakes, winding around and around. They looped around Liu Yang over a dozen times, binding his arms tightly, while constricting relentlessly, squeezing inward with force. Seeing this, Kitagawa Yui's face lit up with excitement. Perfect. Got him. Why should I run now? As expected of the squad leader, her strength far surpassed those 2 reckless fools. She had trussed him up like a dumpling, leaving him immobile. I want to see him beg for mercy. Initially, Kitagawa Yui had hoped the captain would hold out long enough to buy her more escape time. But now she suddenly felt emboldened. With him about to become a prisoner, why flee? Yuko's face also beamed with excitement. She hadn't expected to capture him so easily. His ability seemed to be a rubber-like elastic body. And as she had guessed, his power was that of a physically formidable strength-type Esper. As long as you avoided direct confrontation, there were plenty of ways to take him down. Like now, control his movements and gradually wear him down. Captain Yuko tightened her grip, constricting Liu Yang, and said, "You wretched scoundrel. See your mistake now? Feel the agony of life slipping away. You've surprised me. Your arms are incredibly elastic. They can stretch dozens of meters long." Liu Yang remarked, glancing at her tightly stretched leather top, and continued, "I wonder if other parts of you are just as elastic, able to lengthen or enlarge." Yuko sneered in reply. "Umph. Even at this moment you spew such vulgar nonsense. Don't you realize your end is near? Do you know how a python kills its prey? It doesn't crush your windpipe or break your bones. It relentlessly compresses your chest cavity. It stops your chest from rising, letting you exhale, but never inhale. Slowly you feel despair, suffocation. So no matter how hard your skin or bones are, it's useless." Liu Yang chuckled. That makes some sense. But what if I escape? Captain Yuko was supremely confident. Impossible. Even a tiny hair elastic in sufficient numbers can burst a watermelon. My arms have coiled around you dozens of times. Each loop is like a massive, resilient rubber band. Tough and elastic. You have no chance. Liu Yang smirked. "Woman, you're quite confident. I can't wait to test how delightful your elastic body feels." Then his tone shifted as he murmured, "Shadow step." With a sharp crack, Yuko's arms, having lost their target, snapped together. Lu Yang had vanished from her grasp. The next moment Yuko felt a large hand rest on her slender waist. A sturdy figure pressed against her from behind, and Lu Yang's teasing voice whispered in her ear, "See, escape, didn't I?" Yuko's scalp tingled. Shadow step. Wasn't that Dechuan's ability? Seeing Lu Yang unleash Dechuan's ability, Captain Yuko was utterly stunned. She couldn't comprehend how he had managed to do it. The hand resting on her slender waist felt scorching hot, and Lu Yang's breath brushed against her earlobe. It struck her as odd. Though he was an enemy, their current posture was incredibly intimate, like a pair of lovers. Back on the Titanic, Jack had held his rose just like this. And at this moment Lu Yang also found the position quite agreeable, one hand on her waist, the other gripping her neck. A sudden urge to push her head downwards surged within him. But before he could act, Captain Yuko made a move. Her body abruptly began to deform, eventually flattening into a shape like a tablecloth, and then it directly enveloped Lu Yang. Next, the cloth wound around him several times, instantly wrapping him up like a mummy. Lu Yang heard her voice in his ear. "Getting close to me was a bad choice. Even if you can teleport, I've got you completely covered. You won't escape. Soon you'll suffocate to death in my tight embrace." Captain Yuko, like a rubber tablecloth, coiled around his body several times. She clung to every part of him, including his mouth and nose, making it impossible to breathe. Anyone else would have panicked, but Lu Yang remained unperturbed. Wrapped like a mummy, he continued to taunt. "It's really tight. But against absolute power, no matter how tightly you wrap, it's useless." With that, Lu Yang suddenly struggled, forcefully pushing outward with his arms. His elbows pressed against Captain Yuko's body, causing it to bulge high. Though she had transformed into a rubber sheet enveloping Lu Yang, every part of her body still retained sensation and pain. Lu Yang's struggles now felt like a train rampaging through her body, crashing everywhere. Lu Yang was like a bull trapped in a huge sack, relentlessly battering the sack's surface. Captain Yuko bulged here and there, her body twisting and deforming. Soon the relentless pounding became too much for her. Though her body was elastic like rubber, she couldn't withstand the constant impact. She felt her internal organs shifting. One moment her liver was struck, the next her kidney. The once tightly wrapped rubber sheet was now loosened by Lu Yang's force. Lu Yang's voice came through from within her wrap. "Anything elastic has its limit. Stretch a rubber band too long, and it loses its elasticity. A spring, once it reaches its limit, loses its ability to contract. The same goes for the human body. Even if your supernatural ability turns your body into rubber-like material, it will still loosen from repeated stretching." As he spoke, he struggled even more violently. With her binding no longer as tight, Lu Yang had more room to move. With more space, his movements grew larger. Initially, he could only spread his arms to push against the wrap, but now he had room to punch, landing blow after blow on Captain Yuko's body. Captain Yuko screamed in agony. No. Punching won't work." Boom. Lu Yang paid no heed to her cries and threw another punch. His fist bulged high through her body, the shape of a fist clearly visible even through her skin. Then another punch. Boom. Captain Yuko let out another shriek. She finally realized her mistake. She shouldn't have turned her body into an elastic rubber sheet to wrap around him. She had thought she could suffocate him, but who would have guessed he possessed such immense strength? Each punch landed on her, and even her rubber body couldn't endure it. Captain Yuko's voice grew more pained, moaning incessantly. Her face had merged with the rubber tablecloth, so her expression was unreadable. But from her voice it was clear she was wearing a mask of agony. Meanwhile, Lu Yang, once wrapped like a mummy, had now regained full mobility. Captain Yuko's body hung loosely like a tattered sack. Inside this sack, Lu Yang kicked and punched, each blow seeming to force the very food from her stomach. No. Yamit, stop. I can't hold on anymore." Captain Yuko could only keep screaming in pain. Yet Lu Yang didn't stop. Instead, he punched her even harder. Captain Yuko knew her ability was completely ineffective. She had intended to immobilize Lu Yang and suffocate him. But now he had loosened her body with his sheer power and regained his freedom. In this situation, she was nothing but a punching bag. He was merely toying with her. If he wanted, he could easily pull out a knife and slash through her thin body. Then she would truly die. Captain Yuko decided to release her hold. Instantly, the wrapped Lu Yang reappeared. Captain Yuko's body transformed from a rubber sheet back into human form. But now she was covered in bruises, black and blue. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She slumped to the ground, utterly drained of strength. She couldn't hold on. This man was too strong. Even with her break ability, she was no match for him. Captain Yuko was exhausted by Lu Yang. Rina Miyazawa had been defeated in an instant. Now she too lay on the ground, unable to get up. Yui Kitagawa, who had planned to watch the spectacle, finally snapped out of her shock. Run. No more show. If she stayed, she'd become the show. Yui Kitagawa turned and fled, dashing toward the helicopter downstairs. Yet before she could take more than a few steps, Lu Yang had already caught up. "You think you can run?" Even that female psychic couldn't escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Lu Yang charged straight at Kitagawa Yui, but Kudo bravely stepped forward. "Miss Yui, run. They'll hold him off." He couldn't even last a second before Lu Yang kicked him flying. Then, Lu Yang grabbed Kitagawa Yui by the throat and dragged her back into the room. Captain Yuko and Rina Miyazawa watched, struggling to rise, but utterly powerless. They were gravely wounded, barely able to save themselves, let alone rescue Kitagawa Yui. The mission had failed completely. After Kitagawa Yui was brought back into the room, the top-tier actress with her exquisite figure and features no longer wore the arrogant expression she had at the start. She looked at Lu Yong, her face filled with terror. She never imagined that this seemingly young man could wipe out an entire squad of psychics in just a few minutes. Now that she was caught by Lu Yong, she feared the worst. What kind of torment awaited her? Given his physical prowess, her frail body would surely be destroyed by him. Kitagawa Yui had always cultivated a cute idol image in her girl group days. When filming movies and acting opposite the male lead, she often had to stand on a box just to look him in the eye. She had a doll-like face. At just over 1.5 meters tall and weighing only 40 kilograms, her body proportions were good, making her appear to be around 1.6 meters. But in front of the 1.85-meter Lu Yong, she was like a child. He could lift her with one hand. After dragging her into the room, Lu Yong tossed her onto the bed. Her small body hit the soft mattress, heavily bouncing half a meter into the air before falling back down. She let out a scream. She scrambled up on the bed and pleaded with Lu Yong, "Please don't hurt me. Don't you know? My father is a division commander in the Sakura Country Self-Defense Force. That powerful squad must have been sent by him to rescue me. He commands tens of thousands of soldiers. He wields immense power and endless wealth. Let me go and you can have anything you want. They'll make him give it to you." Hearing this, Lu Yong said with a mocking grin, "Oh, a division commander. Is that a big deal?" Kitagawa Yui quickly replied, "Of course it is. It's equivalent to a major general in other countries." As she said this, she instinctively straightened her back, her eyes shining with pride. Having a division commander as a father was indeed her pride. Back in her girl group days, she had witnessed many members being taken advantage of by investors, rich men, and directors. Sometimes they had to entertain several times in a single day. No matter the man's looks or age, if he demanded it, they had to go. Once there, they had to do whatever was asked, drink whatever was given, pose however instructed, and eat whatever was served. If you dared to refuse, too bad. Your role would be gone instantly. Your scandals would be leaked immediately. Your endorsements would demand breach of contract fees. You'd be drowning in debt, unable to pay it off for a lifetime. But Kitagawa Yui had never experienced any of that. Her friends envied her immensely. All because she had a division commander for a father. Even though she was an illegitimate child and her status was not publicly acknowledged, no one dared to mess with a division commander's daughter, unless they wanted to lose their head. After all, even the richest people are nothing in the face of true power. What does it matter if you're the richest person in the country? How many divisions does the richest person command? What's the range of their missiles? In Sakura Country, some powerful officials' children only need to say, "Grandpa, I want this." And the richest person in the country would be finished. That's why Kitagawa Yui's career in the spotlight was so dazzling. Although she was short for a star and her acting wasn't top tier among leading actresses, the lead roles kept falling into her lap. Moreover, whenever she played the lead, there would never be kissing scenes or intimate acts with male actors. If such scenes were necessary, a body double was used. Thus, Kitagawa Yui always regarded her father as her pride. Now facing danger, she blurted out his name and title. She believed that Lu Yong would think twice upon hearing this. Those investors and directors had been even more arrogant than Lu Yong. They had also tried to take advantage of her, but once they heard her father's name, they all knelt and begged for mercy. She believed Lu Yong was no different from those directors and investors, just a bully who feared the strong. But she never expected Lu Yong to be completely unmoved. After hearing her words, instead of changing his attitude, he walked straight toward her, saying as he approached, "Oh, so it's just a major general equivalent to other countries. I thought it was a general, let alone a major general. Even if your prime minister came, you'd still have to taste my methods today." Seeing this, Kitagawa Yui was finally terrified. Her father had been her ultimate trump card, but it had failed. She had no other means left. She kept backing away on the bed until she hit the corner. She closed her eyes and screamed, "No, don't come any closer. If you hurt me, my father won't let you off." Do you want to make an enemy of the entire Sakura Country government? Can you fight an entire division of soldiers? Are you insane? Kitagawa Yui had assumed that mentioning her father's name would intimidate Lu Yong. She believed he would not dare to oppose the entire officialdom of Sakura Country. Though the apocalypse had erupted and chaos reigned, Kitagawa Yui trusted that under the protection of the self-defense forces, peace would be restored. Her father was a high-ranking officer in the self-defense forces. Once order was restored, those who had harmed her would face his reckoning. Who wouldn't fear the reckoning of the self-defense forces? Even the arrogant Lu Yong wouldn't dare challenge an entire army, would he? Yet reality unfolded far from her expectations. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yong not only failed to halt, but quickened his pace toward her, a sinister excitement gleaming on his face. What was happening? After learning that her father was a division commander of the self-defense forces, he seemed even more exhilarated. Pervert. A total pervert. This guy is absolutely a pervert. Reaching Kitagawa Yui's side, Lu Yong roughly grabbed her by the hair, dragging her from the corner of the bed to its edge. Seeing her stunning face contorted with terror, Lu Yong said with satisfaction, "It's precisely you privileged second-generation officials that make things exciting. After all, people like you who consider yourselves elite once looked down on nobodies like me without status or background. Not to mention having my way with you. Even exchanging a single word with you would have been impossible. That's precisely why seeing you now groveling like a dog at my mercy thrills me all the more. So what if your father is a division commander? Even if you were the daughter of the Self-Defense Forces Commander-in-Chief, I'd still do as I please. With that, Liu Yang released her and walked toward the corpses of Okawa and Takumi, saying as he moved, "Before we begin, I need to toss these dead dogs out. I don't enjoy being with women near corpses." Suiting action to words, Liu Yang hoisted a corpse in each hand and flung them into the living room. Kudo, who had been lying half dead in the living room, was dumbfounded. He never imagined that after all the silence from the room, the door would open to reveal two bodies. From the start, Kudo had sensed these two men were extremely dangerous. His instincts as a veteran soldier told him they were terrifyingly formidable. Even a single glance from them made him want to tremble. He felt as insignificant as an ant before them, as if they could crush him underfoot at any moment. Yet such imposing figures were discarded like dead dogs by Liu Yang. Just how powerful was Liu Yang? At this thought, Kudo shuddered violently, drenched in blood, overwhelmed by utter despair. It seemed he had no strength left to protect his goddess. After tossing the two bodies out, Liu Yang returned to Kagawa Yui's bedroom, walking toward her with a relaxed expression. "If you don't want to suffer, just obey. Either way, you can't escape being ravaged by me. So you'd better cooperate. Otherwise, I'll beat you half to death first, and then have my way with you. I'll be the same." Hearing this, Kitagawa Yui trembled in fear. If anyone else had said such things, she might have argued or dismissed it. But coming from Liu Yang, she had to believe him. This man had just killed two people right before her eyes. Moreover, he had beaten the other two female team members half to death, leaving them collapsed on the ground, utterly powerless. Those female team members were no ordinary women. One was even the captain, with a physique as tough as rubber, yet Liu Yang had battered her body black and blue. If those fists as big as sandbags landed on me, wouldn't I be beaten until even my insides came out? Kitagawa Yui dared not argue. Trembling, she nodded and asked Liu Yang, "Well, what do you want? If you won't hurt me, I'll try to cooperate." Hearing this, Liu Yang's face broke into a radiant smile like that of a sunny, youthful college student. Who would have thought that someone so sunny could kill without batting an eye? Kitagawa Yui couldn't help but marvel. He was actually quite handsome, with a strong build and good presence. If they had met in peacetime, perhaps she wouldn't have disliked him. But beneath that handsome exterior lay a ruthless heart, like a demon cloaked in a handsome man's guise. It made one tremble, wish him in hell, yet feel utterly helpless. "Damn it." After a wicked grin, Liu Yang spoke. "Of course we're going to do what men and women do. As a top actress in Sakura country, you must have countless admirers. Many men probably fantasize about you, seeing your face in their minds when they're alone at night, wanting to be the pilot of their own desires. I want to see just what it feels like to have the goddess of countless men in Sakura country, the ultimate beauty they dream of possessing, in my arms." Hearing this, Kitagawa Yui's eyes instantly reddened. As expected, this man was no different from others. The moment he saw her, he wanted to take her by force. Other men couldn't do it and dared not show it, but this man dared to say it outright. Kitagawa Yui felt deeply wronged. She had struggled in the entertainment industry for years, and every man who tried to take advantage of her was scared off by her father. Among them were tycoons worth billions, nationally renowned directors, and even leaders in the film industry. They were all outstanding in their fields, yet even they could do nothing to her, never daring to lay a hand on her. Who would have thought that now, faced with an unknown male college student, the chastity she had guarded for 20 years would be lost? Stop feeling sorry for yourself. You've clearly never experienced the pleasures between a man and a woman. Don't worry, soon I'll have you begging for more. Now let me first sample your skills." With that, Liu Yang grabbed her hair. "Ah." Startled by Liu Yang's sudden move, Kitagawa Yui quickly said, "No. I don't know anything." Liu Yang chuckled. "It's fine. He'll teach you. It's as simple as eating." After more than an hour, the room fell into silence. At this moment, Kitagawa Yui curled up in the corner of the bed. She was drenched in sweat, trembling uncontrollably. It was too terrifying. Absolutely too terrifying. Could everything that just happened be nothing but a dream? Although Kitagawa Yui had never had a boyfriend or experienced intimacy between a man and a woman as a young person from Sakura country, even without practical experience, she had watched plenty of adult animations or films. Yet none of them could compare to what she had just endured. Liu Yang was absolutely not human. A beast. He was like a beast. A bull. He almost plowed the ground to death. Meanwhile, Liu Yang received a notification from the system. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a System Reward 1 Ability Evolution Scroll." Upon hearing this prompt, Liu Yang was taken aback. What exactly was an ability evolution scroll? So far, he had received several system rewards, either an ability, a weapon, or a boost to his basic attributes. This was the first time he had obtained an ability evolution scroll. He quickly checked its description. Item name: Ability Evolution Scroll. Item rarity: S rank. Item effect: after use, it allows one of your abilities to evolve into a more powerful form. Use now. Upon seeing this prompt, a flicker of excitement flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. Damn, it could evolve an ability into something stronger. Liu Yang checked his system panel. Name: Liu Yang. Age: 18. Height: 1.85 meters. Weight: 85 kilograms. Strength: 190 points. Speed: 190 points. Spirit: 190 points. Stamina 190 points. Abilities 1. Plunder. Rarity, a rank. Level 1. 2. Harden. Rarity, a rank. Level 1. 3. Mind reading. Rarity, S rank. Level 1. 4. Shadow step. Rarity crank. Level 1. Weapons infinite repeating crossbow. System space level 1. After eliminating so many enemies, Liu Yang now possessed 190 points in each basic attribute. He also had 4 abilities. Through draws he had obtained 2 A rank and 1 S rank ability. The 4th A C rank was plundered. Since the ability evolution scroll could evolve an ability into a more powerful one, he decided to focus on the 3 abilities acquired through the system draws. What the system produced was top-notch, the plundered ones were mere scraps dispensable. Besides, a crank ability wasn't worthy of an evolution scroll. Liu Yang set his sights on plunder, harden, and mind reading. Among these 3, only mind reading was S rank. Liu Yang believed that an S rank ability should have a higher potential. Although it seemed useless now being rated S rank by the system, meant it couldn't be just for show. More importantly, whether it was plunder or harden, Liu Yang used them with great proficiency and felt they were already powerful. Where could they evolve further? So Liu Yang made his decision. He would use the evolution scroll on the S rank ability. He spoke to the system. System, use the ability evolution scroll on mind reading. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mind reading has evolved into mind manipulation. What? Mind manipulation? How did that work? Liu Yang quickly checked the ability's description. Ability name mind manipulation. Ability level 1. Ability rarity S rank. Ability effect, the host only needs to concentrate to see others' thoughts. The others' inner thoughts will appear as subtitles above their head. Simultaneously, the host can rewrite their thoughts, altering their mindset. For example, a woman who dislikes the host thinks in her heart, I hate the host. At this moment, the host can directly rewrite her thoughts, changing I hate the host to I love the host, and she will become the host's admirer. From then on, she will love the host forever, never changing. Upon seeing this prompt, Liu Yang's face lit up with excitement. Holy shit, was this powerful? Directly altering someone's innermost thoughts and forever unchangeable. This was essentially mental indoctrination. Even the sweetest promises of lovers, no matter how grand or eternal they sounded during romance, could never be trusted. They were merely irrational decisions made under the influence of dopamine and phenylethylamine. Unfortunately, the peak concentration of phenylethylamine only lasts 6 to 18 months. In other words, the honeymoon phase of a normal couple lasts only 6 to 18 months. Once it's over, everything returns to calm. What eternal vows? Liu Yang's mind manipulation was different. It wasn't hormones, not a decision made in a moment of excitement, but a complete rewriting of the thoughts within the mind. This kind of thought was etched into one's very genes, impossible to ever escape. Liu Yang couldn't wait to test his new ability, and he set his sights on Kitagawa Yui. Seeing Liu Yang turn his gaze toward her, Kitagawa Yui trembled in fright. Oh no. Bro, you're not coming for me again, are you? You'll be the death of me. The last time left me half dead. Oh, another round will break me apart. Kitagawa Yui retreated to the corner, pleading as she backed away. Please, don't come any closer. I really can't take it anymore. I can't bear it. If this continues, someone will die. Surely die. Just let me go. Yet she didn't realize that Liu Yang, though seemingly looking at her, was actually reading the subtitles above her head. They read, an unprecedented pervert, terrifyingly powerful. Kills without blinking. Am trembling with fear. I want to escape. Liu Yang frowned. So that's how you see me. I thought an hour together would have let me into your heart. I thought my fierce storm would have conquered you. But you only fear me. Truly disappointing. With a mere thought, Liu Yang began altering her inner feelings. He changed the subtitles to, never have I seen such a handsome man. Terrifyingly powerful. I can't get enough of him. Thrilling. I want him. After Liu Yang modified the subtitles, Kitagawa Yui's gaze toward him transformed instantly, from fear to adoration and worship, like a crazed fan seeing her idol. In that moment, her eyes held only Liu Yang, no one else. Her body, once drained by him, now seemed brimming with strength. The pain in her body had turned into pleasure. Her eyes, full of love, seemed to cling to Liu Yang like molten silk. She crawled from the corner to Liu Yang's side, knelt before him, and placed her fair hands on his waist. Gently caressing, she looked up with her watery eyes and said, Master Liu Yang, I failed to serve you well earlier due to my inexperience. How about we try again? This time I'll give my all to bring you a pleasure no one has ever known. Liu Yang stood frozen, stunned by the transformation. Holy crap. This system's product is truly top-notch. Though it promised to change her perception of me, I never expected it to work so fast. Moments ago, she was terrified, begging me to stay away, saying it would be fatal. Now she's crawling to me, seductively enticing me. That look, like an insatiable succubus. Even Liu Yang, who had just released his fire, found it hard to resist. A stunningly beautiful superstar tempting you like this. What normal man could hold back? Not just a 20-something beauty like Kitagawa Yui, pure and adorable. Even a 30-something or 40-something seductress would make any ordinary man weak. After all, a luxury car remains a luxury car, even when aged. Just as Liu Yang prepared for another round, Commander Yuko's voice cut in. Kitagawa Yui, have you lost your mind? He's our enemy. After what he did to you, you call him master. Has he toyed with your senses? Liu Yang then remembered that Commander Yuko and Rina Miyazawa were still unresolved. The two lay half dead on the ground, powerless to resist or escape. Seeing Kitagawa Yui defect to Liu Yang, they could no longer hold back. How could such a scoundrel conquer Kitagawa Yui? Her father was a high-ranking official in the self-defense forces. She usually mingled with the elite and should have despised Liu Yang, even if force shed harbor only hatred. How could she submit like a slave? Commander Yuko, baffled, moved to stop their next act. But before Liu Yang could speak, Kitagawa Yui retorted, "Mind your own business. Do I need your interference? You are just my father's subordinate. Are you jealous because you like Master Liu Yang too?" She glared at Commander Yuko warily, as if at a rival trying to steal her man. Commander Yuko was furious. "We risked our lives to save you, and now you've surrendered to the man who abused you, and you think we're after him? Who would want a demon like him? We still remember how he killed." She pursed her lips stubbornly. "It's not that. I'm just warning you. He's our enemy, and you shouldn't submit to him. What would your father think?" Commander Yuko thought invoking Kitagawa Yui's idolized father would make her regret her actions. But Kitagawa Yui scoffed. "Who cares what that old man thinks? If he truly cared, he wouldn't have sent you useless lot to save me. You couldn't even last 5 minutes before Master Liu Yang, and you dare lecture me about dignity. Why are you still lying on the ground?" Commander Yuko nearly fainted from rage. Before the rescue, she had received Kitagawa Yui's complete profile, keeping it from her team. While others guessed she was a high-ranking official's illegitimate daughter, Commander Yuko knew everything, even her father's name and her deep admiration for him. How had it come to this? Calling her father old man. Had this woman's mind been broken? Liu Yang turned his attention to Commander Yuko as the two women argued. "Enough, enough. From now on, you're all family, all sisters. Why quarrel? Do you need to compete for rank? I was so focused on Kitagawa Yui that I forgot about you. Now let me experience a female superpower user." Commander Yuko's face paled. "What? He's not letting me go either." Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Captain Yuko's face twisted in terror. This man had just subdued Kitagawa Yui, and now he had set his sights on her. Did he truly believe she would be as easily conquered as Kitagawa Yui? She was the captain of a formidable Esper squad seasoned by countless storms. Moreover, Kitagawa Yui had just warned her not to vie for this man. Now he openly made such an advance right in front of Kitagawa Yui, showing not a shred of respect for her. Captain Yuko sneered at Kitagawa Yui. "So this is the man you've chosen to submit to? You think he's devoted? You told me not to take him from you, yet he's the one pursuing me now. What will you do about it? Don't blame me for this." She expected Kitagawa Yui to rage and quarrel with Liu Yang. A falling out between them would be ideal. Yet Kitagawa Yui showed no anger, replying calmly, "Lord Liu Yang's decisions are his own. He has his reasons. I need only silently support Lord Liu Yang. Since he desires you, then you shall serve him well. You're lucky. But remember, among all here, I was the first to be intimate with Lord Liu Yang. I am the matriarch and you are all my juniors. I wasn't trying to compete for status. I only wanted to show you Liu Yang's true nature. Aren't you the least bit angry?" I'm utterly baffled by this woman. Has she lost her mind? Just as Captain Yuko was about to speak further, Liu Yang approached her and said to Kitagawa Yui, "Take Rina Miyazawa out. Now let this captain experience my power firsthand. Then she will understand why you submitted to me." Hearing her first task from Lord Liu Yang, Kitagawa Yui was thrilled. Finally, she could do something for him. She was no useless ornament. Scrambling to her feet, she replied, "We'll take that woman out. I want to disturb Lord Liu Yang's pleasure. Lord Liu Yang enjoy this splendid time to the fullest." With that, she strode to Rina Miyazawa and spoke curtly. "Let's go. Playing the third wheel here." Rina Miyazawa was about to retort when Captain Yuko shot her a meaningful glance. Having cooperated in the same squad for years, Rina Miyazawa understood her captain's intent from that single look. Yes, the captain had thought it through so thoroughly. If she and Kitagawa Yui left the room and shut the door, Liu Yang would never know what happened outside. Then she could simply take Kitagawa Yui away and return to report completing the mission. It was only unfortunate that Captain Yuko had to sacrifice herself for the mission. At this thought, Rina Miyazawa cast an admiring gaze at Captain Yuko, who responded with a resolute look. What did it matter to risk one's life for the mission? The samurai spirit of Sakura country embraced sacrifice without fear. And Kitagawa Yui's apparent submission to Liu Yang was likely a prelude to this moment. By feigning non-resistance, she earned his trust and the chance to leave the room. Who would have thought such a young woman could be so calculating? Truly the daughter of a high-ranking self-defense force official. Her depth was astounding. She had almost fooled her. In that instant, Rina Miyazawa saw Kitagawa Yui in a new light. Struggling to her feet, she said to Kitagawa Yui, "Fine. He'll go with you. Help me up, I'm too injured to stand." Kitagawa Yui shot her a scornful glance. "Useless. You came to rescue me like this. No wonder my father was blind to send you. Pa, all of you are worthless." Yet despite her words, she helped Rina Miyazawa up, for Lord Liu Yang's affairs could not be delayed. Hearing this, Rina Miyazawa looked at Kitagawa Yui with even greater admiration. What an act. Yes, that was it. Feigned contempt and disdain for her. That way Liu Yang would never suspect their collaboration. Leaning on Kitagawa Yui, Rina Miyazawa struggled to her feet, and the two left the room, the door slamming shut behind them. Seeing them successfully exit, Captain Yuko breathed a sigh of relief. "Kata, The mission was nearly complete. Now she only needed to keep Lu Yong occupied, and he would remain ignorant of what transpired outside. Surely Rina Miyazawa would take Kitagawa Yui to the helicopter where their pilot stood ready. Once they were airborne, no matter how formidable Lu Yong was, he couldn't fly. Achoo! The helicopter pilot sneezed. Glancing at his watch, he saw over an hour had passed. He dared not inquire why the esteemed ones had not yet emerged. He was merely a humble pilot. But the squad aboard his aircraft was a mysterious Esper unit. Their affairs were beyond his reach. All he could do was wait. The pilot mused, this mission must be extremely tough even for those powerful individuals to take so long. I wonder which poor soul crossed paths with them. Their fate will surely be grim. This pilot was also an elite pilot from the Special Forces. However, before the team of superhumans, a member of the Special Forces like him was utterly insignificant. Superhumans were the strong ones who had never appeared in the sight of ordinary people. They were said to be the pinnacle of human evolution. They possessed power that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Even if they did nothing, they were far stronger than those Special Forces members who trained daily. Even the king of Special Forces was nothing before an ordinary superhuman. They had faster speed, greater strength, more concentrated focus, and sharper perception. Not to mention their various bizarre and unimaginable superpowers. Each one was extremely terrifying. It could be said that superhumans were abnormally powerful beings. This pilot was the exclusive pilot for Captain Yuko's team. Every time they went on a mission, it was this pilot who took them there. However, this pilot never dared to say a single word to Captain Yuko and her team. Superhumans had not yet appeared in the public eye, clearly due to an official news blackout. That is, the authorities did not want ordinary people to know about their existence. And as an ordinary person who had become the pilot for a superhuman team, his position was very dangerous. Adhering to the principle of the less you know, the longer you live. He never asked about anything concerning the superhumans. However, in the past, Captain Yuko's team always completed their missions quickly, usually within half an hour. This time they had been gone for over an hour. This was indeed different from before. It seemed the enemy they encountered this time was very powerful. However, the pilot did not believe Captain Yuko's team would fail, for they had never failed before. Inside the room, Captain Yuko watched as Lu Yong walked toward her, step by step, a look of terror spreading across her face. No way. This guy had just had an intense encounter with Kitagawa Yui. How could he be coming for me now? Wasn't he supposed to get tired? Wasn't it said that men had a long refractory period? During that time, they were completely incapable. How is this Lu Yong so different from other men? Lu Yong walked toward Captain Yuko, speaking with a smile. You're a smart woman. You should know what's going to happen next. I suggest you cooperate, or else you'll suffer some unnecessary pain. Do you want to suffer pain, or do you want something else? Hearing this, Captain Yuko immediately recalled the scene of Lu Yong bullying Kitagawa Yui. After Lu Yong had his way with Kitagawa Yui, she had completely submitted to him. She seemed to have become his devoted follower. I don't want to become like that. Captain Yuko kept backing away, speaking as she retreated. You brat, I will never submit to you. Do you think I'm Kitagawa Yui? She's just an ordinary woman who has never seen the big picture. That's why you could deceive her. I am different. After becoming a superhuman, I earned the organization's trust with outstanding results. During this time, I have carried out 91 missions without a single failure. Although I encountered a small accident this time, I have the pride of a superhuman. Do what you will with me. Kill me or cut me up. But if you want to humiliate me, I will never agree to that. With that, Captain Yuko showed a stubborn expression. Even within the superhuman forces of Sakura country, Captain Yuko was considered a genius. Her rank superpower was something many superhumans could only dream of. It was worth noting that Daikawa and Takumi, with their powerful abilities, were only crank. In her previous missions, Captain Yuko's strength had been invincible. Countless superhumans had fallen at her hands. Her body was terrifyingly flexible, perfect for restricting an enemy's movements. As long as she restrained the enemy, Daikawa and Takumi would launch their attack. Few enemies could stand against their team. But no matter how much she calculated, she never expected a freak like Lu Yong to exist. She had been too careless. She hadn't anticipated that he would defeat Daikawa and Takumi in an instant. This dealt a heavy blow to their team, drastically reducing their combat power. When it was finally her turn to act with no one to coordinate with, she couldn't harm Lu Yong either. Otherwise, she could have transformed into a rubber tablecloth and actually restrained Lu Yong for over 10 seconds. How could such a powerful superhuman captain like herself ever stoop to be with a despicable man like Lu Yong? He wasn't even worthy of licking her boots. Seeing Captain Yuko's aloof expression, Lu Yong immediately laughed. He walked up to her, towering over her, and said, "It seems you want to taste some pain first before tasting the other thing." With that, he slapped her across her exquisite face. Slap. This slap instantly drew blood from the corner of Captain Yuko's mouth. She lifted her head stubbornly, her beautiful eyes filled with rage. She looked at Lu Yong, utterly defiant. Lu Yong continued, "Fine, then I'll play with your female teammate first, and then I'll come back to you. You think carefully about how you should treat me later." With that, Lu Yong turned to leave, but after hearing his words, Captain Yuko's expression changed instantly. No, he can't leave. He can't go find Lena. Just now, Lena and I exchanged glances. We both understood each other's plan. I would hold Lu Yong back, while Lena took Kitagawa Yui away. As long as they successfully brought Kitagawa Yui back, the mission would be complete. But now, because Lena was severely injured and couldn't move fast, she had probably only just gone downstairs. If Lu Yong discovered they had escaped, he would likely catch up in no time. Wouldn't everything we've done be in vain? Thinking of this, Captain Yuko quickly said to Lu Yong, Don't go. They'll do it. They'll do whatever you ask. They'll do it all. Let's start now. Seeing her change in attitude, Lu Yong showed a satisfied expression. You should have been like this from the start. Why pretend to be reserved? I, Lu Yong, have plenty of women by my side. One more or one less doesn't matter to me. Come, let me see your skills. With that, Lu Yong roughly grabbed her by the hair. Outside the room, Kudo saw Kitagawa Yui and Miyazo Arena emerge, a look of delight spreading across his face. A victory. Wonderful. Dragging his severely wounded, almost immobile body, he crawled towards Miyazo Arena and the others. With a concerned expression, he addressed his goddess Kitagawa Yui. Miss Yui, are you alright? That bastard didn't do anything to you, did he? That scoundrel is utterly despicable. How dare he bully our pure and noble Miss Yui? He deserves 1,000 deaths. He must be torn to pieces by now, right? Unable to protect his goddess Yui in front of Lu Yong. Now that Lu Yong was eliminated, badmouthing him a bit would not only vent Yui's anger, but also demonstrate his loyalty, perhaps even raising his standing in her eyes. However, this time Kudo miscalculated. He never expected that after hearing his words, Kitagawa Yui's face would instantly twist with disgust. She spat contemptuously. Who do you think you are to speak ill of Lord Lu Yong? Asking if he did anything to me. If he hadn't, wouldn't my visit to that room have been for nothing? Are you just jealous of my good fortune? In that hour we spent together, Lord Lu Yong held me the entire time my feet never touched the ground. You see how strong Lord Lu Yong is, don't you? Hearing this, Kudo's face crumbled in despair. Did I hear that right? Kitagawa Yui actually called him Lord Lu Yong, and she said her feet never touched the ground for over an hour. He scanned Kitagawa Yui from head to toe. She was indeed petite. He estimated her weight at just over 80 pounds. But even so, holding her for over an hour. Aren't you tired? Are you some kind of beast? Wait. Does this mean my goddess was toyed with by that bastard Lu Yong for over an hour? It can't be. This must all be a lie. Kitagawa Yui is no ordinary woman. She's as pure and beautiful as a celestial maiden. Even her flatulence would smell like strawberries, never foul. How could she be defiled by a mere mortal like him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She could never have done such a thing with him. That can't be what happened. With red-rimmed eyes, Kudo asked Kitagawa Yui, Miss Yui, you're just messing with me, right? You were in that room for over an hour just chatting and nothing happened, right? Who does that guy think he is to get close to you? He's nothing but a wasp. Slap. Kitagawa Yui struck Kudo across the face. The blow silenced him. Then, seething with rage, she said, I told you you're not worthy to speak behind Lord Lu Yang's back, you waste. What happens between Lord Lu Yong and me is none of your business. What are you? Just a sycophant who doesn't even dare to fawn openly, only in secret. You're a bootlicker ranked below a real dog. Kudo was utterly shattered. He knew he was a bootlicker, but he took pleasure in it. He reveled in the feeling of being a sycophant. Yet now Miss Yui had directly said he was beneath a dog. Kudo collapsed limply to the floor, as if all strength had drained from him, a tear of despair tracing down his cheek. At that moment, Miyazo Arena spoke up. Miss Yui, stop pretending. He can't hear us anymore. We need to escape now while we can. I wonder how long Captain Yuko can hold out in there. If he finds out, we'll lose our chance. I'm badly injured and have no strength left. Help me downstairs, and once we're on the helicopter, we'll be safe. Hearing Miyazo Arena's words, Kudo, who had been sprawled on the floor, suddenly sat up, as if in a final burst of clarity. I knew it was an act. My judgment was right. How could Miss Yui truly have done anything with that guy? She must have said it deliberately to lower his guard. Yet to his surprise, after hearing Miyazo Arena's words, Kitagawa Yui's face registered shock, which quickly morphed into fury. She turned aggressively to Miyazo Arena. Escape? So you want to run away? I'm going to tell Lord Lu Yong. Seeing this, Miyazo Arena used her last bit of strength to grab Kitagawa Yui. Still pretending, Miss Yui. Weren't you the one who opened the window and called for us to rescue you? After Lu Yong forced himself on you, didn't you pretend to submit to him just to gain a chance to escape? Now's our opportunity. Why keep up the act? Kitagawa Yui impatiently shook off her hand. I'm not pretending, damn it. I'm telling you, as long as I'm here, none of you are leaving. They'll make sure Lord Lu Yong keeps an eye on you. Hearing this, Miyazo Arena was utterly dumbfounded. Something's wrong here. This isn't going according to plan. Captain Yuko sacrificed herself to buy us time to escape, right? Is Kitagawa Yui not pretending? Has she truly submitted to Lu Yong? Has she lost her mind? Inside the room, Captain Yuko was unaware that the plan outside had already failed. She was still earnestly trying to please Lu Yong, hoping to stall for time. She had never done such things to serve a man before, but now she had to use awkward movements to meet his demands. After a few minutes, she thought enough time had passed, believing Kitagawa Yui and Miyazo Arena must have boarded the helicopter. So she immediately resumed her aloof demeanor. Spitting, she said to Lu Yong, Pa, Brad, do what you will with me. Kill me or torture me. I will never submit to you. Startled by her sudden change, Lu Yong said, Hey woman, you're so fickle. Just a moment ago you promised to do whatever I asked, and now you're backing out. Fine, then I'll stop being gentle and get tough with you. Captain Yuko sneered in response. You're asking for death. You've seen my ability. I can make my body incredibly elastic and change its shape at will. As strong and hard-boned as you are, I can still constrict your chest until you can't breathe. As for parts without bones, I can squeeze them until they snap." Hearing this, Liu Yang retorted defiantly, "Then let's see how you'll break me." Captain Yuko was likely unaware of Liu Yang's prowess. Going head-to-head with him, Liu Yang had never feared anyone. Possessing the ability to turn into a rubber man, she thought she could strangle Liu Yang to death. Merely rubber. Could rubber even snap steel? What a fanciful notion. Liu Yang tossed Captain Yuko onto the bed and strode toward her. Captain Yuko, who had been spewing threats moments earlier, now wore a look of terror. She had never experienced such a thing, being thrown onto a bed by a man who no one had ever dared to treat her this way. She was the captain of an Esper squad possessing strength and authority beyond ordinary imagination. No ordinary man would dare harbor any improper thoughts toward her, and she had never encountered a man who could be so domineering with her. The moment she was tossed onto the bed, a sense of panic she had never felt before surged within her. It made her heart race and her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Recalling what had happened between Liu Yang and Kitagawa Yui, she felt a twinge of fear. Was she about to experience the same with Liu Yang? No way. This guy was incredibly fierce. Kitagawa Yui was like a rag doll in his hands, carried around without ever touching the ground. Was she destined to undergo the history of the great Yin Empire? To become the sun that never sets? No, she wanted none of that. After being thrown onto the bed, Captain Yuko retreated while threatening Liu Yang. "You? Don't come any closer. I'm not joking. I said I'd inflict unimaginable harm on you. You don't want to end up a cripple, do you? Losing your manhood. I mean it, I'm not kidding." Though her words were threatening, her tone grew increasingly uncertain, filled with panic. She knew that given Liu Yang's physical resilience, she might not be able to hurt him. His skin was harder than stone. Even if she turned into a rubber person and squeezed him tightly, she probably couldn't break his limbs. It would only make him feel constricted, not pain. Perhaps he'd even get more excited. Sure enough, upon hearing Captain Yuko's threats, Liu Yang showed no sign of backing down, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. He approached Captain Yuko saying, "I like women with such spirit. Try to hurt me. Struggle and scream to your heart's content. They'll show you what true strength means. Everything you do is just a waste of energy. In the end, you'll be pinned beneath me, weeping in despair." Outside the door, Miyazu looked at Kitagawa Yui as if she were a fool. She couldn't believe that this woman seemed genuinely submissive to Liu Yang, not just putting on an act to escape. With every passing second, Captain Yuko was likely suffering more torment in that room. "We can't waste any more time." Miyazu longed to slap some sense into the foolish Kitagawa Yui, but she was severely injured by Liu Yang, too weak to even crawl, needing support to walk. Without Kitagawa Yui's help, she couldn't even get downstairs. Yet this Kitagawa Yui had been utterly captivated by Liu Yang. Such a golden opportunity to escape, and she couldn't seize it. All they needed was to go downstairs and board the helicopter to flee. Once back at headquarters and reporting this to the higher-ups, they could dispatch several more Esper squads to rescue Captain Yuko. Even with Liu Yang's immense abilities, he couldn't escape a coordinated siege from multiple squads. But this foolish woman had ruined everything. Her mind was corrupted. She was beyond saving. Was Captain Yuko destined to be sacrificed in vain? No. I must find a way to send a message. Miyazu noticed Kudo nearby. Kudo had also been struck by Liu Yang several times, but Liu Yang hadn't seen him as a threat, merely kicking him aside like a stray dog. Thus his injuries were less severe than hers. He could still manage to stand and walk. So Miyazu addressed him. "Kitagawa Yui has gone mad. She's been bewitched by Liu Yang. As a formal member of the Sakura Nation Esper Council, I command you. Help me downstairs and onto the helicopter. The Esper Council will reward you." Seeing Kudo hesitate, Miyazu added, "I'm telling you, the authority of the Esper Council surpasses all official military forces. Whether Navy, Army, or Air Force, they must cooperate with us, and civilians must comply unconditionally." Hearing Miyazu's words, Kudo was still processing. She claimed to be a formal member of the Sakura Nation Esper Council. This was an organization he had never even heard of before. Was it real? From the moment they entered, Kudo had sensed that this group was terrifyingly powerful. Now that Miyazu identified herself as part of the Esper Council, Kudo was even more astonished. As a civilian, he couldn't defy official forces. "They'll just do as I'm told." Just as Kudo was about to help her down, he heard Miyazu grumble. "Because of one stupid woman, our squad was nearly wiped out. Damn it. He'll report her to the director. Even her father, the division commander, will be finished." Initially, the Esper Council had taken on this mission because they thought it was simple. Studying a civilian should pose no difficulty. After all, the apocalypse had just begun, and zombies posed no threat to Espers. Ordinary people might fear being bitten by zombies, but for Espers, their strength and speed were double that of ordinary people and zombies alike. Moreover, with their abilities, killing zombies was like mowing grass. But who could have guessed that while the zombies here were harmless, there was Liu Yang? Miyazu even suspected that Kitagawa Yui's father had known about Liu Yang's existence all along, which was why he didn't send the self-defense forces to rescue her, but instead delegated the task to the Esper Council. This was like pushing us into a fire pit. However, Miyazu didn't expect that Kudo, who was about to help her down, would show a furious expression upon hearing her complaint. He stepped forward and slapped her across the face. Slap. A crisp sound echoed and a red handprint appeared on Miyazawa Rina's cheek. She was stunned. Though the slap didn't hurt much for an Esper, the humiliation was immense. A security guard dared to hit an Esper. Miyazawa Rina was enraged and wanted to kill him, but she found herself too weak to get up. A sense of a mighty dragon being bullied by a mere dog welled up inside her. She angrily demanded of Kudo, "Have you lost your mind too? I'm a member of the Esper Council. Even the mayor of Tokyo City would show me some respect. You, an ordinary civilian, a security guard, dare to strike me. Are you tired of living?" Facing Rina Miyazawa's threat, Kudo showed not a trace of fear on his face. Instead, he pointed at her indignantly and spoke. "You can hit me, you can curse me, but who gave you the right to speak ill of Miss Yui? Miss Yui is my goddess, a being as pure as an immortal from the heavens. How dare you slander her?" Hearing this, Rina Miyazawa was so furious she laughed. Good grief. To think a simp could stoop to such depths. It's utterly shocking. For the sake of licking her boots, you'd throw away your life. You'd even dare to offend someone from the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau. This is pure suicide. She retorted directly. "So Yui Kitagawa is your goddess. Didn't you just hear what she said? In that hour with Liu Yang, he had his way with her in every possible manner. Undefiled, pure as a fairy. If you get close to her now, you can still smell the lingering scent on her." At this, Kudo felt his heart shatter. He stubbornly insisted, "Damn it, that was Liu Yang forcing himself on Miss Yui. It's all Liu Yang's fault. What does it have to do with our Miss Yui?" Slap. Yui Kitagawa struck Kudo across the face and cursed at him. "You can talk about me all you want, but who allowed you to speak ill of Lord Liu Yang? Lord Liu Yang is the finest man in the world, and he can do no wrong." Huh. Kudo was stunned. Rina Miyazawa, however, slapped Yui Kitagawa across the face. Slap. "If it weren't for you, I'd have fled back to the helicopter long ago and returned to headquarters for reinforcements. How dare you keep talking? How dare you defend the enemy? You foolish woman with a broken mind." Seeing Yui Kitagawa struck, Kudo grew even more enraged, his eyes turning bloodshot. He slapped Rina Miyazawa in return. Slap. "Who told you to hit Miss Yui? It's Liu Yang's fault, not Miss Yui's." Yui Kitagawa slap. "Who told you to speak ill of Lord Liu Yang? Lord Liu Yang is blameless." Rina Miyazawa slap. "You idiot, how dare you mention Liu Yang again?" Kudo slap. "How dare you hit Miss Yui? I told you it's Liu Yang's fault, not Miss Yui's. If you've got guts, go after Liu Yang." Yui Kitagawa slap. "How dare you say Lord Liu Yang is at fault?" The three outside the room fell into a vicious cycle, slapping one another in turn. Slap. 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 Meanwhile, inside the room, Captain Yuko was on the verge of collapse. Why hasn't the helicopter's sound started yet? She had originally planned to end her own life upon hearing the helicopter, hoping to escape Liu Yang's torment. But who would have thought? Half an hour had passed. She was nearly exhausted from Liu Yang's abuse, yet the helicopter's roar still hadn't come. Was the pilot dead? Achoo. The pilot on the helicopter sneezed, then muttered, "Strange, this mission is taking forever." Over an hour later, Calm returned to the room. At that moment, Captain Yuko was utterly dazed. In her ears, she seemed to hear the sound of a helicopter, or perhaps it was just her own tinnitus. Throughout that hour, she had been obsessively wondering why the helicopter hadn't taken off. As time passed, she grew weaker and weaker. Numbly, she watched herself being contorted into any position. Eventually, she gave up all resistance. Fine. Whether it flies or not, it doesn't matter anymore. Let it be. The mission no longer mattered. Captain Yuko was now utterly despairing. All she wanted was to die. She never imagined that she, as squad leader of the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau, would be so brutally humiliated by a stranger. She couldn't bear this disgrace. Life had lost all meaning. Just then, Liu Yang wore a satisfied expression as he received a notification from the system in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a System Reward 1 Ability Evolution Scroll. Upon receiving this notification, Liu Yang's face lit up with surprise. Another evolution scroll. When he had obtained the first one, he had agonized over which ability to evolve. In the end, he chose the strength mind reading. Mind reading evolved into mind manipulation, which pleased Liu Yang greatly. Now with another scroll, he could evolve one of the remaining 2 rank abilities. Liu Yang then turned his gaze to Captain Yuko and read her thoughts. After an hour of torment, the woman harbored no thoughts of submission or revenge. Instead, she was consumed by how to end her own life. Her eyes had lost all will to live, as if the light had faded from them. Liu Yang pondered whether to kill her before she could commit suicide, thereby seizing her ability. If she took her own life, he would lose the chance. However, Captain Yuko's appearance and figure were indeed outstanding. Her ability was to become a rubber person, allowing her to freely control the state of her body and even alter its form at will. Controlling bodily states was effortless for her. Earlier, when Liu Yang interacted with her, he truly experienced sensations he had never felt with other women. With Yuko, he possessed all the women in the world. She could transform into any form he desired. Killing her would indeed be a pity. Liu Yang shook his head, deciding to first upgrade his abilities before considering how to deal with Captain Yuko. After all, she was now utterly weak, nearly on the verge of collapse, unable even to commit suicide. Liu Yang spoke to the system in his mind. System, evolve my great ability Plunder. The system responded swiftly. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system evolution scroll has been used successfully. A grade ability Plunder has evolved into grade ability Absorb. Hearing the system's response, Lu Yang was stunned. What? What's going on? And a grade can evolve into an Scrade? Does that mean Scrade is the pinnacle and evolving it still keeps it at Scrade? If I had known, I would have used the first evolution scroll on an grade ability too. Then I'd have 3 Scrades. Lu Yang instantly regretted it, feeling he had suffered due to ignorance of the rules. He quickly checked the new Scrade ability. Ability name Absorb. Ability rarity Scrade. Ability level 1. Ability type growth type. Ability effect: besides passively plundering the enemy's basic attributes after defeating them, the host can also actively absorb attributes from others through intimate contact. Damn, that's awesome. Lu Yang's face lit up with excitement. This absorb ability was incredibly powerful. He had previously wondered what to do if a female ability user became intimate with him, becoming his woman, yet he coveted her ability. Should he alter her thoughts to make her hate him, then kill her? Wouldn't that be too ruthless? When faced with such a choice, he might have been torn and unable to bring himself to do it. Unexpectedly, the system evolved it into Absorb. If he fancied a woman's ability, he didn't have to kill her. He could simply use a dual cultivation method akin to the Hahuan sect, taking from the Yin to supplement the Yang, directly absorbing her power. It was absolutely thrilling. Lu Yang turned his gaze to Captain Yuko. At that moment, her face was filled with despair, her eyes utterly devoid of hope. He glanced at the subtitle above her head. No, I'm dirty. I'm so filthy. I don't want to live. That guy really can't be strangled. Lu Yang simply changed the subtitle. Having an intimate encounter with the handsome and powerful Lord Lu Yang is the luckiest thing in my life. I want to be with Lord Lu Yang every day. After altering the subtitle, Captain Yuko's eyes instantly shifted from utter despair to a gaze full of adoration. Looking at Lu Yang, it was as if a starving beggar had spotted a freshly baked piece of braised pork. Her eyes nearly sparkled. Her previously weakened body suddenly seemed filled with strength. She crawled directly from the bed toward Lu Yang, speaking with longing. Lord Lu Yang, the first time I didn't serve you well because I was inexperienced and didn't understand your greatness. You are the mightiest man in the world. To have an intimate encounter with you is the greatest honor of my life. So Lord Lu Yang, give me another chance. I will use every skill I have to ensure your comfort. Yuko now deeply regretted her initial disrespect and ignorance. Earlier, she had mockingly laughed at Kitagawa Yui for completely submitting to Lu Yang after a single intimate encounter. She had looked down on Kitagawa Yui. Now she understood that Kitagawa Yui was the first to see the truth. She was also the first to seize the opportunity. Women who had never experienced intimacy with Lord Lu Yang would never understand that he possessed qualities no other man could ever have. To have one intimate encounter with Lord Lu Yang was a blessing earned through countless lifetimes of virtue. To have a second would be a death without regrets. Hearing Captain Yuko's words, Lu Yang wore a satisfied expression. He asked her directly, do you now understand my power? At first, didn't you look down on me? What about rather death than submission? What about I'll strangle you? And you threatened to make me regret it. No more threats now. I was blinded by greed. I didn't know how lucky it was to have an intimate encounter with Lord Lu Yang. Just being your servant and submitting to you is my greatest aspiration. Please, Lord Lu Yang, grant me another chance. Captain Yuko knelt before him, pressing her head to the bed. She appeared as devout as someone worshipping a deity, yet also timid and anxious, uncertain if Lu Yang would agree. After all, when Kitagawa Yui had asked for another chance after being with Lord Lu Yang, he had unceremoniously thrown her out. Back then, she had secretly mocked Kitagawa Yui for being played with. Are you addicted to being used? She had thought. Now it was her turn, and she understood. Lord Lu Yang was truly addictive. Hearing Captain Yuko's words, Lu Yang nodded. He was eager to test his new ability Absorb to see if he could truly take her power. If he could obtain Yuko's rubber ability, wouldn't he be able to stretch his limbs to any length and enlarge them to any size? The thought alone was exhilarating. So he said to Captain Yuko, fine, I'll give you another chance. This time you must perform well. No more lying there like a dead fish. Serve me with twists and turns gracefully and skillfully. Captain Yuko licked her alluring red lips and nodded firmly. Don't worry, Lord Lu Yang. If I use my ability in that way, I promise you'll be unable to resist. Outside the room, the faces of Kitagawa Yui and the other two were swollen like pig heads. They had taken turns slapping each other for over an hour. They had thought the sounds inside had stopped, expecting Lu Yang and Captain Yuko to come out. But who could have guessed that soon even louder noises would emerge from the room? And this time, during their heated exchange, Captain Yuko actually called Lu Yang Lord Lu Yang. Eventually, she even dropped Lord and called him Master. Hearing this, Miyazu Arena was stunned, stopping her hand from slapping Kitagawa Yui. Kudo also stopped slapping Miyazu Arena. Kitagawa Yui halted her hand from hitting Kudo. They all pricked up their ears to listen to the sounds from the room. Each wore a different expression, their minds filled with various thoughts. Miyazu Arena couldn't help but say, damn. It sounds like Captain Yuko is suffering. Under such circumstances, being forced to call him Lord. What kind of torment did Captain Yuko endure to give in I? That Lu Yang is utterly despicable. Kitagawa Yui shot a glare at Miyazu Arena and said, you think those moans mean she's suffering? With your punk-style makeup and lip piercing, have you never had a boyfriend? Are you still a virgin? Have you never experienced intimacy? Your Captain Yuko is enjoying herself right now. That wretched woman. I didn't even get a second round with Lord Liu Yang, and she's stolen it from me. It seems ability users have some advantages. I wonder what that slut did to please Lord Liu Yang so thoroughly. Why aren't I an ability user? If I awakened an ability ID, make sure it was one to serve Lord Liu Yang better. Kudo stared at the door, recalling Kitagawa Yui's words about Liu Yang, keeping her feet off the ground for over an hour. Did Miss Yui experience the same thing during that hour? Whoa, it hurts. It's too painful. She's my goddess. If I were dating her, even if we slept together, I'd just hold her, nothing more. She's like a celestial maiden, untouchable. Yet he showed no mercy. He did that to a girl I wouldn't even dare to touch. The three stood outside the door, lost in thought. An hour later, the turmoil subsided. Finally, silence fell. At that moment, Liu Yang received a system notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully absorbed new ability rubberization. Successfully absorbed 20 points of the target's basic attributes. Liu Yang's heart leaped with joy as he quickly checked the ability's description. Ability name rubberization. Ability level 1. Ability rarity great. Ability effect: using this ability allows any part of your body to stretch and change like rubber. It also defends against enemy attacks by making your body soft, overcoming hardness with flexibility. Seeing this, Liu Yang moved his mind, and his hand instantly stretched out long. Captain Yuko was dumbfounded. After their second encounter, she was utterly exhausted. She was about to fall asleep, but when she saw Liu Yang's arms stretching endlessly like rubber, she was instantly shocked. She sat up from the bed and asked Liu Yang, "Lord Liu Yang, am I seeing things? Is this an illusion? Why can your arms stretch so long? Isn't that my ability?" Captain Yuko couldn't fathom how her ability had transferred to Liu Yang. He truly was an unfathomable powerhouse. Earlier, when Liu Yang used Okawa's shadow step, she had already been stunned. But during the battle, her shock didn't last long before she had to focus on dealing with Liu Yang's attacks. Now, seeing Liu Yang use her own ability, Captain Yuko could no longer stay calm. Normally, an ability user could only possess one ability, never a second. Yet Liu Yang displayed an unprecedented phenomenon. He could wield multiple abilities simultaneously. Moreover, it seemed he could learn enemies' abilities. How was this possible? In the past, Captain Yuko wouldn't have dared to ask. But now that she had been intimate with Liu Yang and become his woman, she felt she could inquire. Hearing her question, Liu Yang replied excitedly, "Not just your ability and your teammates. Eventually, all ability users' powers in the world will belong to me. I, Liu Yang, am the ultimate master of abilities in this world. I will grow stronger with every challenge and ascend to the pinnacle of the world." This absorb ability truly lived up to its grade and growth type classification. It was incredibly powerful. With this ability, his strength would continuously increase, endlessly plundering others' powers to enhance himself. Under these circumstances, he would inevitably become the strongest in the world. Liu Yang couldn't wait to encounter more formidable enemies. Only stronger foes would allow him to grow faster. Gazing at his own hand, which had stretched unnaturally long, a bold idea suddenly flashed through Liu Yang's mind. Since his hand could extend so far, could other parts of his body also stretch to the same length? Without further hesitation, Liu Yang immediately attempted what every man would dream of doing. He recalled a street interview online that once asked, if you could add 10 centimeters to one part of your body, where would you add it? Women almost unanimously chose to add it to their height, while men, haha. So Liu Yang decided to give it a try first. He would start by adding a meter or two to himself. If that wasn't enough, he could add more. A belt suddenly materialized around his waist, wrapping around twice. Witnessing this, Captain Yuko's face lit up with excitement. "Sugoi, Lord Liu Yang, you. How did I never think you could use your ability in such a way? It can even turn corners. How about we have a third round?" A joyful grin spread across Liu Yang's face. He never imagined that after the apocalypse broke out, he would become a modern-day Lu Bu, the only one capable of having Jiao-chan wrapped around his waist. Liu Yang patted Yuko's head, thoroughly satisfied with the ability he had extracted from her. However, he declined the offer for a third round. Although Captain Yuko was an ability user with a physique twice as strong as an ordinary person, repeated intense battles. Even if she had 4 times the strength, she wouldn't be able to endure it. Liu Yang feared she might die in bed. What a waste that would be. So Liu Yang said, "Let's try a deeper exchange using this new ability another time. For now, we should go check on your teammate Rina Miyazawa." Hearing this, Yuko's expression shifted. She quickly said, "Lord Liu Yang, I suspect Rina Miyazawa has taken the opportunity of my contact with you to escape. Blinded by lust, I ordered her to find a chance to retreat. By now she has probably taken Kitagawa Yui and left. It's all my fault. I am willing to atone for my mistake by volunteering to chase them down." Earlier, Yuko had exchanged a glance with Rina, a silent communication between teammates that conveyed their thoughts. Rina had given Yuko a confirming look indicating she understood. So by now they had likely already fled back. The reason Yuko hadn't heard the helicopter take off was that she had been completely ravaged by Liu Yang, lost in a world of ecstasy, oblivious to any sound. Otherwise, after over 2 hours, if the helicopter still hadn't left, was the pilot asleep? Achoo! The helicopter pilot sneezed, jolting awake from his slumber. Panicked, he quickly checked his surroundings. The area was eerily silent, littered with zombie corpses. The ability user squad hadn't emerged yet. He had actually fallen asleep while waiting. He hurriedly glanced at his watch. Over 3 whole hours had passed. The pilot was dumbfounded. Even with his simple mind, he realized something was wrong. In previous missions, this squad was highly efficient, finishing within half an hour. But this time they had been gone for over 3 hours, clearly abnormal. However, as an ordinary pilot, he dared not meddle in ability user affairs. Though he sensed a problem, he had no idea how to handle it. Picking up the military radio, he tried to contact headquarters. But unexpectedly, the other end spoke first. "Is Captain Yuko there? Have her come and report. Headquarters has detected that 2 members of the Ability Affairs Bureau have stopped breathing. What's going on? Is their monitor malfunctioning?" Hearing this, the pilot quickly replied, "I am the pilot for this mission. The squad leader isn't here. They left over 3 hours ago and haven't returned yet. This mission is several times longer than usual. I suspect they've run into trouble." Huff. A sigh of relief seemed to come from the other end. After detecting the 2 members' heartbeats had stopped, the Ability Affairs Bureau immediately contacted Yuko and Rina. They found only Rina and Yuko's heartbeats still active. But despite repeated calls, they got no response. So they had to contact the helicopter, relieved that someone was still there. However, judging by the pilot's tone, it seemed he was also clueless. Yet an ability user squad was far more precious than 1,000 pilots, and a pilot was more valuable than his weight in gold. In the past, captured pilots on the battlefield could be exchanged for substantial wealth, so they were typically spared. Ability users were thousands of times more valuable than pilots, highlighting just how rare they were. So the Ability Affairs Bureau ordered the pilot, "We suspect Captain Yuko and her team are in danger, unable to escape or contact headquarters. As the Ability Affairs Bureau, I command you to immediately check the situation and report back." Hearing this, the pilot broke out in a cold sweat. His face twisted into an expression like a minor demon ordered by the Demon King to take down Sun Wukong. Me go check. When gods clash, mortals suffer. If it's truly dangerous, and even those ability users can't handle it, wouldn't I just be walking into a slaughter? The pilot was wholly unwilling, but he dared not offend the Ability Affairs Bureau. So he had a flash of inspiration. He rubbed the radio against his seat, producing a crackling sound, and said, "Hello. I can't hear you. What did you say? Please repeat. I didn't catch that. The signal's bad. No sound at all. I can't hear anything. Beep, beep, beep." After that, he directly removed the radio's battery. "I know nothing. I'm clueless. All I know is to wait. I'm a professional pilot. My job is to fly and land planes and occasionally shoot down other planes. You want me to go after ability users? That's not my specialty, nor my duty. I'm not going." The Ability Affairs Bureau officials stared at each other in disbelief when the radio went dead. One of the administrators said, "It seems the squad we dispatched has indeed run into a serious problem. 2 members have lost vital signs, and the other 2 are unreachable. This looks grim, especially for a simple mission to research ordinary civilians. How did this happen?" Another official, his face flushed with anger, declared, "I don't care what the problem is. Kitahara Jinya must answer for this. Did he hide information? A single call from him and my squad was sent to rescue his illegitimate daughter. Why didn't he send the self-defense forces? The reason he didn't send them is probably because he knew it was dangerous, yet he withheld that information and sent my squad to die. If he doesn't give me an explanation, I'll make him give one." A third person, smiling like a peacemaker, tried to calm the angry man. "Captain Taijima, please calm down. I know this squad was one of your best. If anything happens to them, you must be heartbroken. But before we get the full picture, there might still be a chance for a turn." "I don't care about chances. If my squad is in danger, Kitahara Jinya will answer to me. As for my squad, I'll send reinforcements myself." With that, the burly man turned and left to dispatch backup for Yuko's squad. Back in the room, after Yuko finished speaking, Liu Yang showed no concern. He had already rewritten Kitagawa Yui's thoughts and was certain she wouldn't flee. As for Rina Miyazawa, he wasn't afraid of her escaping either, because she no longer had the strength to run. He had beaten her severely. How could she flee? "Come on, let's go out and see. Your teammates are definitely still here. They can't escape. No one can slip through my fingers." Hearing this, Yuko's face showed unwavering belief. Yes, Lord Liu Yang is right. Everything is under his control. No one can escape his grasp. If Lord Liu Yang says it, he will make it happen. Yuko had unconditional trust in Liu Yang. So Liu Yang led her as they pushed open the door and walked out. Seeing Liu Yang and Yuko emerge, Kitagawa Yui and Rina Miyazawa immediately fixed their gazes on them. Their eyes held different emotions. They spoke simultaneously. Kitagawa Yui said, "You're finally out." Rina Miyazawa said, "Captain Yuko, are you alright? That bastard Liu Yang tormented you terribly. I couldn't bear listening outside. How dare he lay a hand on you? He shows no respect for our Ability Affairs Bureau. He will face our Bureau's fierce retaliation." Hearing Rina's words, Yuko cast her a cold glance and warned Rina, "Don't talk nonsense. Where did Lord Liu Yang bully me? Which eye of yours saw that? And you couldn't bear listening outside. Were you really unable to bear it, or were you just too aroused? You slut. Were you fantasizing about being the heroine yourself?" After speaking, Yuko eyed Rina warily, thinking to herself, "Humph, she's just a woman who will eventually kneel before Lord Liu Yang. There's no normal woman in this world who can resist his charm. If there is, she's not a woman." As for Rina, she only speaks this way because she hasn't yet experienced Lord Liu Yang's allure. Once she does, she'll be even crazier than me. Hearing this, Rina was dumbfounded. She never imagined such words could come from her captain's mouth. In the past, Captain Yuko had always been a leader, a figurehead, a big sister, and the backbone of their team in the eyes of her members. Captain Yuko possessed unmatched experience, ability, and leadership. Even among the many squad leaders in the Ability Affairs Bureau, she was among the most outstanding. She had been commended by the organization multiple times. In her presence, no enemy seemed formidable. Yet this admirable, respected, and revered captain, after just over 2 hours with Liu Yang, had started to speak up for him. Rina couldn't understand. If Kitagawa Yui had been driven mad by Liu Yang, she could accept it. After all, she was just an ordinary person, and Liu Yang was clearly an ability user. To an ordinary person, an ability user was like an ant. But Captain Yuko was different. She was a powerful ability user. Even against a class ability user of the same level, she had never shown a moment of panic, always handling situations calmly. Yet this time she was behaving no differently from an ordinary person, utterly shocking and unexpected. But Rina believed her captain was merely deceived temporarily, not genuinely submitting. If she could reason with her, the captain would come to her senses. Rina shouted loudly, "Captain Yuko, wake up. You know me, I don't like men. I like women. I have always admired you. Don't be fooled by that bastard. Wake up. He's our enemy." Upon hearing these words, Captain Yuko did not seem particularly surprised. Instead, Liu Yang wore a stunned expression, never expecting that a woman so uniquely attired was actually a lesbian. Her face was adorned with exaggerated makeup, and her clothing exuded a cyberpunk aesthetic. She possessed a sharp, aggressive aura. However, her figure appeared flawless. Due to her makeup and styling, Liu Yang could not see her face clearly. Perhaps after removing the makeup, she might be quite beautiful. Yet, a woman like this was a lesbian. Liu Yang stroked his chin. He thought to himself, a lesbian was good. Only by conquering a woman no other man could ever conquer could one truly prove his charm. Yuko Captain looked at Rina Miyazawa and said, "I saw through your little scheme long ago. I simply chose not to expose it. You like women, but I do not. I like men. The reason I was so cold to the men around me before was merely because they could not catch my eye, each and every one of them. Whether in talent or strength, they were beneath me, yet they still tried to curry favor. Were they even worthy? But now things are different. After I met Lord Liu Yang, I finally understood. It wasn't that I wasn't interested in men before, it was simply that the man who could spark my interest had yet to appear. Only a man as powerful as Lord Liu Yang is worthy of kneeling before him in submission." Captain Yuko spoke with utmost sincerity and earnestness. After hearing her words, Rina Miyazawa stood utterly dumbfounded. Kneeling before him in submission. She could hardly believe these words came from Captain Yuko. This was utterly astonishing. After all, Captain Yuko had always been the aloof goddess within the Supernatural Council. Not only would she never speak of kneeling in submission to anyone, but she wouldn't even offer a kind expression. Any male team member trying to impress her would be met with harsh ridicule. Given her outstanding professional abilities, Captain Yuko held a very high status within the Supernatural Council. No man could ever catch her eye. What kind of magic did this Liu Yang possess to completely conquer Captain Yuko? Rina Miyazawa could not fathom it. Yet at that moment, Liu Yang's gaze fell upon her. "Rina Miyazawa, is it? A lesbian, are you? Come to my room. I'll have a good talk with you. It'll make you understand that same-sex relationships lead nowhere. Only with me, Liu Yang, can you experience the true meaning of life." With that, Liu Yang grabbed her by the hair. Rina Miyazawa struggled, incessantly shouting, "No! Captain Yuko, save me!" Yet Yuko did not save her. Instead, she cast an envious glance her way. To think this one would also receive Lord Liu Yang's favor. Truly too enviable. I was hoping for a 3-round battle with Lord Liu Yang myself. How infuriating. Under everyone's gaze, Rina Miyazawa was dragged into the room. Kitagawa Yui and Captain Yuko looked on with envy while Kudo stood there dumbfounded. What was with this guy? So full of energy, did he never tire? Such ferocity was unprecedented. At this moment, Kudo dared not speak. Though Liu Yang had taken his goddess, Kudo now felt only fear toward him. A man who could conquer even the official supernatural team and bend its captain to his will was beyond his ability to oppose. From the room came Rina Miyazawa's voice. Kitagawa Yui and Captain Yuko exchanged glances and said in unison. And she claimed to be a lesbian. Indeed, she liked women before only because she didn't know the pleasures of men. Now that she knows, she cries out louder than anyone. Over an hour later, Liu Yang received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a system reward. System storage upgraded by 1 level. Congratulations, host, on successfully extracting 20 points of the target's base attributes and successfully extracting the target's ability, shared vision. Upon seeing this notification, Liu Yang wore a delighted expression. So this was Rina Miyazawa's ability. No wonder she had barely performed in their earlier fight before being rendered combat ineffective. This ability seemed of little use in battle. He quickly checked the ability description. Ability name, shared vision. Ability type, reconnaissance. Level 1, rarity B. Effect, select a target and share their field of vision. See everything they see. Note 1, must have greater mental strength than the target to use this ability on them. Note 2, targets include but are not limited to humans. After reading this description, Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Though this rank ability wasn't offensive, it was a reconnaissance type ability. It could be used on any animal. If danger arose, he could simply target a fly with this ability. Thus he could see whatever he wished. Liu Yang decided to test the ability immediately. With a thought, he selected Rina Miyazawa as his target, and then he instantly shared her vision and saw himself in his own field of view. This sensation was exceedingly strange. It wasn't like looking in a mirror. Seeing oneself through another's eyes felt utterly unfamiliar. He truly looked tall, fierce, and handsome. If he were a woman, he would be captivated by himself. Then Liu Yang directly altered Rina Miyazawa's inner thoughts, making her submit completely before him. Women of this Sakura Nation should all be firmly controlled. Turn them all into his dogs. After the alteration, Rina Miyazawa's gaze toward Liu Yang changed instantly. She shed her former sharpness and lost her earlier aggression. She knelt respectfully before Liu Yang and said, "Lord Liu Yang, Rina Miyazawa awaits your command." After speaking, she looked up at him with eager eyes brimming with adoration. Due to her heavy smoky eye makeup and Liu Yang's rough handling, tears had smudged the makeup, leaving dark streaks at the corners of her eyes. Appearing incredibly alluring, Liu Yang said to her, "All right, go wash your face first. It looks like a ghost right now." "Yes, Lord Liu Yang. He'll go at once." With that, Rina Miyazawa quickly rose and headed to the bathroom. After watching Gong Zelina leave, Liu Yang took another look at his system instructions. Conquering Gong Zelina earned him a system reward and upgrade to his spatial storage by 1 level. He was eager to see how significant this upgrade would be. He checked the system space description. The host possesses a level 2 system space sized at 20 meters by 20 meters by 20 meters. Upon seeing this prompt, Liu Yang's face lit up with joy. Initially, his space was 10 meters by 10 meters by 10 meters. The helicopter outside was over 15 meters long, and he had been worrying that it wouldn't fit inside. It had been a pity. But now his space had expanded to 20 by 20 by 20. A 15-meter helicopter could now be stored without any trouble. Whatever he wished for came true. This system was truly remarkable. Just as Liu Yang was brimming with delight, Gong Zelina emerged from the bathroom. She had already shed her cyberpunk-styled attire. That outfit had been torn in several places during her conversation with Liu Yang. Moreover, Gong Zelina could tell that Liu Yang didn't seem to favor her current look. So being perceptive, she found a long dress from Kitagawa Yui's wardrobe and put it on. She had also removed her exaggerated smoky eye makeup and even taken out her lip piercing. Paired with the pristine white long dress, her entire appearance was transformed. From the sharp, aggressive look of a streetwise girl, she became a delicate beauty with a perfect figure and lovely features. Even Liu Yang was startled. Good heavens! A woman without makeup could truly become a different person. Liu Yang almost didn't recognize her. He couldn't help but tease, "With looks like yours, why did you ever paint such an ugly face?" Hearing this, Gong Zelina stuck out her tongue sheepishly and replied, "I used to have poor taste in aesthetics, thinking that look was beautiful. Now I understand that whatever Lord Liu Yang likes is the most beautiful. I will wear whatever Lord Liu Yang likes." Seeing her stick out her tongue seemed incredibly playful and cute. But the tongue piercing was gone. Liu Yang said seriously, "I really didn't like your old look, but this tongue piercing could stay. It's not about whether it looks good, it's about being useful." Hearing this, Gong Zelina instantly recalled what had just happened. Her cheeks flushed, and she said, "Yes, Lord Liu Yang. Since you like me with the tongue piercing, next time ill were one with bumps." Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction and said, "A teachable child. Come on, it's time to meet up with your squad leader, and he'll take you all to my base." "Yes, Lord Liu Yang." Gong Zelina followed Liu Yang excitedly toward the door. With those words, Liu Yang had essentially accepted them. From now on, they would be the women by his side. Just the thought filled them with joy. Seeing Liu Yang and Gong Zelina emerge from the room with Gong Zelina completely transformed, Kitagawa Yui and Captain Yuko were both stunned. Captain Yuko was the first to ask, "Lena, what happened to you? You look like a completely different person." Gong Zelina blushed and said, "Because Lord Liu Yang didn't like my old look, so I changed." Hearing Gong Zelina's address for Liu Yang, Captain Yuko's face showed a look of relief. "That's right. That's how it should be. Submitting to Liu Yang is our honor. I didn't like your attitude earlier." Gong Zelina said sheepishly, "I'm sorry, Captain Yuko. I was foolish before. Now I understand that following Lord Liu Yang is the most blessed thing." Kitagawa Yui chimed in, "I never knew you were so beautiful, Gong Zelina. Wearing my dress brings out the true elegance you were meant to have. You're truly stunning." Gong Zelina said a bit shyly, "I didn't bring any clothes on this mission, so I'm borrowing yours for now. You don't mind, do you?" Kitagawa Yui replied nonchalantly, "Mind. From now on, we're all family, all sisters. Never mind borrowing a dress. Maybe we'll even share a bed one day." At this, the three women exchanged glances and blushed. Liu Yang cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. All right. Since we're all family, now follow me." Just then, Liu Yang noticed Kudo still cowering in the corner. Forgot about this one. With a flick of his will, the repeating crossbow from his space appeared in his hand, and he fired a bolt. With a sharp whoosh, the bolt pierced Kudo's skull. Lu Yong put away the crossbow with satisfaction and led the women out of the room. Accompanied by the women, Lu Yong felt his entire body brimming with power. Not only had he absorbed the basic attributes of those security guards like Kudo, but he had also taken in the basic attributes of the entire Esper squad. At this moment, Lu Yong was terrifyingly strong. As he walked out, he checked his status panel in his mind. Name Lu Yong. Age 18. Height 1. 85 meters. Weight 85 kilograms. Strength 260 points. Speed 260 points. Spirit 260 points. Stamina 260 points. Abilities 1. Absorption. Rarities class. Level 1. 2. Hardening. Rarity a class. Level 1. 3. Mind edit rarities class. Level 1. 4. Shadow step. Rarity class. Level 1. 5. Bloodthirsty battle intent. Rarity class. Level 1. 6. Rubberization. Rarity class. Level 1. 7. Shared vision. Rarity class. Level 1. Weapons infinite repeating crossbow. System space level 2. Seeing this system description, Lu Yang's face broke into an expression of excitement and joy. 7 whole abilities. Who else could boast such a feat? His basic attributes had also reached 260 points, 26 times that of an ordinary person. At his current level, a full-powered punch combined with hardening and bloodthirsty battle intent could directly collapse a building. That meant he could be considered a building-level powerhouse. As he walked out, Lu Yong asked Captain Yuko beside him, "How many Espers are there in your official organization? How many are stronger than you? What are the numbers for a class and S-class?" The Espers in this little island nation's official organization were all reserved food for Lu Yang's growth. After today's events, Lu Yong had tasted the sweetness. Fighting Espers was incredibly rewarding. Each Esper had double the basic attributes of an ordinary person. Absorbing an Esper's basic attributes was like absorbing 2 ordinary people. At the same time, he could also absorb their abilities. Although most of their abilities seemed useless, having more skills never hurt. What if they came in handy one day? For instance, Captain Yuko's rubberization might not be useful in battles against men, but it would certainly be useful in battles against women. And it was quite handy. The first time he put it into practice was on Miyazo Arena, playing with her until she was utterly captivated. This was a skill many men dreamt of. Another example was Shadow Step. It had little effect on Okawa because he was too weak, possessing only Shadow Step. He could teleport into an enemy's shadow but lacked the power to guarantee victory, sometimes even costing him his life. But Lu Yong was different. His basic attributes were terrifyingly strong. As long as he teleported into an enemy's shadow, that enemy was as good as dead. Why was there such a big difference? Lu Yong understood. The reason was that others had only one ability, while he could possess multiple abilities. Combining Shadow Step with bloodthirsty battle intent was even more promising than using Kung Fu to play football. Therefore, even the most seemingly useless ability, when fully combined with others, could exponentially increase its effectiveness, achieving unexpected results. Lu Yong hoped the little island nation's Espers would be plentiful so he could absorb from them and gather the strengths of many. Hearing Lu Yang's question, Captain Yuko thought carefully before replying. Our Esper Affairs Hall currently has over 1000 Espers on the roster. However, most of them are class or below. Class and above account for less than 30. A class and above less than 20. S-class and above less than 10. That means there are actually fewer than 100 true S-class Espers. I've never fought other S-class Espers, but I'm sure they are no match for Lord Lu Yong. You need not worry. If Lord Lu Yong wishes, I can return to the Esper Affairs Hall to act as a spy. I could take the opportunity to sway some Espers to your side. Or trick some Espers into coming to you. Then whether you subdue them or kill them is entirely up to you. Hearing this answer, Lu Yong was very satisfied. This Captain Yuko, as a squad leader of the official organization, indeed knew how to handle things. She knew how to draw inferences. From just one question, she had already proposed returning as a spy, even tricking her former colleagues into coming to die. Those people in the little island nation's official organization who were your colleagues sure are lucky. Lu Yong pinched Captain Yuko's exquisite face and said, "No need for spying. Since your squad went missing during a mission today, the official organization will surely not sit idly by. They'll send people to find you eventually. Let them come. They'll take them all." As he spoke, the group had already reached the helicopter. The pilot sitting in the helicopter breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Captain Yuko emerge with a few strangers. Although Miyazo Arena also came out, her transformation was so drastic that the pilot didn't recognize her. Phew. The captain is out. Great. Where did the other squad members go? Why are there a few strangers? He only dared to keep these thoughts to himself and didn't ask. He got off the helicopter and said respectfully to Captain Yuko, "Captain, this mission took quite a while. Did it go smoothly? Headquarters just contacted me asking about the situation. I didn't know how to answer. Perhaps you should call back and explain." However, Captain Yuko ignored him and looked at Lu Yong instead. "Lord Lu Yong, how should we deal with this one?" Lu Yong looked at the helicopter, then at the pilot, and asked, "Without him, can any of you fly this helicopter?" Captain Yuko nodded. "My skills might not be as professional, but I can fly it. As an official member of the Esper Affairs Hall, we have to learn aircraft, tanks, aircraft carriers. All of these. Hearing their conversation, the pilot suddenly had a bad feeling. Wait. What's going on? This sounds ominous. Do I know too much? Am I about to be silenced? The pilot dropped to his knees with a thud. Captain Yuko, please no. I'm innocent. I don't know anything. Spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother and an 8-year-old child. They all depend on me to support the family. My wife even cheated on me with my boss last month. I knew about it, but didn't dare say anything. And the worst part is my boss is a black man. Isn't that tragic enough? My heart feels wider than a stadium right now. Boo-hoo. I'm already this miserable, please, just let me go. Having accompanied Captain Yuko's squad on missions for so long, the pilot had long anticipated that such a day might come. Over these days, he had been observing the personalities of each member in the squad. He believed that although Captain Yuko appeared aloof on the surface, she was inwardly warm, a kind-hearted esper beneath a cold exterior. Thus, he had prepared this excuse for a long time, mixing truth with falsehood. For instance, claiming to have an 80-year-old mother and 80-year-old children was a lie. But his wife's infidelity was absolutely true. As an ace pilot in the self-defense forces, his superior was transferred from the U.S. Garrison Forces, standing 9 meters tall, weighing 200 pounds, with muscles bursting. His wife was only 55 meters tall. He dared not imagine the scene when his wife was intimate with his superior. It was probably far beyond a mere sun never sets. Yet, even so, he dared not speak out, for the self-defense forces were nothing in the eyes of the U.S. Garrison. Moreover, in Sakura country, it was all too common for subordinates' wives to have affairs with superiors. Such was life. To get through life, how could one's head not bear a little green? The pilot was quite philosophical. He only wanted to survive. He thought that after saying this, Captain Yuko would let him off for his sake, since he truly knew nothing. And after so many days together, Captain Yuko must have realized that he was tight-lipped and wouldn't spread anything even if he knew. However, he never expected that the decision-maker was no longer Captain Yuko, but the stranger Liu Yang standing beside her. Seeing the pilot instantly grovel, Liu Yang's face showed an intrigued expression. A thought had been lingering in his mind. Since he possessed the ability to rewrite hearts, turning those who hated him into those who loved him, then conversely, could he also rewrite those who didn't hate him into hating him? Without further ado, Liu Yang attempted it. He rewrote the pilot's heart, casting himself as a monster who had murdered the pilot's parents and violated his wife. Sure enough, the next second, the pilot's previously terrified face instantly twisted into a mask of fury, screaming wildly. Damn you, you accursed demon, go to hell. Then he drew his pistol and fired a volley at Liu Yang. Bang! 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 Soon the magazine was emptied, yet the bullets striking Liu Yang's body caused him no harm. With the enhancement of hardening, Liu Yang could now withstand rifle attacks. A mere pistol was nothing. The pilot was dumbfounded at the sight. How is this possible? Amidst his shocked gaze, Liu Yang ended his life with a single crossbow bolt. At the same time, Liu Yang received a system notification. Ding, congratulations, host. You have eliminated an enemy who sought to kill you and successfully absorbed 10 points of their base attributes. Upon receiving this notification, Liu Yang confirmed his inner thoughts. Fantastic. It worked. His first evolution scroll given to heart rewriting was not wasted. Upgraded to Shrank, it lived up to its Shrank title. Paired with absorption, it was simply invincible. Then Liu Yang waved his hand, and the helicopter before him vanished without a trace stored into his system space. Captain Yuko and Rina Miyazawa stared in shock. Ah, Lord Liu Yang, how did you do that? Is this also your ability? Though they had witnessed incredible things from Liu Yang before, seeing a helicopter disappear before their eyes still left them utterly astonished. How was this possible? It was like a miracle. With such power, Lord Liu Yang could make enemies vanish at will. Who could possibly stand against him? Liu Yang smiled and replied, just a few tricks, nothing special. No need to be so amazed. All right, you two are espers. I now give you a task. Hearing this, Captain Yuko and Rina Miyazawa immediately wore serious expressions and replied in unison. No problem, Lord Liu Yang. Whatever task you assign us, we will complete it perfectly, even at the cost of our lives. This was the first task entrusted by the one they admired most. They had to complete it well and show their best. Rina Miyazawa and Captain Yuko exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of rivalry in the other's eyes. Once close comrades, they were now hidden competitors. Both wanted to perform well before Liu Yang and earn more praise. The task is to clear all the zombies in this district. Also find all survivors and gather them here, awaiting my orders. Complete it by today. Hearing this, both nodded firmly. Understood, Lord Liu Yang. Well, go now. As they walked, Rina Miyazawa said to Captain Yuko, this time I won't lose to you. Let's see who gets the most. Captain Yuko chuckled. Who's afraid of whom? Let's compete. Among the squad, she was the strongest. Though it was just simple work, she didn't think she would lose. The two espers busied themselves with fervor. Meanwhile, Liu Yang led Kitagawa Yui back to his quarters. When Liu Yang brought Kitagawa Yui back to his residence, Sakura, Sora, and the others were utterly stunned. Furukawa, Hitomi, and Mei, who had already pledged their allegiance to Liu Yang, walked over to greet him. With ingratiating smiles, they addressed Liu Yang. Master Liu Yang, you finally returned. While you were away, we prepared many delicious dishes waiting for your arrival. I kept thinking you'd be hungry when you came back needing nourishment. So we gathered the sisters and made this meal, hoping it pleases you, Master Liu Yang. Lu Yang then noticed the steaming dishes on the table, the entire room filled with an enticing aroma. To prepare such a feast in the apocalypse, Furukawa Hitomi and Mei indeed possessed considerable culinary skill. As for Aoki Miyu Kyoko and Sakura Sora, among them Sakura Sora and Yamamoto Miyu had already shared intimate relations with Lu Yang, yet neither seemed resolved to submit to him. Meanwhile, although Aoki and Kyoko were somewhat receptive towards Lu Yang, he hadn't yet had the opportunity to win them over. Thus these two remained somewhat distant, not as uninhibited as Furukawa Hitomi and Mei. But that was of no concern. Today he would allow them to engage with him thoroughly, to become acquainted gradually, from the shallow to the deep, from the gentle to the intense. In time they would surely relax. Before Lu Yang could even sit at the table, the women's attention was captured by Kitagawa Yui at his side. Furukawa Hitomi let out a startled exclamation. "Ah, aren't you Kitagawa Yui?" Mei also recognized her. "Yes, the great star Kitagawa Yui. I absolutely love the dramas you star in. How are you here?" Sakura Sora and the others crowded around. Upon seeing Kitagawa Yui's appearance, they were instantly astonished. Beautiful. Utterly beautiful. A true star was indeed different. Though Sakura Sora was one of the school's 4 great beauties, possessing a peerless face and an astonishing figure, she still seemed somewhat immature compared to Kitagawa Yui. Every smile and frown of the great star had been professionally trained, every gesture carried elegance and grace. Because any flaw would be magnified endlessly under high-definition cameras. A female star could afford no shortcomings, or the entire nation would point them out. If one word had to be used to describe Kitagawa Yui, it would be perfection, perfection to the extreme. Whether it was her figure, her features, or the proportions of her face, though she was not tall and her bust was not large, she was simply perfect in every way, as if everything was just right, like a meticulous creation by God himself. Upon seeing this great star, Sakura Sora's face instantly showed a hint of displeasure. Before Kitagawa Yui's arrival, Sakura Sora had been the most beautiful among all the women here. She also had the best figure with a proud bust that none could rival. She believed she held a tremendous advantage. But now with Kitagawa Yui's addition, she realized everything had changed. Her own figure remained proudly prominent, but victory wasn't solely determined by physique. Bigger wasn't always better. What mattered was a sense of aesthetic harmony. Kitagawa Yui, though not overly voluptuous, had perfect proportions. She was flawless to the extreme, without a single blemish. Under these circumstances, her own advantage seemed hardly significant. Not to mention the other's status as a great star, a highly alluring trait for men. After all, some men, having experienced many women, no longer valued appearance, but identity. They played the game of status. What competition could an ordinary female student offer against a top-tier star? Keeping an ordinary starlet might cost just tens of thousands a month, but winning over a top-tier star required a vastly greater price. Weren't all those wealthy tycoons playing with stars? Even the Korean conglomerates treated female stars as playthings. They wouldn't go after college girls, would they? To those rich men, college girls were more abundant than rice. Merely the playthings of low-level wealthy scions, easily kept for a few thousand a month, posing no challenge. High-class wealthy men played with the famous. Only by playing with the famous could they have talking points proving their power. Thus, in front of Kitagawa Yui, these ordinary college girls lost all competitiveness. Truth be told, Sakura Sora felt a deep inner panic at this moment. She even felt some worry, having spoken such harsh words to Lu Yang. She had cursed him, and even during their intimate encounters, she had resisted with all her might, struggling frantically. When she had no energy left, she hadn't cooperated, lying like a dead fish. Lu Yang's experience with her was likely unpleasant. The star, on the other hand, had probably climbed into directors' beds countless times. What techniques hadn't she learned? We ignorant schoolgirls were nothing but useless in comparison. When it came to serving men, female stars were surely trained. A college boy like Lu Yang, who had never seen a beauty like Kitagawa Yui, would surely be completely captivated by the star. Originally, Sakura Sora had believed that among these women only she could control Lu Yang. The others were all deferential and cautious, playing the role of maids, while she could be the mistress. She was different from them. She was one of the school's 4 great beauties. But now Kitagawa Yui's arrival had made her fade into obscurity. Before a top-tier star, all were equal. No, I must accelerate my pace and quickly reveal my intentions to Lu Yang, or my opportunities will dwindle. Especially because of that deadbeat brother of mine, there was discord between Lu Yang and me. I need to make him understand that I've long forgotten about my brother. My brother was bitten to death by zombies. What did that have to do with Lu Yang? Vengeance has its target. When I get the chance, I'll kill a few zombies to avenge my brother. Yes, that's it. I must find an opportunity soon to get intimately close with Lu Yang. Though I hold no advantage over Kitagawa Yui, there is one unique strength I possess. No one else can do it. With this thought, Sakura Sora's face lit up with confidence, and she thrust out her chest. With this weapon on me, I'm sure to conquer Lu Yang. I have a special way of communication that no other woman can match. At this moment, Kitagawa Yui faced the observing gazes of the women without a trace of panic on her face, as she had long grown accustomed to such a feeling of being the center of attention. She had seen the expressions on these people's faces far too many times, just like the fans who came to chase celebrities. It was nothing out of the ordinary. A sweet expression immediately bloomed on Kitagawa Yui's face as she smiled and said to these women, Hello, everyone, I'm Kitagawa Yui. It seems you've all seen my work and recognize me. Thank you. Furukawa Hitomi exclaimed excitedly, seen your work. I'm your biggest fan. Miss Yui is so beautiful in the TV drama. Seeing you in person now, you truly live up to your reputation. Even more stunning than on screen. But I didn't expect you to be quite petite. Watching TV, I thought you were much taller. Although Kitagawa Yui had a sweet, girlish appearance, her proportions on screen gave the illusion of being around 165 centimeters tall. In reality, she appeared to be only about 155 centimeters. She was nearly half a head shorter than Furukawa Hitomi, which was unexpected. At the same time, she marveled at how incredibly well-proportioned these celebrities were. Moreover, these female celebrities were extremely strict about their figures. Their daily food intake was professionally managed by nutritionists, ensuring their bodies were flawless, without an ounce of excess fat. This meant that the 155-centimeter-tall Kitagawa Yui weighed only about 80-something pounds, looking small and delicate. A mischievous expression immediately appeared on the faces of Furukawa Hitomi and the others. Such a petite celebrity standing beside the 185-centimeter-tall Liu Yang would be an astonishing contrast. If they ever had an intimate encounter, what kind of positions would they use? Kitagawa Yui was unaware of the thoughts running through Furukawa Hitomi's mind. If she knew, she would surely say, "It's just a matter of an hour or so of footsteps landing on the ground." Meanwhile, Mei began to speculate inwardly. What exactly was the relationship between Furukawa Hitomi and Liu Yang? Liu Yang went out and directly brought back a major celebrity, and it seemed the two of them were already quite familiar. Could it be that Liu Yang had become a bodyguard for a female celebrity? A simp for a star? Something like a female celebrity's personal bodyguard. But judging by the style, it didn't seem likely. If he were a personal bodyguard, that would be the kind of story where the protagonist remains a virgin for tens of thousands of chapters. Liu Yang, however, had lost his virginity by the 3rd chapter. Just as the women were pondering the relationship between the big star and Liu Yang, Kitagawa Yui spoke up. When filming TV dramas, we always find better angles. If it's a scene with the male lead, I usually stand on a stool, without filming the lower body. Hearing this, Furukawa Hitomi and the others showed surprised expressions. So that was the filming technique. Would she also need to stand on a stool if she wanted to have an in-depth exchange with Liu Yang? The thought brought mischievous grins to their faces. Then Furukawa Hitomi asked again, Miss Yui, there's a question I've always wanted to ask you. We've read some gossip news saying you have powerful backing, that you never film kissing scenes in dramas, never have intimate scenes with the male lead. It's even said that directors treat you with great respect. Is that true or false? Kitagawa Yui was famously well-connected in the entertainment industry, a fact known even to gossip-loving female students like Furukawa Hitomi. At the same time, having mysterious backing had become part of Kitagawa Yui's persona, making her even more of an unattainable goddess in the eyes of men nationwide. It also fueled more fantasies among men across the country. Other female celebrities might have long lost their virginity, either to their boyfriends, directors, or investors. Claiming they were innocent maidens would be laughable. But as for Miss Kitagawa Yui, she was an exception. What if she still was? Hence, in male circles, Kitagawa Yui was called the last female celebrity in the world who might still be a virgin. She was also known as the purest female celebrity. Furukawa Hitomi was equally curious about these matters, and now that she had met the big star in person, she couldn't help but ask. In the past, Kitagawa Yui would never have answered, but things were different now. These women were very close to Liu Yang. They must be Lord Liu Yang's women. They might all become good sisters in the future. They were family now. There was nothing to hide. Besides, they were seniors, and she was the newcomer. If she put on airs now, how could they get along well later? If they ganged up against her, wouldn't she be ostracized? So Kitagawa Yui replied, "It's true. My father is a division commander in the self-defense forces. But I'm just an illegitimate daughter, so my identity hasn't been made public. People in the circle only speculate about my background. Of course, this identity does give me many privileges in the entertainment industry. It's also true that I don't film intimate scenes." "Oh, so that's it." Furukawa Hitomi's face instantly lit up with excitement. Then she looked a bit embarrassed and stammered as she continued to ask, "Miss Yui, I have another question that I'm really curious about and can't help but ask. Are you still, the kind who's never had a boyfriend? The first-time kind? A maiden?" As soon as this question was asked, every woman present perked up their ears, eagerly awaiting the answer. What woman doesn't love gossip, especially such a juicy piece about a top female celebrity? Hearing this question, a hint of shyness colored Kitagawa Yui's face. She glanced at Liu Yang, then answered, "No, not anymore." She was, but after meeting Liu Yang, even the most chaste of women would be conquered by him. "Oh." Upon hearing Kitagawa Yui's words, Furukawa Hitomi and the others immediately wore expressions of understanding. "I see. It seems even the most innocent female celebrity can't escape the tainted world of showbiz. Although on TV, she doesn't even kiss the leading actor behind the scenes, who knows how wild she gets. After all, we're all women of Sakura country. We all know this. Women from Sakura country are quite open-minded, especially female celebrities in the entertainment industry. In such a chaotic circle, not many can hold onto their principles. Schoolgirls like us might still be virgins. As for female celebrities, the odds are about the same as winning the lottery. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Kitagawa Yui knew they had misunderstood, so she added, "Before I met Liu Yang, I was still." Her words left all the women stunned for a moment. Huh, good heavens, so it wasn't the entertainment industry that had died Kitagawa Yui, but Liu Yang, that human dye vat. He had thoroughly dyed this top-tier female celebrity. No wonder he was out for several hours. No wonder Kitagawa Yui's walking posture seemed a bit awkward, with her height of just over 150 centimeters facing a tall and strong man like Liu Yang. How could she withstand it? Especially Mei and Furukawa Hitomi, who both knew exactly how fierce Liu Yang could be. With Kitagawa Yui's delicate skin and frail frame, it was a miracle she hadn't fallen apart. Furukawa Hitomi was the first to react to Kitagawa Yui's words. She immediately walked over to her warmly, took her arm, and said, "I see. I knew it. The so-called purest female celebrity in the entertainment world couldn't have been taken by anyone else there. Only our Lord Liu Yang could achieve that. Since you've become Lord Liu Yang's woman, dear sister, we're family now. Being family with a top-tier celebrity like you fills me with joy. Let's get along well from now on." Mei also walked over and said enthusiastically, "Yes, yes, Miss Yui, let's take care of each other from now on. Living together in one household, we all act for Lord Liu Yang's sake. We must help each other and take good care of him." Seeing their warmth, Kitagawa Yui broke into a happy smile. She could tell these two held some sway here, while the other peripheral women might not yet have a say. Although one of them was exceptionally beautiful with a stunning figure, her relationship with Liu Yang didn't seem very intimate. This meant that if she first built a good relationship with those two women forming an unbreakable trio, she would be invincible in this small group. Naturally, she was more than willing to befriend them. Thus, Kitagawa Yui also wore an enthusiastic expression and said to the two women, "Both seniors are absolutely right. I'm new here, so I'll need your guidance on how to better take care of Lord Liu Yang." Furukawa Hitomi and Mei were even more delighted upon hearing this. They hadn't expected this top-tier celebrity to be so easy to get along with without any airs of superiority or condescension. She was even quite humble. "Not bad, not bad." They both nodded and said, "No problem. Recently we've been working together, researching combination skills and coordinating with each other, while also improving our cooking to make even better meals. Striving to make Lord Liu Yang's life more wonderful and happy." Hearing this, Kitagawa Yui looked very interested and asked, "Can I join you?" Mei and Furukawa Hitomi nodded vigorously. "Of course. Among three there must be my teacher. This is even better." Being on the same side as top-tier celebrity Kitagawa Yui was simply wonderful. If they had become rivals, ordinary schoolgirls like us might not have been able to compete. But united on the same front, no one could rival our small group. Thus the three women held hands and walked to the dining table. They sat down to eat. Sakura Momo and the others also sat down to join the meal. After all, they had helped with the cooking. And as long as these women stayed by Lord Liu Yang's side, they would eventually be won over by him. So Furukawa Hitomi said nothing. Meanwhile, Captain Yuko and Rina Miyazawa were diligently clearing the zombies in the neighborhood and searching for survivors. The two had gone from teammates to rivals. Captain Yuko punched a zombie away and taunted Rina. "Rina, weren't you beaten half to death earlier? How are you now full of energy? The moment you received Lord Liu Yang's orders, you changed like a different person, brimming with drive. I think you should take better care of yourself. Leave these zombies to me. Go and rest." Whoosh. Rina Miyazawa also sliced off a zombie's head with her blade and replied, "Before Lord Liu Yang put away the helicopter, I grabbed a healing potion from the rescue kit. One shot, and I'm like I've been injected with adrenaline. I've got endless energy now. Captain Yuko, you're the one who had 2 rounds with Lord Liu Yang. I bet you don't have much strength left. Why don't you go rest?" Captain Yuko sneered. "Heh. I was just concerned about your health. Since you don't appreciate it, fine. But don't forget, no matter how hard you try, you'll never be my match. Have you forgotten? Your ability isn't a combat type." Rina Miyazawa replied dismissively, "Fighting these zombies doesn't require abilities. Raw physical strength is enough to crush them." But Captain Yuko just smiled, then threw a punch at a distant zombie. Her fist shot forward, her entire arm stretching out long. The fist struck a zombie over 10 meters away like a cannonball. Boom! With a loud crash, the zombie collapsed instantly. Captain Yuko said smugly, "That's not necessarily true. Using only basic attributes is no different from an ordinary person. Too inefficient. You can't beat me." Seeing this, Rina Miyazawa, unwilling to be outdone, dashed at incredible speed toward the distant zombies. The two competed fiercely, killing as they went. An hour later, nearly all the zombies in the residential complex had been cleared by the two of them. Superhumans were indeed remarkably efficient at such tasks. Meanwhile, acting under the authority of the official superhuman organization, they ordered all survivors in the complex to gather on the open ground in front of the buildings. Only a little over 30 people remained in the entire complex. Seeing that someone had come to rescue them, joy lit up their faces. When they realized their saviors were 2 young and strikingly beautiful women, astonishment deepened. They never imagined the authorities had something like a superhuman organization. Even more unexpected was that the superhumans within were such young and lovely beauties. Some male survivors even fantasized that if they could win over this beautiful superhuman rescuer, they would never have to fear zombies in the apocalypse again. Once the survivors were gathered together, Captain Yuko began to speak. As you've seen, we've killed all the zombies in this complex. From now on, you're safe here. Without our arrival, your only fate would have been starving to death in your homes or being devoured by zombies. So you ought to feel grateful. Now I'm giving you all a task. Everyone get moving. Throw all the zombie corpses out of the complex. Otherwise, once they rot, the whole place will reek. Hearing this, a survivor stepped forward in confusion and asked Captain Yuko, "Esteemed superhuman, why must we clean up these zombie corpses? Since the rescue team is here, shouldn't you be taking us to a safe survivor base? Will we have to keep living in this complex?" At these words, the other survivors nodded in agreement. Indeed, now that they'd finally escaped their homes, why bother cleaning up this filth? Wouldn't it be better to just follow these two rescue team members to a safer base? So two other survivors chimed in. Yes, esteemed superhuman, we've endured such terrifying scenes in this complex. Watching familiar faces die one by one in the jaws of zombies or turn into zombies themselves. Even our own families became dreadful zombies. We can't bear to stay here another minute, let alone move those horrible corpses. What if we accidentally touch their blood? Could we get infected too? Exactly. We barely survived this disaster. We just want to go to a shelter as soon as possible. I don't want to touch those terrifying bodies. Right? Let's abandon this complex. None of the survivors were willing to do such a task, even though the zombies had been killed by Captain Yuko and her companion. Just looking at the zombie corpses, their hideous expressions, pale skin, and blackened veins, filled them with dread. You superhumans aren't afraid, but we're just ordinary people. Hearing this, Captain Yuko's expression soured as she said coldly, "It seems you don't understand the situation yet. What I just gave you was an order, not a request. As for the shelter you mentioned, there is no such thing. The authorities have their own hands full right now. They have no time or energy to waste on ordinary people like you. So this complex is where you'll continue to live. If anyone doesn't want to work, that's fine. Just leave. I won't stop you. If you don't want to go, I can help you out by throwing you out. They'll ask you one last time. Clean up the zombies, contribute your labor, and you might get to live in this complex. Disobey orders, and you'll be thrown out." At this, some survivors bristled with anger. "What gives you the right to order us around? We're not government employees. We're taxpayers. You officials live on our tax money. We the taxpayers are the ones who pay your salaries. It's your duty to save us and take us to a safe place, not to order us into dangerous tasks." Exactly. You're public servants of the taxpayers. You should protect us, not make us take risks. Hearing this, Captain Yuko cast a cold glance. These people must think that because she was young and pretty, she could be pushed around, unaware she was a hardened captain. They needed a lesson to understand. She stretched out both hands. Swish. Her arms shot out impossibly long, seizing the two big men by the necks, then she flung them with force. The two men were hurled high into the air, flying over the wall and landing outside the complex with a loud thud. The noise instantly attracted the zombies wandering the streets. Dazed and disoriented from the fall, before they could react, they were surrounded by zombies. The creatures lunged at them, tearing into their flesh. "Ah!" They screamed in agony, then begged Captain Yuko for mercy. "Help! Please save me. Esteemed superhuman, I was wrong. I'll obey your orders. Please save me. Let me back in." Seeing this, the other survivors stared in horror. Some female survivors even began to vomit. It was too brutal, too bloody, too violent, too terrifying. Was this the work of a superhuman? Throwing people out to feed the zombies without a second thought. How ruthless. Captain Yuko asked again. "Anyone else have objections?" No. We're all happy to follow the esteemed superhuman's orders." No one dared to utter a word of dissent. The ordinary survivors immediately busied themselves, for in their eyes, Captain Yuko was no longer the young, beautiful, and perfectly proportioned rescue team member she appeared to be. Instead, she had transformed into a fearsome leader who anyone who dared to disobey her would face immediate punishment. This contrast was striking. A sweet, lovely maiden on the surface, yet her gaze was filled with coldness and an aura of authority that left no room for defiance. Some survivors had previously harbored improper thoughts about Captain Yuko dreaming of having such a girlfriend. But now those notions were swiftly dispelled. Who would dare? With such a formidable esper, even a quarrel could end in a severed head. Now, even the male survivors dared not meet Captain Yuko's gaze. They hurriedly set to work, though some hadn't eaten a proper meal in days. Yet they feigned vigor, hauling the zombie corpses from the ground, suppressing their nausea as they did so. They loaded the bodies onto carts from the property management office one by one, carrying them to the community wall and tossing them outside. Seeing the survivors bustling about, a satisfied smile crossed Captain Yuko's face. She glanced triumphantly at Rina Miyazawa beside her and said, "Looks like I've won again this time. In this operation, I took down a full 851 zombies. What about you?" Rina Miyazawa sighed helplessly. She was only a class esper with a shared vision ability, useless in combat. Relying solely on her physical prowess to fight zombies, she had killed just over 200. Far behind the captain. Fortunately, upon arriving at the community, the helicopter's noise had drawn all nearby zombies toward it, where Rina mowed them down with a machine gun. The remaining zombies trapped indoors numbered only about 1,000. Otherwise, clearing the entire community with just the two of them would have been no easy feat. Rina said helplessly, "I killed 237. But I saved more survivors, 23 to your 15. I think living people are more valuable than zombies. See, without those survivors, how long would we have taken to haul all those corpses? Captain Yuko shook her head with a smile. Stubborn as ever, Rina. Come, let's report to Lord Liu Yang and see how he wishes to handle the survivors. Rina nodded, and the two headed toward Liu Yang's quarters. After briefing Liu Yang on the situation, he promptly followed them to the scene. Surveying the blood-soaked ground, the busy survivors, and the community, now free of any living zombie, Liu Yang nodded in approval. He patted Captain Yuko's head and said, "Well done. The official espers of Sakura country are indeed efficient. In just a few hours you've cleared the entire community of zombies. And you've found all the survivors. Excellent." Hearing Liu Yang's praise, Captain Yuko's face lit up with joy. Blushing, she said to Liu Yang, "Thank you, Lord Liu Yang. It's my duty. What should we do with the remaining survivors? These people seem unruly. They still think they're taxpayers and that the government should save them. Should we after they finish their work?" Captain Yuko made a slicing gesture across her own fair neck with her delicate hand. Her eyes were utterly calm. As an esper, even before the apocalypse, she had never regarded ordinary people highly. Now with the outbreak, the superiority of espers was even more pronounced. Espers were immune to airborne zombie viruses, far stronger than zombies and fearless of them. Meanwhile, ordinary humans were too terrified to even leave their homes. As Rina Miyazawa had once said aboard the helicopter, why should they still obey the commands of ordinary human leaders, even the Prime Minister, who was just a commoner? Could they compare to espers? Captain Yuko never voiced such thoughts, but deep down she agreed. It was just that before. She believed missions were paramount, and as a member of the Esper Council, she should follow orders, so she kept quiet. But now these ordinary survivors, after being rescued, dared to shout at her. Captain Yuko had long been annoyed by them. If not for their usefulness in clearing the corpses, she would have disposed of them long ago. Hearing Captain Yuko's words, Liu Yang looked surprised. He hadn't expected a member of the official Esper organization to have so little affection for the citizens of Sakura country. Liu Yang shook his head and said, "Leave them to me. I see the last batch of corpses has been cleared. Call them all together. I have something to say to them." "Yes, Lord Liu Yang." Captain Yuko nodded, then immediately shouted loudly to the survivors. "Hey, all of you come here immediately." Hearing this, the survivors scurried over without any delay, for in their hearts Captain Yuko had become an iron-willed female general. Anyone who provoked her might be thrown out instantly. The survivors lined up, all wearing nervous expressions as Liu Yang's gaze swept over them. Captain Yuko then addressed them. "This is Lord Liu Yang. We are all his followers. Here, Lord Liu Yang's word is law. Now Lord Liu Yang has something to say to you." Hearing this, all the survivors looked stunned. They had thought Liu Yang was just an ordinary person, given his youthful appearance like an ungraduated college student. In a normal society, they would have treated him as a junior. But now even a powerful esper like Captain Yuko addressed him as Lord. How strong must he be? Everyone stared at Liu Yang in shock. Liu Yang stood up and walked before them, saying, "This community is now my personal property. Everything in it, including your homes, belongs to me, Liu Yang. If you wish to remain here, you must kneel and pledge allegiance to me, become my followers, and I will grant you a chance to survive." At these words, all the survivors exchanged glances, seeing anger and humiliation in each other's eyes. This neighborhood is supposed to be ours. How did it become that, brats? Is this really the official supernatural organization? This is an official robbery. We spent our entire life savings on these houses, even paying off years of mortgage. You're kicking us out with just one sentence. Those who stay have to kneel and submit. What era is this, still practicing feudalism? Is there no justice or law left? Are supernaturals so almighty? Rage immediately twisted their faces. One survivor leaped forward and snapped at Liu Yang. "Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Why should we kneel and submit to you? This neighborhood belongs to all of us. Every single one of us is a property owner here. We bought these houses with our hard-earned money. How dare you claim it all with a single sentence?" Another survivor chimed in, "Exactly. Even if you are from the official supernatural organization, does that give you the right to steal from others? Not only do you refuse to take us to a survivor base, but you're even snatching our homes. Where's the law in this? Since you claim to be an official organization, you have the duty to protect us, ordinary folks, not plunder from us. They'll report you. I refuse to believe you can run rampant without consequences. You're not an official organization. You're nothing but bandits. Outrageous. We will never accept such unreasonable demands. This treaty is nothing short of national humiliation. Yes, firm opposition, no compromise. Resistance to the end." All the survivors united in protest against Liu Yang. His words were simply too extreme, too disrespectful. How could everything in this neighborhood belong to him? What did he mean by kneel and submit if you want to stay? It was as if he didn't see them as human, denying them even a shred of dignity. To agree to such terms would be utterly degrading. Besides, there were over 30 of them, and only a handful on his side. Even if the supernaturals were strong, what could they really do? Could they really kill all 30 of us? If they did, word would get out and the authorities would surely not let them off. United, we were sure to win. Unity is strength. The sight of dozens of survivors protesting together was indeed quite striking. Watching them shout and rage, Liu Yang said with a smirk, "Fine, I'll give you another option. Defeat me, Kill me, and you become the masters of this neighborhood." At those words, all the survivors fell silent. It made some sense. The zombies in the neighborhood had already been cleared. If they could take down these supernaturals, they'd own the place. But these supernaturals were formidable. Even all 30 of them together might not stand a chance. One survivor stepped forward. "You're bullying us. You're all supernaturals far stronger than us. Especially those 2 women beside you. They kill zombies without batting an eye. They're ruthless. And you're just a coward hiding behind women. You only dare to bully us because you're stronger. How about you face us alone? Don't let your female teammates fight. We won't let our women fight either. Only the men. What do you think of that proposal?" The other survivors echoed the sentiment. Exactly, a coward hiding behind women. If it were just you, would take you down in no time. A bully who only picks on the weak. How disgraceful. They all tried to provoke Lu Yong with taunts. Among the survivors, there were only a handful of women, fewer than 20. Ordinary women had little combat ability, but everyone had witnessed the terrifying prowess of the 2 female fighters at Lu Yang's side. Of the 3 on his team, 2 were women, and only 1 was a man. So if both sides kept their women out of the fight, the survivors would clearly have the advantage. In their minds, over 20 men working together could easily take down even a fierce tiger. In primitive times, a tribe of over 20 men could hunt a mammoth. Taking down one male supernatural shouldn't be too hard, right? Even a supernatural must get tired, right? Once surrounded, he'd be helpless. He couldn't escape. He wasn't invulnerable. Hearing their words, Lu Yong fully agreed. Men were useless to him anyway. Women at least could be used to bear children and expand the population. He had never planned to kill the women. So Lu Yong nodded. "Fine, my female fighters won't engage, and your women stay out too. He'll settle this with a duel between men. All right, all of you come at me." The male survivors exchanged glances, believing their scheme had succeeded, a hint of smugness flickering in their eyes. Then the lead male survivor roared, "Brothers, charge. To protect our homes from being stolen by this bastard, we must win. Charge." With that, all the male survivors surged toward Lu Yong with fierce determination. At this moment, Lu Yong also moved, wanting to kill me. Very well. I hope you are all prepared for death. In the next second, Lu Yong had already pulled out his infinite crossbow and fired directly at the survivors. The bolts shot out rapidly, each one piercing the skull of a survivor. Before those survivors could even approach Lu Yong, they had already fallen. The survivors in the back saw their companions shot dead by the bolts, and all displayed expressions of terror. "Damn, this guy has no sense of martial ethics. He has ranged weapons. Run." The remaining survivors turned to flee. Unfortunately, they couldn't outrun the bolts, which struck them right in the back of their heads. Within seconds, all the survivors lay motionless on the ground, with dozens of male corpses added to the scene. At this moment, a system notification had also sounded in Lu Yang's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for taking down 28 enemies. You have plundered the basic attributes from the bodies of your enemies. Total 280 points." Upon receiving this notification, Lu Yong revealed a joyful expression. "Awesome. The ability to plunder is truly powerful, instantly enhancing my basic attributes by 28 times that of an ordinary person. The more enemies there are, the stronger I become. If I absorb all the enemies in Sakura country, wouldn't I be invincible?" Seeing Lu Yang's excited smile, the remaining dozen women stared blankly. They never expected Lu Yong to be so ruthless, directly killing so many people. Some women cried out in despair. "Brother, wake up, brother. Whoa. Dad, please don't die, Dad." Some of these women were family members of the deceased male survivors, witnessing their loved ones die right before their eyes, filled with grief. At this moment, Lu Yong appeared more terrifying than a demon in their eyes. "Had I known this guy was so fierce, I wouldn't have tried to compete with him. If he wanted to expel us from the community, we could have just left. At least there would be a glimmer of hope. But resisting him in this community is a definite death sentence. Zombies outside. Zombies aren't as terrifying as him." The women collapsed in despair on the ground, while Lu Yong stepped closer to them and spoke. "I know some of the dead men were your family. Is there anyone who wants to avenge them? You can come and kill me now." Looking at Lu Yang's half-smiling expression, the women instantly shivered. "At first you said the same to those men, inviting them to kill you, and they all died at your hands. Now you're saying this to us. Do you want to kill us too?" The women's faces instantly showed fear as they hurriedly shook their heads, saying, "We don't want revenge. We don't want to kill you. Please don't kill us." Seeing these women intimidated by him, Lu Yong exhibited a satisfied expression. This is how it should be. In the face of the fear of death, no one can remain steadfast. For the women of Sakura country, what kind of national and familial grievances exist? They are usually more adaptable than men lacking belief. They are also more fearful and easier to tame. "Very well, since no one wants revenge, I will now give you a task. You all must take the bodies of those men and throw them outside the community. After finishing the job, come find me. I will arrange your future work based on your appearance and figure. During this time, you can tidy yourselves up, go home, and put on some makeup. In short, those who are beautiful and have good figures will have the chance to be my women. At that time, there will be an endless supply of food. Make sure to seize this opportunity. As for those who are ugly, Lu Yong certainly won't take them. He is not a sexually repressed man. He has countless beauties around him. Ugly women will just be treated as servants, doing cleanup work and taking care of the community's garbage." After hearing Lu Yang's words, the women quickly began to clean up the bodies on the ground. Although some men were their family members' brothers or fathers, they could not show any hesitation. They directly carried the bodies one by one to the outside of the community. Captain Yuzi saw this scene and approached Lu Yong smiling as he said to him, "As expected of Lord Lu Yong, you've completely tamed these women in no time." Those men too, they really were asking for it. Lord Lu Yong even gave them a chance to leave, yet they still wanted to resist him and even harm him. They truly do not know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is, Reina Gongza also said beside them. Indeed, even those with abilities have no power to resist in Lord Lu Yang's hands, let alone ordinary people. They are no different from ants. Their greatest achievement in this life will probably be dying at Lord Lu Yang's hands. They should feel honored to die. Hearing these two talk, Lu Yong couldn't help but laugh. Good heavens, they are all from Sakura country, watching their compatriots die at my hands, yet they say they died honorably. You are truly good compatriots. Soon those women had carried all the bodies outside the community. The zombies, smelling the blood, immediately surrounded and pounced on the corpses to feast. In no time the corpses were completely devoured. The women witnessing this scene couldn't help but gag. It was too cruel, too terrifying. Some of those corpses belonged to their own relatives. Seeing their loved ones being gnawed by zombies, eating them like lamb chops, their hearts felt quite uncomfortable, yet they also empathized. What if one day they fell into the hands of zombies? Would they also be eaten like lamb chops? Just thinking about it is frightening. After finishing this work, the women followed Lu Yang's advice and returned home to tidy up their appearances. All the zombies in the community had been cleared out by two ability users. Now that they returned home, there was no longer any fear. As women from Sakura country, they usually only dared to go out with makeup, otherwise it would be considered impolite. But after the apocalypse broke out, they hadn't put on makeup for several days. With no food to eat and constantly living in fear, who would manage their appearance? But today is different. Today, how well they can do their makeup and present their best selves will determine their future fate. If they appear unattractive, they might be kicked out by that guy named Lu Yong. Once they leave the community as weak women, they might not survive 2 days before being bitten by zombies. Therefore, this time, they must choose their favorite clothes and apply their most satisfying makeup to compete with other women. An hour later, Captain Yuko reported to Lu Yong, "Lord Lu Yong, the women are ready and can now be presented for your selection." Hearing this, Lu Yong nodded with satisfaction and said, "All right, let them in." Captain Yuko promptly led the women into Lu Yang's room. 15 women stood in a line. As they entered, a wave of fragrance filled the air. Each of them was decked out in their finest attire, having scrubbed themselves clean and doused in their favorite perfumes. They had also donned their most seductive outfits, all in a bid to leave a favorable impression on Lu Yong. He cast his gaze over the 15 women. Though they were indeed attractive, having been meticulously groomed, not one among them was plain. But after witnessing the exquisite beauty of a top-tier actress like Kitagawa Yui, Lu Yong found these ordinary women lacking something. There was simply no comparison. Not to mention Kitagawa Yui, even someone like Sakura Momo, none of these 15 women could hold a candle to her. However, upon reflection, Lu Yong felt resigned. Sakura Momo was one of the 4 school beauties, a 1 in 10,000 rarity. It was understandable that none of these 15 matched her. Lu Yong waved his hand and said instinctively, "Bring in the next batch." Captain Yuko quickly reminded him, "Lord Lu Yong, these are all the women we have. There are no more to replace them. If you truly desire beauties, I can contact headquarters and request more female operatives. If we claim we're in danger, they'll surely send a rescue team." That was a brilliant idea. A beautiful Esper would not only allow him to sire offspring, but also let him absorb her powers, a win-win situation. But that could wait. For now, he had to deal with these 15 women. 15 women meant 15 rewards. His strength was bound to surge significantly. Once his power increased, luring official Espers here would be a cinch, and he could even storm the Esper headquarters directly. When the time came, he would barge in and take them all down. Lu Yang's gaze returned to the 15 women, though none were exceptionally stunning. They all passed the baseline with appearances scoring at least 80 out of 100. Each was young and fair, none past their prime. Lu Yong mused that the older ones likely had weaker resistance. Their chances of avoiding infection were slimmer, so most survivors were young. Lu Yong asked the women after dressing up, "You all look quite decent. I suppose I'm reluctantly satisfied with you. Now I'll ask who among you is willing to stay and be my woman. Those who don't wish to can leave now. I won't stop you. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." At these words, the 15 women exchanged glances. Did this mean they had all passed? Wonderful. As for Lu Yang's question about who wanted to leave, wasn't that obvious? How could anyone possibly want to go? Stepping outside would be like plunging into hell. So the women spoke in unison, "Of course, we all wish to stay and be Lord Lu Yang's women." Hearing this, Lu Yang's face lit up with satisfaction, just as he had expected. After all, staying by his side meant endless food and a safe place to live, unlike the outside world, where they faced constant threats from zombies with insufficient food, inadequate clothing, unsafe shelter, and a life of perpetual fear. Such terror wore people down immensely. Not only would these women find it unbearable, but even men would struggle to endure. If Lu Yong hadn't killed the men, most of them would likely have chosen to stay by his side. Even singing about withered chrysanthemums was better than battling zombies outside. Excellent. Since every one of you has chosen to stay tonight. Lu Yang's eyes swept over the faces of the 15 beauties. Like an emperor selecting his consorts, he examined each one individually, his gaze trailing from their feet to their heads. His eyes finally rested on a woman dressed in a JK uniform, her face adorned with delicate makeup. She appeared pure, yet possessed a strikingly voluptuous figure. He said to her, "You will stay here tonight. The rest of you may return to your homes." The chosen woman beamed with joy. The others wore expressions of disappointment. One of them addressed Lu Yong. "Lord Lu Yong, we've run out of food at home. Could we have something to eat first?" Hearing this request, Lu Yong flatly refused. "Only those I select will be provided with food. As for the rest of you, wait for the next selection. Besides, the entire compound is now free of zombies. Since your own food is gone, you can check other people's homes. In this apocalypse, women can't always rely on others. Can't you try to be self-sufficient?" Hearing this, the women suddenly realized he was right. The entire compound was now safe. Though their own food was depleted, other households might still have untouched supplies, especially since entire families had turned into zombies who had no use for refrigerators. They needed to hurry and gather that food. Finders keepers. The women chorused, "Yes, Lord Lu Yong. We understand." Then, vying with one another, they rushed out of Lu Yang's residence to scavenge for food in the compound. Meanwhile, the squad dispatched by the Supernatural Affairs Bureau of Sakura Country had begun to assemble. This time, the team deployed was far more formidable than Captain Yuko's squad. The four-member squad stood before a middle-aged man whose face bore a grave expression, with barely concealed anger flickering in his eyes. He addressed the four of them. "I don't understand why the chief commander made such a decision, sending my team to rescue a division commander's daughter, and an illegitimate one at that. It's utterly outrageous. The apocalypse has already erupted, and we supernatural beings have our own affairs to tend to, yet we're forced to deal with such nonsense. It's caused an entire squad to go missing. Now the task I assign you is to locate our missing squad. As for that division commander's daughter, you are to ignore her." Captain Taijima had always harbored resentment over that incident. The division commander of the Self-Defense Force had nothing to do with their Supernatural Affairs Bureau. Why should they rescue his illegitimate daughter? Couldn't he send his own Self-Defense Force troops? Even if the Self-Defense Force was incompetent, they could surely handle ordinary zombies. The enemies we supernatural beings face are far more formidable. The important figures we must protect are far more significant than a mere division commander. Deep down, Captain Taijima shared thoughts similar to Rina Miyazawa's. Since the apocalypse had erupted, they as supernatural beings possessed unique advantages, immune to zombies and airborne transmissions. Why should they still protect ordinary people? Even if those ordinary people were once high-ranking officials or politicians, the apocalypse should have reshuffled everything. Former authorities meant nothing now, but he knew his personal feelings were useless. As long as the higher-ups of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau remained loyal to the official government, those beneath them had to obey. He was merely a captain. Even if he wanted to rebel, he could hardly stir up any waves. He couldn't seize power for himself. Though furious at the chief commander's orders, he had no choice. The only thing he could do was dispatch another squad to search for the first one, striving to minimize losses. Although the first squad wasn't the most outstanding in his company, Captain Yuko was the daughter of a comrade-in-arms of Captain Taijima. That comrade had once sacrificed himself to protect Taijima from an enemy supernatural being. Taijima had always regarded Yuko as his own daughter. Now that she was missing, he couldn't simply ignore it. Because of a division commander's illegitimate daughter, Yuko, whom he cherished like his own, had gone missing. Captain Taijima was nearly exploding with rage. Thus, he dispatched their company's ace squad, composed of 3 rank supernatural beings and 1 rank, their most powerful team. This squad had never failed a mission before, and they typically handled the most challenging tasks that other teams couldn't manage. Hearing Captain Taijima's words, the squad leader nodded. "Rest assured, Captain, we will complete the mission. But if we happen to encounter that division commander's illegitimate daughter along the way, should we bring her back?" Taijima's face turned cold. He said, "Your mission is only to find Yuko and her team. Nothing else concerns you. Do you understand? Set off now. The longer it takes, the more danger Yuko and the others face. I've already sent you the mission coordinates." Then a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes, and he added, "If Yuko and the others have met with misfortune, then bring me proof, alive or dead. No matter what, bring Yuko back to me." "Yes, Captain." The 4-member squad turned and boarded the helicopter. Captain Taijima watched them leave, a complex expression on his face. With this ace squad on the mission, the success rate was practically 100%. But if Yuko and the others had already been killed, even sending a heavenly king would only bring back their corpses. Captain Taijima sighed. "Alas, I hope it's not too late. Yuko, you must come back. If anything happens to you, it'll make that division commander pay with his life." As for the squad leader's question about whether to bring back Kinago Yui, if encountered, Captain Taijima naturally wanted to say no, but such words were hard for him to utter personally. But he trusted the squad leader would understand his intent. Just to rescue that illegitimate child, that mongrel, his entire squad had gone missing, and they expected him to bring her back. Dream on. Let him taste the pain of losing a daughter too. Soon the helicopter hovered over Liu Yang's residential area. The loud noise caught Liu Yang's attention. He went to the window and looked up, spotting another military helicopter. It was identical to the one Captain Yuko and her team had taken. Yuko, who had come over, immediately recognized it as belonging to their company. She said to Lu Yong, "Lord Lu Yong, this helicopter should be from our company. Since we've been missing for so long, they've sent reinforcements. What should we do now? Should I trick them into coming in? I can catch them off guard and instantly activate my ability to stretch my arms, tie them all up like pretzels, and hand them over to you, Lord Lu Yong." At this moment, the company didn't know that Yuko's squad had already defected to Lu Yong. If Captain Yuko went out to greet them, they would surely let their guard down. Then Captain Yuko could instantly activate her ability, turning each arm into a rubber rope hundreds of meters long, binding them all like dumplings. After hearing Captain Yuko's suggestion, Lu Yong shook his head and said, "No need. I'd like to meet the people from your Supernatural Affairs Bureau and see just how strong they really are." In truth, Lu Yong wasn't genuinely curious about their strength. It was his plunder skill. Although it had evolved into Drain, it could only succeed through a certain intimate relationship. If this squad consisted entirely of men, he couldn't exactly fence with them, could he? He would have to kill them instead. If Captain Yuko tied them up, instantly stripping them of resistance, how could he kill them? Faced with Lu Yang's words, Captain Yuko offered no objection. Whatever Lord Lu Yong said must have its reasoning. Given his immense power, not just a single squad, but even the entire company mobilized wouldn't stand a chance against him. So Captain Yuko nodded and said, "Very well, Lord Lu Yong. Let's go meet this support squad together." Lu Yong directly led Captain Yuzuko and Rina Miyazawa out of his residence and descended to the ground floor. At that moment, the people on the helicopter spotted Lu Yong and Captain Yuzuko, and their faces instantly lit up with delighted surprise. Their female captain spoke joyfully. "Excellent. Yuzuko is alive. This way the squadron leader's mission can be completed flawlessly." Beside her were 3 team members, 2 men and 1 woman. Their faces also gleamed with joyous surprise. When they had been dispatched for this mission, they had assumed Captain Yuzuko and her team had already perished, as it was rare for an Esper squad to lose contact with headquarters. When such an event occurred, it meant they had encountered an insurmountable and colossal crisis. To put it bluntly, it likely signified total annihilation. Otherwise, as long as even 1 person survived, there would have been a possibility of re-establishing contact with headquarters. They had arrived for reinforcement with heavy hearts. For every Esper in the squadron knew Yuzuko. She was a member the squadron leader valued immensely, treating her with daily care as if she were his own daughter. This was because Yuzuko was the daughter of their fallen vice-captain. The vice-captain had once been the squadron leader's old partner, sacrificing himself during an extremely perilous mission to protect the squadron leader. The squadron leader had always been deeply burdened by guilt over this incident, pouring all his affection onto Yuzuko. Thus, when they were assigned the rescue mission, they fully understood its profound gravity. Now seeing Yuzuko lively and well, they immediately broke into expressions of elation. Ayaka waved her hand, signaling the helicopter to land on the open space within the residential complex. She then directly opened the helicopter door and stepped out with her team, her face devoid of any wariness. As for Lu Yong, she completely disregarded him, assuming he was merely an ordinary survivor rescued by Captain Yuzuko. She quickly approached Captain Yuzuko and the others. Ayaka spoke to Yuzuko. "Yuzuko, are you alright? Why did you lose contact with headquarters? The squadron leader was frantic with worry and sent us to reinforce you. What trouble did you encounter? Where are your other team members? Why are only you and Rina Miyazawa left?" Captain Yuzuko remained silent, waiting for Lu Yong to speak. At that moment, Lu Yong was scrutinizing the newly arrived squad leader from head to toe. His eyes were filled with shock. Beautiful. Utterly stunning. He had never imagined that the squadron leader sent to rescue Yuzuko would be so breathtakingly beautiful, fully capable of debuting as a celebrity, even more perfect than Kitagawa Yui. Although Kitagawa Yui was also exceptionally pretty and delicate, her stature was too short, always lacking something. She could only pull off the cute style. In terms of presence, she ultimately fell short. But this squad leader who came to rescue Yuzuko was different. Not only was she extraordinarily beautiful, but her figure was also flawless, with a pair of long, straight white legs. Paired with her tight combat suit, her physique was accentuated to the fullest. Her body had not an ounce of excess flesh, her curves graceful and elegant. Clad in the form-fitting combat suit, her form seemed brimming with vitality and elasticity, a sense of power seemingly radiating through the fabric. Her face was also exquisite, with 3-dimensional and delicate features. She was by no means inferior to Kitagawa Yui, yet her style was entirely different. Kitagawa Yui was the pure and cute type, whereas this one was the aloof and mature older sister type. She seemed to look down on everyone, her eyes perpetually exuding a sense of arrogance and disdain. Ordinary men who saw such a woman would typically not dare to meet her gaze, only stealing furtive glances. But Lu Yong was different. He was drawn to women who appeared haughty. Just one look ignited a fierce desire for conquest within him. The prouder the woman, the greater the contrast in bed. Other men might fail to tame her, but he could effortlessly dominate her. That feeling was the most exhilarating. At this moment, squad leader Ayaka also sensed something amiss. This Yuzuko had not responded to her questions, and the man beside her was staring at her with a distinctly covetous gaze. Such a look was rare for her. Ayaka was well aware of her own stunning beauty and perfect figure. Yet under her imposing aura, few men dared to look her straight in the eye, let alone stare at her so openly. Even the most powerful male Esper in the Esper Affairs Hall would not dare to gaze at her so unabashedly. What was wrong with this ordinary survivor? Squad leader Ayaka quickly noticed the anomaly. She shifted her gaze to Liu Yang, sizing him up. Her eyes finally settled on his face, meeting his stare directly. In Liu Yang's eyes, she saw naked greed and desire, making her so uncomfortable that she instinctively averted her gaze. Then she realized something was off. Why should I look away? When had I ever lost a staring contest? Flushed with annoyance, Ayaka turned her gaze back to Liu Yang's face. Yet Liu Yang continued to stare at her unblinking. The male team members behind her also witnessed this scene and immediately grew displeased. Having accompanied Ayaka on countless missions, both men held their beautiful squad leader in reverence and adoration. Who wouldn't admire a female leader who was beautiful, powerful, and always led them to victory? Thus, both male members regarded Ayaka as their goddess. But now, seeing an ordinary man daring to stare so blatantly at their goddess, they were instantly enraged. The two male members threatened Liu Yang. "Brat, what are you looking at? Who gave you permission to stare at our captain like that?" "Looking for death." Upon hearing this, Liu Yang smiled and replied, "Are you too threatening to kill me?" Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, facing his threatening tone, the two superhumans immediately broke into laughter. They never imagined that a mere stranger would dare to show such an expression to the official superhumans of the Superhuman Affairs Department. Truly, a newborn calf fears not the tiger. In their eyes, ordinary survivors like Liu Yang were no different from ants. They could crush him with a flick of their fingers. Since the apocalypse erupted, the gap between ordinary people and superhumans had only widened. Superhumans were the hope of this devastated world. They believed they would eventually rule over all, with ordinary humans reduced to their servants. Engaging in menial labor for the superhumans' enjoyment. That was the utmost utility of ordinary people. Yet this stranger dared to be so insolent. In the eyes of those two male superhumans, Liu Yang's actions were nothing short of suicidal. Even before the apocalypse, killing an ordinary person was trivial for them, with no consequences. When the police investigated, once they knew it was their doing, they would fabricate excuses, like the victim committing suicide by stabbing themselves over a dozen times. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, there was even less oversight. Killing this man was no different from putting down a dog. They exchanged glances, both sensing the murderous intent in each other's eyes. This fellow dared to stare so blatantly at our goddess captain, and even after our reprimand, he remained arrogant, showing us no respect. If we don't kill him now, would be betraying our identity as superhumans. They both charged at Liu Yang, simultaneously moving with incredible speed, each afraid of failing to impress the woman in their presence. After all, he was just an ordinary man. A single strike would be enough to finish him. If they were too slow, their companion might claim the kill, leaving them with nothing. They gave Liu Yang no time to react. In their fantasies, he was already a corpse. As they reached Liu Yang, they clenched their fists and aimed a punch at his face, one at his left cheek, the other at his right. To an ordinary person, that speed was blinding. Even a boxing champion would struggle to evade. Yet Liu Yang's expression remained utterly relaxed. He now possessed base attributes tens of times greater than an average human. To him, these two, with merely double the ordinary attributes, moved as if in slow motion. With a simple step backward, he effortlessly evaded their attack range. Before the two could react, their fists collided with each other. A thunderous crash echoed as their fists twisted and deformed, their wrists snapping instantly. Both male superhumans let out agonized screams. They never expected that the man would dodge at the last moment. Even the most seasoned boxers would first wrap their wrists tightly with hand wraps and then don gloves to protect their fists before stepping into the ring. Only then could they compete. The gloves weren't meant to protect the opponent, but to shield the fists themselves. Now both had struck with bare fists, colliding into each other. The impact was twice as forceful as a single punch landing on a face. It was like a car traveling at 60 kilometers per hour. If it hit a wall, the impact force would be 60 kilometers per hour. But if it collided head-on with another car of the same speed, the force would be 120 kilometers per hour. The force generated by their fists colliding was more than they could withstand. In an instant, their wrists fractured, and both arms hung limp and useless. Captain Kaiwa observed this, narrowing her strikingly beautiful eyes. A glimmer of seriousness emerged in her gaze. Could that dodge have been mere coincidence? Her two subordinates had charged at full speed, holding nothing back. Yet he had merely taken a light step back to evade the strike. It seemed like pure luck. But as a seasoned ranked superhuman, Captain Kaiwa detected something amiss. It couldn't be just coincidence, for there was not a trace of fear on his face. Facing a combined assault from two superhumans, any ordinary person would have collapsed in terror, legs trembling, perhaps even wetting themselves. Yet he showed no fear, remaining calm and composed. She then glanced at Yuzi beside Liu Yang. It was evident. Yuzi also displayed no shock, as if his evasion was something she had anticipated. Something was wrong. 9/10 wrong. Unless that man was also a superhuman. And being able to dodge the full force attack of her two male subordinates meant his strength surpassed theirs. No wonder Yuzi seemed hesitant to speak in his presence, deferring to him. Could he be a rank superhuman as well, discovered by Yuzi, who now sought to recruit him into the Superhuman Affairs Department? If so, even if her mission to rescue Kitagawa Yui failed, discovering a ranked superhuman would be a significant contribution to the organization. Not only would it offset her failure, but she might even earn a reward beyond that. After all, Kitagawa Yui was merely the illegitimate daughter of an ordinary division commander. Saving her was ideal, but if not, higher-ups wouldn't be too harsh. But discovering an ranked superhuman and recruiting them into their team was a different matter entirely. The combat prowess of an ranked superhuman could greatly benefit the organization. It would be a massive gain. Captain Tsai looked at Yuzi with envy. That woman was incredibly lucky. Not only did she receive special treatment from the squadron leader, but even on a routine mission, she managed to recruit a powerful superhuman. All the good fortune seemed to fall into her lap. After their wrists broke, the two male members quickly regained their senses, their anger now directed at Liu Yang. It was all because he had stepped back half a step at their hands. Why didn't he just stay still and let us hit him? Damn it. One of the male superhumans even snapped at Liu Yang. Brat, who told you to dodge? We superhumans are meant to strike ordinary people like you. We hit you whenever we want, and you're not allowed to dodge. Understand? Hearing this, a hint of amusement flickered in Liu Yang's eyes. Then feigning confusion, he said, "Oh, I see. I didn't know the rules earlier. How about you try again now? This time I promise I won't dodge." The two exchanged satisfied looks. So the kid hadn't known they were superhumans before. He dodged out of ignorance. Now that he understood, he surely wouldn't dare to evade. So they switched hands, clenched their fists again, and charged at Liu Yang. Then they threw a punch. A thunderous boom echoed as their fists collided once more. It was then they noticed Liu Yang had not retreated, but instead bent down to tie his shoelaces. Even their left wrists were now broken. Both of them cried out in agony. This was a fine mess. Sent on a mission against an ordinary person who hadn't even struck back, and both of their hands were already ruined. The male superhuman, now furious from humiliation, demanded of Liu Yang, "You little bastard. How did you dodge again?" Liu Yang smiled innocently. "My shoelace came undone. I was just tying it. How was I to know you'd be so fast? How about another try? This time use your feet. You're messing with us, aren't you?" The two male superhumans were utterly speechless, never imagining they would end up with broken hands at the hands of an ordinary person. Liu Yang replied casually, "You're so fast, how could I possibly react? It was all an accident. Try once more and I promise I'll let you hit me this time." "Fine. This time I'll go alone and kick you like a soccer ball." Just as the superhuman lunged forward, their squad leader Kaihua stopped him. "Stop. Jinghao, can't you see? He's toying with you. You're no match for him. Step back or you'll lose your feet too." Hearing this, the two superhumans with broken wrists were stunned. What could it be? Not an accident. Impossible. He looks like nothing more than an ordinary person. If there were a superhuman stronger than us, the Superhuman Council would have detected him long ago and recruited him. He can't possibly be stronger than us. Jinghao said incredulously, "Captain Caihua, you must be mistaken. How could he be a more powerful superhuman? He's clearly just an ordinary person. That was all an accident. Give me another chance and I'll beat him to a pulp." Kaiwa's tone turned icy. "Shut up. Before the mission even starts, both of your hands are ruined, and you still have the nerve to brag. Step back." Seeing that Kaiwa was serious, the two male team members fell silent, offering no resistance, and obediently retreated. Though Kaiwa was fair-skinned and beautiful with long legs and a stunning figure, when she was serious, she was decisive and brooked no dissent. Never mistake her for a weak woman. In terms of strength, Kaiwa alone could match the other three combined. Kaiwa did not speak to Liu Yang, but instead looked at Yuzi. "Did you discover this superhuman? Are you planning to bring him back to the squadron?" Yuzi shook her head. As expected of Kaiwa. "The most outstanding superhuman in the squadron. Your perception is truly sharp. But Lord Liu Yang is not someone I'm bringing back to the squadron. He is the master I have chosen to follow. And from now on, all of you must also pledge allegiance to Lord Liu Yang and become his servants. Otherwise you will die." Hearing this, Kaiwa was taken aback. She had thought she was correct, that this young man was just a new recruit Yuzi had found to bring back to the squadron for credit. But who could have imagined Yuzi would call him her master? The implications of that statement were immense. After all, even within the Superhuman Council, the relationship between squadron leaders, brigade leaders, and even the director was merely that of superiors and subordinates, never master and servant. Every superhuman possessed an independent identity, not as someone's follower. Yet Yuzi's words now positioned herself entirely as a servant. A superhuman abandoning all dignity to become someone's servant. Unfathomable. Kaiwa could not understand how it had come to this, but seeing Yuzi's submissive expression and devout gaze, a chilling realization dawned on Kaiwa. Could it be that his superpower was some kind of hypnosis capable of altering a person's mind, completely enslaving them? If he could truly brainwash other superhumans, that would indeed qualify as a class. Her face immediately tensed with vigilance. She demanded of Liu Yang, "What have you done to Yuzi? Why has she become like this?" Knowing her, she has always been a person of great pride and self-respect. She would never become anyone's servant. You had better release her from your hypnosis or control. Otherwise I will make you regret it. With that, a dangerous glint flashed in Kaiwa's eyes. At that moment, her three team members also grew serious. Yuzi's words had not only shocked Kaiwa, but deeply unsettled them as well. They now feared Liu Yang too. If he could control Yuzi, he could control them. After all, like Yuzi, they were only class superhumans. Only Caihua being a class might be beyond his control. That made the rest of them extremely vulnerable. Hearing Kaiwa's threat, Lu Yong smiled and replied, "Once you become my follower like Yuzi, you will understand her." "Umph, you're asking for death." Kaiwa snorted coldly, wasting no more words. With a mere glance at Lu Yong, the sky suddenly darkened. Thunder roared. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl struck down from the heavens, directly aimed at Lu Yang's head. A deafening crash followed. "Lord Lu Yong, watch out." Before the lightning bolt even struck the ground, Captain Yuko had already rushed before Lu Yong, shoving him aside. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. Where Lu Yong had stood, a massive charred crater the size of a washbasin appeared on the ground. The pit still smoldered, the strike's power rivaled that of a small explosive shell. As comrades in the same squad, Captain Yuko naturally understood Ayaka's strength. Her ability was the rank lightning manipulation. Every enemy she struck was reduced to charcoal by tens of thousands of volts of high-voltage electricity. Captain Yuko knew Lu Yong was formidable and swift. But lightning traveled at the speed of light. Unless one could predict it beforehand, it was impossible to dodge. That was why she had shoved Lu Yong away, otherwise he would have been struck just now. Lu Yong hadn't expected his opponent's ability to be so powerful, able to guide lightning to strike him with just a glance. This ability was impressive, both powerful and stylish. He had to have it. Excitement blazed in Lu Yang's eyes. The stronger the enemy, the happier he became. The more ferocious the enemy's power, the more exhilarated he grew. For everything his enemies possessed would eventually become his. That was Lu Yang's true strength. At this moment, squad leader Ayaka, seeing Captain Yuko save Lu Yong, wore a furious expression. She berated Yuko directly. "Damn it, Yuko. We came to rescue you, and instead of being grateful, you helped the enemy. Have you lost your mind? I think there's something wrong with your head. If you want help, just stand aside. Let me deal with him, then he'll take you back. Don't you dare betray the organization." Hearing squad leader Ayaka's tirade, Yuko felt no shame. She retorted, "Ayaka, I've already told you Lord Lu Yong is the one I choose to follow. I will forever be by his side, protect him, and put his interests first. So, I will never let you harm him. If you want to attack him, you'll have to go through me first. You may be in a rank Esper, but don't forget. My ability perfectly counters yours. If we fight unknown, the outcome is far from certain. As a rank Esper." She dared to speak thus to a rank Esper because her ability was the perfect counter to Ayaka's. Rubberization allowed her body to become completely insulated. It rendered her immune to lightning attacks. Squad leader Ayaka knew this full well. She understood her lightning was useless against Yuko. In an unknown duel with her ability nullified, it was like fighting with one arm tied behind her back. She stood no chance. Thus, squad leader Ayaka didn't hesitate to order the female member beside her. "Xiaoya, you handle Yuko. He'll deal with the male Esper." "No problem. Yuko is way too arrogant. But as it happens, my ability is just right for dealing with her." Xiaoya charged straight at Yuko, a flicker of angry fire in her eyes. For someone who would betray the organization, she felt nothing but contempt. The next second, a fireball coalesced in her palms, spinning and growing larger. Eventually exceeding 3 meters in diameter, she hoisted it high above her head. With a smug look, she said to Yuko, "Your rubberization may be immune to lightning, but I'm a fire attribute Esper. Say that to my fireball. Though I hope your rubber doesn't get roasted into putty." As she spoke, she hurled the fireball with tremendous force. The massive fireball spun and expanded midair, instantly exceeding 10 meters in diameter. Seeing this, Captain Yuko dared not be careless. The opponent's ability indeed countered her. Under the scorching heat of the flames, if she rubberized her body, it would instantly become soft and pliable, eventually turning into a shapeless mess beyond her control. She swiftly dodged out of the attack range. But Xiaoya gave her no respite, firing several more fireballs in quick succession. As she launched the fireballs, Xiaoya chuckled. "Oh my Captain Yuko, why are you so flustered now? Weren't you just arrogantly provoking our squad leader? A rank Esper like you. If not for the squadron commander's favoritism, you wouldn't even be a squad leader. Your strength is inferior to mine." Everyone in their squadron knew Yuko was a favorite. The squadron commander doted on her and always took her side. The others had long harbored resentment. Now that she had a chance to teach Yuko a lesson, Xiaoya was more than willing. Yuko could only keep dodging. If those fireballs struck her, she would either die or suffer severe, third-degree burns. Meanwhile, on the other side, squad leader Ayaka faced Lu Yong once more. She said coldly, "Brat, what did you do to Yuko? I advise you to release her from your control immediately, or I won't be so lenient. No one will save you this time." Facing her threat, Lu Yong showed no fear. He smiled and said, "I already told you, once you become my servant too, you'll naturally understand Yuko." "How arrogant. You're asking for death." Squad leader Ayaka wasted no more words. With a mere glance at Lu Yong, thunder rumbled across the sky once more. But this time Lu Yong was prepared. He leaped, covering a distance of over 10 meters in a single bound. Boom. Lightning struck his original position, but Lu Yong had already dodged. He smiled at squad leader Ayaka and said, "Lightning may travel at the speed of light, but your attack speed is still too slow. As long as I keep moving, you can't hit me. Your ability is deadly for ambushes against those who don't know it. But once they know your casting delay, it gives them enough time to run over 10 meters away." "Heh, is that so? Then I'll leave you no room to run." Squad leader Ayaka let out a cold laugh, then raised her delicate finger, pointing at the sky. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, winds howled, and a thick mass of clouds loomed directly over Liu Yang's head. The cloud mass was vast, seeming to blot out the sun. Within it, flashes of white light flickered incessantly, as if countless lightning dragons writhed and tumbled. With the dragons roiling, continuous rumbling sounds echoed across the sky, sending chills down one's spine. Seeing this, even Xiaoya, who was attacking Captain Yuko, wore a solemn expression. She withdrew her fireball and instantly fled into the distance. The two male members with severed wrists also scrambled away. Yuko and Rina Miyazawa both showed expressions of shock. Could it be that Liu Yang's strength had terrified them? Sensing something amiss, they noticed a massive dark cloud gathering above Liu Yang. Lightning flickered continuously within the cloud. Damn! Ayaka was about to launch a large-scale attack, which was why her teammates had all fled. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang also showed an expression of shock. It is indeed magnificent. So grand. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and silver snakes suddenly appeared. The thunder rolled continuously as if it could strike at any moment, causing those standing below to feel their hair stand on end. It was filled with a sense of oppression. If I were to possess this ability, I would directly transform into the Thunder King. A hint of excitement flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. He was very much looking forward to it. Could it be that the colorful clothed captain would conjure a gigantic lightning attack with a diameter of over 100 meters in the sky? If that were the case, the power would surely be immense, likely creating a deep pit with a diameter of several hundred meters on the ground. Wouldn't that power rival that of a nuclear bomb? You little brat, that was your last chance. The moment I unleash this move, you will have no way out. Embrace the baptism of thunder. It will cleanse you of all evils and punish your arrogance and ignorance. My lightning will cover every inch of land within a 1-kilometer radius. All creatures within a 1-kilometer range will be pierced by the lightning, and you shall have no place to die. Ultimate move. Thousand Thunder Summit. Boom. A deafening sound erupted as the dark clouds in the sky suddenly flickered with dazzling white light, and countless silver snakes began to shoot down rapidly from the clouds. Seeing this spectacular scene, Liu Yang displayed an expression of astonishment. This scene is truly impressive. No wonder they are in a class supernatural being. This is incredibly powerful. Such a large-scale attack, if used on a battlefield, could take down thousands of enemies in one strike. Captain, save me. Gong Zili shouted, rushing to Captain Yuko's side. The silver snakes in the sky had already begun their assault, and she knew that no matter how fast she couldn't escape a 1-kilometer radius. The only one who could save her was her captain. At this moment, Captain Yuko no longer faced any threat from Xiaoya. She instantly transformed her body into rubber and wrapped Gong Zili within. After all, she was her teammate. Although they had become rivals after following Lord Liu Yang, Yuko was not the kind of person to forget past bonds. Moreover, Gong Zili was also Lord Liu Yang's woman. As long as she was Lord Liu Yang's woman, Captain Yuko would protect her. At this moment, Liu Yang looked at the thick bolts of lightning shooting down from the sky. A look of admiration spread across his face. Although this move was called Thousand Thunder Summon, the number of lightning bolts falling from the sky was definitely over 10,000. This scene was as if a meteor shower had begun, appearing truly spectacular. Captain Kaiwa watched as Liu Yang stood motionless, thinking he had been stunned by fear. A look of regret appeared on her face. What a pity! The opponent's strength is quite formidable. If we could absorb him into our squad, he would make a good asset and contribute to our team. Unfortunately, he is far too arrogant. He shows no respect for our official organization, and even if absorbed into the squad, he probably wouldn't obey the rules. Then let him die here. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck Liu Yang's head, while the other bolts all struck the ground. Within a 1-kilometer radius, all creatures on the ground were struck by lightning. Instantly, the ground shook violently. And there was that heart-pounding sound of electricity. In the distance, two of Captain Kaiwa's team members had already run out of the attack range. They turned back to watch the scene, each displaying expressions of lingering fear. Indeed, it is Captain Kaiwa's ultimate move. No matter when you see it, it is always breathtaking. That despicable guy is probably dead by now. Among all those present besides Yuko, who can become rubber, no one else could have survived. After the lightning, Captain Kaiwa was completely stunned, for Liu Yang remained standing in place, unmoving. His face even bore a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Captain Kaiwa was taken aback at this sight. How is this possible? Why are you unharmed? You were clearly struck by lightning. No carbon-based life form can remain unscathed under my lightning attack. Liu Yang smiled and said, isn't Yuko fine too? Captain Caihua, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, retorted, but the rubberized Yuko doesn't count as a life form. Then I am the same. As soon as Liu Yang finished speaking, his arm elongated, instantly wrapping Captain Kaiwa within. Captain Kaiwa stared blankly at this scene. Why can you also become rubber? What did you do to Yuko? How did you steal her ability? I told you long ago. Once you become my follower, you will naturally understand Yuko's. Not just her ability, how all of your abilities will ultimately belong to me. Next, I will show you just how powerful I, Liu Yang, am, and make you truly become my woman. Hearing these words, a look of terror instantly appeared on Kaiwa's face as she struggled relentlessly. However, Liu Yang's arm coiled around her like a giant python, making it impossible for her to break free. She continued to attack Lu Yong with lightning, but Lu Yong showed no signs of being affected. Despair etched itself onto her face. This is impossible. How do you have the power of rubberization? What did you do to Yuko? At this moment, Kaiwa's face was full of terror because Lu Yang's arm like a serpent coiled around her, rendering her immobile. It kept constricting, pulling her voluptuous body taut. No matter how she struggled, it was futile, and her lightning ability was utterly ineffective against an enemy made of rubber. Captain Kaiwa never expected to encounter such an opponent. Lu Yong chuckled and said, "This ability isn't particularly useful, but it perfectly counters your power. Quite a coincidence, really. However, I'm even more intrigued by your ability. Controlling lightning. That's far cooler than rubberization." He then led Miss Kaiwa toward a nearby residential building, intending to subdue the squad leader inside. The 2 male and 1 female team members watching from a distance were all stunned. Why did the lightning in the sky stop? What's happening? Damn, it looks like Captain Kaiwa has been captured. No way. What method did he use to remain unscathed amidst the torrent of lightning and even capture our captain? Quick, we need to help Captain Kaiwa. They rushed towards Lu Yong from a kilometer away. However, Captain Yuko and Rina Miyazawa blocked their path. I can't let you ruin Lord Lu Yang's fun with your captain. Don't worry, your captain might even thank you for leaving her be later. Lord Lu Yong will show her pleasures she's never known. By now, the wrists of the 2 male team members were broken, leaving them largely incapacitated. Though Xiaoya could control flames, Captain Yuko could hold her own against her. Thus, they had no fear of the trio. Enraged by Captain Yuko's words, the 3 shouted, "Damn it! Yuko, you traitor to Sakura Nation! Die!" Xiaoya lunged at Yuko while the 2 male psychics engaged Rina Miyazawa in combat. Unfortunately wounded as they were, they gained no advantage. Inside the room, Captain Kaiwa was panic-stricken. She never imagined this man would act so unpredictably. He had dragged her straight into the room. Now alone together, Captain Kaiwa's face tensed with anxiety. In the official organization, Captain Kaiwa was the most formidable female psychic in the squadron. She had always maintained an aloof demeanor, looking down on everyone, even other psychics in her own squadron, never offering them a kind word, let alone sharing a room with a male psychic. The atmosphere instantly became charged and tense. With a swift motion, Lu Yong flung Captain Kaiwa onto the soft bed. Electricity flickered in Kaiwa's eyes. The air crackled with the sound of current. Occasionally, bolts of lightning shot from her hands towards Lu Yong, yet they had no effect. Watching her futile struggle, Lu Yong smirked. "Are you trying to boost my attack speed? The more you shock me, the more excited I get. Haha. When you attacked me earlier, I noticed that even the indiscriminate lightning strikes within a kilometer radius avoided you. That means you can't nullify lightning, but you can divert it away from yourself. Once I absorb your ability, it'll make you taste what it's like to be electrocuted. Don't wet yourself from the shock, all right?" Hearing this, Captain Kaiwa shuddered, fear dawning on her face. He had seen through her weakness. Though she could command lightning to strike enemies, she couldn't immunize herself against it. If she were accidentally hit, she would be hurt too. And that man seemed intent on using lightning for nefarious purposes. Who could withstand that kind of shock? Captain Kaiwa backed away until she hit the wall, murmuring, "No. Don't come near me. I'm the best female psychic in our squadron. If anything happens to me, the squadron will report to the battalion, and then all the powerful psychics in the battalion will hunt you down. You'll be torn apart. Damn it, are you insane? Do you want to make an enemy of the entire psychic council? No matter how strong you are, you can't defeat the whole official organization." Hearing this threat, Lu Yong laughed outright. "Yuko threatened me the same way at first, and now she's completely submitted to me. Don't worry, you'll be just like her soon." With that, Lu Yong stretched out his hand, his fingers morphing into 5 rubber ropes that instantly bound Captain Kaiwa, pulling her limbs taut and suspending her in midair in a spread eagle position. Hovering helplessly, the loss of control over her body filled her with despair, and the position itself was deeply humiliating. "Damn it, let me down. What are you planning to do to me? What do you think? Something we'll both enjoy. Trust me, you'll come to love it." Every woman starts by resisting fiercely, but eventually they can't bear to leave me. Lu Yong strode towards Captain Kaiwa. Outside, Yuko and Rina Miyazawa were holding off her 3 teammates. Inside, Lu Yong and Captain Kaiwa were locked in a fierce battle. Over an hour later, Lu Yong received a system notification. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a system reward. System space upgraded by 1 level. Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing 20 base attribute points and the ability lightning control." Hearing this, Lu Yang's face lit up with excitement. Excellent, another successful absorption. Though the system reward was only a space upgrade without a new ability, Lu Yong found it satisfactory. After all, extracting a rank ability from Captain Kaiwa was already a great gain. He quickly checked the ability's description. Ability name: Lightning Control. Ability level: Level 1. Ability rarity: a rank. Ability type: Elemental Attack. Ability effect: allows the host to control lightning to attack enemies. Attack range: 1 kilometer. Seeing this, Lu Yong grew even more ecstatic. He extended a finger, concentrating slightly. Zzzzzzz. A current of electricity sparked at his fingertip, crackling loudly. Liu Yang felt as natural controlling the lightning as he would his own finger, as if it had become a part of him. Even Captain Kaiwa couldn't achieve such precise control, as she couldn't immunize herself against lightning and could only project it remotely with her mind, unlike Liu Yang, who could wield it directly in his hands. Liu Yang pointed his finger at Captain Kaiwa's slender waist. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as a surge of electricity shot through her skin, spreading through her entire body. Captain Kaiwa let out a low moan, her body convulsing from the shock. She trembled uncontrollably, her eyes rolling back. Incoherent sounds escaped her lips. Ho ho ho. Seeing this, Liu Yang couldn't help but laugh. So one who controls lightning can't be immune to it. This scene was utterly ridiculous. Liu Yang pointed again. Crack! Another crisp sound. Captain Kaiwa let out a more urgent cry. Ooh. By now she couldn't even beg for mercy. Liu Yang decided to stop torturing her and began enveloping himself in lightning. Instantly his entire body was cloaked in lightning, emitting a blinding white light. The air crackled with static. He seemed to transform into a thunder emperor, even his eyes blazing with electric light. Liu Yang gazed at his hands, a look of delight spreading across his face. Wow, this is so cool. This lightning armor makes me look at least 10 times more badass. Liu Yang tested it. The lightning armor, though not as durable as hardening, could electrocute anyone on contact. Whoever he touched would be zapped into a witless fool. It was both a defensive and offensive skill. Captain Saihua, now regaining some awareness, was astonished by Liu Yang's display. Though she was the first lightning-controlling psychic, she had never thought to use it defensively. Because she couldn't immunize herself against lightning, covering herself in it would kill her first. But Liu Yang was different. His rubberization allowed him to turn his skin into rubber, completely insulating him from the electricity. It was the synergy of these two abilities that enabled this unique application. Though Captain Kaiwa didn't know how Liu Yang had stolen her power, she understood the terrifying implications. If he could absorb everyone's abilities, could he possess every power in the world? The thought sent chills down Miss Kaiwa's spine. Earlier she had threatened Liu Yang that opposing the official psychic organization would lead to his doom, but now it seemed he had no fear. Unless the organization could dispatch all its psychics at once to eliminate him in one strike, every failed assassination attempt only made him stronger. Now Captain Kaiwa's sole thought was how to get this information out, to warn the organization about Liu Yang's ability. No more squads must be sent. Each squad only empowers him further. Yet she was unaware that Liu Yang could read her every thought. After testing his new power, Liu Yang turned his attention back to Captain Kaiwa. He walked up to her, a sly smile on his lips. Even in this state, you're still thinking about your organization. Didn't I shock you enough? Dreaming of passing information to them. Do you really think I'd give you the chance? With that, Liu Yang began rewriting her mind, transforming her into his devoted follower. When he finished, Captain Kaiwa's gaze toward him had completely changed. It was now filled with boundless worship and admiration. Liu Yang released his rubber restraints. Dressed again, Captain Kaiwa approached him respectfully and said, Lord Liu Yang, Kaiwa awaits your command. Seeing her docile demeanor, Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction. I really like this ability of yours. Not only is it powerful, but it's also cool. That lightning armor alone would scare anyone to death before the fight even starts. Captain Kaiwa chimed in, Indeed, Lord Liu Yang. Your use of my ability is perfect. And those shocks you gave me, they gave me a taste of something extraordinary. How about a few more? Liu Yang raised an eyebrow. So you've developed a craving for electricity, have you? He shook his head. We'll play another time. First, let's check on your teammates. Liu Yang led Captain Kaiwa out of the room, and at that moment Yuko and the others had already ceased their combat. Although it was a 2 vs 3 standoff, the two male psychics were injured, their hands crippled, so the battle was evenly matched. After over an hour of fierce fighting, both sides were utterly exhausted. Thus, they tacitly agreed to stop, awaiting the outcome from within the room. When Kaiwa and Liu Yang emerged together, all eyes turned to them. Xiaoya, with her fiery red hair, tall, an alluring figure, and spirited temper, was the first to speak. Are you alright? What did that guy do to you in the residential building? He didn't harm you, did he? The two male members looked on with heartache. Captain Kaiwa was the goddess of their hearts. As the most formidable female psychic in the squadron, she was an idol to everyone. The female psychics admired her without reservation. The male psychics revered her as a goddess. Now, seeing their goddess spend over an hour with Liu Yang in that building, they worried about what might have transpired. Filled with concern, they asked their captain, Captain, are you okay? Did he do anything indecent to you? If he dared to bully you? Captain, are you alright? Did that scoundrel do anything lewd to you? If he dared to harm you? We would risk our lives to eliminate him. We will never allow anyone who bullies Captain Kaiwa to live in this world. Their words were filled with righteous indignation. To them, their goddess must never be bullied by this brat. Seeing her mistreated was more infuriating than losing their own mothers. Upon hearing this, Kaiwa let out a light laugh and said, Do I need your concern? You useless lot. Being in close contact with Lord Liu Yang is a blessing from my past life. What right do you trash have to criticize Lord Liu Yang? Kneel. Kneel before Lord Liu Yang. Submit to him. Then you can remain my team members. Otherwise you become my enemies. Hearing this, Yuko's face showed satisfaction. Truly worthy of Lord Liu Yang, even the strongest rank psychic in our squadron has been effortlessly subdued by him. Before Lord Liu Yang, no enemy is invincible. That Saihua who once held herself so high and mighty. After Lord Liu Yang's baptism, she is now completely obedient. Women sometimes need to see reality before Lord Liu Yang. They can only be pinned down and beg for mercy. But her team members were utterly bewildered. What was happening? How could our Captain Kaiwa say such things? She was known for defying everyone in the squadron. Even the middle captain treated her with respect. A strong person must have pride. Our Captain Kaiwa was arrogant because of her strength. Few ever earned her regard. Yet in just 1 hour Liu Yang had tamed Captain Kaiwa. She was even willing to turn against us to submit to him. Who was Liu Yang? How could he compare to us teammates who have fought together for years? Xiaoya shouted loudly. Captain Saihua, have you lost your mind? Did you misspeak? We are your team members. That guy is just a stranger and he attacked you fiercely earlier. We should kill him and take Yuko back to headquarters. Yuko has betrayed our organization. Do you want to betray us too, Captain? The 2 male members scolded Xiaoya. Shut up, Xiaoya. How dare you speak to the captain like that? Even if we betray the organization, the captain never will. She must have her reasons. Yes, Captain Kaiwa would never betray us. Xiaoya, don't talk nonsense. Are you jealous of the captain saying such things? Hearing these sycophants, Xiaoya was speechless. Even at this moment, they were still blindly fawning. Couldn't they see the situation? Captain Kaiwa had clearly been bewitched. The possibility of betrayal was very high now. Captain Kaiwa might become our enemy, and we could end up opposing her. The male members looked at Kaiwa and said, You have your reasons right. You said that just to deceive him, to numb him, right? You would never betray the organization. You are our goddess. Hearing this, Kaiwa smiled and said, Xiaoya is right. I have already betrayed the official psychic organization of Sakura country. Now I am a follower of Lord Liu Yang. My heart belongs only to him. Furthermore, Lord Liu Yang's enemies are my enemies. Those who do not submit to him must die. Now I give you one last chance. Kneel and submit to Lord Liu Yang, or I will beat you down and hand you over to him for judgment. Hearing this, the 2 male members' faces turned ashen, their last hope shattered. They never imagined their most admired captain would betray the organization. Damn it, you must be the one who bewitched our captain. If we kill you, our captain will return to normal. I will kill you. The 2 male members roared and charged at Liu Yang, though their wrists were broken. The broken wrists hindered their combat ability, but for the captain, they would risk their lives without hesitation. However, before they could reach Liu Yang, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Boom. Then 2 bolts of lightning as thick as a bowl descended from the heavens, striking the 2 psychics directly on their heads. Boom. They were instantly struck, collapsing to the ground, their bodies charred black like coal. Barely alive, they stared at Captain Kaiwa with grief and indignation. CA, Captain, you actually struck us down. Why? Why is this happening? Hearing this, Kaiwa shook her head and smiled. Don't misunderstand. It wasn't me who struck you, it was Lord Liu Yang. That's clearly your psychic power, Captain. How could it be his? I don't believe it. With those words, the 2 died with lingering grievances. At that moment, Liu Yang received a system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have eliminated 2 enemies who sought to harm you. Successfully plundered 20 points of their base attributes. Successfully plundered their psychic abilities, animal communication, and memory retrieval. Seeing these abilities, Liu Yang was disappointed. Animal communication and memory retrieval. What useless powers. No wonder even together they couldn't defeat Miyazawa Reina. Apart from base attributes, their abilities were useless in combat. And with their hands crippled, how could they fight Miyazawa Reina? Liu Yang checked the description of these abilities. Ability name: Animal Communication. Ability rarity: rank. Ability level 1. Ability type: Control type. Ability effect: with this ability you can communicate with any wild animal and persuade them to fight for you. You will become a friend to all animals in nature. The more animals around, the stronger you become. Seeing this, Liu Yang was speechless. In the city, what use was this ability? Around him, apart from zombies, there wasn't even a stray dog. Were zombies considered wild animals? Obviously not. If he could communicate with zombies, he would be invincible. Liu Yang then checked the other abilities description. Ability name: Memory Retrieval. Ability rarity: rank. Ability level 1. Ability type: Perception type. Ability effect: with this ability you can retrieve all memories of a target, whether alive or dead. However, the stronger the target's mental strength, the lower the retrieval success rate. It works best when the target is unresisting, such as when asleep or unconscious. Seeing this, Liu Yang still felt disappointed. This ability was similar to his mind reading, but mind reading only revealed current thoughts, while memory retrieval could access a lifetime of memories. For official organizations, memory retrieval was useful, especially for solving cases and catching criminals. Unfortunately for Liu Yang, it seemed useless. The biggest gain from killing them was the 20 base attribute points. No wonder Kaiwa became their idol. With such useless abilities, they naturally admired a captain who controlled lightning. Liu Yang shook his head, dispelling his disappointment. He supposed the system had spoiled him with too many good rewards, making him picky. After all, not every psychic's ability could be so powerful. Captain Yuko and Captain Kaiwa became squad leaders because their abilities stood out among the many psychics. Yet even their powers seemed ordinary to Lu Yang. This boosted his confidence. The official psychic organization of Sakura Country probably consisted mostly of useless psychics. Few likely had real combat strength. Lu Yang even believed that with his current power, he could already crush the entire official psychic organization of Sakura Country. After eliminating the two male psychics, Lu Yang turned his gaze to Xiaoya. At that moment, Xiaoya was utterly terrified by Lu Yang's actions. They were dead, and with Captain Kaiwa's ability, had the earlier attack truly not come from her. Lu Yang saw the confusion on her face and raised two of his fingers. Zzz. Electric currents crackled around his index and middle fingers, sizzling incessantly. Under the electricity, his fingers trembled violently. In the air, they seemed to blur with afterimages. The entire finger became hazy. Seeing this, Xiaoya was stunned. He truly could control lightning, and by focusing it on two fingers, he created an electric field, making them vibrate. The vibration frequency was extremely fast, likely over 1,000 times per second. Was Captain Kaiwa conquered by these fingers? Who could withstand such a frequency? Xiaoya's face showed terror as she instinctively stepped back. She only wanted to flee to escape this den of iniquity, this perverse demon. Even Captain Kaiwa couldn't defeat him. She certainly stood no chance. Now Xiaoya regretted fighting Yuko for so long. Her stamina was depleted, and even if she wanted to run, she couldn't move fast. But Lu Yang had no intention of letting her go. He said directly, "Your captain has submitted to me and become my follower. Your two male members have been killed by me, now corpses. Now you should understand the way to get along with me. Either follow me or die. Which do you choose?" Hearing this, Xiaoya turned pale with fear. She stepped back and stammered, "Don't come near me. My ability is very powerful. I will burn you to a crisp. And don't you dare have any lecherous thoughts about me. I can control my body temperature. I can make it as high as I want. You wouldn't want your brother to turn into a grilled sausage at 100 degrees, would you?" Yet upon hearing Xiaoya's words, a faint smirk curled on Lu Yang's lips. "Excellent. I've yet to experience a woman with such a high temperature. That sensation, it must be quite thrilling." As he spoke, Lu Yang stepped toward her. Xiaoya's face twisted in terror. "Don't come near me. Are you truly unafraid? Don't throw away your life for a fleeting desire. My temperature is no joke, and I will never submit to you. It'll burn you to ashes, not even a bone left." Xiaoya's voice carried the characteristic soft lilt of Sakura Country, yet each word was as cold as ice. "I am not like Captain Kaiwa, someone who would bow to another." Lu Yang approached her. Standing nearly 1.90 meters, he loomed like a solid wall. He wore a simple black vest revealing his well-defined muscles. His bronze skin gleamed with a healthy luster under the post-apocalyptic sun. What drew the most attention were his hands, now faintly tinged with a pale green, a precursor to his ability-hardened rubberization. "Your captain said the same thing at first." His voice was deep, carrying an unyielding force. "And she was far stronger than you. Now she's like a dog submitting to me." Hearing this, fear crept into Xiaoya's expression. It was true. Captain Kaiwa was the strongest in their team, wielding lightning control, the most formidable offensive ability. During missions, enemies were usually obliterated by Captain Kaiwa before the other members even had a chance to act. But this time the captain was the first to submit, proving just how terrifying their opponent was. Yet Xiaoya gritted her teeth. No matter how strong he was, she couldn't just surrender. Becoming someone's dog. No way. A flash of anger sparked in Xiaoya's eyes, and the air around her instantly grew scorching hot. She slowly raised her right hand, and a flickering orange flame ignited in her palm. The fire blazed brighter, soon transforming into a serpent of fire coiling around her fingertips. "Then don't blame me for being rude. Let's see just how strong you really are." Before her words faded, Xiaoya moved with startling speed. The fire serpent, carrying a wave of searing heat, lunged straight at Lu Yang's face. The flame's temperature was extreme, distorting the surrounding air. The weeds on the ground instantly caught fire, billowing thick black smoke. Lu Yang's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His hands instantly underwent rubberization. His skin became tough and elastic, taking on a pale grayish hue, while his nails grew hard and sharp. Without dodging, he raised his hand and caught the fire serpent with his hardened palm. Sizzle! The flame met the rubberized hand, producing a harsh burning sound as white steam erupted. Xiaoya's pupils contracted. She hadn't expected Lu Yang's ability to withstand her flames. Her fire ability could not only release flames, but also raise her body temperature to hundreds of degrees, melting ordinary metal. Yet Lu Yang's rubberized body remained completely unharmed. "Impossible!" Xiaoya cried out in shock. She quickly channeled her ability, causing the flames to surge into a blazing inferno that engulfed Lu Yang's hand. She could feel her own temperature rising, her skin beginning to flush red. But Lu Yang's hand still held the fire serpent firmly, even tightening its grip. "Your flames are useless against me." Lu Yang's voice came through the fire, calm, yet oppressive. His rubberization ability combined with hardening made him practically invincible. Normally rubber would turn soft and limp under high heat. But with hardening it couldn't soften. It was a remarkably perfect complement. At that moment Lu Yang's body was not only highly flexible, but also heat insulating. No matter how high Xiaoya's flames burned, they couldn't penetrate the rubber's defense or harm him in the slightest. Xiaoya was both shocked and furious. She had never encountered an opponent who countered her so completely. She leaped back, simultaneously waving her left hand. Several fire blades shot from her palm, like sharp knives whistling through the air toward Lu Yang. The fire blades were even hotter than the serpent, igniting the air as they passed, leaving trails of fiery red. Lu Yang stamped his foot and dodged with agile movements. His rubberized body made him light and nimble like a swift monkey. As he evaded the blades, he pushed off the ground and charged at Xiaoya, closing the distance in an instant. Xiaoya's expression shifted. She quickly activated her ability, summoning a ring of flames around herself for protection. The firewall was scorching hot, capable of burning skin on contact. But Lu Yang charged straight through it. His rubberized skin insulated him from the heat as he broke through and grabbed Xiaoya by the wrist. "Let me go," Xiaoya cried in panic, struggling fiercely. Flames blazed on her wrist, trying to burn Lu Yang's hand. But Lu Yang's grip was like a vice. No matter how she struggled, it didn't budge. She could feel the power in his palm, an absolute control that stirred a sense of helplessness within her. Xiaoya's heart began to waver. She had grown up in Sakura Country's ability base, receiving the most rigorous training, never bowing to anyone. Her fire ability had made her unstoppable in the apocalypse. No one had ever subdued her so easily. Even Captain Kaihua would struggle to defeat her. But this Lu Yang not only countered her ability, but also far surpassed her in strength. That feeling of being completely dominated filled her with anger and fear, and even a hint of an unfamiliar emotion she herself didn't recognize. "Your flames can't burn me." Lu Yang looked at Xiaoya, his gaze calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. He could see the defiance and reluctance in her eyes, as well as the panic deep within. Xiaoya's skin, flushed from the rising temperature, glowed with an alluring hue. Her long lashes trembled, and her cherry lips parted slightly in tension, revealing pearly teeth. She looked both wild and fragile. Lu Yang's heart stirred, but he didn't loosen his grip. He could feel the delicate softness of Xiaoya's wrist, a stark contrast to her icy gaze. He slowly tightened his hold and pulled her close, their faces nearly touching, noses almost brushing. Xiaoya's heartbeat raced. She could sense the masculine aura from Lu Yang, steady and powerful, making her cheeks burn. She turned her face away, unable to meet his eyes, her voice trembling slightly. What do you want? What do I want?" Lu Yang chuckled, his voice low and magnetic. "A beauty like you with the ability to raise your body temperature. If I didn't try you out, wouldn't that be a waste? Don't worry, I never let women down. Every woman with me gives rave reviews. They all have a fantastic time. You'll be no different." Xiaoya bit her lip, her rebellious spirit flaring again. She raised her other hand, flames igniting in her palm, and thrust it at Lu Yang's chest. But Lu Yang was ready. He caught her other wrist, pinning both hands behind her back, and pressed her tightly against his chest. Xiaoya's body went rigid. She could clearly feel the solidness of his chest, the powerful beat of his heart, the warmth radiating from him. Her cheeks burned, her heart pounded so fast it seemed ready to burst. Anger, fear, shame, and a strange flutter intertwined within her, throwing her into utter chaos. In the official ability organization, there were indeed some sycophants, but they always maintained their dignity. Even if they had lewd thoughts, they dared not voice them. Never had she encountered someone as direct as Lu Yang, who spoke his mind so plainly. Now facing such forthrightness, she felt unsettled. This man was utterly shameless. "Let me go, you bastard." Xiaoya twisted her body frantically, but her strength was like an ant's before Lu Yang. Lu Yang's rubberized body was not only hard, but also highly elastic. With a slight effort, he neutralized her struggles effortlessly. Lu Yang looked down at Xiaoya's flushed cheeks, her trembling lashes, her tightly pressed lips, and desire began to stir within him. In this cruel apocalypse, human nature was twisted, desires amplified. Xiaoya before him was beautiful, defiant, yet fragile. Though she acted like a prickly hedgehog, the panic in her eyes betrayed her like a frightened rabbit. Lu Yang could see it. "Woman," Lu Yang's voice was low and husky. "Submit to me, be my woman, and I'll spare your life and protect you. Otherwise, I'll throw you to the zombie horde and let them tear you apart." A flicker of humiliation crossed Xiaoya's eyes. She was an elite ability user of Sakura Country. How could she submit to a man from Huaxia? "Dream on. I'd rather die than be your woman," she snarled, her eyes full of defiance. Lu Yang's gaze turned cold, and he tightened his grip slightly. He could feel Xiaoya's body trembling, knowing she was at her limit. He slowly lowered his head and kissed her lips. Xiaoya's pupils dilated, her mind going blank. She had never been so intimately close to anyone. Lu Yang's lips were warm, domineering, and forceful, parting her teeth to delve deeper. Her body went limp, all resistance dissolving in that kiss. Damn it, how could he just kiss her out of nowhere? And under his restraint, she had no power to resist. She couldn't even move. The flame in her palm died out, her body temperature gradually returning to normal. The anger and resentment within her were replaced by an unprecedented sensation. She could feel Lu Yang's gentleness and dominance, his strength, and the sense of security he offered. That feeling of being completely conquered stirred a hint of dependence in her. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Yang finally released Xiaoya's lips. She leaned against his chest, gasping for air, her cheeks crimson, her gaze dazed, with glistening teardrops on her long lashes, both pitiful and alluring. "Still want to resist?" Lu Yong looked at her, his voice much gentler. Xiaoya's voice was choked with tears. No, please don't. That was my first kiss. Heh, they'll take not only your first kiss, but also your... Hey. With that, Lu Yong pulled Xiaoya toward a nearby residential building. Seeing this, Captain Kaiwa and Yuko wore envious expressions. That slut Xiaoya is so lucky. When we interacted with Lord Lu Yong, it was always straight to business, but he actually kissed her. Damn it, it's unfair. We want kisses too. Over an hour later, the room fell silent. Now Xiaoya was drenched in sweat, her heart filled with turmoil. She had been completely conquered by Lu Yong. From initial angry resistance to fear and panic, and now to utter submission, her heart had undergone a earth-shattering transformation. She never imagined this man could be so powerful. And as he said, she had indeed experienced sensations she never knew existed, and she wanted to experience them again. But she was an official ability user of Sakura country. Could she truly betray her nation and submit to this man? On one side was national duty, on the other her own happiness. How to choose? So conflicted, so utterly conflicted. Lu Yang's strength, dominance, and that hint of subtle tenderness were all irresistible. In this brutal apocalypse, she had found a shoulder to lean on, someone with whom she could let down all her defenses. Lu Yong gently stroked her long hair, his heart full of satisfaction. He looked down at Xiaoya and said, "So? Was I wrong? My great storm never gets bad reviews, right?" Xiaoya looked up at Lu Yong, her eyes filled with complexity. This man was infuriating, but the experience just now was indeed wonderful. She couldn't bring herself to give a bad review against her conscience. After wrestling with herself for a long while, Xiaoya finally nodded and said to Lu Yong with its Sundra air, "Our Captain Kaiwa submitted to you first. If I follow her lead, it's not betraying the organization. I'm just following my captain's orders." Lu Yong laughed. Right, you're absolutely right. Don't worry, from now on you and Kaiwa are my women. Stick with me and you'll live a life of luxury. As for your official organization, sooner or later, Lu Yong will take it all. Lu Yong never expected that Xiaoya would truly be conquered by his strength. Without needing to rewrite her thoughts, she already saw him as an invincible force. Admiration grew in her heart. At that moment, Lu Yong received a notification from the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for absorbing 20 points of the target's basic attributes. Absorb target's ability Flame Control. System Reward Ability Evolution Scroll X1. After receiving the system prompt, Lu Yang's face lit up with joy as he quickly checked the ability of Flame Control. Ability name Flame Control. Ability level 1. Ability rarity grade B. Ability type offensive. By using this ability, the host can generate and control flames to attack enemies. The stronger the mental power, the more powerful the flames he can control. At the same time, the host is immune to high temperatures, no longer afraid of scalding heat. Upon seeing this description, Lu Yang's face was filled with happiness. Amazing! Not only can he generate and control flames, but he can even be immune to high temperatures. In that case, he could truly traverse mountains of knives and seas of fire. The system did not specify if this immunity to high temperatures has a limit. If there is no limit, could he dance on the sun? Incredible! This flame control ability actually has such a good passive ability. For Lu Yong, this is a pleasant surprise. So Lu Yong said to Xiaoya, "Let's go, it's time to take you back to my place. From now on, you will be a part of my big family." Hearing this, Xiaoya showed a happy expression, tidying her fiery red hair, quickly nodding and saying, "Okay, Master Lu Yong." Thus, Lu Yong opened the door and walked out with Xiaoya. At this moment, Yu Zigongze, Lina, and Kai Hua were waiting outside. Seeing Xiaoya come out, Captain Kai Hua walked over and said to Xiaoya, "So what do you think? I didn't lie to you. Did you experience something you've never felt before with Master Lu Yong?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoya's cheeks instantly flushed. She nodded and said in a voice that was almost inaudible, "Yes. Yes. It really is unforgettable." Kai Hua burst into laughter and continued, "Now don't you think any official organization is not worth mentioning? Only Master Lu Yong is the master we should follow." Xiaoya nodded and said, "Yes. I didn't know before, but now I understand what it means that there are realms beyond realms and people beyond people. Those people in the official ability user organization are just useless compared to Master Lu Yong. They are not worth mentioning." In the admiring gazes of the women, Lu Yong smiled and waved his hand, saying, "All right, you don't need to keep flattering me. Let's head back." He then started walking towards his residence with the women. As he passed by a helicopter, Lu Yong waved his hand and stored the helicopter into his system space. As for the pilot on the helicopter, he had long since perished in the aftermath of the battle. When Kai Hua unleashed her lightning attack, she didn't let the pilot escape in advance. Back at his residence, Lu Yong did not intend to rest, but rather thought about quickly gathering supplies. Now several days have passed since the outbreak of the apocalypse. His space was also growing larger, but the supplies inside were still just that little bit from the convenience store, which Lu Yong felt was not enough. After all, the number of women around him would only increase. This little bit of stuff wouldn't be enough to eat. So after bringing Kai Hua and the others back to his residence, Lu Yong set out alone. "I must quickly replenish supplies, canned food, drinking water, medicine, and compressed biscuits. These are the keys to survival." Lu Yong murmured to himself, gently rubbing the grip of the crossbow at his waist. He began heading towards the supermarket outside the community. As he approached the supermarket, Lu Yong slowed his pace, pressing against the cold wall and observing the interior through the broken glass. The supermarket's rolling shutter door was half open and the inside was dim with only emergency lights casting a faint green glow illuminating the scattered shelves, overturned shopping carts, and several corpses lying on the ground. These bodies had long since stiffened their skin a bluish-gray, and their nails dark and sharp, clearly transformed into zombies after being infected by the virus. There is a scent of living beings. Liu Yang frowned as his ability allowed him to clearly sense that besides the zombies in the supermarket, there was another wild and violent aura that was the scent of mutated beasts. He took a deep breath and covered his body with the rubberized ability, his skin instantly becoming soft and elastic like rubber, capable of cushioning attacks, while being immune to most physical damage. At the same time, the hardening ability was applied to his limbs and vital points, making his muscles tense like steel, maximizing his defense. Fully prepared, Liu Yang tightened his grip on the infinite crossbow and slipped into the supermarket. As soon as he stepped through the entrance, a strong odor of decay hit him, and he instinctively held his breath, quickly scanning his surroundings. In the snack area to the left, a zombie wearing a supermarket uniform was facing away from him, slowly shuffling its feet, emitting a low, hoarse growl, while its decaying fingers scratched at the shelves, knocking chips and biscuits to the ground. Liu Yang did not hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, the infinite crossbow was instantly loaded, and an arrow gleaming with cold light shot out, precisely piercing through the back of the zombie's head. The zombie didn't even have time to let out a scream before its body stiffened, collapsing heavily to the ground, completely losing its life. Instant kill, clean and neat. After dispatching the first zombie, Liu Yang remained vigilant, moving lightly further into the supermarket. He knew that in a closed space like a supermarket, zombies often gathered in droves, and the sound of the previous arrow could have attracted the attention of other zombies. Sure enough, as he reached the daily necessities area, 7 or 8 zombies came into view from the passage ahead. They were all different in appearance, some wearing school uniforms, some elderly carrying shopping baskets, and others dressed in suits and ties. But at this moment, they had all become mindless corpses, their murky eyes fixed on Liu Yang, mouths full of fangs roaring as they lunged at him. Just in time, Liu Yang's eyes turned cold, his left hand gathering lightning as blue currents danced at his fingertips, crackling with sound. Meanwhile, his right hand controlled the infinite crossbow, arrows pouring out like a rainstorm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, accurately pierced through the zombies' skulls, each arrow capable of taking a zombie's life. Several approaching zombies tried to claw at Liu Yang, but they were bounced off by his rubberized skin, their sharp nails unable to inflict any harm. When one zombie broke through the arrow defense and lunged at Liu Yang, he swung his left hand fiercely, and lightning erupted instantly, blue currents wrapping around the zombie, instantly frying it to a crisp, emitting a burnt smell. The flame control ability was activated as well, with fierce flames igniting in Liu Yang's palm, orange fire sweeping out like a fire dragon, engulfing several zombies attempting to sneak attack from the side. The blazing fire scorched the zombies' bodies, producing crackling sounds as the zombies struggled painfully in the flames, which quickly reduced them to ashes. In just a few minutes, 7 or 8 zombies had been completely cleared by Liu Yang, leaving only a few charred corpses and scattered arrows on the ground. Liu Yang shook his wrist. The ability consumption was minimal, and his physical fitness had greatly improved in the apocalypse, allowing him to skillfully control the 4 abilities. Just as he was about to continue scavenging for supplies, a low growl suddenly came from the pet food area deep inside the supermarket. The sound was different from an ordinary dog's bark, filled with violence and madness, accompanied by the chilling, crunching sound of chewing, sending shivers down his spine. It's a mutated stray dog. Liu Yang's eyes narrowed. His ability sensed that there were at least 5 or 6 mutated dogs in the pet food area, their bodies larger than ordinary wolfhounds, their fur fallen out, skin dark red, teeth and claws unusually sharp, with a bloodthirsty glint in their eyes. Clearly mutated after being infected by the virus, they were more dangerous than ordinary zombies. Liu Yang tightened his grip on the crossbow, slowly approaching the pet food area. As he turned around the shelf, he saw 5 mutated stray dogs surrounding a corpse, gnawing at it. Upon hearing the noise, they suddenly raised their heads, their murky eyes fixated on Liu Yang, growling threateningly, drooling, with thick saliva ready to pounce. Just right to test the power of the crossbow. Liu Yang sneered, reloading the infinite crossbow. This time, he infused the lightning ability into the arrow, blue currents wrapping around the arrow shaft to amplify its power. Whoosh! The first lightning arrow shot out, accurately hitting the eye of the largest mutated dog in front. The lightning arrow penetrated the eyeball, reaching deep into the brain, and at the same time the lightning erupted inside the mutated dog, instantly electrocuting it, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before going still. The other 4 mutated dogs became even more frenzied upon seeing this, roaring as they lunged at Liu Yang like arrows released from a bow. They moved extremely quickly, far surpassing ordinary zombies, their claws scratching the ground, leaving deep grooves, their fangs gleaming coldly as if they wanted to tear Liu Yang apart. Liu Yang remained calm, fully activating the rubberized ability, his body dodging like rubber, evading the attacks of the mutated dogs. Meanwhile, the infinite crossbow continuously fired arrows, alternating between lightning and fire arrows, each arrow capable of inflicting fatal damage on the mutated dogs. One mutated dog lunged at Lu Yang only to be smashed on the head by his hardened fist with a bang, instantly shattering the dog's skull and splattering its brains. Another mutated dog attempted a sneak attack from the side as Lu Yang's palm ignited with fierce flames, instantly engulfing the mutated dog in a fireball, emitting a piercing scream. The battle lasted less than a minute, and all 5 mutated stray dogs fell to the ground, some electrocuted by lightning arrows, others burned by flames, leaving a scene of chaos, the stench of blood and charred flesh mingling together, making one nauseous. Lu Yang had no injuries on his body. The synergy of the 4 abilities gave him a decisive advantage when facing these mutated beasts. He did not linger, quickly beginning to scavenge for supplies, canned food, drinking water, compressed biscuits, cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages, and even a few bags of chocolate and energy bars. These were precious supplies in the apocalypse. With a wave of his hand, everything within a 20-meter radius was sucked into his space. In no time, the shelves of the entire supermarket were completely empty. Just as he was about to leave the supermarket, he suddenly heard a faint sound of sobbing coming from the storage room deep inside. The sound was very soft, mixed with fear and despair, standing out clearly in the dead silence of the supermarket. Is someone there? Lu Yang's eyes flickered, gripping the crossbow tightly as he slowly walked towards the storage room. The door of the storage room was slightly ajar, and it was pitch dark inside, with only the faint light from the emergency lamps seeping through the crack. He gently pushed the door open and, aided by the dim light from his ability, saw a girl curled up in the corner. The girl appeared to be around 20 years old, wearing a white dress that was now dirty with dust and blood. Her long hair was disheveled over her shoulders, her face was streaked with tears and fear, and her body trembled continuously. There was a shallow wound on her arm, clearly inflicted while trying to escape from the zombies. She was tightly clutching the wound with her hand, looking at Lu Yang with terror in her eyes like a frightened fawn. Don't be afraid, I'm not a zombie. Lu Yang put away the crossbow and softened his tone, trying to appear more gentle. He could see the fear in the girl's eyes. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, ordinary people faced zombies and mutated beasts, having no choice but to feel fear. Upon hearing Lu Yang's voice, the girl trembled even more violently, biting her lip tightly, unable to speak, just looking at him with a wary gaze, as if judging whether he was safe. Lu Yang did not approach. He just stood at the door and said softly, "My name is Lu Yang, and I'm here to gather supplies. The zombies and mutated dogs in the supermarket have been taken care of. You are safe now. What is your name, and how did you end up here?" After a long while, the girl slowly raised her head and said with a trembling voice, My name is Lin Wanqing. When the apocalypse broke out, I was shopping in the supermarket, and suddenly zombies appeared. I was scared, so I hid in the storage room and didn't dare come out." Lin Wanqing's voice was choked with tears, clearly frightened. Lu Yang looked at the wound on her arm and frowned. "Did the zombies scratch your wound? Do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Lin Wanqing instinctively covered the wound and shook her head. I don't know, it just hurts a bit, no other feelings." Lu Yang walked up to her and took out a bottle of mineral water and a pack of bandages. "First, let's treat your wound. Although it may not necessarily be infected, we still need to be careful." Lin Wanqing hesitated for a moment before taking the items Lu Yang handed over. She washed the wound with mineral water and carefully bandaged it with the bandages, her movements somewhat clumsy. Lu Yang stood beside her, not interfering, but vigilantly observing the surroundings to ensure no enemies were overlooked. After treating the wound, Lin Wanqing's emotions stabilized a bit. She looked at Lu Yang, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have already died. No need to thank me. In the apocalypse, if I can help, I will." Lu Yang smiled. "This place isn't safe. You come with me. At least it's safer there." Lin Wanqing nodded without hesitation. "Okay, they'll follow you." She knew that surviving alone in this apocalypse was almost impossible, and following this powerful man might offer a glimmer of hope. Lu Yang said to Lin Wanqing, "Stay behind me, and don't leave my sight. If you encounter danger, hide behind me." Lin Wanqing followed closely behind Lu Yang, tightly gripping the hem of his clothes. Though her eyes still held fear, there was also a hint of security. The two walked out of the supermarket, stepping onto the desolate streets outside. The streets were still in disarray, with a few zombies wandering in the distance, emitting low growls. Lu Yang walked in front, the infinite crossbow at the ready. Once any zombies approached, he would instantly shoot arrows to eliminate them. Lin Wanqing followed behind him, watching as Lu Yang easily dealt with one zombie after another, filled with admiration and reassurance. This man was like a mountain, shielding her from all dangers. After rescuing a young woman, Lu Yang did not immediately head back to his own dwelling. Having only gathered supplies from a single supermarket was far from sufficient. His intent for this excursion was to fill his entire spatial dimension to the brim. His spatial realm had now been elevated to the second tier, expanding to dimensions of 20 meters by 20 meters by 20 meters, a total volume of 8,000 cubic meters. Within it, aside from the 2 helicopters occupying considerable space, there were few other items. The contents of that convenience store, once piled together, formed only a minuscule portion. Moreover, Lu Yang could retrieve items with a mere thought, allowing him to stack everything tightly together, conserving space efficiently. Having plundered a supermarket's worth of goods, his spatial realm was still 3/4 empty. At this rate, he would need to loot at least 3 more supermarkets to fill the entire space. Lin Wanqing, however, was not faring well. Having hidden in the supermarket for days, she had lived in constant fear. Although there was food and she hadn't gone hungry, she spent each day in a state of extreme anxiety. She had rested poorly, never daring to sleep deeply, leaving her extremely weak. Now following Liu Yang's pace, she found it difficult to keep up. Thus she called out to Liu Yang's back with embarrassment. "Hey Liu Yang, can we wait a moment? I'm so tired I can't go on. Can we rest a bit?" Hearing this, Liu Yang frowned. He had saved this woman intending to bring her home and then claim her to obtain a system reward. But who would have thought she could barely walk a few steps? She was nothing but dead weight. Liu Yang even considered taking her right there and then. After claiming the reward, he could simply wipe his hands clean and leave. He could abandon her here to die. Although this woman was exceptionally beautiful with a perfect figure, he was not short of women. "If you hold me back any further, I won't be so kind," Liu Yang warned Lin watching. "Beautiful lady, this is the apocalypse, not a joke or a sightseeing trip, understand? Stopping here, do you want to wait to be bitten to death by zombies? Hurry up and follow me. If you can't keep up, you can stay here and feed the zombies." Hearing this, Lin Wanqing shuddered. She had initially thought Liu Yang was a gentleman. After all, when he saved her, he had been quite friendly. But who would have thought that the moment they left the supermarket, he would change completely, not giving her a single kind look? This immediately made Lin Wanqing uncomfortable. As a great beauty, people around her had always been very kind. In this world, women had always enjoyed the privilege of beauty. If you are beautiful enough, you will find everyone around you is friendly regardless of gender. Especially if your boss is a male superior. Then your privilege is even greater. Dirty and tiring work will never fall to you. It is usually assigned to some male colleagues who are treated like beasts of burden. But who would have thought Liu Yang would instantly shatter Lin Wanqing's illusions? She had thought that with his good attitude and youthful appearance, he might be an inexperienced virgin who had never even been in love. Surely he was captivated by her beauty. Perhaps with a little effort, she could turn him into her devoted follower, riding high through the apocalypse on his coattails. But who could have imagined he would be so ruthless as if he didn't even see her as a woman? Lin Wanqing could only grit her teeth, fall silent, and follow Liu Yang's pace. However, they had not walked far before a group of people suddenly appeared before them. Leading them was a man with a crew-cut scar on his face, chewing on an unlit cigarette. Behind him were 4 men, their eyes filled with greed, fixed intently on Liu Yang. Their gazes then swept over Lin Wanqing like starving wolves, eyeing fresh meat, sticky and revolting. "Kid, pretty good at hiding, huh?" The scarred man spat out the cigarette. "But hand over the stuff from the supermarket. We've been watching that supermarket for days, didn't dare go in. Didn't expect you to have the balls to just rush in and come out safe and sound. Spill it. How much loot did you get? Hand it over. And leave the woman with you too. We'll let you walk out alive." Liu Yang shielded Lin Wanqing behind him, his tone flat. "The supplies are mine, the woman is mine. You think you're worthy of robbing me? You are just asking for death, like lighting a lamp in a latrine." "Oh, tough guy, huh?" The skinny monkey behind the scarred man sneered, brandishing a steel pipe. "Do you know who we are? All the supplies in this area belong to us. You pretty boy dare to compete with us. Believe we'll break your legs, and then strip that woman naked and throw her in the field." Another fat man full of arrogance chimed in, reaching out to touch Lin Wanqing's face. "This chick is really pretty with such delicate skin. It's a waste for her to be with this kid. Why not come with us? We'll give you food." Lin Wanqing shrank back in fright, her face pale, but she still clutched the items in her arms, not moving too far from behind Liu Yang. She knew that only Liu Yang could protect her now. Liu Yang's eyes turned cold, the very air around him seeming to freeze. He didn't waste another word, simply raising his right hand slowly. In an instant, a wisp of pale blue electric arc crackled at his fingertips. Hiding a stun gun, the scarred man was stunned for a moment, then sneered again. "So what? There are 5 of us, are we afraid of you? Boys, get him. Cripple him first, then take the stuff and the woman." As the words fell, the skinny monkey charged forward with the steel pipe, aiming a vicious blow at Liu Yang's head. Liu Yang moved his feet, executing the shadow step technique. His figure vanished instantly, and the skinny monkey's pipe hit nothing but air, causing him to lose his balance and stumble. In the next second, Liu Yang appeared behind the skinny monkey, pressing his right hand onto his back. Pale blue lightning surged instantly into the monkey's body. "Oh!" The skinny monkey let out a piercing scream, his body convulsing, hair standing on end, skin scorched black. The steel pipe clattered to the ground, and he collapsed like a pile of mud, lifeless. The remaining 4 froze instantly, their mocking and greed turning into terror. The scarred man's face turned deathly pale as he retreated 2 steps, his voice trembling. "You? What the hell are you?" Liu Yang didn't answer. He clenched his left fist, activating flame control. A ball of blazing fire ignited in his palm, the orange-eared flames dancing, casting a starkly grim light on his face. He then raised his right hand, his skin instantly becoming rubbery soft and elastic. With a light flick, he deflected a punch thrown by the fat man. Rubber. A rubber ability. The fat man's pupils contracted in sheer terror. He turned to flee. Liu Yang moved again, with shadow step catching up. His right hand hardened, becoming as tough as iron, and smashed into the fat man's back. A crisp crack sounded as the fat man's ribs shattered instantly. He spewed a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily into the snow. After a few twitches, he lay still. Of the remaining 2 men, one was so terrified his legs gave way, collapsing to the ground. The other turned and ran far away, not daring to look back. Liu Yang's eyes were icy cold. An arc of electricity flickered at his fingertip again, and a thick bolt of lightning shot out, striking the fleeing man with pinpoint accuracy. The man screamed once, his body emitting black smoke as he fell stiffly into the snow, completely devoid of life. Now only the scarred man and the one who had collapsed remained. The scarred man looked at the three charred, twisted corpses on the ground, then at the flame in Liu Yang's palm and his hardened fist. His legs trembled uncontrollably. The steel pipe clattered from his hand, and he fell to his knees in the snow, kowtowing repeatedly. "Boss, spare me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to take your stuff or covet this lady. Please let me live. He'll be your slave, your beast of burden." The man who had collapsed also began to kowtow, tears and snot mingling, his voice hoarse. "Boss, we were wrong. We want dare again. Please spare us." Lin Wanqing stood behind Liu Yang, utterly stunned by the scene before her. She had known Liu Yang was strong, but she never imagined he was this powerful. Lightning, flame, rubber, hardening, shadow step. 5 abilities wielded with ease, killing as easily as slaughtering chickens, clean and efficient, without any hesitation. She looked at Liu Yang's back, feeling both fear and an inexplicable sense of safety. This man was like a mountain, capable of shielding her from all danger. Liu Yang walked up to the scarred man, looking down at him. His voice held no warmth. "Trying to take my things, making moves on my people, and now you know fear." The scarred man kowtowed even harder, leaving bloody marks in the snow. "Boss, I truly know I was wrong. I was blind. Please forgive me. They'll give you everything I have. I still have half a pack of cigarettes on me. You'll give them to you." The man believed cigarettes were a hard currency in the apocalypse. He thought this half pack would be enough to sway the other. Liu Yang ignored him, turning his gaze to the man who had collapsed, the one who had shouted the loudest, threatening to strip Lin Wanqing naked and throw her in a field. Liu Yang recognized him as the one who had instigated the trouble. This man was named Zhao Chong, and there was a woman with him who had been hiding in the back, now trembling in fear, cowering in a corner. Seeing Liu Yang look his way, Zhao Chong was scared out of his wits, kowtowing incessantly. "Boss, I was wrong. I have a filthy mouth. I shouldn't have said those things. Please spare me." Liu Yang walked over to Zhao Chong, crouched down, and looked at him, then at the woman beside him. She was somewhat pretty, her face ashen, her eyes filled with fear and despair. She was Zhao Chong's girlfriend Li Wan. In the apocalypse, she had followed Zhao Chong hoping for protection, but never expected him to be so pathetic and to provoke such a demon. "You said you were going to strip the person with me naked and throw them in a field." Liu Yang's voice was soft, but it pierced into Zhao Chong's heart like an icicle. Zhao Chong trembled violently, speaking incoherently. I was just talking nonsense. I have a filthy mouth. I deserve to die. Boss, you can hit me, curse me, just don't kill me." Liu Yang stood up and walked over to Li Wan. She shrank back in terror, tears streaming down her face. Don't kill me. I have nothing to do with him." Liu Yang didn't kill her. Instead, he reached out, pulled Li Wan to his side, and then looked at Zhao Chong, his tone icy. "Don't you like taking other people's things? Now your woman belongs to me." Zhao Chong's head shot up, staring at Li Wan beside Liu Yang. His eyes instantly became bloodshot, a maelstrom of despair, rage, and unwillingness. He roared, "No. You can't. She's mine. Liu Yang, just kill me. Give her back to me." Liu Yang gave a cold laugh, his right hand hardening as he stomped on Zhao Chong's chest. Zhao Chong was immediately crushed, unable to breathe, a sharp pain in his chest, as if his ribs were about to break. "Yours, oi." Liu Yang looked down at him. "In the apocalypse, strength is everything. You have no strength, you can't even protect your own woman, and you dare to compete with me." Li Wan, pulled along by Liu Yang, watched Zhao Chong's agony, her heart a mix of emotions. She hated Zhao Chong's cowardice and for causing this trouble, yet seeing him trampled, she couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. She tried to break free, but Liu Yang held her firmly, leaving her immobile. She could only watch helplessly as Zhao Chong struggled in the snow, his eyes filled with despair. Zhao Chong looked at Li Wan, then at Liu Yang, knowing he could no longer keep her. In the apocalypse, women were resources, bargaining chips. Losing Li Wan was like losing his last lifeline. He stared at Liu Yang, his expression shifting from rage to despair and finally to a dead stillness. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but could only manage a guttural sound before spewing a mouthful of blood staining the snow before him. Liu Yang lifted his foot. Zhao Chong collapsed like mud, his eyes vacant, devoid of any life. His spirit was utterly broken, a fate worse than death. Watching this, the scarred man was terrified out of his mind, kowtowing even more frantically. "Boss, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please let me live. I want dare again." Liu Yang walked up to the scarred man, looking at him without a shred of pity. "You said you were going to break my legs and strip the person with me naked and throw them in a field." The scarred man trembled all over, shaking his head incessantly. I was talking nonsense. I was blind. Boss, spare me. They'll be your slave. They'll do whatever you say." Liu Yang didn't waste another word. The flame in his palm swelled, instantly engulfing the scarred man in a blaze. The scarred man let out a blood-curdling scream as the fire consumed him, his skin burning, his hair ablaze. He rolled and struggled in the snow before becoming a charred corpse, emitting a pungent, acrid smell. On the ground, 5 corpses lay scattered, some charred, some twisted, some drenched in blood. The wind blew over them, producing a mournful wail like the cries of ghosts. Liu Yang retracted his flames and lightning, his rubberized and hardened skin returning to normal, the aura of the shadow step fading. It was as if the merciless killer from moments ago had been nothing but an illusion. He turned to Lin Wanqing, his tone returning to its usual calm. It's over. Let's go. Lin Wanqing had yet to recover from the shock. She looked at the bodies on the ground, then at Lu Yong, her lips trembling slightly. Lu Yong. This is the apocalypse. It's survival of the fittest. Lu Yong interrupted her, hoisting the supplies. If we don't kill them, they'll kill us. Rather than wait to die, it's better to strike first. Lin Wanqing nodded. Though still frightened, she felt more admiration than fear. She looked at Lu Yang's back and followed closely, the thought of making him her devoted follower completely gone. A man this powerful. Someone else's lapdog. As for Li Wan, whom Lu Yong was pulling along, her eyes were vacant, following him like a puppet. She glanced back at Zhao Chang's corpse, then at the scarred man's charred remains. Her heart was filled with despair. She had lost her support, her freedom. From now on, she could only cling to this powerful, yet cold man, barely surviving in the apocalypse. Zhao Chang lay in the snow, watching Li Wan's figure disappear into the cold wind. The last glimmer of light in his eyes faded. He wanted to get up to chase her, to take her back, but his whole body was in agony, and he lacked the strength to even move. He could only lie in the freezing snow, feeling his life ebb away, feeling despair flood over him like a tide. He had lost everything: supplies, his woman, his dignity. Finally, he breathed his last, filled with resentment. Meanwhile, Lu Yong received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating 5 enemies and looting 50 points of their base attributes. Lu Yong walked down the streets of Sakura country, followed by 2 ordinary women, Lin Wanqing and Li Wan. Lin Wanqing's face was pale, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of Lu Yang's clothes, while Li Wan forced herself to appear calm, but couldn't help glancing around nervously. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. After all, her boyfriend had just been killed by Lu Yong, and she herself had been taken away by him, unable to imagine what would happen next. Moreover, in the apocalypse, and in a foreign land like Sakura country, as fellow international students, they should have helped each other and stuck together. Shouldn't it be that when fellow townsfolk meet, tears well up in their eyes? Why resort to blades and bloodshed? She also couldn't understand why her boyfriend had insisted on provoking Lu Yong only to be instantly killed by him. Now she was left all alone. At this moment, she felt as if she had no choice but to follow Lu Yong like a shadow, numbly trudging behind him, powerless to resist whatever fate awaited her. Meanwhile, Lu Yong led the 2 women to the next supermarket. The supermarket is just ahead. We should be able to find some supplies. Lu Yang's voice was calm, his gaze sharp as it swept across the area ahead. It was a chain supermarket, its Japanese sign faded from time. From a distance, the outer walls were covered in a layer of pale green viscous substance, writhing like fungus, as if alive. Lin Wanqing gasped sharply. What? What is that? So disgusting. Li Wan also swallowed hard. It looks dangerous. Maybe we shouldn't go in. She mentioned that she, along with her boyfriend and other survivors, had formed a small team. They had once entered the same supermarket Lu Yong had first entered. But they found it crawling with zombies, making it impossible to collect supplies. During their escape, they lost 2 teammates, watching helplessly as they were devoured alive, leaving everyone terrified. From then on, they never dared enter a supermarket again. And this second supermarket, covered in that fungal substance that seemed to writhe endlessly, looked even more horrifying. Thus, she was strongly opposed to entering. Lu Yong shook his head. In the apocalypse, supplies mean survival. What's a little strangeness? Follow me. He took the lead and strode toward the supermarket. Lin Wanqing and Li Wan hesitated for a moment before gritting their teeth and following. As they approached the supermarket, the writhing of the fungal layer became more pronounced, and they could even hear faint sizzling sounds, as if it was devouring something. The supermarket's glass doors were shattered, with rotting corpses scattered at the entrance, also smeared with the same green substance. Their skin was being slowly eroded, revealing blackened muscles underneath. Lu Yong frowned and raised his hand, sending a bolt of pale blue lightning streaking out to strike the fungal matter at the entrance. With a crackling sound, the green substance was scorched by the lightning, emitting acrid black smoke as it withered and shrank. This stuff is afraid of lightning and fire, Lu Yong said in a low voice, stepping into the supermarket. The interior was even more bizarre. Shelves were tilted and scattered merchandise strewn across the floor, which was covered in a thick layer of green fungus. It felt sticky and slippery underfoot, making a squelching sound with each step. Countless green fungal threads hung from the ceiling, interwoven like a spider's web, with severed limbs dangling from the strands, swaying gently as the filaments writhed. Even more terrifying, the supermarket was filled with mutated animals. A black cat, 3 times larger than a normal one, with fur missing to reveal grotesque muscles, and murky white eyes, crouched on a shelf, gnawing at rotten food. Hearing the noise, it spun around, let out a piercing shriek, and lunged at Lu Yong. Lu Yang's eyes turned cold. His right hand instantly hardened, skin becoming as tough as steel with a chilly metallic sheen. He raised his hand and caught the cat precisely by the neck, squeezing hard. With a crisp crack, the cat's neck snapped, and its body went limp, falling onto the fungus, where it was quickly enveloped and consumed by the green substance. Lin Wanqing and Li Wan, following behind, trembled with fear at the sight, but dared not make a sound, clinging tightly to Lu Yong. As they ventured deeper, the supermarket grew dimmer, lit only by faint rays filtering through broken windows, illuminating the eerie space. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed, accompanied by low growls. A zombie emerged from behind a shelf, its skin decayed and muscles exposed, also coated in green fungus. It moved more swiftly than an ordinary zombie, its eyes bloodshot as it charged at Liu Yang. Liu Yang curled his lips into a cold smile. Flames erupted from his left hand, burning with such intensity that the surrounding air warped. He raised his hand and lashed out, sending a whip of fire that coiled precisely around the zombie's body. With a roar, the flames erupted, engulfing the zombie. It let out a blood-curdling scream before being reduced to a pile of charcoal in mere seconds, which was quickly devoured by the fungus. Ordinary zombies no match for me, Liu Yang said flatly, continuing his exploration. From deeper within the supermarket came heavier footsteps and roars brimming with violence and power, clearly not an ordinary zombie. Liu Yang signaled for Lin Wanqing and Li Wan to hide behind a shelf while he walked slowly toward the source of the noise. Turning a corner, he saw a zombie larger than the average one. Its skin was a dark greenish-black, muscles bulging, and the fungal matter on its body was thicker, forming a kind of armor-like structure. Its eyes were deep purple, radiating a ferocious light, and it held a broken metal shelf rod, madly smashing the surrounding shelves to vent its rage. Liu Yang's face lit up with surprise. This zombie looks unusual. Could it be a second-tier one? The second-tier zombie sensed Liu Yang's presence, spun around, and let out a deafening roar, swinging the metal rod at him with full force. The rod whistled through the air, carrying immense force. If it struck, even a strengthened body would suffer severe damage. Liu Yang's gaze sharpened, and his body instantly turned rubbery, his skin becoming soft and elastic like rubber. The metal rod slammed into him, but bounced off with a dull thud. The second-tier zombie staggered back 2 steps, a flicker of shock in its eyes. Interesting. It even knows how to use a weapon, Liu Yang sneered. Flames reignited in his right hand, while lightning gathered in his left. Fire and lightning intertwined in his grasp, forming a terrifying torrent of energy. He lunged forward and hurled the energy torrent at the second-tier zombie. A violent explosion rocked the supermarket. The combined force of fire and lightning struck the zombie, shattering its fungal armor and searing its body with flames. The second-tier zombie let out a harrowing scream, convulsing as fire and lightning ravaged it. Its dark, greenish-black skin charred rapidly, and its muscles were paralyzed by the lightning, leaving it immobile. Liu Yang walked slowly to the dying zombie, which still glared at him with venomous eyes, trying to struggle. Liu Yang raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck precisely through its skull, piercing it and extinguishing its life force. After dispatching the second-tier zombie, Liu Yang crouched down to examine its corpse closely. He used his hardened fingers to peel back the zombie's skin, inspecting its muscles and bone structure, then scorched its wounds with fire to observe the reaction. The physical strength of a second-tier zombie is double that of an ordinary one. It contains a stronger, alien energy within. The fungal matter seems to strengthen its body while also eroding its consciousness. Liu Yang murmured to himself, recording the zombie's traits. Lightning and fire are effective against it, especially lightning, which can directly pierce its defenses and paralyze its nerves. Just as Liu Yang was studying the second-tier zombie, a faint sobbing came from a corner of the supermarket. He looked up and saw a man and a woman, both from Sakura country, hiding behind a collapsed shelf. The man wore a tattered suit, his hair disheveled and face twisted with fear as he shielded the woman beside him. The woman, however, made Liu Yang pause slightly. Her name was Miyamoto Sawako, a classic beauty of Sakura country. Standing about 1.70 meters, she had a curvaceous figure and wore a white dress, now stained, but still unable to hide her exquisite features. Her skin was fair and delicate like fine suet jade, and her features were as refined as a meticulously carved work of art. Willowy brows, cherry lips, and large eyes clear as autumn water, now filled with fear and despair. Long lashes clung to teardrops, making her appear pitifully fragile. Miyamoto Sawako sensed Liu Yang's gaze, flinched, and pressed closer to the man, her eyes full of wariness. The man looked up at Liu Yang, a flicker of fear in his eyes, but he forced himself to be calm and said in broken Chinese, Who are you? Stay back. Liu Yang stood up, dusted off his hands, and walked slowly toward them. Lin Wanqing and Li Wan emerged from behind the shelf as well. Seeing Miyamoto Sawako's beauty, they couldn't help but look impressed, then turned to Liu Yang with complex expressions. Who I am doesn't matter, Liu Yang said, standing before them looking down. The supplies here are mine now. Both of you either get lost or... Heh. Liu Yang flashed a lecherous grin. The man's face changed. We'll leave immediately. Please don't hurt us. He grabbed Miyamoto Sawako to leave. But Liu Yang raised his hand to block them, his gaze fixed on Miyamoto Sawako, a playful smile curling his lips. You can go, but leave her behind. Miyamoto Sawako's face turned deathly pale, her body trembling violently, her eyes filled with despair. The man, though terrified, erupted in rage and stepped in front of her, shouting at Liu Yang, Over my dead body. Sawako is my girlfriend. I won't let you touch her. Liu Yang's eyes turned cold, and a powerful aura emanated from him, pressing down on the man like a tidal wave. The man struggled to breathe under the pressure, his legs weakening as if about to collapse. Your girlfriend? Liu Yang sneered. In the apocalypse, strength is everything. If you don't have the strength to protect her, she doesn't deserve to be your girlfriend. She'll either starve to death or be killed by zombies following you anyway. Might as well let me have some fun. He'll fight you. The man in rage grabbed a broken wooden stick from the ground and charged at Liu Yang. Liu Yang's eyes showed contempt as his body instantly hardened. The stick struck him with a crack and shattered the impact, jarring the man's hand, forcing him back. Liu Yang raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning shot out, hitting the man's shoulder with a sizzling sound. The man screamed, his shoulder charred black, and he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. "And you dare to fight me?" Liu Yang walked slowly to the man, stepping on his chest and grinding down. The man let out a pitiful scream as his ribs cracked under the pressure. He looked up at Liu Yang, his eyes filled with terror and pleading. "Let me go. Please let me go. I won't defy you anymore." Liu Yang didn't ease the pressure on his foot. "If you want me to let you go, it's simple. Hand over your girlfriend." The man's face turned ashen. He turned to look at Miyamoto Sawako, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Miyamoto Sawako stared back at him, her eyes filled with disappointment and heartbreak. She never imagined that the man she loved would be so cowardly at the brink of death. "Sawako, I'm sorry." The man gritted his teeth and finally chose to surrender. "I give her to you. Just let me go." Miyamoto Sawako's heart plummeted into an abyss as if submerged in icy seawater. She looked at the man who had once sworn to protect her forever, yet in the face of death, he abandoned her so easily. Tears slid down her cheeks, falling onto the fungus and being instantly consumed. The smile on Liu Yang's face deepened. He lifted his foot, and the man scrambled backward, fleeing from Liu Yang, without daring to glance at Miyamoto Sawako again, as if escaping a plague. "Sawako, I'm sorry. Stay with him, he'll protect you." The man turned to run. Liu Yang's eyes turned cold, and a bolt of lightning struck the man's back. The man screamed, his body stiffening before collapsing lifeless. "Worthless trash, no use alive," Liu Yang said flatly, as if he had merely crushed an ant. Miyamoto Sawako looked at the man's corpse without a trace of sorrow, only endless disappointment and coldness. She slowly stood up, wiped the tears from her face, raised her head, and looked at Liu Yang, her eyes a complex mix of fear, despair, and a hint of resignation. Liu Yang walked up to Miyamoto Sawako, reached out, and lifted her chin, carefully examining her stunning features. "You are indeed quite beautiful. No wonder he couldn't bear to let you go." A hint of playfulness laced Liu Yang's tone. "From today onward, you are my woman. Remember, by my side, only obedience will keep you alive." Miyamoto Sawako did not resist. She simply gazed at Liu Yang, her eyes gradually shifting from despair to calm. She understood that in this apocalypse, a man of formidable power like Liu Yang was her only means of survival. The man who had once protected her was dead, died so cowardly, so disgracefully. Though they were never lovers during their time together in the apocalypse, she had felt a certain admiration for him. After all, since the outbreak, he had saved her several times. Calling him her savior would not be an exaggeration. In such circumstances, a woman could easily develop feelings of affection for a man. But after encountering Liu Yang, she realized that the man she had once revered and admired was now begging for mercy like a stray dog. And then he was killed outright. It was then she finally understood the immense disparity between men. The man before her, though cold, possessed the strength to thrive in this apocalypse. He was a true powerhouse, the backbone that would conquer this ruined world. So after hearing Liu Yang's words, she slowly nodded, bit her lip, and said in a soft yet determined voice, "I understand, master." She lowered her posture immensely, for she had noticed that the way these people spoke was nothing like that of the locals from Sakura country. These three, 2 women and 1 man, were likely all international students from Dragon country, with only herself being from Sakura country. To gain their protection and acceptance, she had no choice but to humble herself. Without hesitation, she addressed Liu Yang as master. Liu Yang smiled with satisfaction, released his grip, and turned to Lin Wanqing and Li Wan. "You two take a look at the supplies on the shelves nearby. Whatever you want you can take for yourselves." Lin Wanqing and Li Wan quickly nodded, their faces lighting up with surprise and delight as they turned to gather supplies from the shelves. This was fantastic. They had witnessed Liu Yang's incredible ability. With a mere wave of his hand, everything around him would vanish. They had followed him to collect from the supermarket, but had gained nothing. Now being able to choose first was truly wonderful. Moreover, everything they collected would be theirs to keep. Such materials were incredibly precious in this apocalypse. After the 2 women had left, Liu Yang walked over to Miyamoto Sawako, reached out, and pulled her close by the waist. Her body trembled slightly, but she did not resist, allowing him to hold her. Her body was soft and warm, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance, a stark contrast to the putrid stench of the supermarket. "Follow me, and you won't suffer. It'll also let you experience pleasures you've never known." Liu Yang's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Miyamoto Sawako leaned against him, feeling the powerful aura emanating from his body. The fear in her heart gradually dissipated, replaced by a strange sense of security. She knew that from this day forward her destiny was inextricably bound to this man. The eerie atmosphere in the supermarket still lingered, the fungal matter continued to writhe, and the roars of mutated animals and zombies occasionally echoed from afar. But by Liu Yang's side, Miyamoto Sawako felt utterly safe. She gazed at his profile, at the sharpness and indifference in his eyes, and silently resolved from now on she would only obey this man, only rely on him to survive in this apocalypse. As for Liu Yang, with his arm around Sawako's waist, his gaze swept over everything in the supermarket without a flicker of emotion. In this dog-eat-dog apocalypse, strength was everything, conquering, and being conquered were merely the norm. He needed supplies, he needed power, and he needed an obedient woman. Miyamoto Sawako happened to meet his requirements. Lin Wanqing and Li Wan busied themselves gathering supplies among the shelves, their hearts filled with mixed emotions as they watched Lu Yang and Sawako. Lin Wanqing felt a pang of loss, yet she knew she had no right to be jealous. She could only silently focus on her own tasks. Li Wan, on the other hand, became even more determined to follow Lu Yang. She understood that only by sticking close to him could she survive this apocalypse. Lu Yang glanced down at the woman in his arms. Her eyes had grown docile like a well-behaved kitten. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he thought to himself, women from Sakura country were indeed obedient enough. With his arm around Sawako, he walked slowly toward the depths of the supermarket, continuing to explore this eerie space. Lightning and flame were at his command, ready at any moment, while his hardening and rubberizing abilities rendered him fearless in the face of any danger. In this apocalypse, he was the sovereign, the maker of rules. Everything would bow beneath his feet. Miyamoto Sawako leaned against Lu Yang, feeling his warmth and presence. The despair in her heart vanished, completely replaced by a new hope. She knew that although she had lost her former lover, she had found an even stronger pillar to lean on. From now on, she would use everything she had to please this man, to cling to him until the end of her days. The fungus in the supermarket still writhed, the mutated animals still roared, and the corpse of the second-tier zombie lay on the ground, emitting a stench of decay. But for Lu Yang and Miyamoto Sawako, all of that no longer mattered. What mattered was that they had become a part of each other, facing the unknown dangers of this apocalypse together, seeking hope for survival together. The light grew dimmer in the depths of the supermarket. Broken shelves were piled one upon another, forming a relatively secluded corner. The green fungus on the ground was burned away by a casual wave of Lu Yang's flame, revealing the relatively clean concrete floor beneath. The stench of decay in the air was replaced by a faint smell of scorching, offering a moment's respite to breathe. Held by Lu Yang, Miyamoto Sawako followed him, with trembling steps, her fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of his clothes. The cowardice and brutal death of the man from moments ago were still vivid in her mind, and the cold, formidable presence of the man before her was her only lifeline now. Lu Yang raised his hand, and several bolts of lightning struck the shadows in the corner. After a few faint squeaks, several mutated rats hiding in the dark were reduced to ash. He looked sideways at the woman in his arms. Sawako's cheeks were pale, her long lashes trembling slightly, yet she still looked up at him, her eyes devoid of initial resistance, filled only with submission. This place is safe for now. Lu Yang's voice was low, carrying the unique harshness of the apocalypse, yet it inexplicably brought Sawako a sense of peace. He reached out and brushed the dust from Sawako's cheek. The touch of his fingertip on her delicate skin made her body tremble slightly, but she did not pull away. Lu Yang's thumb traced the corner of her mouth. Seeing the docility and dependence in her eyes, his possessiveness grew even stronger. In this dog-eat-dog apocalypse, strength determined everything. The woman before him was a possession he had conquered with his power. From the moment she nodded and called him master, her fate was sealed. Feeling the heat in his gaze, Sawako's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she moved closer, resting her head against his chest, listening to the steady, powerful beat of his heart. That heartbeat drowned out the distant roars from the supermarket, becoming the most reassuring melody of the moment. She knew what she had to do. In this lawless apocalypse, to survive and to cling to this powerful man, she had to surrender herself completely. She raised her hand and gently wrapped it around Lu Yang's waist. Her fingertips touched his firm abdominal muscles, feeling the powerful aura emanating from him. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. "Master, I will obey you." That simple phrase was like lighting a fuse. Lu Yang lowered his head and kissed her cool lips. Sawako's lips were soft, carrying a faint, delicate fragrance utterly incongruous with the eerie supermarket. Her body stiffened slightly, but quickly relaxed. She responded clumsily, and the last trace of unease in her eyes gradually faded. Lu Yang's movements were marked by an irresistible dominance, yet also a hint of barely perceptible tenderness. He pulled her close, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. Everything around them faded into the background. The tilted shelves, the writhing fungus, the distant roars. All were shut out from this small corner. Miyamoto Sawako cast aside all her reservations. She knew that from this moment on there was no longer any distance between her and this man. The deed was done. Oh, she was his woman. This was the most unbreakable bond in the apocalypse, and her only guarantee of survival. Her fingers traced Lu Yang's back, feeling the strength within him. Only one thought occupied her mind: to stay with him, to be obedient and submissive forever. After an unknown amount of time, everything settled into calm. Then Lu Yang received a system notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully conquering Miyamoto Sawako. Extracted 10 points of her base attributes. Received system reward, space level increased by 1. Hearing this prompt, a pleased expression appeared on Lu Yang's face, though it was tinged with a hint of helplessness. He had originally planned to collect supplies from several supermarkets to fill his system space, but now it had leveled up again, directly becoming 30 by 30 by 30. A full 27,000 cubic meters. How could he possibly fill it all? Miyamoto Sawako leaned against Lu Yang, her cheeks flushed, her gaze languid, like a tamed kitten, her fingers gently playing with the hem of his clothes. Liu Yang looked down at the woman in his arms, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. He reached out, draped his own coat over her to cover her slightly disheveled clothing. The coat carried his scent, making Sawako snuggle even more securely into his embrace. Rest for a while. Next I'm going to clear out all the zombies here. Liu Yang's voice remained calm, yet it carried an unyielding authority, as if he were stating a trivial matter. Miyamoto Sawako nodded and obediently stayed close to him, looking at the sharpness and coldness in his eyes, her heart filled with dependence. She knew her man never made empty promises. If he said he would clear out all the zombies, he would surely do it. After a brief rest, Liu Yang stood up, shielding Sawako behind him. His gaze swept across every corner of the supermarket, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He could clearly sense the presence of many zombies still within the supermarket, scattered throughout various areas. There were ordinary zombies, a few mutated ones with strength close to the second tier, and some mutated animals parasitized by the fungus. These were all his targets for elimination. Stay behind me and don't move, Liu Yang said to Sawako, his voice carrying a hint of admonition. Miyamoto Sawako quickly nodded, clinging tightly to his back, her hands clutching his clothes. Her gaze was alert as she looked around, yet, because Liu Yang was in front of her, she felt no fear. Liu Yang took the lead, his right hand blazing with fierce flames, his left hand gathering pale blue lightning. Fire and lightning intertwined, casting a dazzling light in the dim supermarket, illuminating the path ahead. He walked to a shelf and kicked it hard. Several ordinary zombies hidden behind it lunged out instantly. Their bodies were covered in green fungus, making them more agile than normal zombies. Their eyes were bloodshot as they roared and charged at Liu Yang. Overestimating yourselves. Liu Yang sneered and waved his left hand. Several bolts of lightning shot out, striking the heads of the zombies with pinpoint accuracy. With a crackling sound, their heads were pierced instantly, and their bodies toppled stiffly to the ground. They were soon enveloped by the surrounding green fungus, but Liu Yang casually waved a burst of flame, burning them to ashes without leaving a trace. He continued forward, and wherever he went, fire and lightning flew together. No zombie could approach within 3 steps of him. A massive mutated zombie charged out from the warehouse. This zombie was even stronger than the previous second-tier one, with a thicker fungal armor. It wielded a thick steel pipe, swinging it fiercely at Liu Yang. The pipe whistled through the air with enough force to bend steel. Liu Yang's eyes narrowed. His body instantly hardened, his skin becoming as tough as tempered steel. Without dodging or evading, he reached out and grabbed the incoming steel pipe. With a sharp crack, he crushed the pipe in his grip. A flicker of shock passed through the mutated zombie's eyes. It tried to pull the pipe back, but found it held fast in Liu Yang's iron grip, completely immovable. A cold smirk curled on Liu Yang's lips. The flames on his right hand surged instantly, and he slammed his palm onto the mutated zombie's chest. With a thunderous roar, the flames pierced through the fungal armor, searing the zombie's body. The mutated zombie let out a piercing scream, its body convulsing violently, but Liu Yang held it firmly, preventing it from escaping. Then Liu Yang channeled the lightning from his left hand directly into the mutated zombie's body. The lightning raced through its insides, numbing its nerves and scorching its organs. In just a few seconds, the powerful mutated zombie lost all signs of life. Its body gradually carbonized and collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of ash. Miyamoto Sawako followed behind Liu Yang, watching his godlike figure, her eyes brimming with worship and adoration. She knew she had made the right choice. This man possessed the power to command the heavens and the earth. By his side, she would never have to fear danger. Liu Yang's cleaning speed was astonishingly fast. Flames and lightning were the nemesis of green fungi and zombies, leaving all zombies and mutated animals he encountered powerless. He traversed through various areas of the supermarket, sweeping through the shelves, fresh food section and checkout area on the first floor, as well as the household goods and snack sections on the second floor. Even the underground warehouse was thoroughly cleaned. The situation in the underground warehouse was even more bizarre. The green fungi here were denser, almost covering the entire floor and walls. Several second-tier zombies lurked deep within the warehouse, wrapped in fungi like cocoons, continuously evolving. As soon as Liu Yang stepped into the warehouse, those second-tier zombies instantaneously broke free from their cocoons, roaring as they lunged at him. They were faster and stronger, their fungal armor capable of withstanding ordinary lightning attacks. A bit of progress, but unfortunately still not enough. A hint of amusement flashed in Liu Yang's eyes as his body instantaneously became elastic, evading the assault of several second-tier zombies. He then gathered flames and lightning in both hands, intertwining them into a massive energy ball that exuded a terrifying aura, warping the surrounding air. Die! Liu Yang lowered his voice and hurled the energy ball violently toward the second-tier zombies. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed through the warehouse, illuminating the entire underground space. The energy ball detonated instantly, fire and lightning ravaging the area, and the second-tier zombies, caught off guard, were struck, their bodies torn apart along with their fungal armor, turning to ash. The green fungi in the warehouse were also scorched to near extinction by the residual shockwave of the energy ball, revealing the mountains of supplies piled within. After finishing cleaning the underground warehouse, Liu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, clearly sensing that there were no more living creatures in the supermarket. All zombies and mutated animals had been thoroughly eradicated. He turned to look at Miyamoto Sawako, who quickly walked to his side, and handed him a bottle of water softly saying, "Master, you've worked hard." Liu Yang took the water, had a sip, and gently ruffled her hair, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. Miyamoto Sayako blushed slightly as he tousled her hair, a sweet smile spreading across her face. Then Liu Yang walked to the open space in the supermarket, scanning the entire area. He silently thought, "System space," and a transparent panel suddenly appeared before him, displaying the capacity of the system space along with various categorized options. "Begin storage." Liu Yang silently thought, and then all the items in the supermarket began to float, converging towards him. Snacks, drinks, instant noodles, and bread from the shelves, frozen meats, vegetables, and fruits from the fresh food section, cigarettes, alcohol, and daily necessities from the checkout area, shampoos, shower gels, towels, and blankets from the second floor, rice flour, cooking oil, and mineral water from the underground warehouse, even the shelves, freezers, and cash registers of the supermarket. All items that could be stored continuously surged into his system space. Miyamoto Sayako stood by, watching this miraculous scene with wide eyes. She knew Liu Yang was powerful, but never expected him to have such an ability, able to take away all the supplies from the supermarket. It was simply unbelievable. The floating items flowed like a stream into the system space. Liu Yang's system space filled rapidly, yet due to its limitless capacity, it never reached its limit. From large freezers and shelves to a single candy and a bottle of mineral water, everything was accurately stored in the system space, automatically categorized and neatly arranged for easy access later. Lin Wanqing and Li Wan had long completed gathering the supplies around them, now standing not far away, watching the scene before them with awe. Having followed Liu Yang for some time, they were still amazed by his strength. This man seemed like a born ruler of the apocalypse, effortlessly resolving any danger he faced and possessing such an extraordinary ability. Being with him was their only means of surviving peacefully in this apocalypse. It took a full hour for all the items in the supermarket to be completely stored. The once supply-filled supermarket was now completely empty. Only dust and shattered glass littered the ground, devoid of the previous chaos and disorder, with no trace of supplies left. Liu Yang glanced at the system space panel, which displayed the quantities of various supplies, countless snacks and drinks, over 1,000 pounds of rice and flour, frozen meats and vegetables filling the refrigeration area, and a complete assortment of cigarettes, alcohol, and daily necessities. There were even several emergency medications and medical equipment. These supplies would last him and those around him for quite a while. All right, the supplies are gathered. Let's go. Liu Yang turned around, wrapping his arm around Miyamoto Sayako's waist, addressing Lin Wanqing and Li Wan. Lin Wanqing and Li Wan nodded eagerly, quickly following Liu Yang. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. This supermarket exploration had yielded tremendous rewards, not only clearing all the zombies, but also acquiring so many supplies, all thanks to Liu Yang's strength. Miyamoto Sayako leaned against Liu Yang's embrace, gazing at his upright figure, filled with a sense of security. She knew this was just the beginning. Following this man, there would be more challenges ahead and even greater rewards. She would always stay by his side as his most obedient woman, accompanying him in conquering everything in this apocalypse and reaching the pinnacle. Liu Yang led the three out of the supermarket. The sky outside had gradually darkened, and the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the ruins in a golden hue. The stench of decay still permeated the air, and the distant sounds of zombies' roars echoed, but Liu Yang's eyes showed no hint of fear, only a sharp glint and anticipation for the future. He held Miyamoto Sayako as he strode forward confidently, with Lin Wanqing and Li Wan following behind. The four figures were elongated by the sunset as they disappeared into the depths of the ruins. As the sun completely sank, twilight enveloped the ruined city in darkness. Liu Yang led Miyamoto Sayako at the forefront, followed closely by Lin Wanqing and Li Wan, their footsteps echoing clearly on the empty street. Not long after, a five-star hotel with a full glass facade stood prominently. Though most of the glass was shattered and the outer walls were covered in dark brown stains, it still could not hide its former grandeur. The revolving door at the entrance was crooked, stuck halfway, and faint sounds of weak roars could be heard from inside. There are supplies inside and signs of living creatures. Liu Yang's fingertips coalesced a barely perceptible spark of lightning, his gaze sweeping over the hotel's upper floors, his tone calm, yet resolute. "Let's go in and take a look." Miyamoto Sayako and the others nodded in agreement and closely followed him into the hotel lobby. The marble floor was littered with shards of glass and dried blood stains. The reception desk had been overturned, and a precious crystal chandelier lay shattered on the ground. Several wandering zombies rushed in at the sound, dressed in the former hotel staff uniforms, their bodies smeared with sticky black corrosive liquid, moving slightly faster than the ordinary zombies in the supermarket. Liu Yang had no time for idle chatter. Flames erupted from his right hand, and a tongue of fire swept out, instantly reducing several zombies to charred ashes, leaving them no chance to struggle. With his left hand, he casually directed lightning toward the hallway corner, instantly penetrating the heads of two hidden mutated zombies, their bodies crashing against the wall, turning into a puddle of mush. Ascending through the hotel, Liu Yang swiftly cleared the lobby, bar, buffet, boutique, and conference rooms on the first and second floors, where zombies had appeared, executing his actions with precision and composure, not even a hint of breathlessness. Miyamoto Sayako and the others followed closely behind, watching him navigate through the spaces as if they were uninhabited, their admiration and reliance deepening. To him, the vast hotel was merely a regular stronghold waiting to be cleared. Upon reaching the executive lounge on the third floor, the surrounding zombies instantly vanished. Liu Yang furrowed his brow, clearly realizing that someone must have already cleared out the zombies, eliminating all threats on this level. This meant that survivors had already occupied this floor. Liu Yang paid it no mind and continued forward. Suddenly, a loud and arrogant voice spoke in English. "Hey, yellow monkey, stop right there." Liu Yang lifted his gaze to see 5 people lounging on the leather sofa in the lounge. 3 men and 2 women, all blonde-haired and blue-eyed Americans dressed in outdoor gear, clutching baseball bats and knives with several bags of scavenged snacks and mineral water piled at their feet. The 3 men were tall and muscular, wearing arrogant grins on their faces, their gazes sweeping over Liu Yang and then landing on the 4 women behind him, eyes glinting with greed and lewdness. Meanwhile, the 2 white women leaned against the bar, arms crossed, their expressions full of disdain and contempt. These people were clearly Caucasians from the West, and it was surprising to see such individuals in Sakura country. They must be here on vacation. Moreover, these whites had long developed a haughty attitude towards Sakura country. They must have thought of Liu Yang as just another insignificant local. Their eyes were filled with disdain. The leading white man had a buzz cut with a fearsome skull tattoo on his neck. He stepped forward and yelled at Liu Yang, "Kid, you seem capable, and you've picked up quite a haul. Hand over all the supplies on you, and leave the women behind. I might let you go." Another lanky white man whistled, his gaze lingering over Miyamoto Sayako, and the others cackling. "A yellow man dares to have so many women. Be smart and comply, or you'll find out what it feels like to get punched." The third shorter white man picked up a baseball bat and smashed it down onto the nearby marble table, shattering the corner. He grinned menacingly as he approached. "Hurry up, don't force us to take action. In this place, yellow men should obediently be trampled beneath our feet." Seeing that Liu Yang was alone and the women behind him appeared defenseless, they assumed he was easy prey. Their words dripped with racial arrogance, their demeanor exuding a peak of hubris, as if Liu Yang were merely an ant to be crushed at their leisure. Though they referred to the women as yellow, they were undoubtedly quite attractive, igniting a desire to ravage them. Although they were tourists in Sakura country, they had undoubtedly seen plenty of films depicting the country's gender education. The portrayals of Sakura women in bed were indeed commendable. Thus, their gazes revealed a hint of malice, with one burly man even licking his lips as if salivating. At that moment, the 2 white women slowly stepped forward. One of them appeared to be around 20, at the prime of her beauty, with long flowing golden curls cascading down her shoulders. Her fringe fell lightly over her forehead, accentuating a face as stunning as a fairy. High cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and icy blue irises reminiscent of alpine glaciers. Her nose was petite and delicate, lips a natural soft pink with a sharp lip line and a dainty chin, her skin as white as the finest mutton fat jade, exuding a delicate sheen in the dim light. Her figure was exceptionally voluptuous and seductive. Her tall stature had beautiful shoulders, a waist as slender as willow, and a full, proud bosom. The long, straight legs beneath her skirt were accentuated by shattered high heels, each movement radiating extreme allure like a meticulously crafted work of art by God. The other woman appeared to be about 25 or 26, embodying a mature and alluring type. With short burgundy hair cut neatly, her striking features were bold. A pair of amber eyes conveyed a sense of lazy disdain. Her figure was equally enticing, with a slim waist and curvy hips, exuding an aura of cold beauty that kept others at arm's length, while still hinting at her underlying sensuality. The 2 women eyed Liu Yang, and the girl with ice blue eyes scoffed, whispering in English to her companion, "Another weak yellow man dares to act tough in the apocalypse. Truly overestimating himself." The mature woman chuckled softly, her gaze sweeping over Liu Yang's attire, her contempt deepening. "This yellow-skinned monkey dares to have supplies. After we knock him down, the supplies and women will all be ours. You all should take good care of his female companions in front of him." These Western women held Liu Yang and the others in utter disregard. Though their words were light, Liu Yang, with his keen hearing, caught every word clearly. His expression remained unchanged, but a chilling anger brewed in his depths. In this apocalypse, strength was paramount, and this group of arrogant Americans dared to be brazen before him, even eyeing his people and supplies. It was simply a death wish. "It seems you all are quite arrogant. Not just the men, but the women are equally audacious. My storm will teach you a lesson shortly." Liu Yang's voice was deep, carrying the unique coldness of the apocalypse. Each word struck the ears of the crowd as he took a slow step forward, the aura around him suddenly dropping with the essence of lightning and fire subtly swirling around. The buzz-cut strongman, seeing Liu Yang dare to advance, immediately grew furious, swinging his fist toward Liu Yang's face, the wind from his punch howling, evidently well-practiced and powerful. "You're seeking death, thinking you can toy with me." However, before his fist could even graze Liu Yang's clothes, Liu Yang casually caught his wrist. Liu Yang's fingers, seemingly delicate, felt as if forged from steel. The burly man felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if his bones were being crushed. Wincing in agony, he tried to break free, but found Liu Yang's grip unyielding, locking him in place like a vice. "You? Let me go." The burly man's face flushed red as he roared, attempting to kick Liu Yang. Liu Yang's eyes turned cold as he twisted his wrist sharply. With a crisp crack, the burly man's arm was dislocated, and a shrill scream echoed through the lounge. Seeing this, the other two white men's faces changed dramatically. They quickly grabbed weapons and charged forward. The tall, thin one thrust a dagger at Liu Yang's abdomen, while the stocky white man swung a baseball bat at his back. Liu Yang's form flickered into a blur, evading the attacks as he swept his right foot out, striking the tall, thin man square in the chest. With a thud, the man flew back like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily against the wall. Blood spurted from his mouth as he fell unconscious. In the next instant, Liu Yang grabbed the baseball bat, swung by the stocky white man, yanking it from his grasp. He then swung it back, striking the man's knee. With a crack, the knee shattered, and the stocky man collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. In just a few seconds, 3 arrogant white men were effortlessly taken down by Liu Yang. One with a broken arm, one severely injured and unconscious, and one with a shattered knee. They lay on the ground, writhing in pain, their former pride completely shattered. The burly man, seeing the icy look in Liu Yang's eyes, felt fear for the first time. Trembling in pain, he dared not provoke him further, instead casting a pleading gaze at Liu Yang and begging in broken Chinese, "Please. Stop hitting, I was wrong, I beg you, let me go." The stocky white man, ignoring his own pain, repeatedly kowtowed, his forehead striking the marble floor with dull thuds, soon drawing blood. "We're sorry, we were wrong, we shouldn't have threatened you or tried to take your supplies, please spare our lives." From their initial arrogance and invincibility to now kneeling and trembling in supplication, the stark contrast was astonishing. Their former pride and contempt had vanished, replaced by bone-deep terror. They looked at Liu Yang as if he were a god of death from the underworld. The two white women, now pale with fright, had their previous scorn and disdain wiped away, replaced by sheer shock and terror. The girl with ice-blue eyes stumbled backward, her delicate face ashen. Tears welled in her glacial eyes, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She couldn't believe that this seemingly ordinary yellow-skinned man was so powerful, taking down 3 strong white men in just a few moves. The older woman also shed her earlier coolness and languor. Her amber eyes were filled with panic as she instinctively stepped back, cold sweat beading on her palms. Regrets surged like a tide. They should never have underestimated this yellow-skinned man or spoken so recklessly. Now they would likely pay for their arrogance. Liu Yang walked slowly toward them, flames and lightning intertwining around him, emanating an aura of terror. His gaze fell on the girl with ice-blue eyes. Her ethereally beautiful face and voluptuous figure in his eyes were merely objects to be conquered. The girl felt a chill run down her spine under his stare, shaking her head repeatedly as she cried out in English, "Don't come near. I warn you, don't come near." Liu Yang ignored her warning, reaching out to seize her wrist. Her wrist was slender and soft, her skin cool to the touch. Under Liu Yang's rough fingers, red marks quickly appeared. She tried to struggle, but found it impossible to break free, resigning herself to being pulled close. Her ice-blue eyes were filled with fear and resentment, yet also a hint of helplessness. Seeing Liu Yang grab the girl, the older woman tried to flee, but Liu Yang casually sent a bolt of lightning that struck the marble floor beside her, leaving a scorched mark. She froze in place, not daring to move an inch. Liu Yang reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Her waist was slender and fiery, and even through her jacket, he could feel her smooth skin. The woman's body trembled as she tried to resist, but Liu Yang's icy glare cowed her into submission. She leaned against him, her amber eyes filled with humiliation and fear. "You two are mine now. Treat me well, and I'll ensure you eat and drink better than you ever could with those white men. If you dare resist, I'll make you die too." Liu Yang's voice was low and commanding, echoing in their ears. In this apocalypse, it's either submit or die. The girl bit her lip, her eyes red as tears streamed down her delicate cheeks, dripping onto Liu Yang's hand. The cool sensation only intensified his possessiveness. Seeing the fervor and dominance in Liu Yang's eyes, she realized she had no choice. This man was so powerful that he made her despair. To survive, she had to submit. The older woman also faced reality. Her arrogance crumbled before absolute power. She slowly lowered her struggling hands, the resentment and humiliation in her eyes gradually replaced by submission. In this dog-eat-dog apocalypse, clinging to a powerful man was the only way to survive. Moreover, the strong men she had been following were no match for Liu Yang. After the apocalypse broke out, those white men had killed several zombies. They were former special forces from the White Eagle Nation. They were ruthless and hardened to bloodshed. Even the zombies were no match for them. The 3 of them had cleared out all the zombies on this floor. They had emptied the entire 3rd floor, turning it into their sanctuary. Yet even these 3 formidable men had no power to resist Liu Yang. The 2 women were both terrified and bewildered. They couldn't understand why this man named Liu Yang was so strong. Liu Yang pinched the girl's chin, forcing her to look up at him. His thumb traced her pale pink lips, the soft touch stirring something within him. The girl's body stiffened slightly, but she didn't resist anymore, though a trace of fear lingered in her ice-blue eyes. Liu Yang lowered his head, looking at her lips. They were soft and sweet, with a faint fruity scent that seemed out of place in the dilapidated lounge. Her body trembled, but quickly relaxed as she responded clumsily, the fear in her eyes gradually fading into submission. Watching this, the older woman felt no jealousy, only relief. Relief that she hadn't been abandoned and that she could cling to this powerful man. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Liu Yang's waist, resting her head against his back, whispering in broken Chinese, "Master, I'll obey you. Following those white men leads nowhere. Only someone as strong as you deserves resources and beautiful women." Hearing the older woman's words, the girl snapped back to reality, her voice tearful, as she softly called out, "Master. I'm the same. I'm willing to submit to you. You can do whatever you want with me." As she spoke, she thrust out her ample chest, as if competing with the older woman. Those simple words declared their submission. From initial contempt, disdain, and arrogance to fear, obedience, and submission, these two white women faced with absolute power had completely shed their pride, becoming Liu Yang's possessions. Liu Yang, with the two white women in his arms, turned to look at Miyamoto Sawako and the others. There was no surprise in their eyes, only understanding. In this apocalypse, strength was everything. Liu Yang's power would inevitably conquer more people, and they would remain by his side as his most obedient women. Liu Yang's gaze swept over the three white men kneeling and begging for mercy. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as flames erupted from his right hand. A tongue of fire swept out, instantly incinerating them into ash before they could even scream. In this apocalypse, mercy to enemies was cruelty to oneself. Since they dared to covet his people and supplies, they had to pay with their lives. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating 3 enemies and successfully acquiring 30 basic attribute points from them. Hearing this prompt, Liu Yang wore a satisfied expression. The two white women witnessing his actions were terrified. They never imagined Liu Yang's power was so overwhelming. He had burned the 3 men to ash. This was instant cremation, meaning anyone who provoked Liu Yang wouldn't even need a crematorium. They'd be turned to ash on the spot. It was too brutal. Both women felt a chill run down their spines. If they had resisted Liu Yang, would they have been burned to ash too? Luckily, they had made the right choice. Early submission meant less suffering. Submitting too late would mean turning to ash. After eliminating those 3, Liu Yang's gaze swept across the entire executive lounge. The supplies here were far richer than imagined. Shelves stacked with premium red wine and spirits, exquisite pastries, chocolates, imported snacks scattered about, along with high-end skincare products, cosmetics, and even several boxes of emergency medicine and bottled water. "Store," Liu Yang murmured inwardly. The system space instantly opened, and all the supplies in the lounge began to float, converging toward him, all absorbed into the system space and automatically sorted. Miyamoto, Sawako, Lin Wanqing, and Li Wan stood by, watching this scene with indifference. But the two white women were once again awed by Liu Yang's incredible ability, their fear replaced by worship as they gazed at his back, filled with a sense of security. After gathering the supplies, Liu Yang, with the two white women in his arms, said to Lin Wanqing and Li Wan, "Go continue searching this floor for any supplies. It's safe now, no zombies here. I need to have a good chat with these 2 foreign beauties. Chat about life, dreams, human reproduction, and the development of society." Hearing this, Lin Wanqing and Li Wan blushed, knowing exactly what Liu Yang meant. They nodded and said, "All right, Lord Liu Yang. Well, go gather supplies. You have a deep and thorough chat with the white beauties." Thus they began exploring the floor, while Liu Yang asked the young white woman, "What's your name?" The girl quickly replied, "My name is Alice. I'm 18 years old. I'm a college student traveling in Sakura country. I never expected this disaster. Luckily, I met my countrymen while fleeing, so I got help. But those 3 men weren't good people either. They've known us for just a few days, but they often made crude jokes at my expense, always leering at me with evil eyes. If Lord Liu Yang hadn't appeared, I don't know when I might have been taken advantage of by them." Liu Yang pinched her smooth, delicate cheek. The skin of this white woman wasn't as rough as legends said. This bowtie skin was incredibly smooth. However, her figure didn't look 18 at all, curvaceous and full in all the right places. Yet her face had an ethereal elfin beauty, making her look very attractive. Liu Yang said to her, "Good. Then you'll be the first to have a chat with me. Let me teach you how to be a proper person. Come, let's go into the room and get to know each other deeply." Hearing this, Alice blushed instantly. She shyly nodded and said, "Yes, master." Then she followed Liu Yang into the room. The white older woman, seeing this, wore a slightly resentful expression. She muttered to herself, "Damn it, whether in peacetime or after the apocalypse, men always go for younger women. I'm taller, my chest is bigger, my figure is better, and my legs are longer. But I still didn't get chosen. At 28, am I already old?" The older woman was utterly helpless. While 28 wasn't old, when she was 18, Liu Yang was only 10. When she was in college, Liu Yang was in 3rd grade. Thinking about it that way, the gap was indeed a bit big. Any room in a 5-star hotel was luxuriously decorated. The soft bed was far more comfortable than the one in Liu Yang's old neighborhood. Liu Yang said to Alice, "Go take a shower first. After that, we'll have a good chat." "Yes, Lord Liu Yang, I'll go now." Alice obediently nodded, then walked into the bathroom. In the luxurious suite beside the executive lounge, the remnants of the crystal chandelier's light scattered across the carpet, reflecting the curled, yet tense figure of Alice. She stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, her light golden curls cascading like a waterfall, a few strands sticking to her slightly flushed forehead, enhancing the beauty of her ethereal face. Her high and delicate brow outlined deep-set eye sockets, a pair of ice-blue eyes devoid of the day's disdain and fear. Only the misty shimmer remained, like the melted diamonds of the alpine glaciers, rippling with a vague sense of timidity and submission. Beneath her petite, elegant nose, her pale pink lips were lightly bitten by her pearly teeth, leaving faint marks, while the exquisite curve of her chin remained taut, unable to conceal the pulse gently throbbing beneath her delicate skin at the neck. Her figure was the pinnacle of divine craftsmanship, her tall silhouette barely supported by the shattered stilettos, her shoulder line graceful, like a swan in flight, her waist so slender it seemed it could snap, with a grasp accentuating her full and proud bosom. Her long straight legs beneath the skirt, skin white as sheep's fat jade, radiated a delicate soft glow in the dim light, every inch of her lines woven with ultimate sensuality and tenderness, like a bloom of eustoma flourishing in a post-apocalyptic ruin, fragile, yet alluring. Lu Yong approached slowly, his footsteps soft, yet they struck Alice's heart like a heavy hammer. Instinctively, she clenched the hem of her clothing, her knuckles turning white, her body trembling slightly, yet she did not retreat. She merely raised her eyes to look at him, her ice blue gaze reflecting his silhouette, the only outline that gave her a sense of security in this ruined world. The air was thick with an ambiguous atmosphere, mingling, the rich scent of red wine lingering in the lounge with her faint fruity aroma winding around the two of them. Lu Yong reached out his fingertip, gently brushing over the tear-streaked path on her cheek. The rough sensation, grazing her delicate skin, made Alice shiver slightly. His fingertips traced along her jawline, urging her to tilt her head slightly, locking his gaze onto her eyes, the dominance and heat in his expression melting away her last remnants of stubbornness. "Are you still afraid?" His voice was deep and hoarse, carrying the unique coldness of the apocalypse, yet wrapped in a barely perceptible tenderness. Alice shook her head, tears slipping down uncontrollably, falling onto his hand, the cool touch softening Lu Yang's movements. She reached out her slender and soft fingers, gently grasping his wrist, her fingertips flushed as if summoning all her courage, her ice blue eyes filled with devout submission. "Master, I am not afraid." This call stripped away all unwillingness and resistance, leaving only complete surrender. She knew that from the moment he crushed the wrist of the burly man with a cruel cut, and from the moment he held her in his arms, she had already been conquered by this man, not out of fear, but by his strength, his dominance, and the unique sharpness in his gaze deeply imprinted in her heart. Lu Yong lowered his head and kissed her lips. The soft and sweet sensation, mingling with the faint fruity aroma, made Alice's body tense up for a moment, then quickly relax. She clumsily responded, her arms slowly wrapping around his neck, her light golden curls brushing against his cheek, bringing a gentle tickle. Her kiss was inexperienced yet sincere, like offering her faith, her ice blue eyes gently closing, long eyelashes quivering, hiding all her vulnerability and dependence deep within. Lu Yang's hand glided down her graceful shoulder line, caressing her slender waist, feeling the delicate skin and slight tremor beneath his palm. His movements were irresistibly dominant, yet cautious, as if treating a rare treasure. Alice was held in his embrace, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat, feeling the faint remnants of thunder and fire on him. Her inner unease dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of security. She knew that she could never escape this man in her lifetime, nor did she want to escape. Her body was gently pressed against the floor-to-ceiling window. The cold glass against her back could not rival the warmth of his palm, nor the heat of his kiss. Her light golden curls fell between them, and when her ice blue eyes opened once more, only the shimmering submission remained. She willingly rose onto her tiptoes, kissing his Adam's apple, her fingertips gliding across his chest, expressing her submission in the most direct way. There was no struggle, no resistance, only complete surrender. Every movement, every glance from Alice was filled with admiration and submission towards Lu Yong. She was like a flower tamed by a tempest, willingly clinging to this towering tree, seeking a stable harbor in this post-apocalyptic ruin. Her beauty and sensuality were no longer assets for display, but a landscape uniquely belonging to Lu Yong. Her ice blue eyes, her soft lips, her slender waist, all of her became his possession. When the last trace of stubbornness was crushed by fervent tenderness and all fears were replaced by powerful protection, Alice was completely conquered by Lu Yong. It was not the surrender of the body, but the submission of the heart. She knew that from now on her master would only be Lu Yong, and her world would also be only Lu Yong. In this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, she was willing to be his most obedient follower, staying by his side, following his steps towards the path of kings forged by thunder and flames that belonged to him. The night outside was thick and unyielding, yet the ambiguous atmosphere in the suite grew more intense. Alice leaned in Lu Yang's embrace, listening to his deep voice, feeling his body heat, her ice blue eyes filled only with a warmth and submission that could not be dissipated, the most devout appearance of one who has been conquered. At this moment, Lu Yong also received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully absorbed the other party's basic attributes, gaining 10 points and a system reward. Class ability: Extraordinary Healing. After receiving this prompt, a look of surprise appeared on Lu Yang's face. He had unexpectedly gained another class skill, and he quickly checked the description of this ability. Ability name: Extraordinary Healing. Ability level 1. Ability rarities class. Ability type: Support. Ability effect: by using this ability, the host can heal any external injury. It can be used on oneself or others. Upon receiving this prompt, Lu Yang's face revealed a look of excitement. Although his strength was extremely formidable, and he generally wouldn't get injured due to his rubberization and hardening, ordinary people should not be able to harm him, but the women around him were different. Most of the women around him were ordinary people. Except for those from the official ability organization like Yuko Aika, the rest were all normal students. Including these two tall women, they were also ordinary people. Although he was not afraid of getting hurt, these women were very afraid. With this extraordinary healing, no matter who got injured, he could heal them. Lu Yong really wanted to test the effect of this class ability. He set his sights on Alice. Should he just stab her with a knife to see if he could heal her? Lu Yong shook his head. After all, a day as husband and wife means 100 days of grace. Having just engaged in a deep interaction with her, now to stab her with a knife, that seemed a bit unreasonable. It felt a bit like being ruthless. But soon Lu Yong seemed to think of something. A happy expression appeared on his face. Hadn't he already caused her an injury? This Alice was a girl who had never experienced anything before establishing a relationship with him. Directly use extraordinary healing on her to see if he could fix that. Wouldn't that be great? Thus, without hesitation, Lu Yong began to cast this extraordinary ability. Soon a layer of light green fluorescence appeared on his hand, and with a finger directed at Alice, that layer of light enveloped her. Seeing this scene, Alice's face showed a look of surprise. She did not know what this layer of light was. But soon she felt a warm current surging through her body. The places that were originally painful began to feel better. Lu Yong leaned closer and glanced at her. A look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. It had truly been repaired. It looked just like new. He exclaimed in excitement. Wow, amazing. At this moment, Alice also noticed something was off. Her face flushed as she asked Lu Yong, Master, you healed me again. Who would have thought of that? The Master's power is too strong. He can actually turn a woman back into a girl. And he's so bad. He really doesn't let his brothers suffer any hardship. Lu Yong smiled as he ruffled her hair and said, for professional rapping, just ask me, Lu Yong. At this moment, the white woman outside the door looked resentful. She never expected that Master Lu Yong would chat with Alice for almost 2 hours without coming out to find her. With her figure and looks, she felt she was no less than the other party. Moreover, from listening to their conversation outside the door, it seemed they were getting along very well and were quite happy, as she wanted to experience that too. Just as she was contemplating whether to push the door open, suddenly the door opened and Lu Yong walked out with Alice. Alice's face was full of shyness. She had a charming blush on her face, clearly having been quite satisfied earlier. What a lucky little flirt. At this moment, Lu Yong also turned his gaze to the woman and asked her, what is your name? Upon hearing this question, the woman immediately showed an excited expression on her face. Because just after Lu Yong asked Alice this question, he took Alice into the room, and now it was finally her turn. She quickly replied, Master Lu Yong, my name is Linda. Very good, Linda, come in with me. Okay, Master Lu Yong. Linda's face immediately showed an excited expression as she followed Lu Yong into the room. The dim light of the lounge blended with the shattered reflections of the crystal chandelier, casting a bone-deep allure onto the white woman with wired short hair. She appeared to be about 25 or 26 years old with strikingly aggressive features. Her high nose accentuated her deep-set eyes, and a pair of amber eyes stripped of all disdain held only a hazy shimmer and submission. The corners of her eyes slightly upturned, glancing at Lu Yong with a captivating charm. Her shoulder line was neat, yet not harsh, making her neck appear as long as a swan's. Even through the trench coat, one could see the fullness of her chest curve. Her waist was so slender it seemed to be carved from water, her hip bones rounded and firm, her hourglass figure outlining an extremely hot curve. Her long legs were straight and proportioned, her broken stilettos slightly raised. Every inch of her skin exuded the richness and sheen of a mature woman's allure, a kind of seductive sensuality tempered by time. As Lu Yang's fingertips brushed against her jaw, she tilted her head back, displaying the elegant lines of her neck, the corners of her lips curling into a smile that was both elusive and inviting, devoid of youthful awkwardness. Only a seasoned allure remained. The ambiguous atmosphere fermented in the air, mixed with the lingering rich aroma of red wine in the lounge, thick and unyielding. She proactively wrapped her arms around Lu Yang's neck, her fingertips gently caressing the nape of his neck, the warmth of her palm seeping through the fabric, bringing just the right amount of intimacy. Her movements were natural and practiced, showing no signs of shyness, resembling an older sister who was well-versed in romance, knowing how to incite the flames of desire with the softest touches. Lu Yong held her waist, his fingertips sinking into the softness of her flesh. She leaned into his embrace, her entire body soft like a puddle of water, yet possessing a unique resilience. She leaned close to his ear, her breath fragrant like orchids, carrying a faint fruity and wine scent, whispering in a slightly awkward, yet utterly seductive Mandarin, Master, don't be in such a hurry. Her voice was soft and sweet, with a slightly rising inflection at the end laced with enchanting intimacy, while her fingertips gently traced his wrist, filled with both testing and coaxing. Her submission was never forced timidity, but a proactive approach. After a mature woman saw reality, willingly surrendering after crushing all pride. Lu Yang's dominance and strength had long shattered her innate arrogance, transforming her from initial disdain to a deep infatuation and dependence. She understood how to cater to him, how to please him, and how to use everything she had to retain this man, who could provide her with a sense of security in the apocalypse. When Liu Yang's kiss descended, she did not flinch, but proactively tilted her head to receive it, their lips entwining with her unique passion and tenderness, her fingers gently weaving through his hair, her movements deft and lingering like a rose blooming in the dark night, offering all her charm and allure to the conqueror before her. Her body trembled slightly under his touch, not out of fear, but from ultimate excitement. She would gently nibble on his lips with just the right amount of playful reproach, would trace her fingertips along his back, leaving delicate tingles, would whisper in his ear, calling him master in the most alluring voice, every action and glance filled with her unique charm, like a rich red wine that grew more flavorful with each sip. She was utterly conquered by this man, not through coercion, but by his strength, his dominance, his authoritarian nature, deeply attracting her, willingly bowing her head in submission. Indeed, there is a distinct difference between a mature woman and a young girl. After chatting pleasantly with the leader for over an hour, Liu Yang immediately discovered the exquisite charm of the mature woman. In the face of sensuality, cuteness is utterly insignificant. With just a pat on her rear, she knew exactly what to do. This feeling of perfect synergy was immensely satisfying to him. At the same time, Liu Yang received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a System Reward 1 Ability Evolution Scroll. Having obtained another Ability Evolution Scroll, a look of pleasant surprise spread across Liu Yang's face. He still had one unused, and now this made two. He could evolve 2 abilities, and the mere thought of it was exhilarating. Thus, Liu Yang led Linda out of the room. He planned to continue exploring the upper floors, having only reached the 3rd floor, and with the hotel having over 20 stories in total, he intended to search every single one. Those who could stay in such a high-end hotel were generally wealthy. What if there were more beautiful, wealthy women upstairs? So he led his group of 5 and began ascending the stairs. Miyamoto, Sawako, Lin Wanqing, and Li Wan tacitly took their positions on either side. The 2 newly subjugated white women followed hesitantly at the rear of the group. Though the fear in their eyes had not yet fully dissipated, they understood clearly that their only chance of surviving this dead, desolate building was to stay close to the man who commanded thunder and fire. Liu Yang looked up at the stairwell extending deep into the hotel. The tempered glass railings were covered in cobwebs and black mildew. Dried, blackened bloodstains were embedded in the steps like hideous scars winding from the 1st floor up to the unseen heights above. This 5-star hotel, once a symbol of luxury and dignity, now felt like a tomb. There are living things on the upper floors, not just zombies. Liu Yang's hearing was far superior to an ordinary person's. From above came not only the dragging, stiff footsteps of zombies, but also the suppressed gasps of humans and the faint scraping of hard objects. He said calmly, "Stay 10 meters behind me. Do not act on your own. If attacked, immediately take cover in the stairwell's blind spots." None of them dared to object. They nodded in unison. Liu Yang was the first to step onto the stairs. His dual lightning and fire abilities lay dormant within his limbs and bones, and with each step, he was as light as a swan, yet carried a crushing pressure like a mountain. Ascending to the 7th floor, the function changed to luxury guest rooms. The long corridor stretched endlessly before him. Most of the guest room doors on either side were ajar or crooked. The few closed doors were covered in scratches and dents with fingernail impressions deeply embedded in the solid wood, reflecting the ultimate despair of the apocalypse. The corridor carpet was swollen and blackened from sewage, sticky with broken glass, cloth strips, rotten fruit, and unidentified bone fragments. It squelched underfoot, emitting a nauseating dull sound that set one's teeth on edge. The wall sconces were all shattered. Only the emergency stairwell lights cast a dim red glow, cutting the long corridor into a hellish patchwork of light and shadow. As the light flickered, it seemed as if a man-eating monster lurked around every corner. The first to charge out were the room service zombies. In life, they had been hotel cleaners and waiters dressed in neat uniforms. Now they were nothing but walking corpses. Their flesh had rotted away in large patches, revealing the gray-black bones beneath. Half the face of a female cleaner zombie had completely decayed, exposing her gums and yellowed teeth, which clicked together as she made guttural sounds. The arm of a male waiter zombie was twisted at a grotesque angle with bone protruding through the skin. As he ran, rotting flesh fell away in clumps. They were far faster than the common zombies on the lower floors, driven by a powerful urge to pounce. Attracted by Liu Yang's aura, they swarmed out from 7 or 8 guest rooms, clogging the corridor in a dense, stinking mass. The foul odor of decay was overwhelming and nauseating. Liu Yang's gaze didn't waver. He raised his left hand slightly, and pale blue lightning instantly coalesced into several arcs as thick as a thumb, sweeping out like a whip. The lightning arcs struck the heads of the zombies in the front row with precision. The crackling of electricity was piercingly loud. The high-voltage lightning directly pierced their fragile skulls, incinerating the mutated lesions within their brains. The struck zombies convulsed, violently froze in place, then crashed to the ground, their bodies covered in blackened scorch marks. The zombies behind surged forward fearlessly. Liu Yang flipped his right hand, and a blazing flame rose from his palm, forming a half-meter-wide wall of fire that spanned the center of the corridor. The intense flames instantly engulfed the charging zombies. Their dry, rotten bodies caught fire immediately, emitting shrill screams. The stench of burning flesh and decay spread. The fire spread along the carpet, but Liu Yang casually sent a bolt of lightning to disperse it, precisely controlling the blaze to ensure it wouldn't damage the guest rooms that might contain supplies. In less than half a minute, all the zombies in the corridor were down. Some lay still, their heads pierced by lightning, while others were reduced to curled, charred corpses by the flames. Not a single one had managed to get within 3 meters of Liu Yang. He cleared the obstacles with effortless ease, his breathing as steady as ever, as if he had merely crushed a few ants. The people behind him watched in awe, but this only strengthened their conviction that following him was the safest choice in this apocalypse. Liu Yang pushed open the half-closed guest room doors one by one to check for supplies. The luxurious rooms, which once cost thousands of yuan a night, were now in complete disarray. Custom-made European-style beds were torn to shreds with feathers and cotton strewn everywhere. High-definition televisions had fallen to the floor, their screens cracked like spiderwebs. The canned drinks, imported snacks, and bottled water in the minibars were mostly intact, just covered in a thick layer of dust. The closets still held expensive coats, hiking backpacks, waterproof boots left behind by guests, and even a few unopened boxes of compressed biscuits and emergency energy bars. When the apocalypse struck, many guests had been trapped in their rooms, either turning into zombies or dying while trying to break out, leaving these supplies untouched. Liu Yang activated his system space. With the thought, the drinking water, compressed food, emergency medicine, warm clothing, multifunctional entrenching tools, lighters, and other survival supplies in the room vanished into thin air, neatly stored and categorized in his space. Not a single thing was wasted. As he reached the end of the 10th floor corridor, Liu Yang suddenly stopped, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The fire door to the emergency staircase ahead was ajar. From inside came the lowered, arguing voices of humans, along with the sharp clang of metal scraping. It was clearly a group of survivors who had taken refuge here. It sounds like the things outside have been cleared. Should we go out and grab some food? Grab what? Didn't you hear that thunder just now? How could it thunder in broad daylight? Maybe it was an explosion. There must be some heavy hitter out there. Going out would be suicide. But we haven't eaten in 3 days. If we keep this up, we'll starve to death before the zombies get us. If it comes to it, we could throw out the injured one to distract the zombies and make a run for it. The cold, selfish conversation seeped through the crack in the door, a stark display of human nature twisted by despair in the apocalypse. This group of survivors numbered about 5 or 6. They were ragged, emaciated, with bloodshot eyes. They clutched rusty kitchen knives and broken steel pipes. In their desperate fight to survive, they had abandoned their last shred of morality, willing to sacrifice a companion for a chance to live. Hearing footsteps outside, they fell silent, instantly gripping their weapons tightly, prepared to fight to the death. Liu Yang simply kicked the door open. The heavy door slammed against the wall with a loud crash, startling the survivors inside into a hasty retreat. The leader, a burly man with a scarred face, roared and swung a steel pipe at Liu Yang. "Whoever you are, if you want our turf, you die first." The others charged forward like madmen. The hunger and despair of the apocalypse had turned them into wild beasts. In their eyes, any outsider was an enemy come to steal their precious resources for survival. Liu Yang sidestepped the steel pipe. With a light flick of his right hand, a small flame precisely hit the scarred man's wrist. The intense heat instantly burned his flesh, and the steel pipe clattered to the ground. The scarred man writhed on the ground in agony. The others, seeing this, became even more frenzied, but they couldn't even touch the hem of Liu Yang's clothes. Liu Yang didn't kill them. Instead, he used precise arcs of lightning to strike each of their knees and elbows, rendering them immobile. They collapsed to the ground, wailing in pain. "You're asking for death." The group's faces turned ashen, but they dared not resist. They could only beg for mercy. "Lord, we were wrong. Please let us go." "How you wish." A cold glint flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. In an instant, several bolts of lightning struck them down, sending them straight to their graves. Continuing upward to the presidential suite area on the top floor, they encountered the strongest monster of this expedition, the mutated swift zombie. These zombies, heavily mutated by the virus, were far faster than ordinary ones. Their muscles were taut, their skin a pale gray, and their nails sharp as knives. They excelled at ambushes, were able to climb walls and ceilings, and moved with utter silence. 3 of these mutated zombies launched a simultaneous attack from the ceiling's crawl space behind curtains and from the bathroom. Their claws, carrying the stench of decay, aimed for Liu Yang's neck and heart with such speed that they left afterimages. A sneer of contempt curled on Liu Yang's lips. An energy barrier of intertwined lightning and fire erupted around him instantly. The moment the claws touched the barrier, they were paralyzed by the lightning and scorched by the flames, melting and carbonizing on the spot. He struck back with a condensed orb of lightning. The orb hit a zombie and exploded with a bang. The shockwave caved in the corridor wall. The bodies of the 3 mutated zombies were blown apart, their heads rolling across the floor. Blackish red blood splattered on the walls, mingling with the mold and bloodstains, creating an even more terrifying scene. The presidential suite on the top floor was the richest source of supplies in the entire hotel. Besides a large quantity of imported food, premium drinking water, emergency medical kits, waterproof sleeping bags, and windproof lighters, there were also several cases of intact military rations, high-concentration vitamin tablets, portable water purification tablets, and even tactical vests, anti-stab gloves, high-intensity flashlights, and signal flares left behind by guests. Liu Yang stored all the supplies. His system space's survival reserves were now quite substantial. With this, all floors of the hotel had been explored. The common zombies, mutated zombies, and selfish survivors he had encountered along the way were all either eliminated or driven off. The entire upper half of the hotel had been thoroughly claimed by Lu Yang. The wind continued to howl through the stairwell. Broken glass clinked as it was blown about. The red light of the emergency lights flickered, casting an unsteady glow over the corpses and debris. This landmark building, once a symbol of the city's prosperity and the joys of high society, was now filled with nothing but silence, decay, and a bone-deep despair. The walls were covered in scratch marks and final messages written in blood by survivors before they died. The twisted handwriting was full of fear and resentment. Every mark told a story of the brutality and helplessness of the apocalypse's arrival. Lu Yang led the group back down the stairs, his target now the basement levels 1 and 2, the garage area. The hotel's underground garage, usually connected to supply warehouses and equipment rooms. It might not only hold fuel, lubricants, backup generators, and auto parts, but it was also a dark zone where mutated creatures were most likely to lurk, making it far more dangerous than the sun-exposed upper floors. After all, the hotel's main doors were closed. Ordinary zombies lacked the intelligence to open them, so few ever got inside. But the underground garage was different. There were no doors there. The staircase descending to the basement was far more damp and cold than the ones above. The air was thick with the heavy smell of mold, rust, and an unfamiliar gamey scent. Unlike the stench of zombie rot, this was the bloody smell of a living creature, intense and suffocating. The steps were covered in a slippery slime. The walls bore huge claw marks deeply gouged into the concrete. The width of these marks far exceeded that of any ordinary beast, clearly indicating a massive mutated creature was hiding down below. The further down they went, the lower the temperature dropped. The darkness was as thick as ink, completely swallowing the red glow of the emergency lights. Only the lightning and fire at Lu Yang's fingertips could illuminate the few meters ahead of him. Pushing open the fire door to the first basement level, the vast underground garage came into view. What was once a parking lot filled with luxury cars was now a desolate graveyard of steel. Rolls-Royces, Ferraris, Bentleys, and other luxury cars were overturned and twisted. Their windows were shattered, their bodies covered in huge claw marks and bite marks. Their tires were flat and cracked. Fuel tanks had ruptured, and the smell of evaporated gasoline mixed with the gamey scent was dizzying. Support pillars were covered in dark green vines and mold. The floor was flooded with ankle-deep dark brown sewage. Floating in the water were car parts, bone fragments, rotting cloth, and the remains of many zombies, clear evidence of a brutal battle that had taken place here. From the shadows deep within the garage came a low growl. The sound was powerful enough to send ripples across the sewage water. A fierce, menacing aura washed over them. Lu Yang signaled for the others to stay behind the fire door. He stepped alone into the garage, the lightning and fire in his palm, crackling violently, illuminating a pair of eyes gleaming with a sinister green light in the darkness. Lurking here was a mutated Tibetan Mastiff. The apocalypse virus had not only infected humans, but had also affected animals. This Tibetan Mastiff had been a massive, ferocious dog in life. After mutation, its body swelled to over 2 meters tall and nearly 4 meters long. Most of its black fur had fallen out, revealing rock-solid, bulging muscles that looked like forged steel. Its skin was a dark purple, covered in a thick keratin layer that ordinary cold weapons couldn't penetrate. Its head was twisted and deformed. Its canines had grown over a dozen centimeters long, protruding from its mouth and dripping with corrosive saliva. The saliva hissed and bubbled upon contact with the sewage, sending up white foam. Its forepaws were as thick as pillars, its claws as sharp as alloy steel, capable of smashing a car's engine hood with a single swipe. Its eyes were blood red, devoid of any reason, filled only with the savage desire to devour living things. It was the overlord of this underground garage, preying on zombies and any survivors who wandered, and having lurked in the darkness for a long time. Sensing Lu Yang's presence, the mutated Mastiff let out a deafening roar. It pushed off the ground with all 4 paws and charged at Lu Yang with the speed of thunder, bringing with it a gust of wind and a gamey stench. A single swipe of its paw could crush a man into pulp. Instead of retreating, Lu Yang advanced. In his left hand, lightning coalesced into a half-meter-long blade of lightning. In his right hand, flames formed a blazing fire spear. The energy of lightning and fire intertwined, erupting in a blinding light. He sidestepped the Mastiff's lunge and brought the lightning blade down hard on its flank. The high-voltage lightning tore through its tough keratin layer, sending electric currents surging through its body, causing its massive frame to stiffen and convulse. Enraged by the pain, the Mastiff shook its body wildly. Its huge tail swept across the area, sending a nearby car flying, crumpled and flipped. Lu Yang leaped into the air, landing on the roof of an overturned car. He then thrust the fire spear with precision towards the Mastiff's most vulnerable point, its eye socket. No matter how strong a mutated beast's defense, its eyes and mouth were always fatal weaknesses. The moment the fire spear entered the eye socket, the intense flames surged into the Mastiff's skull, incinerating its mutated brain nerves. The Mastiff let out a most miserable howl. Its massive body thrashed around in a frenzy, crashing into a support pillar and sending chunks of concrete flying. Debris fell from the garage ceiling as if it was about to collapse at any moment. Lu Yang gave it no chance to recover. He unleashed all his lightning power, and countless arcs of electricity wrapped around the mastiff's limbs, locking it in place. The flames spread along the lightning arcs, forming a cage of intertwined lightning and fire, trapping the ferocious, mutated beast in the center. Under the dual assault of intense heat and high-voltage current, the mastiff's struggles grew weaker. Its roars faded to whimpers. Its massive body gradually turned black and charred, and finally crashed to the ground completely lifeless. Its enormous carcass crushed several cars beneath it, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lu Yong walked slowly to the mastiff's corpse. He reached into its skull and pulled out a mutation crystal core the size of a pigeon's egg, dark red in color and radiating a dense wave of energy. The crystal core was hard as stone, its surface shimmering with a warm, moist luster within which resided all the viral energy the mutated beast had amassed in life. He rolled it between his fingers, sensing the abundant power, then casually stowed it away into his system space. Having dealt with the mutated Tibetan Mastiff, Lu Yong began to search the entire underground parking garage. Besides lighters, snacks, and tools left in the multitude of abandoned vehicles, he found dozens of unopened barrels of gasoline and diesel in the supply depot. At the garage's corner, several intact portable gas generators, complete sets of auto repair tools, spare tires, antifreeze, and a large stockpile of candles, batteries, emergency tents, and compressed quilts the hotel had stored. There was even a small pharmacy stocked with scarce medical supplies like antibiotics, hemostatic powder, bandages, and disinfectant alcohol. Every item useful for survival was stored away one by one. The reserves in his system space were now sufficient to sustain the group's long trek through the apocalypse. The group emerged from behind the fire door, their eyes falling upon the charred corpse of the mutated mastiff on the ground, then shifting to Lu Yang's back. In their gazes was nothing but absolute reverence. Lu Yang pressed on. Halfway up the mountain, a 3-story European-style villa caught his eye. Its cream-white stone exterior was perfectly intact, the ornate wrought-iron gate was shut tight, and the greenery in the courtyard had been meticulously trimmed, showing none of the decay and desolation of the rest of the ruined city. Barbed wire, still crackling with electricity, coiled along the top of the courtyard wall, and a surveillance camera on the gatepost slowly swiveled. It was clear this place had been completely transformed into an apocalypse fortress after the outbreak, sealed off from the hordes and dangers outside. Lu Yong raised his hand and knocked on the metal gate. The dull thud of his knuckles against the metal was exceptionally clear in the silent suburbs. Soon a scolding voice dripping with undisguised contempt and arrogance came from the second-floor terrace. "Where did this wild brat come from? This is private property. Get lost. A penniless foreign student dares to wander into the rich district. Don't you think you're worthy of setting foot in the Sato family's home?" The speaker was a middle-aged man standing on the terrace. He wore a perfectly pressed custom suit, his hair was combed immaculately, and his face bore the sharp, arrogant look of a politician. He was the master of the Sato house, former high-ranking official of the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, Sato Kenta. He looked down at Lu Yong with a sneer, his eyes practically overflowing with disdain. In his view, before the apocalypse, Lu Yong was just an ordinary foreign student. After it, he was merely a vagrant struggling at the bottom, utterly unworthy of a conversation with an elite like himself. Lu Yong looked up, his gaze sweeping across the terrace, taking in the entire scene inside the villa in an instant. Beside Sato Kenta, a girl leaning against the railing seemed to make the morning light itself pale in comparison. Sato Chinatsu, a renowned beauty of the Tokyo elite circle. Her skin was as white and fine as the finest suet jade, her features exquisitely delicate, her lips naturally rosy, without need for rouge. Her slightly upturned eyes held an alluring charm. Her jet black hair was tied in a languid bun, with a few stray strands falling by her neck. Her figure was tall with perfect curves, the tight, knit dress outlined her full bosom, slender waist, and rounded silhouette. Every inch of her was the pinnacle of aesthetic beauty, a stunning beauty with a figure to match. At that moment she stood with her arms crossed, a contemptuous smile curling on her lips, sizing up Lu Yong with the same look one would give garbage, just like her father. Standing by the living room's floor-to-ceiling window was the villa's mistress, Suzuki Keiko. Once a top-tier general surgeon in Tokyo, she was past 40 but retained her striking charm. Time had not stolen her allure, instead it had tempered her with the unique gentleness and allure of a mature woman. Her figure was full and well-proportioned, her curves soft and generous. A silk gown clung to her graceful form. Her skin was firm and smooth, her features gentle, yet hiding the coolness of a physician. The pearl necklace at her throat enhanced her noble bearing. However, the look she gave Lu Yong was the same ingrained rejection of another social class devoid of any physician's compassion. This family of 3 occupying this impregnable villa possessed the most extravagant safety and resources the apocalypse could offer. This had nurtured in them an arrogance that placed them above all other survivors at the bottom. They were certain Lu Yong was merely a vagrant begging for supplies, unworthy even of approaching. "I'm going in to search for supplies. I have no intention of harming anyone. Don't force my hand," Lu Yong said, his voice flat, devoid of anger, but carrying an unyielding authority. In the face of absolute power, so-called elite status and class superiority were nothing but fragile bubbles. "Force your hand. You." Sato Kenta let out a scornful laugh. He raised his hand and pressed a hidden button on the terrace. The barbed wire on the courtyard wall instantly crackled with a pale blue electrical current. Hidden machine gun muzzles slowly emerged from the courtyard corners. Behind a cabinet in the living room, several hired guards aimed modified rifles at the gate. This villa is equipped with a high-voltage electric fence, automatic sentry weapons, and fully armed guards. Our stored grain and medicine are enough to last us 10 years. If you dare to force your way in, you'll be riddled with bullets and fried to a crisp. Get lost immediately, or it'll make sure not even your corpse remains intact. Suzuki Keiko also walked slowly to the window, her voice cold and threatening. I am the head of surgery at the University of Tokyo Hospital. I have antibiotics, serums, emergency equipment, and sedatives that can paralyze you in an instant. If you dare to break in, even if you don't die from the bullets, you'll end up strapped to my operating table wishing you were dead. Sato Chinatsu chimed in with a charming laugh, her tone full of mockery. Just a foreigner with no background, and you dare to act wild in our Sato home. Get back to the streets and fight the zombies for rotten meat. Everything here is exclusive to us elites. You're not even worthy of a single glance. The three of them took turns threatening him, flaunting their power, weapons, and resources as the capital to crush Lu Yang, completely oblivious that all the things they prided themselves on were as fragile as paper before a dual lightning fire ability awakener. Lu Yang said nothing more. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He took a half step back. Pale blue electric arcs and crimson flames suddenly erupted around him. Lightning and fire interwove into a thick cloak of energy. A gale swept outwards from him, centered on his body. His hair lifted as if stirred by an unseen wind, making him look like a war god stepping out of the abyss. The next instant his figure burst forward. The force of his footfall shattered the concrete beneath him as he charged straight at the wrought iron gate. Boom! The metal gate, weighing several hundred Jin, was sent flying by his body, now encased in lightning and fire. It twisted into a heap of scrap metal that crashed into the courtyard fountain, sending fragments of stone flying in all directions. The moment the high-voltage electric fence on the wall touched the lightning and fire, the circuits instantly overloaded and short-circuited. A shower of sparks erupted as it was completely destroyed. Before the hidden machine guns could finish aiming, Lu Yang flicked several arcs of lightning from his fingertips, precisely piercing the gun barrels and motors. The weapons were disabled on the spot. The guards fired in panic. Bullets howled towards Lu Yang, but the moment they touched the cloak of lightning and fire around him, they were melted into molten iron by the intense heat or deflected by the electric current. They couldn't even touch his clothes. Lu Yang moved like a phantom. The lightning arcs flashed and vanished, each one precisely striking a guard's wrist. Guns clattered to the floor. The sharp crack of breaking bones and cries of pain rang out in quick succession. Within seconds, all the guards were on the ground, incapacitated. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. The Sato family's vaunted defense system was utterly torn apart by Lu Yang's absolute power. The faces of the three family members instantly shifted from arrogance to a deathly pallor. The contempt in their eyes was replaced by ultimate terror. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Sato Kenta could never have imagined that the lowly foreign student he looked down upon possessed such terrifying supernatural power. It was a destructive force far beyond any firearm or realm these ordinary people could never hope to reach. You, an awakener. Sato Kenta's voice trembled. His legs were so weak he could barely step back. He still tried to maintain his politician's dignity, reaching for the electric stun baton hidden at his waist, attempting a final struggle. Lu Yang slowly stepped onto the stairs without any pause. The moment Sato Kenta swung the stun baton, he casually raised his hand, caught his wrist, and applied a little pressure. Crack! The sharp sound of wrist bones shattering was piercingly loud. Sato Kenta let out a miserable scream. Lu Yang followed up with a kick to his chest. The immense force was like a hammer blow. The man flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the marble floor of the living room. His sternum was caved in, and he coughed up blood. He struggled several times, but couldn't get up, only lying on the ground, groaning in agony. All his arrogance and official dignity were gone, replaced by nothing but despair and wretchedness. He watched Lu Yang approach step by step, those cold eyes looking at him as if he were already dead. A boundless wave of regret and terror surged in his heart. He regretted judging people by their class, regretted underestimating a man with such overwhelming power. But it was all too late. Sato Chinatsu's beauty crumbled in terror. All color drained from her exquisite face. Her stunning body trembled uncontrollably. The once alluring eyes were now filled with tears devoid of any mockery, leaving only helplessness and panic. She wanted to run, but her legs were too weak to move, as if nailed to the spot. She looked at Lu Yang as if she were staring at the grim Reaper himself. Lu Yang's gaze fell upon her. The visually striking beauty and perfect figure registered in his sight, but he felt no pity. He gently channeled his lightning and fire energy, and the girl was bound by an invisible force, unable to move a single inch. The law of the apocalypse was not about chivalry or pity, but the survival of the fittest. The price for provoking a superior was absolute submission. Sato Chinatsu could clearly feel the overwhelming power radiating from Lu Yang, a terrifying might capable of easily slaughtering hordes of corpses and mutated beasts. She knew that the life or death of her family and herself was merely a thought away for him. The last vestiges of her pride crumbled completely, leaving only the helplessness and obedience of one conquered by a superior force. Her beautiful face was flushed with despair, her breathing becoming rapid and shallow. Suzuki Keiko shielded her mature and charming face full of terror. Her voluptuous frame trembled slightly. As a top surgeon, she understood better than most the severity of broken bones and a collapsed sternum. Looking at her husband barely alive on the floor, and then at the invincible Lu Yang before her, the last of her mental defenses collapsed. She had once prided herself on her unparalleled medical skill, believing she held the power of life and death. But now, facing Lu Yang's power, she didn't even have the chance to treat her husband. All her medical knowledge and dignity as a noblewoman were worthless in the face of absolute force. "Please, don't hurt us." Suzuki Keiko's voice choked with tears. Her mature eyes were filled with tears of utter despair as she cast aside all pretense and begged. "You can take all the grain medicine and weapons in the villa. We won't resist. Just spare our lives." Lu Yang ignored her pleas. His gaze swept across the living room, his senses detecting a faint fluctuation of mutated energy coming from the basement. The fluctuation was different from that of an ordinary zombie, carrying a chaotic feel as if it had been artificially tampered with. He raised his hand in a gesture. The lightning and fire energy released its hold on Sato Chinatsu, but still kept the three of them firmly rooted to the spot. His tone was cold as ice. "Lead the way. To the basement." Suzuki Keiko's face changed drastically. A flicker of panic and fear flashed in her eyes. This was the deepest secret she held in her heart, a taboo that absolutely could not be known by outsiders. But under Lu Yang's oppressive will, she dared not resist. She could only walk tremblingly towards the hidden staircase in the corner of the living room. Every step felt like walking on knives. A wave of despair washed over her. She knew that once that secret was exposed, the family's last hope would vanish completely. The basement door was pushed open. A strange odor, a mix of disinfectant, rot, and chemicals assaulted their senses. In stark contrast to the clean, luxurious upper floors, this place had been converted into a professional medical laboratory. Precision testing instruments, refrigerated medicine cabinets, an operating table, and culture dishes were arranged neatly. A dazzling array of antiviral agents, serums, and high-precision medical equipment was on display, far exceeding the setup of an ordinary hospital. It was a private research lab Suzuki Keiko had built using her position and resources. In the center of the lab, inside a steel isolation chamber, was a special zombie. It didn't have the rotting, decaying appearance of a normal zombie. Its body retained a complete human form, but its skin was a strange, eerie bluish-gray. Its eyes were closed, but the mutated lesion on its chest pulsed rhythmically. Its limbs were secured by special restraints, and several monitoring wires were connected to its body. It was clearly an experimental subject Suzuki Keiko had captured. She had been using various drugs and viral agents for research, attempting to decipher the secrets of the apocalypse virus to develop a cure or a strengthening agent. This was Suzuki Keiko's trump card, the biggest secret hidden in the villa. She had hoped to use this research to become humanity's savior and climb back to the pinnacle of power. But now it was all exposed before Lu Yang. All her ambitions and plans had turned to dust with his intrusion. Lu Yang walked slowly to the isolation chamber. He touched the glass with his fingertip, sensing the artificially manipulated viral energy within the zombie. A glint of understanding flashed in his eyes. Suzuki Keiko stood in the corner, her body limp, her mature frame swaying as if about to fall. Watching her lives work fall into the hands of a stranger, looking at her dying husband on the floor and her utterly subdued daughter, and thinking of her own fall from a top surgeon to a prisoner, despair engulfed her like a tidal wave. Tears streamed silently down her face. All her mature composure and noble grace were devoured by endless despair. Sato Kenta lay on the floor looking at everything in the lab. He knew his political resources, his wife's medical research, and his daughter's beauty had all become Lu Yang's spoils of war. The elite status he had struggled his whole life to achieve was worthless in the face of supernatural power. Endless regret and despair choked him, allowing only weak whimpers to escape his throat. Sato Chinatsu leaned against the wall, her beautiful face streaked with tears, her stunning body curled up. She understood clearly that her beauty and status were no longer assets to be proud of, but merely bargaining chips to attach herself to a stronger man. Looking at Lu Yang's cold profile, feeling the world-burning, earth-shattering aura of lightning and fire emanating from him, the last shred of rebellious will within her dissolved, completely replaced by the obedience of one who had been utterly conquered. Within the despair was a strange sense of security that came from submitting to a superior force. Lu Yang's gaze swept over the three despairing faces, but his expression showed no sign of being moved. He activated his system space and began to store away the lab's precision medical equipment, various serums and agents, virus samples, and research data. These supplies were far more valuable than food or fuel. They were the core assets for establishing a safe zone in the future and fighting against mutated viral forms. Then he looted the weapons, stored grain, water purification equipment, and even luxury goods from the upper floors of the villa. The medical and weapon sections of his system space were now fully stocked. The lightning and fire energy circulated slowly within him, absorbing the faint viral energy in the lab. The fluctuation of his ability grew increasingly profound. He stood in the center of the lab, the lightning and fire energy concealed, but ready to burst forth. He was like an emperor with absolute dominion, looking down upon the subjugated family of three at his feet. In this wasteland, class, status, wealth, and weapons were all inferior to absolute power. The Sato family with their arrogance and contempt had ignited a conflict only to be utterly conquered by Liu Yang's overwhelming strength. They fell from being high and mighty elite plutocrats to prisoners dependent on another's mercy. This villa with its secrets and supplies along with everything in it became another trophy on his path of conquest. Liu Yang turned to look at the stairway. The cold, sharp edge in his eyes had not diminished. The agricultural base on the outskirts, the distant human settlements, and the lurking high-level mutated beings still awaited him ahead. With a single look from Liu Yang, Sato Kenta was electrocuted to death by lightning. Then Liu Yang said coldly to the mother and daughter, "From today onward your lives belong to me." Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, the mother and daughter dared not refute, having witnessed his formidable methods moments ago. Their father was a government official in the Sakura Nation, not a high-ranking one, yet still a figure of some standing, otherwise they would not have resided in such a luxurious villa. Even before the apocalypse erupted, they had possessed a strong sense of risk awareness, stockpiling ample food supplies, and even electrifying the perimeter walls. These measures were intended to deter thieves and guard against unforeseen disasters. Little did they expect that after the apocalypse they would indeed prove useful. The zombies attempted to breach their villa complex, but found no way, and all halted by the towering walls. Upon touching the fence, they were instantly electrocuted into charred crisps by the high-voltage current. Sato Kenta incessantly contacted his government official friends hoping for rescue. He had received a promise that a relief team would arrive within 3 days to take them to a safe zone. Yet unexpectedly, they encountered Liu Yang at this critical juncture. Sato Kenta was directly electrocuted into a charred corpse by Liu Yang. The mother and daughter were terrified, trembling uncontrollably. Suzuki Keiko was the finest surgeon in Tokyo, holding an esteemed position in the medical field. A single flying knife surgery performed by her could cost tens of millions of yen. Even the government official Sato Kenta treated her with great respect. Their relationship was one of mutual admiration, a couple that would be considered exceptionally outstanding in any country. Their daughter Sato Chika had grown up in a life of luxury and privilege, never enduring any hardship. But today, everything that transpired had surpassed her comprehension. Liu Yang plopped down onto the plush sofa, admiring the opulent villa. The decor was all branded, the interior lavishly furnished, and the sensation of sinking into the sofa was uniquely soft and yielding. He imagined that the mattress in Sato Chika's room was equally soft and bouncy, and he longed to test it out with her right away. However, he had done too much today and felt tired and hungry. Liu Yang addressed the mother and daughter. "Go to the kitchen and prepare me a meal. Today I intend to thoroughly enjoy myself in this luxurious villa of yours. Make it delicious or else I'll spank you." Upon hearing this, the mother and daughter quickly nodded and then proceeded into the kitchen. Liu Yang then spoke to the other women. "You'll not dispose of this corpse outside. Having it here will ruin my appetite." "Yes, Lord Liu Yang." Linda and the others nodded and busied themselves carrying the charred corpse out. They tossed it outside. As the mother and daughter pushed open the kitchen door, the rich aroma of grains and fresh ingredients greeted them. The cold storage held Wagyu salmon and fresh seasonal vegetables. The shelves were stocked with imported flour, rice, pasta, canned goods, seasonings, and even unopened mushrooms and dried goods. Suzuki Keiko closed the kitchen door behind her, confirming that Liu Yang's presence had not followed. She leaned against the counter, let out a weary sigh, and looked at her daughter. Sato Chika leaned against the cool cabinet, her exquisite face filled with indignation and grievance, her eyes reddening. She clenched her teeth and whispered, "Mom, do we really have to obey him? He destroyed our home, our father, everything we had. This villa is our last refuge. By what right does he take it over and order us around?" Her voice trembled with fear and an ingrained aristocratic arrogance. She still could not accept that the despised foreign student from the lower class had now become the master of their life and death. Suzuki Keiko opened the cold storage, took out a piece of Wagyu with clear marbling, and began washing the vegetables slowly, her voice low and despairing. "If we don't obey, what else can we do? Chika, you saw it yourself. The electric fence, the machine guns, the bodyguards, and your father's struggle. All were like paper in the face of his abilities. He is a dual-element lightning and fire awakener, a pinnacle powerhouse in this wasteland world. We are just defenseless, ordinary people." She paused, her knife hand momentarily still a flicker of fear in her eyes. "The lab in the basement, my research, all our secrets, supplies, and means of survival. Everything is in his hands. Resistance means certain death, no different from the survivors torn apart by zombies outside. That he didn't annihilate us, didn't destroy the lab, didn't strip us of our right to live, is already a bottom line. What we can do now is not to clash heat and not to act on momentary pride, but to comply and survive first." Sato Chika bit her lip, her nails digging deep into her palm. She wanted to argue, to voice her resentment, but the image of Liu Yang smashing through the iron gate, melting bullets, and crushing defenses replayed in her mind. The sky-scorching lightning and fire energy, the icy gaze, as if looking at dead things. All her courage evaporated. She had witnessed the horror of zombies devouring the living, the madness of survivors killing each other for a piece of bread in the outer districts. She knew that with their beauty and fragility, leaving this villa and Liu Yang's protection meant they would not survive 3 days. But I can't accept it. I am the eldest daughter of the Sato family, a beauty pursued by everyone. Why must I become his servant, cook for him, and live under his gaze? Sato Chika's voice broke into a sob, her proud head drooping for the first time. Her once cherished family background, beauty, and figure were worthless in the face of absolute power. Suzuki Keiko set down the knife, gently stroked her daughter's long hair, and spoke with a tone full of helplessness and clarity. This is the law of the apocalypse. No nobles, no elites, no beauties, only the strong and the weak. The strong control supplies territory and life and death. The weak can only cling on to survive. He needs people to manage the stronghold, needs food, needs our medical skills and survival abilities. We need his protection against zombie hordes, mutant beasts, and raiders. This is not humiliation, it's a transaction for survival. First make this meal to his satisfaction, stabilize his mood, and only then can we have a future. These words shattered Sato Chika's last vestiges of defiance. She watched her mother skillfully handle the ingredients, looked at the stockpile of supplies in the kitchen, items that were coveted by the outside world, and finally understood that compliance was not surrender, but the only way to survive in this wasteland. She sniffled, wiped the tears from her eyes, walked to the counter, picked up the vegetables, and began washing and cutting them, assisting her mother in preparing the meal. The mother and daughter worked in silence, each attending to their tasks. The clatter of pots and pans echoed in the quiet kitchen, gradually dispelling the oppressive atmosphere. Suzuki Keiko, a connoisseur of fine cuisine, simply seasoned the wagyu with black pepper, sea salt, and rosemary. She heated a pan, added butter, and as the wagyu hit the pan, a sizzling sound erupted, releasing an intense meaty aroma. The richness of the fat and the fragrance of the spices intertwined, filling the entire kitchen. She also slow-cooked mushrooms and vegetables in bone broth using a pre-made beef bone stock that was thick and milky white. She added matsutake, shiitake, broccoli, and carrots, simmering gently over low heat, the freshness building layer by layer. Sato Chika was responsible for the staple and side dishes. She washed the Japanese-grown kashihikari rice, which steamed into plump, translucent grains with a delicate fragrance. She also fried golden, crispy tamagoyaki with a soft egg exterior and a tender, sweet, savory interior. Additionally, she prepared a refreshing seaweed and tomato salad to cleanse the palate. Finally, she baked garlic bread in the oven until the crust was crispy and the inside soft, the aroma of garlic and butter wafting through the air. In just half an hour, a meal that was a luxury in the apocalypse was ready. The pristine white porcelain plates highlighted the vibrant colors. The seared wagyu glistened with fat, its charred surface resembling a work of art. The mushroom soup steamed with a rich, savory fragrance. The tamagoyaki was neatly shaped with a tender yellow hue. The rice grains were distinct and glossy. The garlic bread exuded a strong aroma, and the salad was a burst of color. Each dish was exquisite and enticing, the layers of aroma stimulating the appetite. Even in the resource-abundant days before the apocalypse, this would have been an exceptional home-cooked feast. In the current wasteland, it was a delicacy that would drive countless survivors to madness. Suzuki Keiko untied her apron, carefully carried the dishes one by one to the long table in the dining room, set out the bowls and chopsticks, and then respectfully approached the living room, bowing her head. "My lord, the meal is ready. Please dine." Lu Yong rose and walked to the dining room, his gaze sweeping over the table of delicacies. Without any change in expression, he sat down directly. He picked up his chopsticks first, taking a piece of wagyu and bringing it to his mouth. The exterior was crispy and fragrant, the interior tender and juicy, the fat melting on his tongue, rich yet not greasy. The sea salt and black pepper perfectly enhanced the sweetness of the beef, creating a complex texture. He then took a spoonful of the mushroom soup. The warm broth slid down his throat, the richness of the beef bone, the freshness of the mushrooms, and the sweetness of the vegetables blending together, warming his stomach and dispelling the fatigue of his journey. The kashihikari rice was soft and chewy with a pure rice fragrance. Paired with the tender tamagoyaki and the refreshing salad and a bite of the crispy garlic bread, the aroma of butter and garlic spread through his mouth, satisfying and filling. Having long endured compressed biscuits and cold canned food during the apocalypse, Lu Yong was rarely treated to such hot, exquisite dishes. His taste buds were immensely gratified and the oppressive aura around him softened slightly. He ate quietly, his movements composed, while the mother and daughter stood by the table, heads bowed, barely daring to breathe. Sato Chika stole a glance at Lu Yong. Even while eating, the man exuded a powerful presence, his profile sharp and fierce. The image overlapped with the god of war, wreathed in lightning and fire, causing her heart to race involuntarily, a mix of fear and an indescribable sense of submission. After a moment, Lu Yong set down his chopsticks and wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin. Most of the food on the table had been consumed, a testament to his satisfaction with the meal. He looked up at the mother and daughter standing nearby and said, "The food is acceptable. Your usefulness extends beyond this." He rose and walked toward the bedroom on the second floor, his gaze falling on Sato Chika as he commanded, "You follow me. Go to the bathroom, clean yourself up, and make yourself presentable. I have something to say to you in private." Sato Chika stiffened, instinctively wanting to retreat, but the cold glare in Lu Yang's eyes made her swallow any thought of backing down. She glanced at her mother, and Suzuki Keiko gave her a slight nod, signaling her to comply. Biting her lips, Sato Chika followed Lu Yong up the carpeted stairs and into the south-facing master bathroom on the second floor. This was the most luxurious bathroom in the villa, with marble countertops, a thermostatic shower, a freestanding bathtub, and unopened skincare and toiletries on the vanity. Satochika closed the bathroom door, leaning against it, her heart pounding wildly. She ran warm water, shed her knitted dress stained with dust and fear, and immersed herself in the warmth, washing away the days of panic and exhaustion. Half an hour later, Satochika emerged from the bathroom. She was wrapped only in a clean cotton robe, her jet black hair wet and draped over her shoulders, droplets of water trickling down her pale neck. Her face, free of makeup, appeared even fairer and more delicate, like fine suet jade. Her brows and eyes were exquisitely painted, the coquettishness in her gaze softened by the steam, losing some of its former arrogance and gaining a pitiable charm. The robe was loose-fitting, yet it could not hide her impeccable figure. Her tall form had graceful lines, elegant shoulders, and neck, a slender waist, and well-proportioned curves. Every contour perfect, a naturally gifted physique. The misty vapor enveloped her skin tinged with a faint pink blush. Her long hair fell, partially obscuring her silhouette, making her appear even more gentle. Gone was the arrogant, sharp-tongued woman who had mocked Lu Yang on the terrace, replaced by a submissive, timid figure tamed by power. She stood in the center of the bedroom at a loss, her eyes downcast, not daring to meet Lu Yang's gaze. Lu Yang sat on the edge of the bed, appraising her with a look that was purely evaluative, devoid of any impropriety. Around him, faint lightning and fire energy slowly emanated, pale blue arcs and crimson flames intertwining at his fingertips, flickering with a faint crackling sound. The temperature in the room instantly rose, the air trembling slightly. The overwhelming, world-destroying pressure descended once more concentrated and targeted than when it had breached the defenses in the courtyard. "Look up. Look at me." Lu Yang's voice was calm, yet carried a heart-stopping force. Satochika was compelled to lift her head, meeting his unfathomable eyes, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. "Deep down, you still hate me. You're still resentful. You're still thinking that one day you can take revenge and reclaim everything, aren't you?" Lu Yang flicked his finger, and a thin arc of lightning shot toward the solid wood wardrobe in the corner. With a bang, the hardwood was instantly scorched, leaving a charred hole as splinters flew. Satochika gasped in fright, nearly collapsing to the floor. "I don't need to tell you how strong I am. You've seen it with your own eyes. The high-voltage electric fence, the automatic weapons, the fully armed bodyguards, and your father's struggle, all were nothing before me." Lu Yang slowly stood and walked toward her, the lightning and fire energy pressing closer with each step. This villa, the laboratory in the basement, all the medical equipment, serums, research data, food, weapons, and even the lives of you and your mother are now my spoils of war. In the apocalypse, spoils have no right to resist. You can hate, you can be resentful, but these emotions cannot buy food, safety, or the power to fend off zombies. The zombie hordes outside, the mutated beasts, the looters. Any one of them could tear a fragile woman like you to pieces. Your beauty, your family background, mean nothing in the face of death. He paused, the thunderous flames at his fingertips slowly receding, yet his oppressive aura remained undiminished. "I keep you alive not out of mercy, but because you are useful. Your mother's medical skills can treat wounds, analyze viruses, and manage the laboratory. You are intelligent enough to manage the stronghold, handle trivial matters, and become my executor in this villa. Submit, and you can have clean rooms, ample food, and a safe environment. You will still be people of this villa, but your status will change from masters to subordinates who cling to the strong. Resist, and I can make you and your father lose the chance to struggle forever right now. This villa will still be my stronghold, just with 2 useless burdens less." There was no abuse, no coercion, no physical suppression. Lu Yang merely stated the facts of the apocalypse, displaying his absolute power and control. Yet these words were more impactful than any violence, completely shattering the last line of defense in Satochika's heart. Her tears finally fell uncontrollably, not from grievance or anger, but from the relief and submission that came with fully recognizing reality. She watched the dissipating thunder flames at Lu Yang's fingertips, gazed at the power radiating from the man that could both protect and destroy everything. In her mind echoed her mother's words, the plight of survivors outside, and the scenes she had witnessed of Lu Yang overwhelming all opposition. Her former pride was built upon the Sato family's power, the safety of the Doomsday fortress, and ample supplies. Now that these supports were all under Lu Yang's control, her pride became a castle in the air. She had felt hate, resentment, and unwillingness, but in the face of absolute power and the reality of survival, all negative emotions became meaningless. She gradually stopped trembling, her once-reddened eyes slowly calming. The timidity faded from her delicate features, replaced by submission. She clearly understood that she was not being forced by Lu Yang, but was persuaded by the laws of the apocalypse and the instinct for survival. Submitting to Lu Yang was not a disgrace, but her only choice to live with dignity and safety in this wasteland. This man possessed the power to destroy everything and the ability to protect everything. He was a demon, yet also her only salvation in the apocalypse. Satochika slowly bent down, bowing deeply to Lu Yang in the most respectful manner. Her voice was hoarse from crying, but incredibly firm. "I understand, my lord. From this day forward, Satochika renounces all past identities, completely submits to you, obeys all your commands, manages the stronghold, and assists your plans without a trace of rebellious intent." In that moment, her mindset underwent a complete transformation. From a proud and arrogant young lady of a prestigious family to a fearful and resistant prisoner, and finally, to a subordinate who recognized reality and chose to submit willingly. She no longer clung to her lost status and wealth, but accepted her new role regarding Lu Yang as her sole master and support. In this wasteland where the weak are prey to the strong are revered. Submitting to the strongest is not a fall from grace, but the wisdom of survival. Lu Yang watched her complete surrender, the cold sharpness in his eyes fading slightly. He nodded. Good. Remember your choice today. Stay in your place, and you will have the safety and stability you seek. If you have second thoughts, you know the consequences. Yes, my lord. Sato Chika straightened up, her eyes devoid of any remaining resentment, filled only with complete submission and respect. Sunlight streamed through the bedroom's French windows, casting light on the two of them. The aura of thunder flames completely vanished. The smoke of conflict in the villa dissipated, leaving only the establishment of a new order. Now take off your clothes. We need to have a good talk. Hearing this, Sato Chika's face instantly flushed red. She had never had a boyfriend before, nor had she ever had any intimate contact with a man. But she could not refuse Lu Yang's request now, as she dared not refuse. So she had no choice but to obey and begin to act. Indescribable sounds came from the room. Hearing these sounds, Suzuki Keiko's face immediately showed a hint of strangeness. She had already anticipated what might happen when her daughter was called into Lu Yang's room, but now that it was actually happening, she felt a strange unease in her heart. She didn't know what that feeling was. As a strong woman, she had not had any real communication with her husband for a long time. The novelty had faded. Her husband was also middle-aged and no longer what he used to be. As a government official, he was always out socializing late, indulging in wine and women, his body long since weakened, turning him into a greasy, out-of-shape man. Even the routine marital duties performed once every few months were over in 2 or 3 minutes. Suzuki Keiko had long forgotten what passion felt like, but now a flicker of longing stirred deep within her heart. She even harbored a forbidden fantasy. She truly envied that young man, envied her own daughter. These sounds of unbridled pleasure were a memory from over a decade ago. After more than an hour, the room fell silent. Lu Yang received a prompt from the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up the system space by 1 level and absorbing 10 points of the target's base attributes. And at this moment, the look in Sato Chika's eyes towards Lu Yang had completely changed. If at first she was coerced into submission, now, after her deep connection with him, she fully understood Lu Yang's. This man was incredibly powerful. It was not a loss to follow him, to be with a strong man. What she had just experienced was a feeling she had never known in her 20 years of life. She felt like those 20 years had been wasted. Looking at her flushed, pretty face, Lu Yang smiled and patted her head, then said, "All right, you can go out now. Call your mother in. I want to have a talk with her." Hearing this, Sato Chika immediately revealed a mischievous grin. Lord Lu Yang really knew how to have fun. She quickly got up from the bed and said to Lu Yang, "Okay, Lord Lu Yang, he'll go right away." Then she opened the door and walked out just in time to see her mother standing right there. She must have heard everything. A look of embarrassment flashed across her face, but she still spoke to her mother. "Mom, Lord Lu Yang asked you to go in and have a chat." Hearing this, Suzuki Keiko's entire body trembled. "He actually asked for me." She felt a sense of resistance, but also a hint of anticipation. Deep inside, it was as if an angel and a demon were locked in a fierce battle. "I'm so old, he's so young. We have nothing in common. What is there to talk about? But then again, chatting with a young person might make me feel younger." The prospect of re-experiencing the passion of youth filled her with anticipation. After a few seconds of internal struggle, she knocked on Lu Yang's door. The door to the master bedroom was tapped softly, the sound as faint as a startled sparrow's wings. Suzuki Keiko stood outside, hands hanging by her sides, her knuckles white from tension, her breath deliberately suppressed into an almost inaudible whisper. The sound of Sato Chika's obedient response had just drifted through the crack in the door, falling lightly upon her ears, yet striking her heart like a 1,000-pound hammer. She knew then that her daughter's last psychological barrier had crumbled, and the last ember of resistance within this villa had been utterly ground to ashes by Lu Yang's thunderflame powers and the laws of the apocalypse. "Come in." Lu Yang's voice was calm and flat, yet it carried a pressure that penetrated the door panel. Suzuki Keiko trembled, almost imperceptibly, slowly pushed the door open, and walked in with a bowed back. She kept her eyes downcast the entire time, not daring to look at the scene within the room. The disheveled bed, the ambiguous atmosphere. The indescribable scent of intimacy between a man and a woman made Suzuki Keiko's heart race. She had once been a leading physician in Tokyo's medical field, the undisputed matriarch of the Sato family, moving with grace and sharp eyes in her high-end suits. On the operating table, she could calmly face life and death crises. At family banquets, she could skillfully navigate powerful figures. She was a decisive and independent, strong woman in the eyes of others, having lived half her life in reverence and admiration, never once experiencing such a moment of bowing and scraping, walking on eggshells. But now her designer dress was stained from the courtyard scuffle, her meticulous makeup smudged by days of fear, leaving only a plain face, yet it still couldn't hide the unique charm of a mature woman. Time had not robbed her of her beauty, instead it had cultivated a distinctive allure. Her features were gentle, yet hinted at past sharpness with a straight nose bridge and soft lip lines. Her skin was well-maintained, still delicate and firm, showing few signs of age. She had shed the greenness of youth, embodying the most attractive form of mature charm. Her figure was full and voluptuous, her curves round and flowing. Her shoulders and back were relaxed, her waist not as slender as a young girl's, but possessing the unique, graceful softness of a mature woman. Wrapped in a form-fitting dress, it outlined a gentle and dignified silhouette. Every line spoke of the refinement nurtured by a life of luxury, creating an extreme contrast with her current anxious and uneasy posture. This was her first time alone with such a young man. He was only 18, barely out of his teens. Before the apocalypse, he would have been a student needing guidance. Yet at this age, he possessed the dual thunder and flame abilities to overturn everything, the absolute power to crush all of the Sato family's defenses, deal with Sato Kenta, and hold the life and death of the entire villa in his hands. She stole a quick glance at Lu Yang sitting on the edge of the bed, then quickly lowered her head. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest, her fingertips were icy cold, her entire body radiated an undeniable tension, and even her posture became rigid. Gone was the composure she had on the operating table, gone was the aura of the family matriarch. The struggle within her heart raged like an undercurrent, frantically tearing at her reason. She recalled the glory of saving lives with her scalpel, the confidence of conquering virus challenges in the lab, the casual condescension she once held for lower-level survivors, the confidence she had in possessing top-tier medical technology that should have given her a foothold in the apocalypse. Why? Why should a top-tier talent like her submit to an 18-year-old foreign boy? Why should her half-life of glory and status vanish overnight, reducing her to a dependent who must live by another's whims? Resentment and humiliation grew wildly in her heart. It was the elite pride etched into her very bones, the strong-willed foundation of a woman who had been in charge for years. She wanted to raise her eyes and question him, to turn around and resist. But the images flashed through her mind. The thunder flames consuming weapons in the courtyard, the electric arcs striking down the bodyguards, Lu Yang casually disposing of Sato Kenta, and all her stubbornness instantly froze. She understood the gap in power more clearly than Sato Chika, and she knew the cruelty of the apocalypse better. She had seen the horrific state of virus victims, witnessed the rubble left in the wake of zombie hordes, seen the madness of looters killing and plundering for a box of antibiotics. Her medical skills could heal wounds, but they couldn't stop bullets, couldn't withstand superpowers, couldn't protect herself and her daughter. The villa's supplies, the laboratories, serums, and instruments, her lives, research, and the lives of her and Chico were all clenched in Lu Yang's palm. Resistance was not a sign of integrity, it was self-destruction. She would end up like Sato Kenta, reduced to ashes. The laboratory would be sealed, her daughter would face an even worse fate, and her prized medical skills would never even have a chance to be used. The persona of the strong, independent woman shattered completely in the face of absolute power. The calm of the operating room, the dominance within the family, the decisiveness in facing problems, all were replaced by fear and the instinct for survival. She looked at the faint blue arcs and red flames that hadn't completely dissipated at Lu Yang's fingertips, at the young man's cold yet commanding eyes, and at Sato Chika, standing obediently in the corner, completely submitted. She suddenly understood that her daughter's submission was not cowardice, but the most clear-headed choice. Her pride was built upon the Sato family's power, ample supplies, and a safe fortress. Now that these foundations had been uprooted by Lu Yang, her strength became a tree without roots. Her medical skills were the value Lu Yang needed, her management abilities were the use this stronghold required, and the lives of her and her daughter were the chance for survival that Lu Yang granted. In the apocalypse, there is no hierarchy of status, no high or low professions. Only the strong make the rules, and the weak cling to survival. This was an iron law of existence, brooking no defiance. Nervousness and struggle gradually faded, replaced by a bone-deep clarity. She no longer resisted this shift in status, no longer clung to past glories. The softness and survival instinct beneath the strong woman's exterior completely took over. All the resentment, humiliation, and anger were suppressed by the fear of death and the desire for stability. She looked at Lu Yang slowly, unclenching her clenched fingers. Her stiff shoulders gradually relaxed, her once-tense brows softened. All the sharp edges and strength faded away, leaving only the gentleness and respect of a mature woman. She stepped forward slowly, imitating her daughter's posture, bowing deeply to Lu Yang. Her demeanor was respectful and humble, her voice carrying a trace of lingering tremor, yet it was incredibly firm, without a hint of insincerity. "My Lord Suzuki Keiko greets you. From this day forward, I am willing to renounce all past identities, submit to you, and obey all your commands. My medical skills, laboratory research, and all my medical knowledge are at your disposal, my lord. Managing the stronghold, tending to daily needs, analyzing viruses, treating wounds. Whatever you command, I will do my utmost without a trace of disloyalty or resistance." Word by word, she severed all ties with the past, letting go of all the pride of being a renowned doctor and a family matriarch. The decisive, aloof, strong woman completely vanished, replaced by a subordinate who recognized the laws of the wasteland and willingly clung to the powerful. She understood clearly that this submission was not to an 18-year-old youth, but to the iron rule of the apocalypse, to the absolute power that could protect her and her daughter and allow her skills to be put to use. Liu Yang watched Suzuki Keiko's completely submissive posture. The last trace of coldness in his eyes faded, the thunder flames at his fingertips completely dissipated, and the oppressive pressure in the room slowly receded. He looked at the mature woman before him, her strength shed, her demeanor gentle and obedient. He noted her still charming face and respectful posture and spoke calmly. Remember your promise today. You and Chika each have your duties. Manage the lab and the kitchen in the stronghold, and I will provide you with safety and food. But if there is betrayal, you know the outcome. Yes, my lord. Suzuki Keiko straightened up, her expression devoid of any remaining struggle or resistance, filled only with complete submission. Sato Chinatsu was in charge of managing the daily affairs of the villa and guarding the supplies, while Suzuki Keiko kept watch over the underground laboratory, analyzing the virus and developing basic serums. The submission of the mother and daughter duo solidified this temporary stronghold, relieving him of any further worries. Liu Yang had no intention of stopping his journey here. He prepared to further explore the surroundings, and when the time was right, he would bring Captain Yuko Furukawa Hitomi and Sora Momo to stay in this villa, which was clearly much better than that community. High-voltage electricity ran along the walls to prevent anyone from breaking and making it much safer and more comfortable to live in. His gaze fell upon the wasteland streets extending outside the villa. The gray sky hung low with lead-gray clouds resembling a soaked rag, heavy and suspended over the ruins of the city. Occasionally, a few weak rays of sunlight penetrated the gaps in the clouds, landing on the broken walls, yet failing to reach the depths of this land silence. It's time to go. You all stay in this villa, or following me wouldn't be of much use. Liu Yang said softly, and the two white women nodded. Lin Wanqing and Li Wan quickly added, All right, Lord Liu Yang, we will wait for you to return here. Liu Yang nodded in response. He then stepped lightly down the stairs in front of the villa, landing on the ground covered with gravel and dried weeds. The soles of his shoes crunched over shattered glass and concrete, making crisp sounds that were particularly clear in the silence of the city. He chose not to take the spacious yet dangerous main road, but instead proceeded along the narrow alleyways lined with remnants of shops. Most of the buildings here had collapsed halfway, forming natural cover that allowed him to avoid the wandering hordes of zombies in the distance, while also keeping an eye on his surroundings. The apocalypse had only descended for a few days, and the once prosperous Tokyo had already become unrecognizable. The high-rise buildings on both sides of the street leaned and broke apart, exposing the steel and concrete within like the skeletal frame of a monstrous beast. The once busy roads were littered with abandoned cars, some crumpled and others blackened by flames, with shattered windows and dark green vines creeping over their bodies, along with withered fabric scraps and broken billboards that rustled in the wind like whispers from the dead. The air was filled with a complex odor, a mixture of rust, decayed dust, and a faint plant-like scent, pungent, yet something Liu Yang had already grown accustomed to. His senses, nourished by his abilities, became extraordinarily sharp. The rustling of grass and the low roars of zombies 100 meters away, as well as the sounds of mutated creatures' claws scraping, all reached his ears clearly. His pace remained even, neither hurried nor sluggish, with his thunderfire ability brewing within, occasionally sending faint blue arcs of electricity flickering at his fingertips, fleeting like a lurking beast ready to pounce on its prey. Upon reaching an intersection, Liu Yang suddenly stopped, tilting his head slightly to listen. Intense roars and sounds of collision emerged from ahead, not the murky growls of zombies, but rather the wild and powerful roars mixed with the dull sounds of flesh being torn, indicating that two powerful creatures were locked in battle. He quickly concealed himself behind the crumbling remains of a convenience store, peeking out to look toward the source of the sound. In the center of the intersection, a mutated beast far larger than an ordinary tiger was engaged in fierce combat with 7 or 8 zombies. The mutated tiger measured nearly 3 meters in length and stood at a shoulder height of 1.5 meters, its entire body covered in fur as black as ink, with a few dark golden stripes intermingled, glistening with a hard sheen under the dim sunlight. Its limbs were robust and powerful, with claws more than twice the size of an ordinary tiger's, glinting with a cold, dark luster. Each swipe of its paw could easily tear through a zombie's flesh and send it flying. Most terrifying were its eyes, which were not the typical amber of ordinary beasts, but an eerie blood red with pupils narrowed to slits, exuding a calmness and cunning far beyond that of an ordinary creature, clearly indicating an evolution in intelligence. The zombies surrounding it were also not ordinary. They were evolved sprinting zombies. These zombies moved at high speed, their bodies agile, with grayish-blue skin and sharpened teeth and nails. They darted around the mutated tiger, constantly looking for openings to attack, with some targeting its legs and others leaping for its back. Although each assault was easily deflected by the mutated tiger, their numerical advantage kept them tightly entangled, making it difficult for the tiger to break free. The mutated tiger's movements were swift and precise. Each pounce, tail swipe, and claw strike was imbued with tremendous force, its roars causing the surrounding glass shards to hum. It did not charge blindly, but maintained its center of gravity, first dealing with the zombies, threatening its vital points, then systematically clearing the outer enemies. It would even feign weakness to lure zombies into attacking only to counter with a crushing bite to their skulls. Liu Yang nodded subtly. The combat intelligence of this mutated tiger was nearing that of a human, far from being comparable to an ordinary beast. At that moment, a sprinting zombie seized the opportunity when the mutated tiger swung, its tail leaping onto its back, its sharp claws digging deep into the tiger's flesh as it opened its mouth to bite at its neck. The mutated tiger let out an angry roar in pain, suddenly rolling on the spot in an attempt to throw off the zombie on its back, but the zombie's claws clung tightly to its fur, not budging an inch. The other zombies saw this and immediately rushed forward, some clawing at the tiger's eyes, others biting at its legs, and the situation became critical. Liu Yang's gaze sharpened. He no longer hesitated. He moved like an arrow darting out from his cover. The thunderfire ability erupted instantly, gathering a faint blue arc of electricity in the palm of his right hand, crackling with red flames, exuding a devastating pressure. He did not charge directly in, instead, he raised his hand and waved, sending a thick bolt of thunderfire shooting accurately at the zombie on the tiger's back. Boom. The moment the thunderfire struck the zombie, it pierced its body, the arc and flames exploding inside, turning it into a pile of charred ash that scattered in the wind. The remaining zombies were taken aback by this sudden attack, turning their heads to pounce towards Liu Yang, their murky eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. The mutated tiger also sensed the movement behind it. It suddenly swung its head, sending the two zombies lunging at it flying. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Liu Yang, filled with wariness and confusion, but it did not immediately attack, clearly sensing the overwhelming power emanating from Liu Yang. Liu Yang did not stop. He faced the oncoming horde of zombies. He did not use his full power, but concentrated the thunderfire ability at his fingertips. Each wave of his hand sent small bolts of thunderfire precisely striking the zombies' heads. No matter how fast these evolved sprinting zombies were, they could not evade Liu Yang's precise attacks. The moment their heads were pierced by the thunderfire, they completely lost their lives, collapsing to the ground without motion. In just moments, 7 or 8 sprinting zombies were cleared away, leaving a few charred corpses on the ground with the air thick with the smell of burnt flesh. Liu Yang withdrew his abilities, and the thunderfire at his fingertips gradually dissipated as he turned to look at the mutated tiger. The mutated tiger still maintained a vigilant stance, its limbs slightly bent, body tense, its blood-red eyes fixed on Liu Yang, producing a low growl, yet it did not attack. It could clearly sense that the strength of this human before it was unlike anything it had ever encountered. The earlier burst of power was enough to easily shred it apart. Liu Yang walked slowly toward the mutated tiger, his steps steady, showing no hostility. His gaze fell upon the deep wounds clawed by zombies on the tiger's back, the injuries, severe flesh, turned outward, oozing dark red blood, yet showing no signs of infection from the zombie virus. Clearly, this mutated tiger's constitution had also evolved, exhibiting a strong resistance to the virus. Stopping 3 meters in front of the mutated tiger, Liu Yang extended his right hand palm, facing up, as his thunderfire ability slowly overflowed, forming a gentle energy barrier devoid of any aggression, instead carrying a hint of soothing intent. "Don't be afraid, I mean no harm." His voice was calm, imbued with a peculiar penetrating power that resonated in the mutated tiger's ears. The mutated tiger's body quivered slightly, its blood-red eyes flickering with a hint of confusion. It could sense the gentle nature of that energy, lacking any malice, instead providing a warm comfort to the wounds on its back. It cautiously sniffed the air and then stared intently into Liu Yang's eyes for a long time. Its tense body gradually relaxed, and the growl in its throat softened considerably. Seeing this, Liu Yang slowly stepped closer, extending his hand to gently rest on the top of the mutated tiger's head. The tiger's body stiffened momentarily, but did not shy away. It merely squinted, its eyes slightly savoring the gentle touch and energy coming from above. Liu Yang's fingertips lightly grazed its pitch-black fur, while the thunderfire ability flowed gently from his fingertips into its body, healing the wounds on its back, while also subtly establishing a mental connection. "From now on you shall follow me." Liu Yang's voice remained calm, but carried an undeniable authority. "I will provide you with food and safety. You will be my mount and accompany me through this apocalyptic world." The mutated tiger seemed to understand his words, letting out a low tiger roar, gently rubbing its head against Liu Yang's palm. The wariness in its blood-red eyes had completely faded, leaving only submission and dependence. It slowly lowered its head, gently nudging Liu Yang's leg, as if responding to his words. Liu Yang's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. He patted the top of the mutated tiger's head and said, "From now on I shall call you He Yin. Your fur is like ink and your strength is like fire, perfectly befitting this name." He Yin let out another joyful tiger roar, its voice no longer filled with wildness, but rather with affection. It turned around and nudged Liu Yang's back with its head, signaling for Liu Yang to mount it. Liu Yang accepted without hesitation, leaping onto He Yan's back. He Yan's back was wide and stable, its fur soft, making it very comfortable to sit on. "Let's go, He Yin. We'll continue forward." Liu Yang gently patted He Yan's neck as he spoke. He Yin let out a deep reply and began to run into the depths of the ruins ahead. It moved at an incredible speed, its limbs propelling it with agility as it weaved through the broken walls and remnants, as if on flat ground, even swifter than a car. As Liu Yang sat on He Yan's back, the view around him opened up, allowing him to clearly observe the surroundings, while feeling the wind rush past his ears, filling him with tranquility. A man and a tiger continued to explore this wasteland along the abandoned streets. After traveling several kilometers, they arrived at a former city park area. Most of the trees here had withered, leaving only bare branches stretching into the sky like skeletal hands. The once clear artificial lake had long dried up, its bottom covered in silt and debris. A few mutated waterfowl wandered about in the lake's dry bed, their bodies 3 times the size of ordinary waterbirds, with gray-black feathers, sharp beaks, and glaring red eyes. Upon seeing He Yan and Liu Yang, they immediately screeched, sharply flapping their wings as they charged forward. He Yan did not slow down. It suddenly raised its head and let out a deafening tiger roar. The few mutated waterfowl were stunned by the roar, their wing beats slowing down. Liu Yang waved his hand, shooting out a few bolts of thunderfire that accurately struck the mutated waterfowl's bodies, turning them to ashes. Passing through the park, they encountered a residential area ahead. The buildings here were mostly intact, though their doors and windows were shattered, and the air was thick with the stench of decay, clearly indicating that the majority of the people who once lived here had either turned into zombies or been killed by looters. Liu Yang instructed He Yan to wait downstairs while he carefully entered a residential building to investigate the situation inside. The hallway was pitch black, with only faint light filtering in through broken windows, illuminating scattered debris and dried bloodstains on the floor. Liu Yang heightened his senses, cautiously observing his surroundings, taking careful steps. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he heard a faint whimpering sound emanating from a room with a slightly ajar door. He slowly pushed the door open, revealing a girl curled up inside. She appeared to be only about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a tattered pink dress, her face smeared with dirt and streaked with tears, trembling in fear. There were no zombies in the room, just scattered furniture and remnants of food, indicating that the little girl was the only survivor here. Upon hearing the noise, the little girl raised her head. When she saw Liu Yang, a flicker of fear crossed her eyes, and she shrank even tighter, letting out a weak whimper, too afraid to speak. Liu Yang slowed his pace, wearing a gentle expression as he approached, crouching down to meet the little girl's gaze, and softly said, "Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person, I won't hurt you." The little girl stared at Liu Yang for a long time, sensing that he meant no harm. Her fear gradually dissipated, and she timidly asked, Who are you? Where are my mommy and daddy?" Liu Yang felt a pang of sympathy in his heart, shook his head, and said, "My name is Liu Yang, your mommy and daddy are probably no longer here. Would you like to come with me? I can give you food and a safe place." The little girl hesitated for a moment, looking into Liu Yang's gentle eyes, and then glancing around the empty room, before finally nodding and extending her small hand towards Liu Yang. Liu Yang gently held the small, cold hand of the little girl and picked her up. She was very light, almost weightless. Cradling her, he walked out of the residential building and approached He Yan. Upon seeing the little girl, He Yan's eyes flickered with curiosity, yet he showed no signs of aggression, merely sniffing the hem of her clothing gently. "He Yan, this is our new companion," Liu Yang said to He Yan, then holding the little girl leapt onto He Yan's back once more. "Let's find a safe place first and get her something to eat." He Yan carried the two of them forward, arriving at an abandoned supermarket. The supermarket was small, its main entrance damaged. Shelves lay toppled on the ground with goods scattered about, most of which had spoiled. Only a few sealed cans and packets of biscuits remained intact. Liu Yang instructed He Yan to stand guard at the entrance while he took the little girl inside the supermarket to search carefully for food. He found several boxes of unopened milk, a few cans of fruit, and a pack of compressed biscuits. He presented the milk to the little girl, opened it, and brought it to her lips. The little girl was extremely hungry and drank the milk in large gulps. After finishing the milk, she ate a few pieces of biscuits, and her face gradually regained a hint of color. Looking at Liu Yang, she said softly, "Thank you, brother." "No need to thank me." Liu Yang smiled and patted her head. "What is your name?" "My name is Xiao Baihe," the little girl replied quietly. "Xiao Baihe, that's a lovely name," Liu Yang said. "From now on you'll stick with me, and I will protect you." Xiao Baihe nodded, leaning tightly against Liu Yang, her eyes filled with trust. After resting for a moment, Liu Yang held Xiao Baihe, and with He Yan continued their journey. They traversed through ruins, encountering various apocalyptic scenes. In some places, hordes of corpses surged, densely packed zombies roared chillingly. In others, there were strongholds of raiders, armed men fought each other ruthlessly for scant resources, and in some areas, strange mutated plants grew their thick vines and large flowers, releasing toxic pollen or actively capturing passing creatures, posing great danger. Using his lightning fire abilities in conjunction with He Yan, Liu Yang repeatedly turned peril into safety. When encountering zombie hordes, he unleashed a wide area of lightning fire, incinerating the undead. When faced with raiders, he subdued them with thunderous force, confiscating their weapons and supplies. And when confronted by mutated plants, he directed He Yan to restrain them, while he used lightning fire to destroy the plants' roots, annihilating them completely. Along the way, they also encountered other mutated creatures, some massive mutated wild boars with thick skin and sharp tusks, charging forth unstoppable, some incredibly fast mutated leopards with silver fur darting swiftly through the ruins to ambush their prey, and some dog-sized mutated rats, numerous in number, with sharp teeth, attacking in swarms, proving to be quite troublesome. These mutated creatures were either slain by Liu Yang and He Yan working together, or due to their own weakness were frightened off by He Yan's tiger roar. Liu Yang discovered that most creatures in this apocalyptic world had mutated, some becoming powerful, while others turned bizarre. Along with zombies and mutated plants, they formed a dangerous ecological chain in this wasteland, with humanity no longer the dominant force, merely struggling to survive within it. As darkness gradually fell, the leaden gray sky was completely shrouded in darkness, with only sporadic moonlight filtering through the clouds, casting mottled shadows over the ruins. Liu Yang found a relatively intact two-story building and instructed He Yan to guard downstairs. He then took Xiao Baihe to a room on the second floor. Although the room was covered in dust, it was relatively clean, with no signs of zombies. Liu Yang quickly cleared the floor, took out the blanket he had found spread it on the ground, and let Xiao Baihe lie down to rest. After a full day of turmoil, Xiao Baihe quickly fell asleep, her small face displaying a hint of tranquility. Liu Yang sat by the bed, gazing at her sleeping face, then looked out at the pitch-black ruins, lost in thought. As the apocalypse descended, order collapsed, humanity deteriorated, and danger lurked everywhere. Yet in this wasteland, he found a partner like He Yan, rescued a survivor like Xiao Baihe, and even recruited Suzuki Keiko and her daughter, gradually expanding his influence. His lightning fire abilities grew stronger with each battle, and his mastery over power became increasingly skilled. He knew this was just the beginning. The road ahead was still long, with more dangers and uncertainties awaiting him, more survivors to protect, and more order that he needed to forge with his lightning fire. He raised his hand, a faint blue arc of electricity gathering at his fingertips, interspersed with crimson flames that flickered in the darkness, illuminating his resolute brow. Once our stronghold is fully secured, I'll bring Sakura Koto and the others over, Liu Yang murmured to himself. At that time, together we will carve out a world that belongs to us in this wasteland. Outside the window, He Yan let out a low tiger roar, as if in response to his words. Moonlight spilled over He Yan's dark fur, casting a cold, hard sheen. He vigilantly stood guard downstairs, protecting the one person and child above, safeguarding a glimmer of warmth and hope in the darkness. Liu Yang withdrew his gaze, leaned against the wall, closed his eyes to rest, while the lightning fire abilities within him flowed slowly, restoring his strength. He knew that tomorrow would bring a new day, new explorations, new battles, and new journeys awaiting him. And he would continue forward with He Yan and Xiao Baihe, carrying hopes for the future, never retreating in this wasteland of thunder and fire. As night deepened, the ruins remained silent, with only the occasional distant roars of zombies and cries of mutated creatures echoing in the dark. However, the small building where Liu Yang and He Yan were situated emitted a faint glow like a beacon in the darkness, illuminating the path ahead in the wasteland, signaling that the order forged by lightning fire would eventually spread across this broken land, reaching far into the distance. At the edge of the Tokyo ruins, in a government building that had only half its skeleton remaining, was once the temporary headquarters of the Sakura country's ability management, the Ability Council. Broken steel bars hung like spider webs from the ceiling, and the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows were sealed with heavy blast-proof steel plates, leaving only a few observation ports to isolate the dead silence and danger of the outside world. The interior was devoid of unnecessary decorations. Cold metal desks lined against the walls, and the holographic projection screens flickered with a faint blue light, reflecting the serious faces of several people seated around the table. The air was thick with oppressive anxiety, like clouds stagnating before a storm. At the head of the table sat the director of the council, Asano Masao, over 60 years old, with gray hair at his temples, yet still sitting upright, his sharp gaze sweeping over his subordinates like a hawk, his fingers lightly tapping the table, each tap resonating in everyone's hearts. Beside him was Vice Director Miyamoto Ken, in his 40s, with a grim expression. He wore a glove embedded with black crystals, a medium for controlling shadow abilities. At that moment, he was fixated on the projection screen, displaying Liu Yang's information, his eyes dark and brooding. The projection screen clearly recorded Liu Yang's achievements. First, he single-handedly obliterated the council's first reconnaissance team. The team leader, Yuko, a rubberizing ability user, burned to ashes by lightning fire, and all members surrendered. Then the entire second encirclement team, including leader Ayaka, a lightning ability user, was surprisingly defeated by Liu Yang with ease. 2 batches of People 8 ability users, including 2 Pika class, were utterly defeated, and more than half surrendered to that outsider. Asano Masao's voice was low and hoarse, filled with repressed fury. Miyamoto explained this situation to me. Miyamoto Ken stood up, slightly bowing to Asano, his voice cold. Director, according to the reports received, that Liu Yang's lightning fire ability is extremely bizarre, not only with tremendous destructive power, but also with precise control capable of suppressing other ability users' powers through his abilities. Ayaka's lightning could not withstand a blow from him. Yuko's rubberizing ability was pierced in one strike. More terrifyingly, he has now tamed a mutated tiger, whose power is comparable to a mid-leveled class, with speed and strength far surpassing ordinary mutated beasts, coordinating seamlessly with Liu Yang. Moreover, he seems to have special means to ensure that those who surrender completely submit with no thoughts of rebellion. He paused for a moment, and played an audio segment, the last communication from the Sato family before their capture, interspersed with the crackling sounds of lightning, fire, and Takahashi's screams, along with Liu Yang's calm, yet imposing voice: either surrender or die. The order of Sakura country should not be controlled by you worthless scum. Once the audio finished playing, the room fell into silence with only the faint hum of the holographic projection screen's electrical sounds. Another high-ranking official, Sato Hideo, adjusted his glasses and said in a deep voice, "Director, this Liu Yang's origins are unclear. According to our investigation, he suddenly appeared in Tokyo after the apocalypse erupted with no identity records, yet his strength has surged dramatically in just a few days, rising from an initially assessed class to now a class, possibly even nearing class. Not only is he terrifyingly powerful, but he also knows how to consolidate power, first taming Suzuki Keiko, and her daughter Suzuki Keiko is a virology expert. Her ability is spiritual perception, and now he has also recruited our 2 batches of team members along with that mutated tiger. His influence is already taking shape. If we continue to let this go, he will inevitably become a significant threat to us. Let it go." Asano Masao slammed his hand on the table, causing the documents to fly up. When did the Ability Council of Sakura country allow an outsider to act recklessly? He destroyed our teams and took our people. This is a slap in our face. If we do not eliminate him, how will other forces view us? What will survivors think of us? Our council's prestige will be utterly shattered. Miyamoto-kin's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. "Director, I suggest we immediately report to the headquarters and request class teams for support. Our current strength is insufficient to deal with Liu Yang. Only the elite of the headquarters can completely eradicate him." Asano Masao remained silent for a moment, still tapping his fingers on the table, rapidly calculating in his mind. The Sakura Country Ability Headquarters is the top combat force of all ability users in the Sakura Country, gathering the country's most elite abilities. S-class teams are the trump cards of the headquarters, each composed of 5 S-class ability users terrifyingly strong and have never suffered defeat. However, deploying an S-class team requires layers of approval, and the headquarters has always been arrogant, unlikely to mobilize just because of an outsider. But he knew better that Liu Yang's threat had far exceeded expectations. If he continued to develop, consolidating more ability users and survivors to establish his own sphere of influence, it would be nearly impossible to eliminate him later. Moreover, Liu Yang's lightning fire ability is too rare with boundless potential. If he could be captured alive and his ability core studied, it might lead to breakthroughs in the council's ability technology. "Report to the headquarters." Asano Masao finally spoke, his tone resolute. "Say that a class or above rogue ability users have appeared in Tokyo, extremely powerful, having destroyed 2 of our elite teams. Request the headquarters to dispatch the class 5th team for support and ensure that he is either captured alive or killed, reclaiming the captured team members and destroying his stronghold." "Understood." Miyamoto-kin immediately responded, turning to the communicator to contact the headquarters. Sato Hideo expressed some concern. "Director, will the headquarters think we are overreacting? After all, he is just an outsider. Even if he is a class, it might not warrant deploying this class team." Asano Masao sneered. "Overreacting? Look at his achievements. 8 ability users, 2 teams gone just like that, and with more surrendering. This is no simple defection, it's provocation. If the headquarters does not deploy this class team, once he truly grows powerful, the first to suffer will be the headquarters. Furthermore, I have clearly stated in the report that his ability is special and has research value. The old men at headquarters value this the most, and they will definitely agree." His gaze returned to the projection screen, displaying Liu Yang's photo, his expression cold. No matter how strong he is, no matter what trump cards he has in front of this class team, he will have only one path: death. The lands of Sakura country cannot allow wild dogs like him to run rampant. Not long after Miyamoto-kin returned, a hint of joy on his face. "Director, the headquarters has agreed. This class 5th team has already set off and is expected to arrive at the Tokyo ruins in an hour. They will head directly to the area where Liu Yang was last seen to begin their search." Asano Masao sighed with relief, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. "Very good. This class 5th team is the best at encirclement and extermination. The team leader is a top expert ranked 15th in class, along with 4 powerful users capable of controlling fire, metal, spirit, and space. Their coordination is seamless, and even peak class ability users might not be their match. That Liu Yang is doomed this time." The others in the higher floors of the room let out a sigh of relief, their faces showing a relaxed expression as if they could already envision the scene of Liu Yang being slain. They did not know that the class 5th team they spoke of was about to face a foe far more terrifying than they imagined, and a devastating battle was quietly brewing deep within the ruins. Meanwhile, in another part of the Tokyo ruins, Liu Yang was searching for supplies in a deserted industrial area, accompanied by the Black Flame. This place had once been the mechanical manufacturing center of Sakura country, but now only rusted machines and collapsed factories remained, with the air filled with the scent of rust and machine oil. Occasionally, a few mutated cockroaches crawled out from the crevices, only to be swatted dead by the Black Flame. The Black Flame walked closely beside him, its blood-red eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, complementing Liu Yang's senses and capturing every sound within 100 meters. Liu Yang walked ahead, the Thunder Fire ability slowly circulating within him. Occasionally, a flicker of blue and red intertwined arcs of electricity flashed at his fingertips as his gaze swept over the collapsed shelves and rusted machinery, precisely locking onto usable supplies. He found several boxes of unopened compressed food and a few bottles of purified water along with some basic medical supplies, all of which he packed into his backpack. Just as he was about to leave with the black flame, his brows suddenly furrowed, and he stopped in his tracks. The black flame also became alert in an instant, its fur standing on end, its blood-red eyes staring fiercely in the direction outside the warehouse, emitting a low growl from its throat, radiating intense hostility, its limbs slightly tensed, ready to pounce at any moment. A strong presence is approaching, Lu Yang said in a deep voice, his tone calm, yet grave. He could sense 5 distinctly different, yet equally domineering auras rapidly closing in on their location, the air around them turning cold and sharp, filled with unabashed killing intent far beyond what he had faced before with the likes of Tung Yi and Takahashi. The black flame let out a low growl towards the outside of the warehouse, signaling danger. Lu Yang raised his hand and placed it on the black flame's head to calm its emotions, and then in an instant the thunder fire ability erupted, wrapping around him with intertwining blue and red arcs of electricity and flames, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on the entrance of the warehouse. In the next second, the warehouse's large door was violently blown open by an invisible force. The metal door warped and deformed as it flew out, crashing heavily into a nearby machine, producing a deafening sound. 5 figures slowly walked in, emanating powerful waves of supernatural energy, each person's aura far surpassing any supernatural beings Lu Yang had encountered before. The combined pressure was overwhelming, as if a mountain was pressing down, causing the air to feel as though it had solidified, even forcing the black flame to retreat repeatedly, emitting anxious low growls. At the forefront was a young man in his 20s, dressed in a black combat uniform, his expression stern, surrounded by a faint black halo. With each step he took, the ground would slightly sink, indicating he was a gravity manipulator. His gaze was proud and cold as he swept over Lu Yang and the black flame, revealing unhidden disdain. Behind him followed 4 others. The first on the left was a woman in a purple bodysuit, her long hair cascading to her shoulders, with faint purple sound waves swirling around her fingertips, the air rippling wherever the sound waves passed, her gaze icy. The second was a middle-aged man, tall and upright, entwined with emerald green vines that bore sharp thorns, his expression calm. The first on the right was a short-haired youth, his hands glinting with metallic sheen, the magnetic field around him chaotic, clearly a magnetism manipulator. Lastly, there was a girl who appeared to be only 15 or 16, with pale blue eyes, her time flow slightly chaotic around her expression indifferent, as if she were unconcerned with everything. The 5 stood in a line, blocking the entrance of the warehouse tightly, the powerful pressure of supernatural powers enveloping the entire space. The black flame crouched low, emitting a threatening growl, yet dared not step forward easily. The stern young man spoke, his voice heavy with the weight of gravity, cold and arrogant. "You are Lu Yang. You destroyed 2 of our teams and took our members, and you still dare to act recklessly in the Tokyo ruins. We are the class 5th team of the Sakura Country Supernatural Corps, and I am the captain, a gravity-class supernatural being, Kuroki Rin. This is the woman behind me, class sound wave user Yagao." The middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice, class plant user Tsangmo. The short-haired youth raised his hand, his fingertips flickering with magnetic energy, class magnetism user Tetsuyu. Finally, the girl spoke softly, her voice carrying the heaviness of time, class time user Shiki. Kuroki Rin's gaze fell on Lu Yang once again, filled with intense killing intent. "We come under the orders of the Corps to take your life, reclaim the members you captured, and destroy your base. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently, and perhaps I can grant you a swift death. You otherwise ill ensure you die without a whole corpse." Lu Yang smirked with a mocking smile, the thunder fire ability around him growing increasingly strong, the blue and red light illuminating the entire warehouse. "Just the 5 of you. The Sakura Country Corps is nothing but this." Inside the warehouse, metal debris and rusted machinery were interspersed, the air thick with the scent of machine oil and rust. Lu Yang surged with blue and red thunder fire like a deity descending, while the black flame crouched beside him, its blood-red beast eyes fixed on the 5 figures at the entrance, a low growl rumbling from its throat. At the forefront, Kuroki Rin, dressed in a black combat uniform, with silver-gray short hair neatly clipped to his ears, had a cold expression like an ice sculpture. The black halo of gravity that surrounded him caused the metal ground beneath him to slightly sink. He raised his eyes to scan Lu Yang, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. "So it's you, the outsider, who destroyed our 2 teams." The 2 female supernatural beings beside him were both strikingly beautiful. On the left, Yagao had purple hair cascading down to her waist, skin as white as porcelain, her eyes slightly upturned with a cold charm. Her purple bodysuit accentuated her exquisite curves, and the faint purple sound waves swirling around her fingertips carried a deadly allure with each movement. On the right, Shiki looked to be only 16 or 17, her pale blue eyes clear as a spring, and beneath her bangs was a delicate oval face, her skin so tender it seemed to glisten with moisture. The light blue skirt she wore made her look like a fairy, but the chaotic time fluctuations around her added a hint of dangerous strangeness to her innocence. The other two male members were Sangmu, tall and upright with dark green short hair that exuded a wild aura, the emerald vines around him trembling, with each breath his gaze calm, yet hiding arrogance. Tetsuyu was burly, his bronze skin shining with a metallic sheen, his short hair standing on end, magnetic energy flickering in his hands, his expression fierce. The five formed a tight encirclement, the glass pressure bearing down like a mountain, forcing the black flame to retreat, its fur bristling. Kuroki Rin stood with his hands behind his back, his tone arrogant. This class 5th team has never known defeat. If you kneel and surrender now, perhaps I can spare your life. Yegao chuckled lightly, her purple eyes shimmering with allure, the sound waves at her fingertips gently vibrating. Rinkin, why bother talking to him? A nobody without even an identity dares to run rampant in Tokyo. Let me first disable his powers. Shiki lowered her gaze, a trace of disdain flashing in her pale blue eyes, the time flow around her quietly slowing down, as if even the air had become stagnant. 3 minutes, finish him. Sangmu and Tetsuyu exchanged a glance, both full of confidence, just waiting for the captain's command to crush this audacious outsider into pieces. Lu Yang watched the five's expressions shift from arrogance to contempt, a cold smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, the thunder fire leaping at his fingertips, the blue and red light illuminating his stern profile. Just the five of you. Arrogant. Kuroki Rin's eyes narrowed sharply, ceasing to waste words. Attack. Without missing a beat, Yegao sprang into action. Her purple hair flying, she quickly formed seals with her hands, and the faint purple sound waves surged, instantly transforming into countless translucent sound blades raining down on Lu Yang like a torrential storm. Sound blade, thousand threads, slash. She spoke softly, her voice resonating with the tremors of sound waves, her alluring eyes hiding lethal intent. Sangmu followed, closely pressing his hands against the ground, unleashing his dark green powers. Countless thick vines erupted from the ground, entwining towards Lu Yang's limbs like venomous snakes, with purple flowers blooming at the tips, their pollen carrying a paralyzing scent. Vine prison, he shouted, the vines intertwining to form an impenetrable giant cage trapping Lu Yang in the center. Kuroki Rin raised his hand, unleashing his gravity powers with full force. Tenfold gravity suddenly descended, causing the warehouse floor to collapse instantly, the metal machinery twisting and deforming under the pressure. The air around Lu Yang felt as if it had solidified into iron, every inch of his skin bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds, the metal floor beneath him creaking under the unbearable load, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Gravity suppression, he shouted coldly, the black halo swelling, attempting to crush Lu Yang into pulp. Tetsuyu roared, his hands erupting with magnetic energy, lifting up all the rusted metal parts and machinery fragments around him. Countless sharp metal arrows coalesced in front of him, glinting coldly. Magnetism barrage of arrows. He waved his arms, sending the metal arrows shooting towards Lu Yang like a rainstorm, the whistling sound piercing the air, each arrow capable of penetrating steel. Shiki narrowed her pale blue eyes, and her time-slowing ability activated without warning. The flow of time around Lu Yang suddenly slowed, his movements becoming as sluggish as a puppet. Even the flow of thunder fire became sluggish, turning him into a living target under the five's assault. Time stasis fixation, she said softly, her voice sweet, yet laced with the most ruthless calculation. 5 forms of supernatural powers intertwined into a net: gravity, sound blades, vines, metal arrows, and time, slowing, all pressing in from all directions. The black flame attempted to leap forward to rescue, but was forced back by Yegao's sound blades, suffering several cuts and letting out a pained roar. The 5 looked at Lu Yang, who was trapped in the center of the assault, their faces revealing confident smiles. Kuroki Rin sneered, is that all? A nobody is still a nobody. It seems we won't even need 3 minutes. Yegao brushed her purple hair and smiled charmingly, while Sangmu and Tetsuyu let out sighs of relief, and Shiki slightly raised her eyes, a trace of relief flashing in her pale blue gaze. However, in the next second, an unexpected change occurred. Lu Yang, trapped in the center of the attack, suddenly unleashed a surge of thunder fire, the blue and red light exploding like a blazing sun, illuminating the entire warehouse. A solid barrier formed around him with the thunder fire, the tenfold gravity pressing down on the barrier, only causing it to tremble slightly. The sound blade struck the barrier, instantly swallowed by the thunder fire, without causing even the slightest ripple. The vines that wrapped around were scorched and carbonized upon touching the thunder fire, the poisonous pollen blown away by the heat wave. The metal arrows shot at the barrier, all deflected and clanging to the ground. The influence of time slowing was forcibly broken by the energy of the thunder fire as Lu Yang's movements instantly returned to normal. Is this all the power you have and dare to claim glass? Lu Yang's voice was cold as ice, carrying utmost disdain. It's my turn now. He flickered, the thunder fire enveloping him with extreme speed, instantly appearing before Tetsuyu. Tetsuyu's expression changed drastically, hastily forming a magnetic barrier, only to see Lu Yang condensing the thunder fire in his fist, striking down with a resounding boom. The magnetic barrier shattered instantly, the residual force of the thunder fire penetrating Tetsuyu's defense and crashing heavily into his chest. Tetsuyu flew back like a kite, with a broken string crashing hard against the metal wall, his chest caving in, blood spraying out, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. Liu Yang did not relent, reaching out to press on his head, the thunder fire drilling into Tetsuya's body like a thin thread, forcibly siphoning his magnetic powers. Tetsuya let out a piercing scream, his body rapidly shriveling, the light in his eyes gradually fading until he ultimately lost all life. Meanwhile, Liu Yang's fingertips glowed with a faint silver magnetic halo interweaving with the thunder fire, enhancing its power. Sangmu watched Tetsuya die in agony, his eyes filled with horror, hastily activating his powers as countless giant trees burst from the ground, transforming into sharp wooden spikes, shooting towards Liu Yang like a torrential rain. Would spike myriad Junes, he shouted, attempting to turn the tide. Liu Yang sidestepped to evade the wooden spikes, the thunder fire transforming into a long whip, striking fiercely at Sangmu. The thunder fire whip, carrying a temperature capable of incinerating everything, instantly wrapped around Kangma's arm, burning his skin with a sizzling sound, the intense pain causing him to scream out. Liu Yang tightened his wrist, the thunder fire whip constricting further while he reached out to press on Kangma's head, activating the siphoning ability once more. Kangma's body shriveled at a visible rate, his plant powers completely devoured by Liu Yang, the vines around him instantly wilting, the fear in his eyes transforming into despair as he ultimately collapsed to the ground devoid of breath. Liu Yang's thunder fire now carried a hint of emerald glow as the thunder fire melted even metal in its wake. In a short span, the two male members had met a tragic end, and Liu Yang successfully absorbed their abilities. And he had begun to use them. Kuroki, Rin, Yagao, and Shiki's faces turned pale, the earlier arrogance and confidence completely vanishing, leaving only utter terror. You can absorb supernatural powers. Kuroki Rin shouted in disbelief, his voice trembling, his gravity powers becoming chaotic. This is impossible. Yagao's purple eyes were filled with fear as she took a few steps back, the sound waves at her fingertips becoming unstable. Monster. You are a monster. Tetsuya's pale blue eyes were brimming with tears, her time slowing ability wildly activating, yet she found Liu Yang's speed unaffected as the thunder fire seemed to rip apart the constraints of time, rendering her abilities useless. Liu Yang ignored the three's terror, his gaze landing on Kuroki Rin as he coldly stated, "It's your turn." Kuroki Rin gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to activate his gravity powers 20 times, 30 times. The gravity continued to rise, the ground cracking under the pressure, the metal machinery being crushed into pancakes. Yet Liu Yang still advanced slowly, his thunder fire barrier as steady as a mountain.